At the confluence of east and west in the primordial chaos, there stood a celestial mountain named Wanshou Mountain. It had stretched across the ages, its momentum vast and boundless, with countless peaks extending for billions, trillions of miles, majestic beyond measure. Mists and clouds wreathed the mountain, containing an immense amount of primordial spiritual energy and primordial haze. Deep within the mountain belly lay a hidden cave heaven known as the Wuzhuang Temple Cave Heaven. This cave heaven was not carved by human hands. It had evolved together with Wanshou Mountain since the beginning of the world. Within it lay a separate universe, a realm unto itself, equally vast and boundless. Inside the cave heaven, the primordial spiritual energy was so dense it nearly liquefied, turning into wisps of spiritual mist. At its core, there was a mass of primordial earth merit essence, attracting the surrounding vein essence and primordial spiritual energy to converge madly into it, making it increasingly solid. Suddenly, this mass of primordial earth merit essence trembled slightly. Though the motion was small, it shattered the eons-old stillness of the cave heaven world. Then a ripple of consciousness spread from the light mass, carrying a hint of bewilderment and surprise. Wasn't I knocked flying by a dump truck? How did I directly transmigrate? Zhao Yuan felt slightly stunned. He was now in a state of chaotic perception, surrounded by warm and heavy energy wrapping around him. Countless fragments of unfamiliar information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. After receiving all the information in his mind, he discovered that he had actually transmigrated into the primordial chaos and become Zhen Yuanzi before his transformation. That's right, he was the future Earth immortal ancestor Zhen Yuanzi, also known as the one who is co-equal with the world. Originally, he was just a miserable college student about to graduate into unemployment, working part-time as a food delivery rider. Then he had a bumper car collision with a dump truck and ended up being knocked flying, and unexpectedly transmigrated into the primordial chaos. Could it be that the dump truck is truly the Dao deity in charge of transmigration? Moreover, according to the information he obtained since his transmigration had occurred, too early, Zhen Yuanzi's original consciousness had not yet been conceived. Therefore, his replacement went very smoothly. But upon second thought, Zhao Yuan felt something was off. Who was Zhen Yuanzi? He was the famed innate sacred being and earth immortal ancestor of later ages, born as a Daluo golden immortal and later surpassed that realm. A Daluo golden immortal transcends the river of fate. Once attained, it is forever proven, and there is never a time of weakness. Even before his consciousness had conceived, it was the same. How could an ordinary mortal like him easily replace such an existence? The only possibility Zhao Yuan could think of was, did he have a golden finger? And an incredibly heaven-defying one, capable of ignoring the rules of the Great Dao and the future Heavenly Dao of the Primordial Chaos. A golden finger that could directly rewrite innate sacred beings and even the history of the Primordial Chaos from the very roots. He thought it over, and this seemed to be the only possibility. Regardless, since he had now become Zhen Yuanzi, from then on he would be the true Zhen Yuanzi. However, he did not imitate some web novels he had read by shouting something like, "The Great Dao above, from now on there is no Zhao Yuan in this world, only Zhen Yuanzi." After all, since he had transmigrated stably and successfully replaced Zhen Yuanzi, it was already an established fact. Shouting like that might actually cause problems. As for this outcome and the shift in identity, Zhen Yuanzi had no complaints. After all, in his previous life, he was just a miserable college student. Even if he had graduated without unemployment, he would only have become a beast of burden. Now that he had become Zhen Yuanzi, he was at the very least a dignified innate sacred being. The two could not be compared. Although he had not directly transmigrated into Hongjun for an honest absolution, nor into the three pure ones for an easy win, being able to become Zhen Yuanzi was already incredibly lucky. After all, Zhen Yuanzi was born with the supreme innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, and also the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, as his accompanying treasures. Moreover, the Earth Book was formed from the Earth's embryo membrane, capable of connecting the power of earthly veins. Its utility was immense, and it would become a major safeguard for him in the future. Such conditions already surpassed the majority of innate sacred beings. However, thinking of the future Dao ancestor Hongjun and the existence of the 6 sages of the Heavenly Dao, even top innate sacred beings were not entirely free. Especially during the journey to the West period, he, the dignified Earth immortal ancestor, had to form a sworn brotherhood with the Monkey King. This only proved that without attaining the Dao in the primordial chaos, one could never be free. Changing this, especially attaining the Dao in the primordial chaos, was extraordinarily difficult. Relying solely on foreknowledge might not be enough. Nevertheless, as he had speculated earlier, his ability to transmigrate into the primordial chaos and replace Zhen Yuanzi must mean he had a golden finger, and that golden finger was probably extremely extraordinary. He just didn't know what it was. A system, an ultimer, or the spirit of an innate supreme treasure. Zhen Yuanzi, tried calling out in his mind with nervousness and anticipation. To his surprise, his call was answered. A crisp and pleasant voice that seemed to contain the rhythm of the primordial beginning resounded in the depths of his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully transmigrating to the primordial chaos and awakening your consciousness. The system is now starting. Ding. System started successfully. The Hongming Origin System is at your service. A system? There really is a system. Zhen Yuanzi's consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by a huge surge of joy, and the hanging heart completely settled. Indeed, the standard golden finger for transmigrators would not be absent, and it was a simple and brutal system. Just hearing the name, Hongming Origin System, radiated an aura of supreme heaven-defying power. He suppressed his excitement and quickly asked in his mind, "System, quickly introduce what functions you have." Ding. This system is the Hongming Origin System, designed to help the host continuously grow stronger and keep transcending. It will randomly trigger rewards based on the host's actions or performance with no limitations and no need to complete tasks. No need to complete tasks. Randomly triggered rewards. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up, and the satisfaction in his heart was indescribable. This system was even more perfect than he had imagined. Without having to work tooth and nail to complete various tasks, he could still obtain rewards. This was undoubtedly excellent. After all, who would want to risk their life if they could just lie back and win? Moreover, this was the Primordial Chaos World where innate gods and demons were countless. Who knew if some bizarre task might be dangerous? But now this system had no tasks to complete at all, completely freeing him from that worry. It was truly very hassle-free. Before he could think further, the system's prompt sounded again, bringing an even greater surprise. Ding. Considering the system has just started, we specially reward the host with a newbie gift pack. Would you like to accept it? There's even a newbie gift pack. Not bad, not bad, truly a conscientious system. Then Zhen Yuanzi silently recited accept in his mind. After all, this was a newbie gift pack. Even a fool would know to accept it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Great Dao Compass. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Supreme Innate Spiritual Root, the Hongjun Tree. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Dao-level cultivation art, the Chaos Great Dao Origin Scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one opportunity for early perfect transformation. For consecutive prompt, sounds exploded in Zhen Yuanzi's consciousness like four thunderbolts, leaving his mind somewhat blank. He forcibly suppressed the excitement that was about to boil over and carefully examined the system introduction for each reward. The Chaos Great Dao Compass. A Chaos Supreme Treasure. Zhen Yuanzi's consciousness trembled. He knew that Chaos Supreme Treasures had almost disappeared after the cataclysm of creation. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun's creation Jade Disc was only a damaged Chaos Supreme Treasure. But this Chaos Great Dao Compass was not only complete and intact, it also recorded the 3,000 Great Dao laws. It could assist in enlightenment and cultivation, suppress fate, shield heavenly secrets, and conceal karma. Its value was simply incalculable. With it, his future enlightenment speed would be 100 times faster. When facing powerful enemies, he could also use its power to hide his tracks, court good fortune, and avoid disaster, or even directly confront and suppress opponents. As for the Supreme Innate Spiritual Root, Hongjun Li, it bloomed once every 3 kalpas, bore fruit once every 3 kalpas, and ripened once every 3 kalpas. Only after 9 kalpas would it yield 12 fruits. In the Primordial Chaos, 1 kalpa is 19600 years. Thus 9 kalpas, over 1,000,000 years, are needed to obtain 12 Hongjun Li fruits. Such an extended gestation period naturally proved its extremely heaven-defying efficacy. Indeed, just 1 Hongjun Li fruit could make one ascend directly to the Daluo level, achieving Daluo Golden Immortal status. From then on, one would transcend the river of fate and become eternally immortal. Although those who achieved Daluo Golden Immortal by consuming Hongjun Li would find it extremely difficult to break through further in cultivation, they were still Daluo Golden Immortals, and 12 of them at that. Even for many innate beings, Daluo Golden Immortal was an unattainable dream. Countless years of cultivation might not lead to such a realm. For any faction in the Primordial Chaos, 12 Daluo Golden Immortals were a force not to be ignored. One could hardly imagine how many long years and how much vast resources it would take to nurture 12 Daluo Golden Immortals. One could imagine how precious the Hongjun Li truly was. The chaotic Dao origin scripture was a direct path to the Great Dao, a cultivation method that could lead directly to enlightenment, assisting in comprehending the laws of the Great Dao. It contained the ultimate principles of chaotic evolution. Practicing this art required no adherence to a single Dao law, but could merge all Dao into oneself. Paired with the chaotic Dao compass, it was tailor-made for the path of proving Dao through sheer strength. One successful one would truly be free and unrestrained, no longer bound by the Heavenly Dao. And the final reward, early perfect manifestation, was also what he now needed. After all, based on the information he had received, he was still in the late stages of the Great Beast Tribulation. The current primordial world compared to later times had yet to suffer the destruction of the Dragon Han cataclysm and the Dao demon struggle, making it a land of countless opportunities. Although there were no more powerful innate supreme treasures left for him, there were still many other valuable innate spiritual objects. At the same time, early perfect manifestation would give him a long period for cultivation, seizing more advantages. I've struck it rich. This time I've really struck it rich. Zhen Yuanzi's heart grew increasingly agitated. With these trump cards not just to stand firm in the primordial world, but even to rival those innate gods and demons, and in the future, to face the Heavenly Dao, Saint even Hongjun. He now had the confidence. Moreover, although Hongjun and these innate gods and demons were ahead of him, there was still a long time before Hongjun would attain enlightenment. He might have the chance to catch up, and with the assistance of the system, he could even become the first to achieve enlightenment. Extract all rewards. Zhen Yuanzi silently recited in his heart. In an instant, he felt a boundless space emerge in the depths of his consciousness. It was the system space. Within the space, a compass about 3 feet in diameter floated silently, its body entirely chaotic-colored, densely covered with profound, mysterious runes. Each rune seemed like a microcosm of a great Dao slowly rotating and exuding an aura that suppressed all ages and encompassed all things, the chaotic Dao compass. Not far away, 100-jong-tall celestial tree stood, its trunk golden yellow, leaves like jade with faint traces of Dao energy flowing through the veins. 12 fruits hung from the branches, emitting a Dao resonance that could enlighten beings and transform their bones. This was the yellow middle plum tree. At the same time, countless profound words, patterns, and chains of laws surged like a bursting flood into Zhen Yuanzi's mind. This information was not chaotic, but orderly combined, forming a vast ocean-like cultivation method, the chaotic Dao origin scripture. Zhen Yuanzi only needed to sense it slightly, and he felt his understanding of the great Dao of heaven and earth deepen countless times. The previous confusion about the laws of the primordial Dao vanished, replaced by a clarity and realization. Then, under the effect of the final reward, the current vessel of his consciousness, the mass of innate primordial earth essence, suddenly erupted with brilliant earth-yellow light, billions of times more intense than before. The innate spiritual energy and earthly vein essence within the entire Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven, as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into 2 galloping dragons madly surging into the light orb. Inside the light orb, a mysterious force from the system was guiding the innate primordial earth essence through a radical transformation. Every particle was being reshaped and refined, eliminating all impurities, leaving only the purest, most primordial earth power. Within the light, a vague human silhouette gradually took shape. After an unknown period, the light slowly dissipated, revealing the figure inside. He was a young Daoist in simple black-yellow Dao robes with handsome but not effeminate features. Between his brows was the heaviness and steadiness of the earth's origin, and his eyes were deep as ancient starry skies, as if reflecting the birth and death of all things. He did not deliberately emanate a powerful aura, but standing there, he gave a sense of being one with the entire Mount Longevity, even with the whole primordial earth, as if he were the embodiment of the earth, indestructible and eternal. The young Daoist slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils seemed to contain the birth and death of stars and the rise and fall of lands. This young Daoist was none other than the manifested Zhen Yuanzi. Now, having perfectly manifested, he emerged at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and specifically a 12-flower Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, as soon as Zhen Yuanzi manifested, the Great Luo Dao resonance flowed around him, faintly resonating with the Heavenly Dao. And after achieving Great Luo Golden Immortal and transcending the River of Fate, he felt the world drastically change. The once hazy and indistinct primordial heaven and earth before him now appeared before his eyes as infinitely vast, encompassing the past, present, future, countless possibilities, and all manner of changes. A long river of time flowed slowly across the void, its water clear, yet deep, reflecting countless possibilities of the primordial world's past, present, and future. Every instant a ripple would rise in the long river, and as the ripple landed, a parallel space-time would quietly open in the void, evolving into projections of the universe, endless heavens, countless branches of variations, and infinite possibilities. These space-times seemed illusory, yet contained real Dao resonance, allowing him to truly feel the incomparable vastness and power of the primordial world. What a magnificent world this was! Likewise, the beings nurtured within such a world were naturally terrifying, powerful, and even ferocious. Therefore, even though he was now a great Luo golden immortal, he could not slack off and needed to hurry and improve his cultivation. Gathering his mind, Zhen Yuanzi turned his gaze toward the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven where he resided. This cave heaven was the foundation that had accompanied him since birth. Now scanning it with his great Luo divine sense, it appeared even more vast and magnificent. Its scope was far greater than that of an ordinary great world. In the primordial world, it ranked among the very top cave heaven paradises. Within the cave heaven, the sky was formed by condensed innate clear light, soft, yet not dim, illuminating the entire cave heaven like a crystalline world. Within the clear light, faint Dao runes circulated, each emitting pure innate spiritual energy, nourishing all things in the cave heaven. The earth was pure innate spiritual soil, warm in color and rich with the aura of the earth Dao. Stepping on it, one could feel a heavy and steady Dao resonance surging from the soles into the body. It also contained vast innate spiritual veins, constantly emitting abundant innate spiritual energy. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, not made of common stone, but formed from innate spiritual jade and marrow. Mist wreathed the peaks. Mist condensed from innate spiritual energy, thick as substance. Inhaling it would refresh a cultivator's mind and advance their cultivation. In the mountain valleys, rare flowers and herbs were everywhere, all innate spiritual objects, some with 7 leaves of emerald green leaf, veins moving like spirit snakes. Every 10,000 years, a drop of creation liquid would condense on the leaf tip, capable of tempering the body. Countless innate spiritual herbs grew, their medicinal fragrance mingling with the cave heaven's spiritual energy, forming faint Dao patterns in the void, flickering with a subtle glow. And the most precious of all was the supreme grade, innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. This tree was 1,000 zhang tall, with a thick trunk of deep green covered in ancient patterns, imprints of interwoven wood and earth Dao. Faint innate spiritual currents swirled around it. On the tree, 30 ginseng fruits hung quietly, each shaped like a baby, with clear features, pink and adorable, faint spiritual light surrounding them. According to inherited information, the ginseng fruit tree was originally a chaotic spiritual root, but after Pangu created the world, it was damaged, and after being reborn in the primordial world, it became a supreme grade, innate spiritual root. And its growth cycle differed slightly from what Zhen Yuanzi had known in his previous life. The fruit bloomed once every 30,000 years, fruited once every 30,000 years, and ripened once every 30,000 years, taking 90,000 years to yield these 30 fruits. An ordinary being could live 360 years from smelling it, and gain a lifespan of 47,000 years from eating one. But this longevity effect naturally held no use for a great Luo golden immortal. Its true value lay in the great Dao laws and Dao resonance it contained, which could assist in comprehending the wood and earth Dao, and could also add a kalpa's worth of Dharma power for a great Luo golden immortal. Although a great Luo golden immortal, once proven, is eternally proven, eternally existing, and can gather endless Dharma power with a single thought, making their power seemingly infinite. But such infinity also differed between different great Luo golden immortals. Like infinities with different cardinalities within the same range, there would be huge gaps, vast differences in both quality and quantity. Therefore, a great Luo also needed to cultivate Dharma power, and innate spiritual fruits like the ginseng fruit that could enhance Dharma power played a helpful role. Then, with a thought, Zhen Yuanzi took out the supreme grade, innate spiritual root, the yellow middle plum tree, from the system space, intending to plant it on the other side of the ginseng fruit tree. Innate spiritual roots carried the world's spiritual fortune, could nurture innate spiritual energy, and wherever they grew, it was a great blessing. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven could not bear 2 supreme grade, innate spiritual roots. On the contrary, the presence of the yellow middle plum tree would make the cultivation environment of the cave heaven even better. With a light wave of his right hand, the innate spiritual soil beside the ginseng fruit tree parted automatically, revealing a deep trench. At the bottom of the trench, an innate spiritual spring gushed forth, the water clear and shimmering with the luster of spiritual energy. He planted the yellow middle plum tree into it. As soon as the root touched the ground, the roots quickly extended, burrowing into the spiritual soil and connecting with the spiritual spring. In an instant, the branches of the yellow middle plum tree swayed, lightly, dew drops on the leaves falling, blending into the spiritual spring, causing the spring's spiritual energy to surge dramatically, several times richer than before. Almost simultaneously, the auras of the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow middle plum tree began to interweave. The earth and wood Dao aura of the ginseng fruit tree echoed with the innate spiritual resonance of the yellow middle plum tree, forming circles of spiritual ripples in the void, continuously drawing pure, innate spiritual energy from the void. The innate spiritual herbs and grasses originally surrounding the ginseng fruit tree seemed nourished, visibly growing, and full of vitality. The distant spiritual jade mountains also took on a more brilliant luster on their surfaces due to the richer spiritual energy. Zhen Yuanzi felt the increasingly rich spiritual energy in the cave heaven and the benefits brought by the mutual nourishment of the two spiritual roots, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. With these two supreme-grade, innate spiritual roots in the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven, its spiritual fortune grew deeper, and the cultivation environment reached another level. Whether comprehending the Great Dao or accumulating Dharma power, it would be twice the result with half the effort. At this time, the primordial wilderness outside was a chaotic, barren expanse. Countless ferocious beasts roamed, slaughtering each other. This was because after Pangu split the heavens, the resentment, baleful aura, and scattered flesh and blood essence of the 3,000 chaos demons and 129,600 chaos beings fell into the wilderness, nurturing countless ferocious beasts and giving birth to the Ferocious Beast clan. These ferocious beasts possessed formidable physiques, except for a few. Most had low intelligence, but were cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, their numbers were immense, sweeping across the wilderness like a tide. Wherever they passed, life was devastated, and countless primordial beings and tribes suffered under their slaughter. Thus, a calamity of ferocious beasts brewed, filling the world with the aura of catastrophe. Now, thousands of epochs had passed since the beasts began ravaging the wilderness, yet the Great Tribulation showed no sign of abating. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. As a result, fewer and fewer primordial beings and tribes dared to traverse the wilderness. Yet at the same time, some powerful primordial gods and demons began to emerge from their caves, walking the world and slaying the beasts. Amid this world-shaking catastrophe, the cave haven of Wuzhuang Temple remained serene. Zhen Yuanzi stood beneath two spiritual roots, gazing at the ginseng fruit tree and the newly planted yellow plum tree. The fruits on both the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum tree, rewarded by the system, had ripened. As the first generation of fruits, they had gestated for countless epochs, their medicinal potency at its peak, and having reached their limit. Continued growth would be wasteful. It was time to harvest. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand and beckoned. Instantly, 30 infant-shaped fruits on the ginseng fruit tree seemed drawn by an invisible force. The spiritual light around them rippled slightly, then they detached from the branches, floating gracefully toward Zhen Yuanzi, as if carried by an unseen hand. Each ginseng fruit was rosy and translucent, with lifelike features, exuding a rich life aura and the law fluctuations of earth and wood. They felt warm to the touch, as if pulsating with the life force of a living being. Next, the 12 fruits on the yellow plum tree followed suit. These goose-yellow fruits were the size of a fist. The innate Dao patterns on their skin seemed alive, flowing slowly as the fruits moved, carrying a faint sense of the vicissitudes of time. As they left the branches, they emitted a subtle Dao sound, clear and melodious, like the clashing of jade pendants. The pure energy they released invigorated the spiritual aura within the cave haven. Zhen Yuanzi waved his other hand, and 42 innate jade boxes materialized before him. These boxes were forged from innate jade, warm and translucent, with dense arrays for gathering spiritual energy and sealing the fruit's essence inscribed on their surfaces. He had just casually refined them for storing the spiritual fruits. As soon as the jade boxes appeared, they opened automatically. The 30 ginseng fruits and 12 yellow plums fell into them respectively. The lids closed softly, the arrays lit up firmly, sealing the fruit's aura and Dao resonance, leaving only the faint jade glow of the boxes themselves. After this, Zhen Yuanzi put away the jade boxes and stirred his mind. In an instant, two distinct auras surged from his body and floated before him. On the left was an object resembling an ancient book, earthen yellow in color. Its pages seemed formed from the most primordial soil of the earth, covered with vast, heavy patterns. This was the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. The Earth Book emitted an aura identical to Zhen Yuanzi's, the ultimate manifestation of the Earth Dao. It held the authority over the wilderness land. When its pages turned, it seemed capable of mobilizing the power of all Earth in the wilderness, heavy and steady, with an irresistible force of suppression. As his companion's spiritual treasure, it was intimately connected to his origin, like a part of his body. On the right floated an even more astonishing treasure, the Chaos Dao Compass. This object was entirely chaotic in color, with intricate scales and pointers on its edge. At its center was a slowly rotating chaotic core, within which countless Dao runes appeared and vanished, sometimes forming galaxies, sometimes condensing into chains of laws. Its aura far surpassed that of innate spiritual treasures, carrying a chaotic pressure that transcended the wilderness Great Dao. As a chaos supreme treasure rewarded by the system, it had fully acknowledged him as its master. Zhen Yuanzi could control it directly without refinement. Its power depended solely on the user's strength. The stronger the user, the more Chaos Dao force could be invoked. However, its enlightenment function was unaffected. In contrast, the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, still required the refinement of its innate restrictions to unleash its maximum power. But as a companion treasure, its compatibility with his origin was extremely high, making the refinement process far easier than with other treasures. More importantly, the process itself was a deep insight into the treasure's innate restrictions, equivalent to a cultivation session. He reached out his fingertip, lightly touching the Earth Book. Instantly, as if sensing its master's intent, the book's pages rustled softly, emitting a gentle glow. A pure stream of Earth Dao origin flowed through his fingertip into Zhen Yuanzi's body. He closed his eyes, sinking his divine sense into the Earth Book, beginning to analyze its innate restrictions. Those restrictions were like complex Dao arrays containing the mysteries of the Earth Dao's operation. Zhen Yuanzi's divine sense, like the most precise probe, gradually sorted, comprehended, and integrated them. With each restriction, he unraveled. His understanding of the Earth Dao deepened, and his mana grew correspondingly. The entire process was smooth and natural, far from the difficulty and obscurity of refining other treasures. Soon, tens of thousands of years passed, and Zhen Yuanzi had refined most of the innate restrictions. At this point, his control over the Earth Book was already formidable. Although not fully refined, he could still invoke most of its power enough to handle ordinary situations. Then Zhen Yuanzi turned his attention to the Chaos Dao compass. Instead of rushing to comprehend it, he sat cross-legged between the two spiritual roots and took out a ginseng fruit. Opening the jade box, the rich aroma of the ginseng fruit instantly filled the air, invigorating him as he inhaled it. He placed the fruit in his mouth. It dissolved, instantly turning into a mellow, warm current that surged into his body. It became a torrent of mana, and the earth and wood Dao laws within it dispersed, merging into his limbs, bones, and soul. With the aid of the spiritual fruit's power, Zhen Yuanzi activated the Chaos Dao Origin Scripture. This technique was profoundly mysterious. When activated, it seemed to connect with the Chaos Origin, drawing upon the myriad Great Daos. His divine sense slowly probed the Chaos Dao compass. The chaotic core at its center suddenly accelerated its rotation, and countless Dao runes surged out like a tide, flooding into his divine sense. These runes encompassed everything: the Chaos Dao laws of the primordial opening, the generated yin-yang and 5 elements, the ever-operating stellar Dao, the causal laws of birth and death. Each rune contained endless mysteries so complex that even ordinary Daoyuo golden immortals would be daunted. But with the Chaos Dao compass assisting him, the Chaos Dao Origin Scripture guiding him, and the ginseng fruit's mana and Dao resonance empowering him, Zhen Yuanzi's divine sense was like a sharp blade cutting through thorns, shuttling through countless Dao runes, analyzing and comprehending them. At times his brows furrowed slightly, as if tackling an obscure law node. At other times a faint smile touched his lips, showing he had grasped a segment of the Dao's true meaning. The Daoyuo Dao resonance around him fluctuated and strengthened with his insights. Earthen yellow Dao patterns flowed on his skin, intertwining with the chaotic aura from the Chaos Dao compass, forming a peculiar halo. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another 100,000 years went by. Outside the cave haven, the calamity of ferocious beasts grew ever more intense, and the world was filled with lamentation. Kunlun Yujing Mountain. At the summit, an old Taoist clad in a purple robe sat cross-legged, his face ancient and weathered, exuding an air of profound wisdom that seemed to transcend the ages. Before him, a shattered jade disc floated in the air with countless laws of the Dao entwined upon its surface like swimming dragons, sometimes transforming into a river of stars, and at other times coalescing into the rising essence of the Dao. Infinite celestial light overflowed from the jade disc, enveloping the surroundings and illuminating Yujing Mountain as if it were the very source of the Dao. Each beam of celestial light contained boundless mysteries of the laws, enough to enlighten any cultivator at a glance. The old Taoist's aura was unfathomable, deep as an abyss and vast as the sea. In stillness, he seemed to merge with heaven and earth, and in movement, he could resonate with the primordial Dao. With his eyes slightly closed, he appeared to be deciphering the mysteries of the Dao within the jade disc, while also quietly observing the ever-changing winds and clouds of the primordial world. His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if the rise and fall of all things in the world were merely a speck of dust in the evolution of the Dao. Suddenly the old Taoist opened his eyes. His gaze was as deep as the chaos before creation, vast enough to encompass the heavens. Wherever his eyes swept, the void seemed to be pierced, revealing the essence of all things, and the trajectories of the past and future all laid bare before him. He looked towards the direction of the primordial land, sensing the overwhelming calamity pervading the world, and slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet carrying an undeniable resonance of the Dao that echoed throughout Yujing Mountain, even subtly shaking the surrounding laws of the Dao. The calamity of the primordial world has reached its peak. Fierce beasts run rampant, causing suffering among the living. The Dao is out of balance. I shall comply with heaven and respond to the people descending the mountain to slay the fierce beasts and cleanse the universe. With these words, the figure of the old Taoist in purple moved slightly and vanished from the peak of Yujing Mountain. In the eastern sea of the primordial world, the waves were already surging, and at this moment they were tumultuous. The endless sea split thunderously in two from the center, forming an incredibly deep trench, as if the heavens and earth had been cleaved apart, revealing the dark underwater world below. Where the sea parted, an invisible great force held it apart, preventing the massive waves on either side from closing in the grandeur of the spectacle enough to send ordinary beings into a panic. Deep beneath the sea, where the dragon's lair resided, a terrifying power that looked down upon the primordial world suddenly erupted. It was the pressure belonging to the ancestor of scales, embodying the ultimate of the water Dao and the tyranny of the dragon race. The pressure surged into the sky, instantly breaking through the sea surface, stirring up fierce winds above the east sea, dark clouds gathering, and thunder roaring. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the skies, with countless dragon images soaring from the depths of the sea. Some had five-clawed golden dragon scales that seemed forged from gold, while others were surrounded by the essence of metal, and yet others were dark dragon shadows that invoked the force of the tides. Thousands of dragon images obscured the sun, circling above the east sea, their dragon might sweeping across the land, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Then an even more resonant and majestic dragon's roar broke through the air, as if it could tear apart the primordial heavens. A colossal dragon stretching for billions of miles leaped from the depths of the sea. Its horns were magnificent, its whiskers flowing like waterfalls, and its scales glimmered with a chaotic hue, each scale inscribed with the supreme secrets and Dao symbols of the dragon race. It coiled above the east sea, its head held high, its golden vertical pupils surveying the entire primordial world, its gaze exuding nothing but disdain and majesty. The ancestor dragon. This progenitor of the dragon race, witnessing the rampant beasts on the primordial land and feeling the receding calamity, let out a deafening dragon roar, his voice carrying an irresistible dominance. The fierce beasts disturbed the primordial world, going against the heavens. Today marks the time for their extinction. Our dragon race is born of destiny, and we shall seize this calamity to eradicate the fierce beasts, establishing an unprecedented foundation. The dragon race shall rise. With the dragon's roar echoing, the ancestor dragon moved first, its body sweeping billions of miles, leading countless dragons towards the primordial land, causing the sea to roll back and the fierce beasts to retreat. In the south, the immortal volcano islands were in constant eruption, magma flowing like rivers, flames soaring to the heavens, exuding the essence of the fire Dao that could burn the world. Deep within the volcano, the sound of phoenix song was unceasing, clear and sacred, embodying the supreme mystery of rebirth through nirvana. Atop the volcano, a figure bathed in endless flames spread its wings, covering millions of miles. Its feathers displayed a rainbow hue, each feather seemingly forged from innate fire, shimmering with immortal divine light. It was the progenitor of the phoenix race, Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng sensed the changes in the heavenly mechanisms, her eyes filled with flames and vitality flickering slightly. She could clearly perceive that the fortune of the fierce beasts was rapidly declining, while the opportunities belonging to the innate divine demons and various races had already arrived. The fierce beast race has reached a dead end. Yuan Feng's voice was as crisp as jade striking against jade, yet contained an undeniable resolve. Our phoenix race shall lead our kin to slay the fierce beasts, seize the merits, and strengthen our phoenix race's fortune. After speaking, Yuan Feng took flight, her colorful wings flapping, igniting the flames of heaven and earth, transforming into a streak of light, leading the elite of the phoenix race towards the gathering place of the fierce beasts, where the flames passed and the evil dissipated. In the western ancestral, Vain Shumi Mountain, at the summit, a 12-petal lotus platform bloomed, its petals as black as ink, exuding a demonic aura that could devour all. On the lotus platform sat a Taoist clad in black robes, his face handsome, yet tinged with a hint of evil, surrounded by chains of dark laws, emanating a rolling demonic might that could make the heavens tremble and the Dao retreat. It was the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Luo Ho had been in meditation, seemingly nurturing the power to annihilate all within the silence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing orbs as black as ink, devoid of any light, only filled with endless coldness and intent to kill. His gaze turned towards the fierce beasts rampaging on the western continent, watching them slaughter each other, and the living, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. A group of ants that know nothing but slaughter dare to run rampant upon the primordial land. Luo Hao's voice was filled with disdain and dominance. The fierce beast race born of resentment and malice is a tumor of the primordial world and must be exterminated. Only we innate divine demons can wield control over the universe and establish the order of the ages. You fierce beasts can all die. As his words fell, the demonic energy around Luo Hao surged violently. The 12-petal lotus platform rotated, exuding a force that could devour heaven and earth. He took a step forward and vanished from Shumi Mountain, heading towards the densest gathering of fierce beasts, where his demonic energy past silence reigned. Meanwhile, the primordial world stirred with winds and clouds. In the northern Zhuming Mountain, the Qilin ancestral ground roared with the Qilin's anger, auspicious and ominous energies coexisting, and the Qilin leader led the Qilin race, breaking through mountains and rivers, heading towards the fierce beasts. At the convergence of Yin and Yang, the Yin-Yang ancestor appeared, embodying the flow of Yin and Yang, evolving into the Tai Chi, and wherever he passed, fierce beasts faced death or extinction. Within the Qiankuan secret realm, the Qiankuan ancestor emerged carrying the innate supreme treasure, the Qiankuan cauldron, draped in the Qiankuan map, with a Qiankuan ruler at his waist, and holding a Qiankuan fan able to suppress fierce beasts with a mere gesture. In the Five Elements mountain range, the Five Elements ancestors summoned the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming an endless killing array, slaughtering countless fierce beasts. In the realm of reversing the universe, the reversal ancestor's figure was strange, able to reverse time and space, causing fierce beasts to kill each other in confusion. In the primordial star domain, the true fire of the sun surged, the sun illuminating its true form. A blazing sun hung in the sky, incinerating thousands of fierce beasts. The moon's clear radiance fell, and the shadow of the moon quietly appeared, severing the vitality of fierce beasts. The ZY ancestor summoned the power of the stars, transforming millions of stars into blades, slashing at the fierce beasts on the primordial land. In the Beiming Sea, the ancestor of the mixed Kuan sat atop the mysterious ice, opening its mouth to inhale, swallowing countless fierce beasts into its belly to refine their essence. In the dark land of the underworld, the Ghost Mother appeared, summoning the power of the underworld, with countless ghostly figures surging, dragging fierce beasts into the underworld, never to be reborn. Countless innate divine demons and innate races sensed the changes in the heavenly mechanisms, realizing that the calamity of the fierce beasts was nearing its end, and they all emerged, whether for merit's fortune or survival, launching a final encirclement against the fierce beast race. However, among the many innate divine beings nurtured by the primordial land, aside from the already formed Zhen Yuanzi, the rest were mostly still in gestation. Some were still nurturing wisdom deep within the cave heavens, and some had not yet even birthed their own consciousness. This dazzling yet devastating calamity sweeping the primordial world was still too distant for them. The current winds and clouds of the primordial world were irrelevant to them. Meanwhile, within the cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, having transformed early, remained immersed in his cultivation. His heart was as calm as still water, seemingly oblivious to the blood and bloodshed of the outside world. In the primordial world, strength is revered. This is an unchanging iron law. Although he had transformed into a great Luo golden immortal, starting far beyond those ordinary innate beings, he still had a significant gap in realm compared to those who had already transformed and had diligently practiced for countless ages. Only by diligently cultivating and solidifying his foundation could he establish himself in the future primordial world. In the boundless primordial era, time was immeasurable and cultivation knew no seasons. In the blink of an eye, several epochs slipped away silently. On this day, within the grotto of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes. The Dao runes flickered briefly in his gaze before returning to tranquility. After 4 epochs of arduous cultivation, meditating on the 3,000 chaotic Dao paths upon the chaotic Dao compass, his aura had undergone a transformative upheaval. The Dao resonance around him grew more condensed and profound. Every gesture seemed to summon the resonance of the primordial earth. The mana within him surged like an endless ocean, its purity far surpassing that of his peers. His primordial spirit sat in the center of his sea of consciousness, radiating an undying divine light, as steadfast as the Dao's own foundation. His physical body brimmed with boundless power, every inch of skin flowed with the essence of the Dao, indestructible. Now his cultivation had soared from the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal to the late stage. And this was not merely in terms of law comprehension or mana accumulation alone. Instead, every aspect, comprehension of Dao laws, depth of mana, strength of primordial spirit, and physical might, had all reached the pinnacle of the late great Luo golden immortal stage, perfectly integrated without any weakness. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of heaven-defying. For other innate divine beings, a single seclusion could last dozens or even hundreds of epochs, and making progress in even a minor realm was rare. To break through 2 minor realms in just 4 epochs with comprehensive enhancement was unheard of. Unless they relied on the forceful push of merit or obtained some extraordinary fortune, it would be impossible. Zhen Yuanzi's miraculous speed was rooted in the chaotic Dao compass and the chaotic Dao origin scripture. The chaotic Dao compass floated before him, rotating slowly. The chaotic currents at its core continuously evolved various Dao laws, clearly presenting them to his divine sense, aiding his comprehension with efficiency thousands of times beyond that of ordinary, innate divine beings. The chaotic Dao origin scripture was profoundly mysterious, encompassing all cultivation methods, from mana circulation to law comprehension, from nurturing the primordial spirit to tempering the body. It provided detailed guidance in every aspect, ensuring his path of cultivation was smooth and unobstructed. Coupled with the vast energy and Dao nourishment from innate spiritual treasures like the ginseng fruit, the combination of these 3 factors created such an astonishing cultivation speed. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhen Yuanzi's heart remained calm. He silently restrained his aura and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, across the vast primordial earth, through the joint efforts of numerous innate divine beings, the 3 innate clans, and other races, the number of the beast clan had been reduced by more than 90%. The once sky-darkening hordes of beasts were now only seen sporadically. The miasma of the calamity that pervaded the heavens and earth had greatly diminished. Though slaughter still occurred, it no longer bore the same tragic intensity. In the northern region of the Primordial, at Beast Emperor Mountain, this peak formed from countless beast skeletons now exuded an atmosphere of utmost tension. At the summit stood a beast whose body stretched billions of miles, with a single horn on its head and bone spikes covering its frame. Surrounded by dense malevolence and resentment, this was the emperor of the beast clan, Zhen Yuanzi. Behind him gathered the few remaining kings of the beast clan, each radiating a terrifying aura comparable to the most powerful innate divine beings. They felt the oppressive pressure closing in from all directions, knowing the final battle was imminent. Zhen Yuanzi looked up at the sky, his eyes blazing with madness and defiance. Innate divine beings. Innate races. We were born from the primordial. Why can't we coexist with you? Since you seek to annihilate us to wipe out the beast clan, then witness our final wrath. His malevolent aura surged, and the beast kings behind him roared in response, summoning the scattered beasts across the primordial to gather at Beast Emperor Mountain, ready to make their last stand against the encircling innate divine beings. The great beast calamity of the primordial was approaching its final curtain. Within the grotto of Wuzhuang Temple, spiritual energy surged like tides, and Dao resonance flowed. Zhen Yuanzi slowly rose from his meditation, the aura of the late great Luo golden immortal stage faintly visible, both as heavy as the earth and as ethereal as the Dao. After several epochs of intense cultivation, his power and cultivation had greatly increased, and he temporarily concluded his practice. It's time to go out and explore. Zhen Yuanzi murmured to himself, intending to travel through the primordial. Now that his strength had reached the late great Luo golden immortal stage, he was not among the top-tier powerhouses of the current primordial, but neither was he weak. Moreover, he possessed the chaotic Dao compass, a chaotic supreme treasure, and the earth book, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure for protection. Even if he encountered danger, he could handle it, or at least evade, protect himself, or flee. Before leaving, there was one more thing to do. Zhen Yuanzi walked slowly to a patch of innate spiritual soil within the grotto where 2 highly spiritual innate herbs grew. One was verdant like emerald, having absorbed the wind essence for eons. The other was pure white, like jade, nurtured by endless lunar radiance. He flicked his fingers, and 2 earth-yellow Dao runes sank into the herbs. The herbs trembled violently, intertwining green light and lunar radiance. When the glow faded, they transformed into a boy and a girl, both as young attendants. The boy wore green robes with clear brows and a lively spirit. The girl wore white, her skin fair as snow, her eyes pure as moonlight. As soon as they took form, they felt the deep connection to Zhen Yuanzi and knelt in reverence. Greetings, master. Though newly manifested, they already possessed the cultivation of golden immortals, a boon from being transformed by Zhen Yuanzi, giving them a starting point far beyond ordinary innate beings. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the 2 attendants and spoke calmly. You were born with the clear wind, so you shall be named Qingfeng. You grew with the moonlight, so you shall be named Mingyue. Thank you, master, for the names. Qingfeng and Mingyue replied in unison, their voices filled with awe. I am going on a journey. The Wuzhuang Temple Grotto will be under your care. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept over the core of the grotto where the ginseng fruit tree and the yellow plum stood. These 2 spiritual roots in particular need careful tending. Do not let anything disturb them. We shall obey your decree. Qingfeng and Mingyue said solemnly. Though newly enlightened, they had inherited some innate knowledge understanding the importance of these spiritual roots and the gravity of their master's command. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, said no more, and turned toward the exit of the grotto. The entrance was shielded by an innate formation, but Zhen Yuanzi had long refined the core of the grotto and fully mastered the formation, allowing him to come and go freely. His figure passed through an invisible spatial barrier and appeared silently atop Wanshou Mountain. As soon as he left the grotto, the vastness and desolation of the primordial swept over him. Wanshou Mountain stretched endlessly, its peaks either towering into the clouds or winding into the mist. The size of the Wanshou Mountain range alone surpassed the entire universe of Zhen Yuanzi's past life. The so-called great worlds here were but a drop in the ocean. The innate spiritual energy in the air was extremely dense, though not as rich as within the grotto. It was still extraordinary. Indeed, this is the primordial. Zhen Yuanzi mused. At this time, the primordial had not yet suffered the war flames of the Dragon Han calamity, the tearing of the Dao demon conflict, or the shattering of the sorcerer devil calamity. The heavens and earth remained intact, their spiritual energy astonishingly abundant. Wherever his eyes fell, valleys, cliffs, streams, innate spiritual herbs glistened with a soft glow. Some leaves bore lightning runes, some petals contained the Dao resonance of fire, and some roots were entwined with threads of spatial power. Exposed mountain rocks occasionally revealed the dazzling light of immortal metals and the deep gleam of divine ores, all rare treasures of heaven and earth that would be sought in vain in later ages. This was one of the purposes of Zhen Yuanzi's journey. The primordial had yet to suffer the destruction of multiple calamities, and abundant innate spiritual treasures and rare earthly wonders still existed. Since he had manifested early and could ensure his safety, it was only natural to fully exploit his advantage of foresight and gather as many resources as possible. Even if he did not need them himself, they would serve other purposes in the future. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze flickered, showing no hesitation. His form swayed and transformed into a streak of earth-yellow light weaving through the mountains of Wanshou. He directly began to manifest as a primitive bulldozer. Wherever he passed, all valuable, innate spiritual items, whether they were rare flowers or extraordinary plants, were collected into his spiritual treasure space. The scattered celestial gold and divine ores on the ground were also drawn towards him with great magical power, sorted and stored. His actions were akin to that of a primitive bulldozer, seemingly at odds with his innate sacred identity, yet Zhen Yuanzi felt no turbulence within. In the wilderness, opportunities are fleeting. If these innate spiritual items were left behind, they would only benefit later comers or be destroyed in calamities, reduced to dust in the conflicts among the powerful. Rather than let that happen, it was better for him to gather them all, enhancing the foundation of his Wuzhuang temple, and perhaps in the future, he could contribute to the wilderness once again. Besides collecting spiritual items, Zhen Yuanzi did not forget to clear the ferocious beasts on Wanshou Mountain. Although it was now the end of the beast calamity and most of the ferocious beasts in the world had either been eradicated or had gathered towards the Beast Emperor Mountain, there would still be some fish that slipped through the net, having not been exterminated, and for some unknown reason they had not moved towards the Beast Emperor Mountain. The entire Wanshou Mountain range was vast and boundless, also occupied by many leftover ferocious beasts. These beasts were either lurking in caves or occupying spiritual veins, most being at the level of Xianxian or Jinxian, with the strongest merely at the peak of Taijingxian. With the strength of these ferocious beasts, they naturally could not threaten Zhen Yuanzi. Thus he showed no mercy when dealing with them. He flicked his fingers, and streams of Dao power surged forth, transforming into various divine abilities or directly crushing with tremendous magical force. Those beasts that were considered terrifying by many innate beings were utterly no match for him, often being obliterated in a single glance, leaving behind only remnants steeped in malevolence. Whenever a ferocious beast was slain, a faint golden stream of merit would descend from the heavens, merging into Zhen Yuanzi's body, and this was the power of merit. For ages, the ferocious beasts have ravaged the wilderness, and they are no longer tolerated by the heavens and earth, thus slaying them grants the fortune of merit. This is also one of the reasons why many innate demons and innate clans were currently surrounding and exterminating the ferocious beasts. It was not solely the ferocious beasts that caused destruction to the wilderness and posed threats, rather it was their overall impact that prompted the extermination of the ferocious beast clan. More importantly, it was to gain the fortune of merit. As the top innate sacred being nurtured by the wilderness, Zhen Yuanzi naturally would not forsake such easily obtainable merits despite already possessing great fortune. Although he would not use the power of merit to directly enhance his cultivation, the power of merit had many other uses beyond merely increasing cultivation. In the wilderness, as long as one possesses great merit and fortune, they would be favored by the heavens and earth. Anyone wishing to act against them would need to consider many factors. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi was quite mindful of merit at the moment. Time swiftly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye a millennium had passed. Due to the vastness of the Wanshou mountain range, and since Zhen Yuanzi was not rushing, but rather leisurely exploring, collecting innate spiritual items, and slaying ferocious beasts. Thus it took him 1,000 years to traverse Wanshou mountain, collecting most of the valuable innate spiritual items, while completely exterminating the ferocious beasts atop the mountain. In the end, he was richly rewarded. Within his spiritual treasure space, he not only collected a vast amount of spiritual herbs and divine materials, but also obtained 2 low-grade innate spiritual roots. One was a Xianbing jade lotus that could gather the essence of water, and the other was a Jinyue pine that could solidify earth and condense qi. Although both of these innate spiritual roots were only low-grade, they were still of the innate spiritual root level, far surpassing ordinary innate spiritual herbs. Many Deluo powerhouses in later generations would not even possess a single low-grade innate spiritual root. As the last ferocious beast of Wanshou Mountain was slain, a far denser golden stream of merit descended from the heavens, coalescing behind him into a merit golden wheel several zhang in diameter, shining brilliantly and exuding a peaceful and sacred aura. Wanshou Mountain is done, it's time to see elsewhere. Zhen Yuanzi retracted his aura, integrating the merit golden wheel into his body, and with a movement, he flew towards the eastern continent. Along the way, he also collected all the spiritual herbs and divine materials he encountered. A century later, he arrived before another similarly vast mountain range. This mountain range stretched endlessly, although its peaks were not as majestic as Wanshou Mountain, it exuded a sense of ethereal grace. Mist enveloped the mountains like silken ribbons, never dispersing, adorning the peaks like a fairyland. More strangely, red clouds often floated in the sky, the red glow painting the mountains with warmth. The innate spiritual energy in the air was also rich, faintly mingled with a trace of fire attribute Dao rhythm. This place, Zhen Yuanzi's divine sense swept across, and suddenly a spark of enlightenment arose within him. It is actually the Hongjun mountain range. The name of this Hongjun mountain range naturally comes not only from the red clouds in the sky, but also because deep within the mountains lies a fire cloud cavern nurturing the first trace of red cloud energy in the world, which will eventually transform into an innate sacred being known as Hongjun, the good person of the wilderness. In the original fate trajectory of the wilderness, Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi were close friends, but that was a matter of the original fate trajectory and had no bearing on the current Zhen Yuanzi. Even now, Zhen Yuanzi felt somewhat dismissive of Hongjun, a dignified innate sacred being reduced to a good person, not exactly a commendable title in the wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi mused to himself. In the wilderness world, strength is paramount. The so-called good person is not a title to be proud of. Moreover, this guy had even sat on a mat in the Purple Cloud's palace only to give it up freely. Later, having obtained the primordial purple qi, he didn't stay in the Wuzhuang Temple's cave to comprehend it, but instead ran around, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Regardless of whether there were other special reasons behind it based solely on his performance, one could only say he was constantly making troublesome moves akin to the incapable Dao of the wilderness. However, it seemed that Hongjun was still in the process of being born, perhaps not even having awakened spiritual intelligence, yet hence it had little to do with him and was not worth his concern. It was better to explore this Hongjun mountain range and see what valuable innate spiritual items it held, and to thoroughly scour it first. Let's search thoroughly before discussing further. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell deep into the mountains, and with a flicker he began to wander through the Hongjun mountain range. Another 1,000 years swiftly passed. The innate spiritual items in the Hongjun mountain range, while not as dense as those in Wanshou Mountain, possessed their own uniqueness, with many containing fire and cloud attributes. Zhen Yuanzi continued to accept everything that came his way, collecting them all, and any residual ferocious beasts he encountered became nourishment for his merit golden wheel. One day, as he ventured deep into the heart of the Hongjun mountain range, his brow furrowed slightly. There's a fluctuation of innate restrictions. Could it be the location of the fire cloud cavern? His divine sense stirred, instantly locking onto the source of the fluctuations. In front of him lay a valley shrouded in dense clouds and mist. With a flicker, Zhen Yuanzi silently landed outside the valley. Here, crystal-clear springs flowed, streams wound through, and the bottoms were strewn with colorful stones. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, refracting into a dazzling glow. In the valley, spiritual herbs were abundant, all infused with the essence of cloud and fire. The innate spiritual energy was so rich it seemed to be dripping with water, truly a splendid spiritual valley. The fluctuation of the innate restrictions emanated from an inconspicuous mountain wall at the center of the valley. Zhen Yuanzi carefully examined, discovering that this was a naturally formed innate formation with the array patterns hidden among the rocks and vegetation, circulating faint traces of space and fire laws. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi tested the innate formation here and found that it was not particularly strong, but not weak either, capable of resisting an ordinary Deluo Jingxian. However, such a level of innate formation should not belong to the Fire Cloud Cavern. The formations of the Fire Cloud Cave are surely beyond this. Top-tier cave paradises like the Fire Cloud Cave possess innate formations that must be far superior to the one before him. Just like the innate formation in his Wuzhuang Temple Cave, it far surpassed the one before him, and in terms of secrecy, it was also far better than the current formation. Yet with such an innate formation capable of resisting a Deluo Jingxian, the treasure behind it must not be simple. It might even be an innate spiritual treasure or an innate spiritual root. A glimmer of impulse flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. However, to obtain it, he had to break this formation first. There are two ways to break this formation. One is to forcibly break it with powerful strength, and the other is to comprehend the formation and directly control it to open or enter. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Forget it, why waste time? With his current strength being at the late stage of Deluo Jingxian and having reached this level in terms of law's magical power, physical body, and divine soul, he was not afraid even of peak Deluo Jingxian. He was confident he was invincible within the Deluo Jingxian realm. This formation could only resist ordinary Deluo Jingxians. Before him, it was insignificant. Zhen Yuanzi slightly raised his hand, his magical power stirring, and endless Dao power surged at his surface. He pointed at the mountain wall with his fingers like a sword. Break. As the word fell, it seemed to contain the might of opening the heavens. A condensed pillar of earthy yellow light shot forth, entwined with countless Dao runes, shaking the void as it passed. Boom! The light pillar crashed violently against the formation's barrier on the mountain wall. The light curtain fluctuated violently, the formation patterns flashing wildly, erupting with a blinding radiance, clearly putting forth all its strength to resist. However, this strike from Zhen Yuanzi not only condensed a terrifying Deluo power, but also contained the force of endless Dao laws. Even a true Deluo golden immortal would find it difficult to withstand, let alone this formation. With a crisp sound, the light curtain shattered, the formation patterns breaking apart inch by inch, dissipating into specks of spiritual light in the world. Once the formation was breached, a deep cave appeared behind the mountain wall, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. Zhen Yuanzi stepped in, and the scene before him changed abruptly. What entered his sight was a small cave sky secret realm, approximately hundreds of millions of miles in size. Although it was far from the Fives Wangview cave sky, it was still considerable. Within the cave sky, the ground energy surged, and the innate spiritual energy was more than 100 times denser than outside the valley, with faint glimpses of spiritual liquid flowing on the ground. At the core of the cave sky stood a miraculous tree towering 1,000 feet high. The tree was entirely crimson, its trunk glistening like agate, the branches spreading wide with leaves shaped like flames, their edges burning with a faint red flame that was not scorching, but instead radiated a gentle life aura. Hanging from its branches were hundreds of fruits resembling red jade, with swirling cloud patterns on their surfaces, faintly revealing streams of red qi, flowing, exuding pure fire and cloud attribute Dao rhythms. An innate spiritual root of medium grade, the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. This Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures every 3,000 years, yielding 360 fruits at a time. Its fruits not only contain vast life energy that can nourish the flesh and warm the primordial spirit, but they can also assist cultivators in comprehending the laws of fire and cloud. For those practicing fire or cloud techniques, it is a true treasure. What is even rarer is that this tree is extremely ancient, and these 360 Fire Cloud Immortal Peaches are the first generation of fruits. Having matured over countless thousands of years, their medicinal efficacy is superb, comparable to high-grade innate spiritual fruits. Moreover, every 9,000 years a batch of medium-grade innate spiritual fruits can be harvested. Although Zhen Yuanzi already possesses 2 top-grade innate spiritual roots, he would not disdain having such an innate spiritual root. Innate spiritual roots are the foundation of the cave sky. Having one more means the spiritual fortune of the cave sky thickens. In the future, whether for personal use or to befriend like-minded individuals, it is an excellent spiritual item. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the Earth Book. The ancient pages unfolded, exuding a heavy aura of the Dao of Earth, gently inhaling towards the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree. The immortal peach tree, along with the vast area of spiritual soil beneath it, was enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force, slowly lifting into the spiritual treasure space within the earth book. He had already opened up a small world suitable for spiritual roots to grow, waiting to return to the 5 Huangyu cave sky to transplant this spiritual root within. After completing all this, Zhen Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the small cave sky. After obtaining the fire cloud immortal peach tree, he felt quite satisfied, and at the same time, he sensed that the Red Cloud mountain range concealed mysteries. This mountain range, nurturing future red clouds, had a depth far beyond what he had known. He simply slowed his pace and carefully scanned every inch of land in the mountain range with his divine sense, leaving no deep earth veins or hidden valleys unchecked, determined to thoroughly explore the mountain's depths. A century in time is but a moment in the primordial chaos. One day, Zhen Yuanzi was traversing a canyon shrouded in red clouds when his divine sense suddenly touched upon a faint yet pure wave of restriction entirely different from the formation outside the fire cloud immortal peach tree. This wave contained a subtle sharpness and spatial Dao rhythm. Oh, another innate formation. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, and he quickly followed the wave to a steep cliff. The cliff was covered in red rocks, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for that faint wave of restriction, even a Deluo golden immortal would find it hard to detect anything unusual. He pressed his hand against the rock face, his divine sense penetrating within, instantly deciphering the structure of the formation. This was an innate killing formation interwoven with spatial and metal laws more intricate than the previous cave sky's outer formation, with a faint aura of killing intent circulating, clearly born to protect something important. Break. Zhen Yuanzi showed no hesitation and directly made his move to forcefully break the formation. This time, he even mobilized a trace of the chaotic treasure's power. The laws of the Dao within him resonated with a wisp of the primordial power from the chaotic Dao compass, and a chaotic-colored finger light condensed at his fingertips, seemingly casually pressing against the rock face. As the finger light descended, it penetrated the rock wall, like cutting through tofu, accurately landing at the core of the formation. With a crisp crack, the formation patterns shattered inch by inch, and the rock wall slowly parted, revealing an entrance to an unknown cave sky. Upon entering, a rich golden sharp aura rushed towards him. This cave sky was significantly larger than the previous one, encompassing billions of miles, with countless tiny golden lights floating in the air, transformed from the source of metal. In the center of the cave sky floated an ancient long sword. The sword was 3 feet 7 inches long, entirely dark golden, as if forged from the essence of countless stars. The body of the sword was inscribed with dense metal runes, and as the runes flowed, countless sharp metal energies surged within the sword, faintly revealing a sharp edge that could cut through anything. The pressure of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure spread like a tangible force. Then more information from the heavens and earth came through. High-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the shattering sky sword. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. This sword contained the purest and most intense metal laws and the unpredictable laws of space. When the sword is drawn, it is like a falling star from the 9 heavens, breaking through the void, swift enough to surpass the ordinary strong one's divine sense reaction. It can cut through the laws of the heavens with its sharpness and utilizes the power of space to instantaneously traverse through the void's rifts. Wherever the sword's momentum reaches, even the firmament seems to be torn apart, a rare killing weapon within the primordial chaos. If a Deluo golden immortal can wield this sword, their combat power would see a tremendous increase. He extended his hand to summon the shattering sky sword, which seemed to possess its own spirit, letting out a clear sword cry as it flew into his hand. Holding it felt cool, and the runes phantom on the blade gently moved in his palm, creating a sense of intimacy. In the primordial chaos, any innate spiritual treasure is exceptionally rare. A high-grade spiritual treasure is especially coveted by Deluo golden immortals. Zhen Yuanzi gently stroked the sword's body, thinking to himself. To obtain a high-grade innate spiritual treasure here surprised him, and at the same time, it was somewhat unexpected. He had not anticipated that he would merely seek a stroke of luck only to truly stumble upon another gain, and it was actually a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Do not think that because he was born with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, he felt that high-grade innate spiritual treasures were nothing special. In the primordial world, each innate spiritual treasure is an incredibly precious existence, containing indestructible innate spiritual light, innate restrictions, primordial sources, and so forth. Each innate spiritual treasure holds different uses for Deluo powerhouses and is highly valuable. Many of the innate divine beings, or Deluo powerhouses of later generations, not to mention high-grade innate spiritual treasures, do not even possess a single low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Thus, although Zhen Yuanzi owned a chaotic treasure and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, he still felt very pleased to acquire a high-grade innate spiritual treasure at this moment. Even if he himself does not use it, it can be used for comprehension or perhaps given as a reward to disciples in the future. However, in the original trajectory of fate in the Primordial Chaos Red Cloud was not only known as a good-natured person, but also famously regarded as a pauper among the many divine beings. He had neither a born spiritual root nor a born spiritual treasure. Even after emerging into the primordial chaos and wandering for countless years, he had not been able to obtain a single decent innate spiritual treasure. Only after the lecture at Zhixiao Palace did the gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain emerge, allowing him to obtain a 9-9 scatter soul gourd. Yet at this moment, there was actually a high-grade innate spiritual treasure existing within this Red Cloud Mountain range. Could it be that in the original fate trajectory, this innate spiritual treasure was never discovered? Or perhaps it was similarly seized by others ahead of time. But regardless, since this innate spiritual treasure appeared before him, and he encountered it, he naturally had no intention of letting it go. Since it is obtained by me, it is destiny. Zhen Yuanzi thought no more and stored the shattering sky, soared into the earth book space, turning to leave this cave sky. By now the Red Cloud Mountain range had already been thoroughly searched by him, and there was no need to linger here any longer. With a thought, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, flying eastward. In the following thousands of years, Zhen Yuanzi continued to travel through the blessed lands of the primordial chaos. From the misty Xinxiao Ridge to the spiritually abundant Yingquan Valley, wherever he passed, any valuable innate spiritual items were collected into his possession. Various wondrous flowers and herbs, mountains of spiritual medicines exuding a refreshing fragrance. Star iron, chaos stone, phoenix wood. Various celestial metals and divine mines sparkled with brilliant hues. Along the way, he made two significant discoveries. One was in an extremely cold place, where he found a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Xianbing Mirror, which could release extreme coldness, freezing time and space, specifically countering fire attribute divine abilities. The second was in the depths of a marsh, where he discovered a medium-grade, innate spiritual root, the innate grapevine, which bore clusters of purple-black grapes, each containing rich wood and water attribute spiritual energy, nourishing the primordial spirit, and capable of brewing spiritual wine infused with Dao rhythms. One day Zhen Yuanzi stood atop an unnamed peak, suddenly frowning and looking north towards the continent. Even across endless distances of time and space, he could clearly sense that the calamity aura of that place was rising and distorting at a terrifying speed, as if two unparalleled fierce gods were about to collide there, might capable of sweeping through the primordial chaos and affecting the four corners. Is the final battle of the fierce beast calamity about to begin? Zhen Yuanzi understood in his heart that the last struggle between the beast emperor and numerous innate divine demons would undoubtedly be incredibly tragic, and at that time the primordial chaos was likely to be unsettled. This place is not suitable for long stays. I should return to the Fives Wangview. He made a decisive decision, no longer wandering, and a strong yellow light emanated from him. Utilizing the connection with the earth book and the earth, his figure instantly merged into the void, swiftly returning towards the direction of Wanshou Mountain. The journey took countless years, yet the return took only a brief moment. When Zhen Yuanzi's figure appeared at the entrance of the Fives Wangview cave sky, Qingfeng and Mingyue had already sensed his presence and hurried over. "Greetings, master." Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi appear, the two young servants quickly bowed, their eyes filled with joy. "Master, you have returned." Qingfeng, who was somewhat lively by nature, couldn't help but speak up. "In the past 10,000 years, everything has been well within the cave sky. The ginseng fruit tree and Hongjun Li have been growing very well, but..." "But what?" Zhen Yuanzi asked. Mingyue softly added, "There have occasionally been powerful beings approaching the outer perimeter of the cave sky, but with the formation blocking them, it seems they have not discovered anything unusual." Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and then he stepped into the cave sky with the two young servants following closely behind. Arriving beside the ginseng fruit tree and Hongjun Li, Zhen Yuanzi willed the earth book to unfold, and countless innate spiritual herbs and medicines flew out, like flowing water categorized in midair, before falling into the prepared spiritual soil. Following that, the Xianbing lotus, Jinyue pine, fire cloud, immortal peach tree, and innate grapevine also appeared, being transplanted around the two top-grade spiritual roots, forming a vast spiritual medicine garden, where the spiritual roots harmoniously reflected each other and the spiritual energy became even denser. Then he set up formation restrictions in this area. Qingfeng, Mingyue, Zhen Yuanzi turned and said, "This spiritual medicine garden will be entrusted to you two to manage from now on. You must take care to tend to it without any mistakes. We will strictly follow the master's instructions." The two young servants looked at the garden filled with spiritual items, their eyes filled with awe, and quickly responded. Although they did not know the specific value of these spiritual items, they could sense the immense vitality and Dao rhythms contained within. Having dealt with the spiritual medicine garden, Zhen Yuanzi took out the celestial metals and divine minds he had collected over the years. He formed seals with both hands, and the chaotic Dao compass floated in the air, releasing streams of chaotic energy that merged into the celestial metals. Those incredibly hard divine minds rapidly melted and shaped under the influence of the chaotic energy and his power, transforming into magnificent celestial palaces. The main hall, Five Zhuang Hall, was grand and imposing, with celestial metals covering the ground, jade pillars reaching the sky, and the hall's ceiling adorned with starred gemstones shining brightly. The side halls, Qingfeng Hall and Mingyue Hall, were small and exquisite, yet not lacking in Dao rhythm. There were also pavilions and corridors, water pavilions and terraces intertwined, all forged from celestial metals and inscribed with runes for gathering spirits and defense. In just a moment, a majestic and magnificent palace complex rose from the ground, complementing the surrounding spiritual roots and spiritual medicine garden, making the Five Wangview cave sky appear even more sacred and grand. Qingfeng and Mingyue looked on in astonishment, finally coming to their senses after a while. They stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, the Five Wangview is flourishing even more. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, taking out two Fire Cloud Immortal Peaches from the Earth book space and handing them to the two young servants. These are the fruits borne by the Fire Cloud Immortal Peach tree. Consuming them will aid your cultivation. Go and cultivate well. The immortal peaches were entirely crimson, radiating a gentle spiritual light and Dao rhythm. The two young servants accepted them, feeling a warm flow rushing into their bodies, immediately invigorated, and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. After saying this, they respectfully retreated while holding the immortal peaches. Zhen Yuanzi looked at everything before him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The foundation of the Five Wangview grew ever more solid. Next, he would wait patiently for the northern battle to conclude, welcoming the new changes in the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, in the northern continent of the primordial land, Beast Emperor Mountain stood between heaven and earth, its grandeur vast and boundless, as if it were a slumbering ancient beast exhaling the most primal, baleful chi of the primordial chaos. Atop the mountain, a world-shattering battle was erupting, one capable of tearing apart the very firmament of the primordial heavens. Zhen Yuanzi, the Beast Emperor, stood proudly in the void, his body towering 99 billion miles high like a chaotic demonic wall that blotted out the sky. Every inch of his skin bore the primal runes of the Ferocious Beast clan, flowing with a baleful aura that could freeze time and space. Above his head hovered a pitch-black millstone, its edges lined with fang-like protrusions. As it turned, it emitted a grating sound and exuded a terrifying power of devouring laws and crushing Dao rhythms. The Annihilation Millstone, the ultimate embodiment of destruction. In his hand, he gripped the god-slaying spear, its shaft blood-red, and its tip wreathed in an undying source of slaughter. This spear, a supreme artifact of carnage, could stir the killing aura of the primordial world with every tremor, and even the Great Dao would yield before its pointed edge. Roar! With a single roar from Zhen Yuanzi, the sound waves materialized into a torrent of baleful energy, sweeping across billions upon billions of miles of void. Wherever it passed, infinite time and space shattered like broken glass, countless projections of grand worlds annihilated in the flood, and even the river of time was stirred into towering waves by the roar, with myriad shadows of past and future crumbling in the surges. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Hongjun golden immortal realm, merely a step away from the supreme Dao fruit. His aura was so formidable that it forced the entire northern continent into lamentation, making him the indisputable supreme being of the primordial world at that moment. A swarm of ants dares to block my path. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze burned like two flames of baleful fire as he swept his eyes over the dense ranks of innate deities and ancient tribes before him, his tone dripping with disdain. Nor was his confidence unfounded. With his current strength and the supreme treasures in his possession, neither ancestral dragon, nor Yuan Feng, nor even Hongjun or Luoho could stand against him. Unfortunately, the sheer number of innate deity powerhouses present meant that even the fearsome Beast Emperor Zhen Yuanzi could only be besieged here. Ancestor Hongjun stood amidst billions of purple firmament divine thunder, his purple robe billowing as Dao runes swirled around him. He did not employ the creation jade dye, though instead he held the supreme treasure Pangu banner before him. With a sweep of the banner, billions of chaotic heaven-opening sword energies howled forth, each containing the boundless power to cleave chaos and create worlds. Wherever they passed, billions of miles of void were slashed into chaotic currents, and even the indestructible baleful barrier around Shun and I was torn into gashes spanning billions of miles. At the same time, he lightly tapped the ground with a dragon-head staff. The golden dragon at its head roared, spewing a beam of gold light imbued with the power of numerous Dao laws, instantly stabilizing the order of heaven and earth disrupted by the sword energies. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure dragon-head staff, which, while less domineering than the Pangu banner, could anchor the cosmos and stabilize time and space. The ferocious beasts ravaged the primordial world. They must be annihilated. Hongjun's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding will. Demon ancestor Luoho was wreathed in surging demonic chi that transformed into a boundless sea of darkness. The 12-petal annihilation black lotus spun slowly beneath his feet, its petals opening and closing to devour the surrounding baleful chi and fragments of laws, converting them into his own demonic essence. He wielded a pitch-black demonic banner. With a shake, billions of annihilating demonic thoughts surged like a tide toward Shun and I, twisting time and space, causing primordial spirits to tremble and threatening to corrupt even the Dao heart of a Zhen Yuan golden immortal. The primordial world belongs only to us innate deities. You, a mere aggregation of baleful chi, dare to claim the title of emperor. Ancestral dragon coiled in the void, his body stretching millions of miles, his scales shimmering with chaotic golden light, each one seemingly forged from the core of a grand world. He opened his mouth and spat forth a water dragon formed from the endless waters of the eastern sea, its body inscribed with billions of water Dao runes. It charged at Shun and I with the force to shatter galaxies and drown myriad realms, grinding billions of miles of land into fathomless oceanic trenches in its path. Simultaneously, he summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure dragon Pearl, which floated above his head, radiating a dazzling dragon majesty that formed an impregnable defensive barrier blocking a thrust from Shun and I's spear. The shockwave of their collision reduced the surrounding infinite void to nothingness. Yuan Feng spread her wings and soared, her pinions covering half the sky, her rainbow feathers flowing with the source of southern brightness, fire, each feather capable of incinerating an entire realm. She unleashed the supreme innate spiritual treasure phoenix bell, its clear chime transformed into billions of flame runes, instantly turning billions of miles of void into a fiery domain that could boil the seas and scorch the heavens. The flames bore the dual Dao rhythms of nirvana and destruction, seeking to refine Shun Ni's baleful body. The ferocious beasts bring calamity to the primordial world. Today is your end. Primeval Qilin also manifested his colossal form with auspicious energy and baleful chi intertwining within him into a taiji pattern. He stomped the earth, drawing upon the boundless power of the land. At the same time, he unleashed the supreme innate spiritual treasure Qilin seal. The seal rose into the air and crashed down with a weighty mountain-like pressure, shattering a torrent of baleful energy from Shun and I. Where the seal passed, the void was compressed into a solid state. Yin-Yang ancestor had the yin and yang energies swirling around him, while the supreme treasure taiji diagram revolved above his head. Within the diagram, the black and white fish breathed the chaotic primal energy, continuously evolving the forces of yin and yang. He gave a gentle push, sending the taiji diagram flying. It transformed into a yin-yang barrier spanning billions of miles, drawing in part of Shun Ni's baleful power, reversing its nature and converting it into nourishing essence. With each rotation, countless time-space realms were born and extinguished within the yin and yang energies, as if reenacting the cycle of the universe. Solar candle glow transformed into a blazing sun spanning billions of miles, hanging high above. Billions of solar true flames rained down like meteors, each spark capable of igniting an entire realm and severing the chains of the Great Dao. Wherever they passed, infinite time and space were burned into nothingness. Lunar netherglow, meanwhile, took the form of a radiant silver moon, casting a clear light that froze billions of miles of time and space, causing even Shun Ni's movements to stall for a moment, and his lightning-fast spear strikes to slow. Yangmei ancestor was ethereal, merging with the endless void. From time to time, he extended willow branches that seemed delicate but could entangle time and space, repeatedly deflecting Shun Ni's Shirkil god-slaying spear. Each deflection left a rift billions of miles long in the void, annihilating countless parallel worlds within the fissures. Hunkin Patriarch sat cross-legged atop the northern abyss ice, inhaling deeply to draw the baleful chi emitted by Shun Ni into his belly, converting it into his own essence, while exhaling countless streams of profound ice-cold air that instantly froze vast stretches of time and space, slowing even the operation of laws. Netherworld Ghost Mother summoned the source of the underworld, causing countless phantoms to emerge from the earth and form a boundless army of the dead, pulling at Shun Ni's primordial spirit in an attempt to drag him into eternal darkness. Sky Vault Ancestor manifested a dome covering billions of miles, which continuously contracted, exerting pressure enough to crush thousands of grand worlds, causing even Shun Ni's body to bend slightly. This battle had long surpassed the imagination of ordinary primordial beings. Shun Ni, wielding the Slaughter Supreme Treasure God-slaying spear, and with the baleful Annihilation millstone above his head, charged through the encirclement of the innate deities. With every thrust of his spear, billions of miles of void were obliterated. With every turn of the millstone, countless time-space realms dissolved into chaos. The innate deities in turn countered with supreme treasures or supported with top-grade spiritual treasures, their divine abilities interweaving each exchange capable of annihilating myriad realms and shredding billions of time-space dimensions. Every collision caused the Great Dao laws of the primordial world to wail, as if on the verge of total collapse. As the battle raged on, the tide began to shift. Though Shun Ni was mighty, he could not withstand the sheer numbers of his opponents, each wielding supreme treasures or top-grade spiritual treasures with heaven-defying means. The wounds on his body multiplied and his baleful chi gradually waned, but the madness in his eyes only burned brighter. "You petty vermin think you can kill me. You are far from enough." With those words, he erupted with an unprecedented surge of baleful chi. The Annihilation Millstone and the God-slaying spear both expanded dramatically, clearly activating some heaven-defying divine ability, even a forbidden secret art. At Wanshou Mountain within the Dongtian of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi opened his system panel. Name: Zhen Yuanzi. Cultivation: Latestage de Luo Golden Immortal. Innate Root: Aptitude Top Tier, Innate Divine. Cultivation: Scripture Hongjun de Dao Benyuan Jing Chaos, Dao Origin Scripture. Treasures: Hongjun Zhizhao Hongjun de Dao Luopan Chaos, Dao Compass Top Grade, Innate Spirit Treasure Dishu Earth Book High Grade, Innate Spirit Treasure Lieqiong, Sword Low Grade, Innate Spirit Treasure, Xianbing Mirror, and so on. Innate Spirit Roots Supreme, Innate Root Ginseng Fruit Tree Supreme, Innate Root, Hongjun Li Midgrade Fire Cloud Immortal Peach Tree Midgrade, Innate Grape Vine Low Grade, Xianbing Yutu, and Jinhua Pine, among others. Merit Dao Merits 600. Innate Fortune 93. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept across his attribute panel and lingered most on the merit entry, which the system had converted into a precise numerical record for easier accounting. According to the system, he currently possessed 6 million merits, and more importantly, these were merits of the Great Dao. Most of those Dao merits, aside from what he was born with, had been earned over the years when he traversed the Honghuang obtained by slaying ferocious beasts. Though 6 million might seem modest, these were Dao merits rather than mere heavenly merits, and that distinction was what truly mattered to Zhen Yuanzi. The reason slaying ferocious beasts yielded Dao merits was that the Heavenly Dao had not yet fully revived to take charge of the Honghuang. The domain was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Dao, so the rewards were Dao merits. After a moment, Zhen Yuanzi closed his attribute panel and turned his attention once more toward the direction of the northern continent. Even from within the Dongtian of Wuzhuang Temple, separated by immeasurable space and time, he could still sense the terrifying war raging upon the northern continent. On the northern continent, the battlefield resounded with the clamor of collapsing Dao. Temporal eddies surged like furious tides. Beast Emperor Shun Ni swept his god-slaying treasure, the Shirshan Spear, and where the spear's shadow passed, space was shredded into countless fragments, each shard reflecting ephemeral silhouettes of universes being born and dying. Atop his head, the world-destroying milling disc spun like madness, grinding to dust 70% of the chaotic sword, Qi, cleaved from Hongjun Laozu's Pangu banner, yet 30% still pierced his defenses. A wound deep enough to see bone opened along his body, many millions of li in length. Black murderous blood burst forth, and meeting the ground became a putrid marsh that corroded all it touched. Roar! I am the Beast Emperor. Do you think I would fall before you? Shen Ni bellowed. Murderous chi swelled within him, and he forced back the ancestral dragons Qilong Pearl and Yuan Feng's Phoenix Bell. The ancestral dragon's scales shattered under the shock, its vast body lacerated by bloodlines. It roared, Shen Ni, your strength is spent. Clinging to life now will only bring a more miserable death. Yuan Feng beat her wings, and the South Mingli flame took shape as a fire phoenix, tearing through Shun Ni's murderous chi as she shrieked. The beast clan slaughtered countless lives, blood debts that must be repaid today. Amid the fierce clash, a ferocious beast king with 3 heads and 6 arms was drawn into Yinyang Laozu's Taiji diagram. As the Yinyang forces reversed, its body collapsed, and its primordial spirit was crushed into murderous light. Simultaneously, across innumerable timelines and boundless spacetime, the countless incarnations of that beast king perished as well. Elsewhere, the Shurchilan's Chilan seal slammed down, crushing a winded, thunder-breathing beast king into pulp. The auspicious energy on the seal collided with murderous chi, and the shockwave obliterated the phantasmal images of several thousand world realms around them. Yet the innate gods and demons paid a heavy price. A primordial god demon wielding a giant axe was pierced through the chest by Shen Ni's spear. His primordial spirit and flesh were annihilated by the spear's killing origin, turning to ash before a scream could form. That strike cleaved through endless timelines, delivering a most fundamental blow past, present, and future incarnations of that primordial god demon across infinite time threads suffered catastrophic destruction. All boundless incarnations were utterly obliterated, every timeline was sealed, leaving no possibility of revival. Only a single innate undying aura, the innate undying true spirit, fell into the abyss of eternal tribulation, effectively perishing on the spot. To return from such a fall and be resurrected would require countless eons. Only after immeasurable ages could there be the faintest chance of emerging from the abyss of eternal tribulation again. Moreover, the ghostly host summoned by Yudugumu was shredded by the world-destroying milling disc. She herself was shaken, her primordial spirit rocked by the disc's murderous force, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. Die. All of you die. Shen Ni raged like a mad demon, bloodshot eyes blazing. Watching his beast kings fall one after another, his resentment and hatred erupted like a volcano. He glared at the primordial gods and demons besieging him, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Why? We were born of the Honghuang's murderous chi, as well children of heaven and earth. Why does the Great Dao favor you? This unjust Dao, this blind heaven, must be destroyed. With his roar came a terrifying aura of annihilation. Deep within the northern continent's ley veins, rumblings of unbearable strain began to erupt. Hongjun Laozu's expression changed. He brandished the Pangu banner to split a sweeping murderous light and said gravely, "This is bad." He has planted a contingency within the northern continent's ley veins, intending to detonate them and perish with the land. The Taiji diagram of Yinyang Laozu accelerated the Yinyang energies, forming a shield around him as he cried urgently, "The northern continent's ley veins are vast, converging, boundless heavenly and earthly origins. If they explode, the entire Honghuang will be cataclysmically afflicted." Zulong's dragon pupils constricted as the Qulong pearl unleashed its greatest divine radiance. Fall back. Before the command had fully left his lips, Shen Ni looked up and laughed horribly, trying to flee. "It's too late. Today this northern continent shall become your grave." With that, a thunderous detonation shook the Honghuang like the echo of heaven's first opening. The surface of the northern continent split in an instant, the boundless earth fractured like a web. Ley energies and world murderous chi surged skyward, forming pillars of light that pierced heaven and earth. Where those pillars passed, endless spacetime collapsed utterly. Countless parallel universes and celestial realms were annihilated in the blinding light, and even Dao laws were torn into chaotic shreds. Upon the northern continent, the formations protecting innumerable Dantian and blessed lands were paper-thin. Before that force shattered in an instant, the innate beings, primordial clans, spirit roots, and medicinal herbs within were ground to powder along with their Dantian. Those nascent innate divinities still gestating, whose spiritual intelligence had yet to awaken, had their origins crushed by murderous chi and were extinguished on the spot. Only a vanishing few, Dantian shielded by supreme innate formations and existences hiding in peculiar locales, managed to survive the catastrophe by the skin of their teeth. Shen Ni bathed in the light of destruction, though his body continued to dissolve. His laughter grew more brazen. "The Dao is unjust, the Dao is heartless. I will defy this Dao and shatter the Honghuang itself." He shouted a deafening Dao vow into the riven heavens. "I, Shen Ni, will use my ruined form as a focus, gather the remnant malice of 3,000 Hongjun demon gods, and forge a calamity of murderous tribulation. From this moment, when the great calamity befalls the Honghuang, the heavenly mechanisms will be shrouded, sentient beings will lose reason, and the slaughtering tribulations will never end. I will not rest until this unjust Honghuang is broken." Amid his maniacal laughter, Shen Ni's body dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished into the swirling murderous chi. Only his vow, saturated with venomous hatred, echoed across the Honghuang, the seed of countless future calamities. After the cataclysm, the northern continent lay scorched and desolate. Space-time had been shattered, mountains were sundered, and rivers lay broken and dry. The air reeked of blood, murderous chi, and choking resentment, turning the land into a forsaken waste, reverting it to the primeval savagery of the world's first dawn. The surviving innate gods and demons hung suspended in the void, looking upon the devastation with grave faces. Masters of primordial might, Hunkin Zushi Taiyang Zhuzhao Taiyin, Ying Zui Laozu Chongtian Laozu, and many other ancient powers had fallen in this calamity, Their primordial spirits were extinguished without a trace, their remnant souls absent, leaving only innate undying auras that tumbled into the abyss of eternal tribulation. Even within the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven on distant Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi, standing beneath the ginseng fruit tree, could clearly sense the terrifying fluctuations sweeping through the primordial world. The tremors of the earth veins detonating sent ripples through the cave heaven's array. Gazing toward the northern continent, his eyes were profound. The beast tribulation has finally come to an end. This battle must have been exceedingly brutal. He could surmise that the primordial world would be severely weakened by this war. Countless innate tribes would have been extinguished, innumerable lives lost, the northern continent's earth veins destroyed outright, transforming the cultivation environment into an unprecedentedly harsh and perilous land. Even the innate deities and demons must have fallen in great numbers during this great war. This was also one of the reasons he had not participated in the battle. In such a calamity, even a Hunyuan golden immortal risked death, and even if one could claim merit, there was no guarantee of surviving to enjoy it. It simply was not worth the peril. In truth, more than one Hunyuan golden immortal had perished in this great tribulation, underscoring its extreme danger. Even with the chance to obtain merit through prayer, Zhen Yuanzi did not intend to take the risk. His strength was insufficient to be a main force in such a battle, and he would face enormous peril. The rewards were not proportionate to the risks, so it was naturally not worth the gamble. After all, he did not rely on merit power to enhance his cultivation, and there would be many future opportunities to scheme for merit. There was no need to rush into danger. Not long after, Zhen Yuanzi stepped out of the cave heaven and stood atop Wanshou Mountain. The blood-tinged aura of slaughter gradually dissipated, and the once turbid sky slowly cleared. A new force of order quietly permeated the world, replacing the dominant influence of the Great Dao. The Heavenly Dao began to revive, gradually taking over the primordial world, while the Great Dao simultaneously receded. Then billions of acres of golden merit clouds gathered above the northern continent. Auspicious clouds roiled, cascading down billions of beams of golden merit light, sacred and vast. According to the system's calculation, it amounted to 1 billion acres. This was the Heavenly Dao's reward for annihilating the Beast Clan. 1 billion acres of merit, comparable to 10% of the merit from the creation of the world, so dazzling that it was clearly visible even from Wanshou Mountain, separated by endless time and space. The Heavenly Dao has already begun to take charge of the primordial world. Zhen Yuanzi was slightly surprised. Then those innate deities and demons have seemingly suffered another loss. The revival of the Heavenly Dao came earlier than he had anticipated. If the Great Dao were still dominant, the merit bestowed would have been Great Dao merit, not this Heavenly Dao merit. The difference between the two was undoubtedly significant. Nevertheless, this 1 billion acres of Heavenly Dao merit was enough to elevate a Hunyuan golden immortal directly to the status of a merit sage. Unfortunately, this Heavenly Dao merit was not solely acquired by a single innate deity. The golden merit clouds slowly dispersed. 30% transformed into golden light, descending upon the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans, whose aura surged and fortune flourished. Another 30% flew toward the surviving innate powerhouses like Hongjun, Luohou, and Yangmei. Hongjun's body radiated intense purple light, while Luohou's demonic aura gained a trace of golden merit light. Another 30% scattered into the northern continent, becoming a purifying force that slowly dispelled the residual baleful energy. The final 10% drifted separately to the birthplaces of fallen innate deities. The northern abyss, see the sun star, the moon star, and the Ziwei star domain. As the golden light dissipated, the tribulation energy of the world vanished completely. The beast tribulation thus came to an end. The primordial world began to slowly recover its vitality atop the ruins, and a new era, the era of the 3 innate clans, quietly began to unfold. Zhen Yuanzi looked north, then slowly turned and returned to his cave heaven. Zhen Yuanzi stepped slowly into the newly completed Wuzhuang Hall, where immortal gold paved the floor, jade pillars held up the sky, and star gems embedded in the dome radiated a soft spiritual light, casting an aura of solemn grandeur throughout the hall. He walked to the meditation cushion at the hall's center and sat cross-legged. As he was about to sink into cultivation, a mechanical sound silent for several eons suddenly rang out in the depths of his mind, clear and melodious. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surviving the beast tribulation. System reward triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the innate supreme treasure, Taishu sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a top-grade innate divine water, a lake of 3 light divine water. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining an innate supreme treasure source root. For consecutive notification, sounds exploded like thunderclaps in Zhen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness. His usually calm gaze suddenly sharpened, then revealed a hint of surprise and delight. Since the system's initial activation, it had remained silent. Now, after several eons, it had unexpectedly triggered a reward upon surviving the Beast Tribulation. Surviving a tribulation triggers a reward, does it? Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred. If so, I wonder if the future Dragonhan Calamity, the Dao Demon Conflict, and the Wuyao Tribulation will also trigger system rewards. The cause of this reward invigoration gave him some conjectures, but whether they were correct could only be verified in the future. Moreover, even if his guesses were true, the tribulations would still take a long time to occur. Thus, he might as well hope for other trigger methods. Then Zhen Yuanzi's focus fell on the system rewards. After digesting the information about them, the delight in his heart grew even stronger. All three rewards were extraordinary items, each extremely precious. The first was the Taishu Sword, a killing type, innate supreme treasure possessing unparalleled lethal power. As an innate supreme treasure, there were very few in the entire primordial world, so its value was self-evident. The second reward was the 3-light divine water, a renowned top-grade, innate divine water in the primordial world. It was formed from the convergence of the sun, moon, and star essences, respectively golden sunlight, divine water, silver moonlight, divine water, and purple starlight, divine water. Sunlight, divine water, corrodes blood, essence, flesh, and bones. Moonlight, divine water, erodes the primordial spirit and soul. Starlight, divine water, dissolves true spirit and consciousness. If not properly protected against, even a single drop of these three divine waters could cause extreme trouble for a Daoyuo golden immortal, an absolute supreme poison of the primordial world. Yet when combined, they transformed into the most sacred healing divine water of the primordial world, capable of curing all poisons, healing severe physical and soul injuries, pulling back a sliver of life, even from the brink of true spirit extinction, nourishing spiritual roots, reviving withered innate spiritual roots, and accelerating the growth of dead spiritual roots and medicinal herbs. All this demonstrated the immense value of the 3-light divine water. And the system had rewarded an entire lake of it. Yes, an entire lake, not a flask. The 3-light divine water rewarded by the system formed a lake composed entirely of it, measuring billions upon billions of li in length, width, and height. The quantity of 3-light divine water contained within was unimaginable, and its value was incalculable. The final reward was an innate supreme treasure source root, whose value was no less than that of an innate supreme treasure. Its function was to elevate a top-grade innate spiritual treasure by 1 grade, raising it to the level of an innate supreme treasure. He happened to possess a companion spiritual treasure, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure Earth Book, which could be elevated to an innate supreme treasure. If the Earth Book could be upgraded to an innate supreme treasure, its power and defensive capabilities would be unimaginable, undergoing a revolutionary transformation. It would even be sufficient to ensure invincibility from the start. Subsequently, he extracted these rewards one by one from the system space. With a mere thought from Zhen Yuanzi, a pristine white longsword materialized in his palm. The blade of this sword was as clear as autumn water, yet faint streams of chaotic qi coiled around it. Engraved on the spine were the characters Taishu, exuding an unmatched aura of slaughter and the fluctuations of spatial laws. As a primordial supreme treasure bestowed by the system, it required no refinement to connect with Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit. A vast, overwhelming power surged within the blade, as if it could sever time and space, shatter the void itself. Its sharpness rivaled even the Pangu banner in Hongjun's possession, making it the pinnacle of lethal instruments. What a fine sword, the Taishu Zhen Yuanzi murmured, lightly stroking the blade, as he sensed the terrifying might within, nodding in satisfaction. With this sword in hand, his combat prowess would skyrocket by an immeasurable margin, granting him the strength to contend even with mighty experts at the Hongjun golden immortal level. Next, before him materialized an immense, boundless lake. Its length, width, and depth spanned countless billions of miles, with waters shimmering in a wondrous interplay of gold, silver, and purple. It was an entire lake of 3-light divine water. Such a quantity. Even Zhen Yuanzi was astounded to witness such a vast expanse of this water firsthand. After all, for many primordial spirits and sacred beings, this supreme primordial divine water was often measured in drops. An entire lake of 3-light divine water on such a scale. Only the system could display such audacious generosity. Finally, a radiant golden light flew out from the system's space, hovering before him. It was a root fragment no more than an inch long, entirely golden. Its surface was covered with the Dao runes unique to primordial supreme treasures, exuding a profound primordial aura. This was the primordial source root. Its function was simple, yet heaven-defying. It could forcibly elevate the quality of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. The Earth Book. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon his companion's spiritual treasure, within his body, anticipation flickering in his eyes. The Earth Book was already a pinnacle among top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, wielding authority over the wild continent's land and boasting astonishing defensive power. If it could ascend to a primordial supreme treasure, its might would undergo earth-shattering transformation. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhen Yuanzi began to process these rewards. With a thought, the Taishu sword transformed into a stream of light, sinking into the depths of his primordial spirit, where it shone in tandem with the Chaos Dao compass, radiating a subtle sharpness. As for the lake of three light divine water, he stored it within the treasure space of the Chaos Dao compass. Then with a flicker of his form, he arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. In the Spirit Herb Garden, several spiritual trees already stood tall, surrounded by a profusion of spirit herbs and plants thick with primordial spiritual energy. With a thought from Zhen Yuanzi, the Dao of Earth stirred, and an empty patch within the garden sank, forming the outline of a vast lake spanning billions of miles. Then he communicated with the Chaos Dao compass, drawing forth a portion of the three light divine water. A cascade of gold, silver, and purple streams poured down like a waterfall, filling the lake. The lake's waters rose swiftly, the three-colored divine water mingling and flowing, exuding an aura that was both domineering and gentle. The billion-mile lake was soon filled, its surface shimmering with ripples reflecting the primordial clear light of the sky, creating a picturesque harmony with the surrounding spiritual trees and herbs. Having done all this, Zhen Yuanzi looked at the lake of three light divine water within the Chaos Dao compass, observing that the countless billion-mile expanse had diminished by only a trace, almost negligible. He smiled slightly. Even the lake outside alone would suffice to sustain the 5 villages' temple for countless eons. Returning to the 5 villages' hall, Zhen Yuanzi took out the primordial source root, holding it in his palm. The source root emanated an alluring aura of origin. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Earth Book. In an instant, the earth-yellow tome flew out from within him, hovering beneath the source root. Zhen Yuanzi flicked his finger, and the source root transformed into a golden light, merging into the Earth Book. The Earth Book trembled violently, its earthen yellow patterns blazing to life, intertwining and fusing with the golden runes of the source root. A far more majestic and profound aura erupted from the Earth Book, shaking the entire 5 villages' temple paradise. The earth itself seemed to rejoice as countless ley lines surged from all directions, pouring into the tome. The pages of the Earth Book thickened, growing more ancient in appearance. Its patterns extended from the Dao of Earth to encompass broader heavenly laws, with a faint miniature of the wild continent flowing across the pages. The original aura of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure rapidly faded, replaced by the oppressive presence of a primordial supreme treasure, weighty, unyielding, as if it could bear the entire weight of the primordial world. After an unknown duration, the Earth Book's tremors gradually subsided, hovering before Zhen Yuanzi, radiating a warm yet majestic aura. Zhen Yuanzi reached out to touch it, feeling a profound connection to the wild continent's land. He could clearly sense that the Earth Book could now not only command even greater earthly power, but also evolve ley lines and solidify space. Its defensive might could withstand attacks from primordial supreme treasures, truly achieving the principle, "As long as the earth endures, the Earth Book shall never be destroyed." A primordial supreme treasure, the Earth Book. Zhen Yuanzi sensed its power, his heart filled with calm assurance. With this treasure at his side, along with the Taishu sword and the Chaos Dao compass, his foundation far surpassed that of most primordial spirits. As for the sacred beings yet to be born, they could not compare to him. Withdrawing the Earth Book into his body, Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged, once more closing his eyes. The Chaos Dao compass slowly revolved within his consciousness, evolving countless great Dao laws. The flow of time, the folding of space, the interweaving of time and space, the birth and death of creation, the fury of destruction. Zhen Yuanzi immersed his divine sense within, beginning to comprehend and cultivate these Dao principles. As a great Luo golden immortal, it was impossible to focus solely on one law. Besides the Dao of Earth, Zhen Yuanzi also devoted himself to comprehending and cultivating many other laws, such as time-space, creation, and destruction. Only with the Chaos Dao compass did his comprehension and cultivation of these laws become immensely simpler. His aura, nourished by countless laws, grew slowly, steadily advancing toward a higher realm. Time flowed like water, stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye another kalpa silently passed. Within the 5 villages' temple paradise, Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged on a cushion, the Dao resonance of numerous great laws around him growing ever more condensed, with faint streams of chaotic qi intertwining. A full kalpa of arduous cultivation, aided by the Chaos Dao compass, had allowed his insights into many great Daos to advance at a staggering pace. The continuous nourishment from spiritual fruits like the ginseng fruit, yellow middle plum, and fire cloud immortal peach caused his magical power to snowball, his primordial spirit to grow ever more stable, and his physical body to be tempered to the point of rivaling a primordial spiritual treasure. On this day, a formidable unmatched aura suddenly erupted from Zhen Yuanzi's body. The pressure of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal swept through the entire paradise, halting the flowing springs and bowing the spirit herbs. He slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic hue swirling within his pupils before settling into calm. At this moment, his comprehension of Dao laws, the profundity of his magical power, the strength of his primordial spirit, and the resilience of his physical body had all reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, leaving only the final step to the legendary Hongjun Golden Immortal stage. Yet this single step was an insurmountable chasm for many primordial beings. The leap from Great Luo to Hongjun represented an essential transformation of Dao principles far more difficult than all previous realms combined. Beyond his advancement in cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi had also made considerable achievements in divine abilities. He flicked his fingers and the patterns of Dao flowed at his fingertips, evolving into a seemingly small space within his sleeve, yet it appeared to contain everything. The birth and extinction of stars, the operation of laws. This was the profound ability he had comprehended, known as the universe in the sleeve. This ability seemed ordinary, yet it encapsulated the essence of numerous great Dao laws such as the Dao of space and the Dao of time. Once unleashed, it could incorporate endless regions and infinite time and space into the sleeve, allowing him to control them at will. Moreover, he had also comprehended and cultivated many other great Dao abilities, including those related to slaughter, defense, speed, and more, an extensive array indeed. My current strength is sufficient to confront most dangers of the primordial era, Zhen Yuanzi murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Compared to before, even without relying on treasures, his combat power had significantly increased. Among the Luo Golden Immortals, he was confident he had no rivals. And if he utilized treasures, as long as he was not up against a top-tier innate deity like Hongjun, he had no fear of ordinary Hongmeng Golden Immortals. The outcome of a battle would only be revealed through the clash. After enduring a Yuan meeting of rigorous cultivation, he had now concluded his training, and the thought of traversing the primordial era reignited in Zhen Yuanzi's heart. Although he had traveled through the primordial era for over 10,000 years, in comparison to his status as a Luo Golden Immortal and the vastness of the primordial era, he had merely strolled around Mount Wanshou and its surroundings, not straying far from it. In the grand scheme of the vast primordial era, this hardly counted for much. Nevertheless, even so, he had reaped considerable rewards, and his travels could be considered a form of cultivation. For instance, although he had also comprehended the chaotic Dao compass during his cultivation, he distinctly felt that his rate of progress in this Yuan meeting was faster than before his travels in the primordial era. Thus, it was within this single Yuan meeting that he could comprehensively break through to the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal, and he had comprehended many great Dao abilities. It can be said that traveling itself is a form of cultivation. Encountering different lands of the primordial era and various living beings and fortunes can sometimes touch the Dao heart more profoundly than solitary training. The speed of cultivation in this Yuan meeting far exceeded that of the past, serving as the best proof. Moreover, the calamity of ferocious beasts has just passed. The three clans have yet to truly rise, and many innate powers have suffered heavy casualties. They are likely healing now or digesting the rewards after the calamity, making it an excellent time for travel. Zhen Yuanzi pondered, I should collect more spiritual roots and treasures during this time, to enhance my foundation, lest when the three clans engage in war, many spiritual items are destroyed in the flames of battle, leaving only regret. Currently, many innate spiritual items and herbs would be considered supreme treasures in later generations, let alone those innate spiritual roots and treasures. Would it not be a great pity to waste them? Resolute in his decision, he rose and went to the spiritual herb garden, where Qingfeng and Mingwei were carefully tending to the ginseng fruit trees, Huangzhong Li and Huyan Xiantao trees, among other innate spiritual roots and herbs. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi's arrival, the two children quickly bowed, saying, We greet you, my lord. I shall set out on another journey, and the Wuzhuang temple will continue to be overseen by you two. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept over the garden full of spiritual items. Especially at that three-light divine water lake, the spiritual roots and herbs need to be watered regularly. Do not be negligent, and do not waste them casually. Qingfeng clasped his hands and said, Do not worry, my lord. Mingwei and I will guard the cave sky well, and take good care of these spiritual herbs and roots. Mingwei nodded in agreement, her adorable face filled with seriousness. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, saying no more. He turned and exited the cave sky of Wuzhuang Temple, appearing at the summit of Mount Wanshou. As soon as he stood firm, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for choosing to travel through the primordial era at the right time, triggering a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Yingzhou Island map. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, then chuckled softly. He had not expected that merely deciding to travel would trigger a system reward. The triggering mechanism of this system was somewhat unexpected. Moreover, it seemed that the system also approved of his journey through the primordial era, yet it did not explicitly state so nor impose any requirements, leaving it entirely up to him. If he had not chosen to travel through the primordial era, would he have missed this reward? He then extracted the reward, and an ancient map unfolded within his sea of consciousness. The map was not a physical entity, but was composed of countless Dao runes with the words Yingzhou Island inscribed in the center, surrounded by complex spatial coordinates. The most peculiar aspect was that the map had a clear connection and sensing mechanism with the distance. As long as he concentrated, he could clearly perceive the exact location of Yingzhou Island. Even if it was hidden within the cracks of time and space, it would be unable to escape detection. Is this Yingzhou Island one of the 3 immortal islands? Zhen Yuanzi felt a stir in his heart. According to legend, the 3 immortal islands were formed from fragments of chaos origins, serving as the pinnacle of blessed lands in the primordial era, with spiritual items abundant and even the presence of a supreme innate spiritual root. This island usually concealed itself from view, visible only to those with great fortune. Unexpectedly, the system had directly provided a map and sensing mechanism. This certainly saves a lot of effort. Zhen Yuanzi's lips curled slightly. First, I will seek Yingzhou Island, then travel through the primordial era at my leisure. He followed the sensing from the map, transforming into a streak of light, flying towards the East Sea. Since Yingzhou Island had not yet reached the time of its emergence, there was no one else besides him, not even other innate powers could find it. Thus, he was not in a hurry, stopping along the way to collect valuable innate spiritual items. After a Yuan meeting of recuperation, the land of the primordial era was increasingly vibrant with spiritual grasses and herbs radiating spiritual light, seen everywhere in the mountains and valleys. Although Zhen Yuanzi did not scour the land like a bulldozer, as he did before, he still reaped considerable rewards, collecting a significant amount of innate rare flowers, herbs, and divine minerals over the span of 1,000 years. One day, he finally reached the shores of the East Sea. Before him, the East Sea stretched out like a water canopy extending to the ends of the heavens. The sea water displayed a profound dark blue hue, and within the flowing waves, countless Dao runes could be seen floating, as if the essence of water from the entire universe was manifesting here. Suddenly, a wave surged from the horizon, not a mundane tide, but the manifestation of the Dao of water's laws in the form of a heavenly curtain. That wave reached high into the heavens, covering the ancient past. As it surged, hundreds of thousands of ethereal water worlds were born, only to be swept in like floating dust as the membrane of the world shattered, with every swell, stars, living beings, and laws all dissolving. Even the timeline was ground to powder by this power. Where the waves passed, the void collapsed into an endless abyss, yet was instantly filled by the subsequent incoming sea waters, as if the tremendous force that buried the heavens was merely a common breath of the East Sea. Occasionally, innate water deities would rise from the deep sea, their forms not solid entities, but rather light and shadow condensed from pure water law, able to cover trillions of miles of water area with their expansion. They required no swallowing. Merely with a thought, they could summon raging tides that reversed the universe, with sea waters transforming into towering pillars, piercing the heavens and shattering the void and all beings along their path. Alternatively, they could transform into countless water arrows, penetrating through numerous barriers of time and space, making the tides of all realms tremble to their will. At the bottom of the sea, there was no dragon palace, only an endless sea, condensed from the essence of the Dao of water. Within the sea, the water dragon vein coiled like a giant dragon, its body traversing through the dimensions of the heavens. With every flick of its tail, it caused the laws and tides of the East Sea to reverse. The past waters surged towards the future, while the future's gigantic waves struck the present, creating a vortex of time and space in this sea region. Any thoughts attempting to measure its depth would be instantly rebuffed, and the spirit would be drawn into the water's cycle, drifting eternally. The atmosphere was thick with the overwhelming pressure of the Dao of water, crushing everything. Ordinary innate beings, upon inhaling a breath, would feel as if their primordial spirit was about to be disassembled and reformed, becoming part of the East Sea, dancing with every wave and witnessing the birth and death of the heavens with each tide. Here, the sea water is the law. The waves embody the Dao rhythm. A single ripple can flatten myriad realms. A single roar can reshape the universe, and even the stars of the heavens appear insignificant as dust before it. Only the unceasing motion of water speaks of true vastness and majesty. Indeed, the East Sea of the primordial era is truly extraordinary. Zhen Yuanzi marveled, and with a single step, he entered the sky above the East Sea. He journeyed deep into the East Sea, and the waves above could not disturb him in the slightest. Along the way, he discovered many scattered immortal islands. Although the spiritual treasures on these islands were not as abundant as those in the Hongjun mountain range and the Wanshou mountain, each had its own unique characteristics and yielded many innate spiritual treasures. On this day, he unexpectedly made a remarkable discovery on a peculiar immortal island. He had originally planned to collect some innate spiritual treasures as usual, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the existence of an innate formation. After breaking the formation, he found a towering tea tree growing within reaching a height of 1,000 feet. Its leaves were emerald green, the veins resembling jade, exuding a faint fragrance. This fragrance, when inhaled, could instantly calm the mind and clarify chaotic thoughts. It was a middle-grade innate spiritual root, the heart-calming immortal tea tree. The tea made from its leaves possessed the effects of calming the mind and aiding enlightenment. While it did not compare to the legendary top-grade innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, it was still exceedingly rare. This is indeed a good harvest. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to move to transplant it, a voice filled with an imposing presence suddenly rang out from outside the island. Stop! Such a spiritual root is not something a nameless person like you can covet. Hand it over quickly, and I may spare your life. A golden streak of light descended upon the island, transforming into a man clad in a dragon robe with dragon horns on his head, exuding the aura of a latest-stage Deluo golden immortal radiating dragon might. He was the inspecting elder of the dragon clan in this sea area. While conducting his routine inspection, he noticed the emergence of innate spiritual light indicating the presence of a treasure, so he hurried over only to find Zhen Yuanzi attempting to take the heart-calming immortal tea tree, instantly filling him with rage. Zhen Yuanzi frowned slightly and said indifferently, "This island is uninhabited, and the spiritual root belongs to whoever has the fate to obtain it. Do you dare to stop me?" The dragon elder laughed heartily upon hearing this, his tone arrogant. "The vast seas of the primordial world are the domain of my dragon clan, and this island naturally lies within the East Sea. The spiritual roots on this island belong to my dragon clan. If you are wise, hand over the spiritual root and bow 3 times. Perhaps I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is extinguished." Noisy. Zhen Yuanzi was too lazy to argue with him. With a thought, the chaos Dao compass rotated in his sea of consciousness, instantly enveloping the surrounding space-time of countless trillions of miles. The surrounding space rippled, the flow of time slowed, and all causal secrets were completely obscured, forming an independent, closed domain. "Dare you make a move?" The dragon elder was infuriated upon seeing this, his dragon energy surging violently, transforming into a golden dragon spanning millions of miles. Its claws sparkled with golden divine light as it charged towards Zhen Yuanzi with the force of shattering mountains and splitting seas, roaring, seeking death. Zhen Yuanzi remained motionless as the innate supreme treasure, the earth book, flew out on its own, transforming into a yellowish shield to block in front of him. The golden dragon's claw struck the shield with a thunderous crash, the golden light on its claw instantly dissipating, and the recoil sent the golden dragon retreating millions of miles, its scales shattering in countless places. An innate supreme treasure. The dragon elder was both astonished and furious. He had not expected that this seemingly ordinary Taoist possessed an innate supreme treasure. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned cold as he tightened his right hand, the innate supreme treasure, the Tai Su sword, appearing in his grasp, its shining white blade radiating a sharp brilliance. He stepped forward, shrinking the distance in an instant, appearing before the golden dragon, the sword following his movement as he unleashed a sword chi containing the laws of Tai Su and the essence of slaughter. The sword chi appeared unremarkable, yet it cleaved through space and froze time. Wherever it passed, countless fragments of time and space were obliterated and the Dao law shattered. Not good. The dragon elder was horrified. He had not anticipated that this casually provoked enemy would bring out yet another innate supreme treasure. This was simply unimaginable. It should be known that within their dragon clan no one possessed even a single innate supreme treasure, yet this Taoist had revealed 2 in succession, making it clear that he was no ordinary individual. But now that danger had come, he had no time to think further and hurriedly summoned a golden dragon shield. This was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, also his protective spiritual treasure, possessing formidable defensive power. Crack! The sword chi of the Tai Su sword struck the dragon shield, creating a crack on its surface, and it was sent flying. The residual force of the sword chi continued unabated, directly striking the golden dragon. Alo! The golden dragon let out a mournful cry, its million-mile body split in 2, golden blood gushing forth and staining the surface of the sea. But this was not the end. The laws of Tai Su contained within the Tai Su sword penetrated the wound, locking onto his original Dao fruit. The golden dragon's body began to become ethereal with countless images from past, present, and future appearing simultaneously only to be shredded by the sword chi. His primordial spirit rapidly disintegrated under the erosion of the Tai Su laws, and even the innate, indestructible spiritual light was tainted with a layer of gray-white. No! Lord Ancestor Dragon, save me. The Dragon Elder let out a desperate scream. However, the space-time secrets and causality of this place were completely sealed off, and his cries for help were utterly futile. Zhen Yuanzi remained expressionless, urging the sword's might once more. The last trace of his primordial spirit was obliterated, and that innate, indestructible spiritual light lost its protection, plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness before the Tai Su sword, Qi, could lock onto it, leading to the complete fall of the Dragon Elder. The fierce battle concluded in an instant. A late-stage Dao Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan was nearly slain by Zhen Yuanzi in a single blow, without the slightest resistance, unable even to borrow an avatar to reconstruct his body and revive. Countless avatars were obliterated, the original Dao fruit and innate indestructible spiritual light were anchored, and all vitality was completely turned to nothingness, rendering any concept of immortality and invulnerability incapable of facilitating revival. Only after an endless passage of time would there be a possibility of returning against the heavens with the innate indestructible spiritual light, but at that time, he would have to start all over again. Zhen Yuanzi was not surprised by such an outcome. With his current strength and the addition of 2 innate supreme treasures, he had long surpassed the limits of the Dao Golden Immortal. This Dragon Elder was merely a late-stage Dao Golden Immortal, and with no particularly powerful spiritual treasures in hand, he was naturally easily slain by him. Moreover, he did not care about killing a Dao powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. Since the Dragon Clan had not yet dominated the primordial world, a late-stage Dao Elder dared to act so recklessly and provoke him, he could only meet a dead end. Furthermore, he had thoroughly obscured the secrets and causality of this place, and the Dragon Clan would not be able to discern what had transpired here with his own secrets and causality, also hidden by the Chaos Dao Compass. Even when the Dragon Clan eventually discovered the fall of this Dragon Elder, they would be unable to trace it back to him. The death of this Dragon Elder would merely be a senseless loss. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand to collect the heart-calming Immortal Tree, as well as the corpse of the Golden Dragon spanning millions of miles, and the slightly cracked high-grade innate spiritual treasure shield into the space of the Chaos Dao Compass. The dragon's corpse contained pure dragon energy and essence, making it an excellent material for refining treasures and nurturing spiritual roots. Although the high-grade innate spiritual treasure shield had sustained a crack, it was still a high-grade innate spiritual treasure possessing tremendous value. Even if he could not utilize it, he could not let it go. Moreover, innate spiritual treasures contained innate indestructible spiritual light, allowing them to restore themselves. Afterward, he activated the Chaos Dao Compass, once more completely erasing the traces of the battle on the island and his own aura. With a flash, he had already distanced himself from the Immortal Island into boundless spacetime, heading towards the direction of Ingzhou Island that he sensed. Not long after Zhen Yuanzi left the Immortal Island, the power sealing the time and space of the island began to dissipate, and the fate of the fallen Dragon Elder started to manifest. Deep within the East Sea, inside the dragon's nest, the Ancestor Dragon was meditating with closed eyes when he suddenly opened them wide, a flash of fury gleaming in his dragon pupils. One of our Dao elders has fallen. The high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan all changed their expressions. A Dragon Clan Dao stepped forward and said, "Clan leader, should we deduce the heavenly secrets to investigate the true culprit?" The Ancestor Dragon nodded, gathering the dragon energy around him, and began the deduction. However, no matter how he operated his magical power, the heavenly secrets before him remained hazy, as if shrouded in a layer of chaotic mist, rendering everything unclear. Damn it! The Ancestor Dragon slammed the dragon chair angrily, causing the entire dragon nest to tremble. Who on earth dares to kill a member of my Dragon Clan, and can also conceal the heavenly secrets? The group of Dragon Clan powerhouses were all furious, yet helpless. The vastness of the Hongjun world is immense, not to mention the boundless expanse of the East Sea. Unable to deduce the heavenly secrets to find the existence of the murderer, they couldn't even predict the place of his ultimate downfall. Thus, even if they had the strength to take revenge for the fallen Dragon Clan Dao, they had no way to proceed. As for randomly capturing and killing outsiders in the East Sea, even if it meant killing the wrong person rather than letting them escape, no Dragon Clan powerhouse proposed such an approach. Currently, it was not yet the era for the Dragon Clan to dominate the Hongjun, and there were many powerful beings within the Hongjun. Even though the Dragon Clan was quite domineering, they would not act so unwisely. In the end, the group of Dragon Clan powerhouses could only emit unwilling roars that echoed across the East Sea. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi had already left the Immortal Island, flying deeper into the East Sea, following the guidance of the Yingzhou Island map. He was indifferent to the matter of slaying the Dragon Clan elder. In the Hongjun, strength was paramount. Those who obstructed him deserved to die. With the chaotic Dao compass concealing the heavenly secrets, even if the Dragon Clan were furious, they would not be able to find him. Not long after, in the depths of the East Sea, in a certain sea area, Zhen Yuanzi hovered in midair, his divine sense spreading like a tide, enveloping a vast area of countless trillions of miles, probing for anything unusual down to the distinct patterns of every grain of sand in the sea. However, the feedback he received was only endless seawater and some marine creatures and spiritual beings, without the slightest hint of a cave paradise or any fluctuations from a chaotic formation. Indeed extraordinary, Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly. Even with his divine sense, which was nearly comparable to that of a mixed-element golden immortal ordinary, innate formations would be difficult to conceal from his scrutiny, yet at this moment he found no signs of any abnormalities in this sea area. If it weren't for the system-rewarded map indicating that Yingzhou Island was right here in this sea area, he wouldn't have paid any attention to it at all. Anyone passing by would only consider this to be an ordinary sea area. According to the system map, Yingzhou Island was indeed within this sea area, yet despite his divine sense search, he still couldn't discover it, not sensing a trace or any aura. No wonder the three great immortal islands go unnoticed until their emergence. Even those mixed-element golden immortals and top innate powerhouses cannot find a trace of them. However, with the system map, Zhen Yuanzi could lock onto the chaotic formation concealing Yingzhou Island, pinpointing its location. Without further hesitation, he let the chaotic Dao compass in his sea of consciousness slowly rotate, as chaotic energy spread out, instantly sealing the entire sea area's time and space. Within countless trillions of miles, time was frozen, space solidified, and all causal lines were entwined and obscured by chaotic energy, forming an independent realm completely isolated from the outside world. This was to prevent Yingzhou Island from sensing his presence and fleeing. After all, the three great chaotic immortal islands were not fixed in one place, but existed within the space-time fissures above the East Sea, moving freely. At the same time, this was also to avoid attracting the attention of other powerful beings due to the commotion that might arise when the island opened. After completing all this, he stepped out, following the sensation, his figure directly penetrating a layer of invisible spatial barrier and entering a peculiar dimensional space-time. Before him was no longer the azure sea, but a gray chaotic zone with countless fragments of time and space floating within. Ahead stood a formation woven from chaotic runes, towering majestically, with the formation patterns constantly flowing, sometimes transforming into chaotic energy, and at other times condensing into myriad Dao runes, exuding a might that suppressed the ages. This was the chaotic great formation that concealed Yingzhou Island, its level of mystery far exceeding that of ordinary innate formations. Even a mixed-element golden immortal would need to expend countless years to forcibly break through it. Of course, that is provided they could discover the existence of this chaotic immortal island. Normally, even with Zhen Yuanzi's current strength and the plethora of treasures in his possession, forcibly breaking through this chaotic formation and entering the yet emerged Yingzhou Island would not be so simple. But this was under normal circumstances. Currently, Zhen Yuanzi did not need to do so. The Yingzhou Island map, rewarded by the system, was not merely a simple guiding map. It was also a key to enter Yingzhou Island, allowing him to bypass this chaotic formation and directly enter Yingzhou Island. He focused his mind, and the map in his sea of consciousness transformed into a brilliant stream of runes that flew out from the depths of his divine soul, merging into the chaotic formation. Buzz! The chaotic formation trembled violently, and the originally indestructible formation patterns receded like a tide, revealing a void passage leading to the immortal island. Zhen Yuanzi stepped into the passage, and the scenery before him changed dramatically. The rich, almost liquefied innate spiritual energy rushed towards him, transforming into tangible spiritual mist swirling in the air, conjuring various extraordinary phenomena. On the ground, long rivers formed from the gathering of innate spiritual liquid flowed ceaselessly, their surfaces shimmering with colorful radiance, producing a harmonious sound of the Dao. Looking up, the entire cave paradise was enveloped in endless chaotic yellow and black light. Above the heavens, the yellow and black clouds sea-roiled, cascading down strands of yellow and black aura that fell upon the mountains and trees, endowing them with eternal vitality. Moreover, the internal space of the entire immortal island was immense, far more vast than any great world. Within the island, emerald mountains towered peaks like jade, each mountain containing pure innate Dao rhythm. Between the mountains, auspicious light and auspicious clouds intertwined, golden rays filled the sky, illuminating it with a sacred aura. Immortal cranes cried out in the clouds, their voices clear and resonant, cleansing the divine soul. Auspicious birds unfolded their colorful wings, soaring amidst the golden light, scattering bits of spiritual light as they flapped their wings. Wherever his gaze fell, celestial clouds floated, the clouds rising, and the radiance blooming, resembling a moving painting of an immortal realm. Innate spiritual trees gathered into a forest, their trunks as sturdy as dragon coils, the leaves shimmering with spiritual light, laden with fruits containing Dao rhythm. Various rare, innate flowers and herbs grew all over the ground, some blossoming with 9-colored petals, others emanating exotic fragrances, all of which were precious innate spiritual medicines. Countless innate spiritual ponds were scattered throughout the forest, the water rippling with azure waves containing miraculous effects for cleansing marrow and enhancing cultivation. Although it was only effective for innate beings, postnatal life forms, and beings below the Tai golden immortal realm, it was still quite remarkable. Various rare birds and beasts occasionally peeked out from the forest. Some were entirely snow-white, with 9 tails, while others resembled cheilants, but had wings, all exuding immense spirituality and showing no fear upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, instead curiously examining him. Spiritual birds sang on the branches, and playful fish frolicked in the spiritual ponds, presenting a scene of vibrant life, peace, and tranquility, more so than the 5 Zhuangwan cave paradise, imbued with a sense of primordial Dao rhythm. What a magnificent Yingzhou island! Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed sincerely. Such a spectacle exceeded his expectations. It was indeed an immortal island formed from chaotic primordial fragments, truly one of the top cave paradises in the Hongjun. With a scene and environment like that of Yingzhou Island, it even surpassed the 5 Zhuangwan cave paradise, making it the best cave paradise Zhen Yuanzi had ever seen. Then he proceeded along the river of spiritual liquid towards the center of the immortal island, continuously collecting the innate spiritual herbs scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a lush green bamboo forest came into view, covering billions of miles, with each bamboo towering 1,000 feet high, their bodies as green as emerald and faint wooden runes engraved at the joints. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes brightened. In the very center of this bamboo forest stood a bamboo that glimmered with a faint precious light, which was the middle grade innate spiritual root, the Qingyu immortal bamboo. Its bamboo stem contained a peculiar innate essence, refining its heart, could enhance wood-type divine abilities, and could also be crafted into Dao enlightenment bamboo slips, assisting cultivators in calming their minds and comprehending the Dao. Its bamboo shoots and leaves also possessed unique effects. Additionally, among these bamboos, there were 12 lower-grade innate spiritual roots, known as Lingyun bamboo. Although Lingyun bamboo was inferior to Qingyu immortal bamboo, it still contained spiritual resonance. Consuming its shoots could enhance physical strength, while its leaves could be brewed into tea, clearing the mind and brightening the eyes. The remaining countless bamboos also belonged to the innate spiritual bamboo category. This was yet another gain for Zhen Yuanzi. Moreover, besides these bamboos, he also made unexpected discoveries within the bamboo forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from deep within the bamboo forest. Dozens of round black and white beasts emerged from the bamboo forest, resembling bears, but appearing even more clumsy, munching on the bamboo shoots of Lingyun bamboo, their mouths covered in green. Iron-eating beasts. Zhen Yuanzi was somewhat surprised, as this was the unexpected discovery he had seen earlier. These iron-eating beasts were innate abnormal species capable of devouring gold and iron. And this gold and iron was not ordinary mundane refined iron. It was celestial gold and divine iron. Meanwhile, these iron-eating beasts excelled in the Yin-Yang Dao, possessing considerable potential. However, it was uncertain whether it was due to the isolation of Yingzhou Island from the primordial chaos or other reasons, but the cultivation levels of these iron-eating beasts were generally low, all merely at the Xianxian realm. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzi could still perceive their considerable potential. With slight nurturing, they could rapidly enhance their cultivation. Additionally, their docile nature made them suitable to be brought back for further training, potentially serving as mountain guardians in the future. He stepped forward and casually grabbed an iron-eating beast. The little creature was round and soft-furred. Upon being caught by Zhen Yuanzi, it did not struggle, but instead nudged its head against his palm, appearing adorable. However, the few adult iron-eating beasts at the forefront seemed somewhat wary. Yet as Zhen Yuanzi's mind shifted, they instantly relaxed, returning to their clumsy and endearing demeanor. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but chuckle, placing the little bundle down. He then waved his hand, and the innate treasure, the Earth Book, appeared, collecting the entire bamboo forest along with the dozens of iron-eating beasts into the Earth Book space. The treasure space formed its own world, perfectly suited to house these spiritual roots and abnormal beasts, to be arranged further upon his return to Wuzhuang Temple. Continuing deeper into the immortal island shortly after, an orchard appeared before him. In the center of the orchard stood a particularly eye-catching fruit tree towering 10,000 feet high, with crimson leaves and fruit as translucent as agate emanating a fiery Dao rhythm. It was the middle-grade innate spiritual root, the Qian fruit. Its fruit contained the violent essence of fire. Consuming it could refine the body and enhance magical power, and it could also be used in alchemy and artifact crafting, amplifying the power of fire-based divine abilities. Surrounding it were 9 slightly shorter fruit trees, each bearing fruits of various colors, green, yellow, blue, and purple, known as the lower-grade innate spiritual root, the Jus Lingua. Each color had different effects, enhancing comprehension of corresponding laws or increasing magical power. Beyond them were countless innate spiritual trees laden with a variety of spiritual fruits, their numbers countless. Zhen Yuanzi was unreserved, swiftly collecting all the spiritual fruits, storing them in the innate jade box, and uprooting both the Qian fruit and Jus Lingua, placing them in the earth book space. As he continued onward, his gains multiplied, nearly exhausting all the innate spiritual materials across the Immortal Island. Finally, he arrived at the central region of Yingzhou Island. Before him stood a massive xianhuang tree, its trunk extraordinarily thick, its leaves lush and verdant, each leaf shimmering with a xianhuang divine light, dropping strands of xianhuang primal energy, exuding a nurturing aura. Endless golden clouds surrounded the giant tree, upon which Dao runes would intermittently form and dissipate, emitting profound heavenly sounds. Hanging from the branches of the giant tree were 12 xianhuang celestial fruits resembling pearl-like structures the size of plums, with the words Hongjun engraved in innate Dao text on the surface, radiating a rich aura of the Dao. Top-grade innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze sharpened, though he felt no surprise in his heart. According to the original trajectory of fate in the Primordial Chaos, it seemed that Hongjun Li was indeed within Yingzhou Island. Thus, he had his suspicions upon acquiring the map of Yingzhou Island. And now he truly discovered this top-grade innate spiritual root here. The Hongjun Li he saw before him was almost identical to the one rewarded by the system. However, the one he possessed was a system reward, while the one before him was evidently the top-grade innate spiritual root born from the chaotic spiritual root in the Primordial Chaos. In terms of appearance and efficacy, there was practically no difference at all. If other powerful beings were to see them simultaneously, they might not even be able to distinguish which one was nurtured by the Primordial Chaos, perhaps questioning how the Primordial Chaos could give birth to 2 identical top-grade innate spiritual roots. However, Zhen Yuanzi felt no such concerns. Instead, he was quite pleased. After all, this was a top-grade innate spiritual root, one capable of producing a great luo golden immortal possessing immeasurable value. Even though he already owned one of the same kind, he would not complain about having more. After all, Hongjun Li, besides being able to create a Great Luo Golden Immortal, also greatly benefits cultivators above the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, relatively speaking, using Hongjun Li for cultivation was somewhat extravagant. Now that he could possess another, it was naturally excellent. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, plucking the 12 initial Hongjun Li fruits, carefully placing them into the innate jade box. These fruits had presumably been nurtured for countless millennia, their medicinal effects reaching their peak with their essence and Dao aura being the most concentrated. Now, with the 12 Hongjun Li, he had just picked in addition to the 12 from the system reward, and after accounting for the 2 consumed earlier during cultivation, he now had 22 initial Hongjun Li in hand. 22 initial Hongjun Li meant he could easily create 22 great Luo Golden Immortals. Such resources would make any force or powerful being in the Primordial Chaos envious. However, the surprises did not end there. After storing the Hongjun Li in the jade box, Zhen Yuanzi was about to study the Hongjun Li tree when the chaotic Dao compass in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly, sending a mysterious sensation from the roots of the Hongjun Li tree. He focused his senses, penetrating the layers of soil and roots, ultimately reaching the deepest part of the Hongjun Li tree. There, a ruler entirely dark yellow and engraved with benevolent runes lay quietly, its surface flowing with a soft golden light, exuding an aura that was both sacred and majestic. The Hongming measuring ruler. A surge of information flooded into his mind, and Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with shock. The Hongming measuring ruler is a congenital treasure of great virtue formed by the fusion of a strand of primordial purple energy and the merit of the opening of heaven. Not only can it suppress the fortunes of great teachings, but its offensive capabilities are also unmatched. What is most outrageous is that it allows its wielder to kill without incurring karmic retribution, and it contains the essence of time and space, able to disregard all congenital forbidden formations, instantly traversing billions of miles. Throughout the entire primordial world, congenital treasures are exceedingly rare, let alone treasures of congenital merit. Zhen Yuanzi never expected that beneath this Hongjun tree such a treasure would be hidden. According to the original historical trajectory of the primordial world, this congenital treasure of great virtue seemed to have never appeared, and there were no reports of anyone acquiring it, nor had it been hidden away by some powerful beings. However, according to the original fate, it was said that the Yanzhou Island was obtained by Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Hongjun Li belonged to him as well, yet there had never been any news of him possessing the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Could it be that at that time Yuanshi had not discovered this treasure hidden at the roots? What a delightful surprise! Zhen Yuanzi suppressed his excitement and reached out. The Hongmeng measuring ruler seemed to sense his aura transforming into a streak of flowing light that flew out and landed in his palm. The ruler felt warm to the touch, and the benevolent runes on it circulated, transmitting a sensation closely connected to the merits of heaven and earth. Zhen Yuanzi directly recognized the ruler as his own, and his primordial spirit instantly established a connection with the measuring ruler of vast power of merit and the essence of time and space surging into him, deepening his understanding of the laws of time and space. After a simple refinement, he stored the Hongmeng measuring ruler within his body, responding in unison with the Taishu sword and the Earth Book, the three complementing each other in offense, defense, and assistance. Next, gazing at the exquisite congenital spiritual root, the Hongjun, Li Zhen Yuanzi did not immediately take it, but decided to explore the entire island first. He continued forward and eventually discovered a completely black stone tablet at a certain location on the island covered with chaotic array patterns, which was the core array stone of Yanzhou Island. Refining this stone tablet would grant him complete control over the entire Yanzhou Island, including the chaotic formations outside, allowing it to conceal itself within the currents of time and space, and enabling him to enter the island at any time through the core of the formation. Zhen Yuanzi probed his primordial spirit into the stone tablet, spending some time to completely refine it. From then on, this top-tier blessed land of the primordial world became his exclusive secret realm. Since it has become my secret realm, let these spiritual roots remain on the island, Zhen Yuanzi mused as he looked at the Hongjun Li tree. Within his Wuzhuang temple, he already had a Hongjun Li rewarded by the system. Moving this one back would mean two exquisite spiritual roots existing in one place, which could potentially trigger unforeseen events. Moreover, if other powerful beings were to see this, it would be difficult to explain. Leaving it on Yanzhou Island was indeed the best choice. As for whether these two congenital spiritual roots could merge into a chaotic spiritual root, Zhen Yuanzi had no intention of trying that experiment for the time being. After all, chaotic spiritual roots are not tolerated by the primordial world, and this issue must be resolved first. Moreover, if they were to truly merge, any unforeseen incidents during the process could result in losses that would be quite distressing. In addition, he also transplanted some of the other spiritual roots he had previously collected back, making the island even more complete. Having finished all this, Zhen Yuanzi turned and left Yanzhou Island, appearing in the skies above the East Sea. With a thought, he sensed the situation of the island through the core of the formation, and then with a slight mental shift, Yanzhou Island completely concealed itself, slipping into the endless currents of time and space, known only to him for sensing and summoning. Next, it's time to continue my journey across the primordial continent. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, his figure moving as he transformed into a streak of flowing light, flying toward the interior of the primordial realm. After flying for a while, Zhen Yuanzi noticed several figures emitting varying auras darting around in the skies above the East Sea. Various auras intertwined and spread, revealing that the strong of the Dragon Tribe and the Water Tribe were patrolling the area. Their divine senses spread out like nets, carefully probing every sea area, evidently searching for something. Could it be related to the fall of that Deluo dragon? Zhen Yuanzi speculated inwardly. From the looks of it, although the Dragon Tribe had not deduced the specifics of him being the culprit, they were not willing to let it go, mobilizing so many powerful beings to search the East Sea, attempting to find the suspicious strong or the location of that Deluo dragon's fall. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi was too lazy to entangle with the Dragon Tribe and decided to let them search thoroughly. He would not accompany them for now and would settle this cause and effect later. Then, with a slight shift of his mind, the Hongmeng measuring ruler within him emitted a faint dark yellow glow with time and space runes circulating endlessly on its body. Moved, Zhen Yuanzi called out softly, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler transformed into a dark yellow stream of light wrapping around him. In the next moment, the surrounding time and space distorted violently, as if a folded painting. The vast and boundless expanse of the East Sea rapidly receded in his view, transforming into a blurred light and shadow. This was not mere flight. Rather, it was directly traversing through the gaps of time and space, disregarding the constraints of spatial distance. In just an instant, the azure sea and blue sky before him were replaced by the vast landscape of the continent with the earth mountains and various sceneries coming into view. Such speed! Zhen Yuanzi praised inwardly as he felt the lingering fluctuations of time and space around him. To cross infinite time and space in an instant like this, even a Deluo golden immortal could only look up in admiration. As for an ordinary Hongjun golden immortal, without the aid of a congenital treasure or mastery of the laws of time and space, it would be nearly impossible. The essence of time and space contained in the Hongmeng measuring ruler truly lived up to its reputation. Steadying himself, he found himself standing on the fertile land of the primordial inland. He discerned the direction and headed toward the primordial pillar, the unmoving mountain. As the unmoving mountain serves as the primordial pillar, even without knowing its direction, as long as he has a thought in his mind, he could sense its position in the void, so he need not worry about the vastness of the primordial world leading him astray. This time he chose not to use the Hongmeng measuring ruler, but instead opted to travel, leisurely savoring the mountain ranges and the essence of the primordial continent. Of course, he also collected some congenital spiritual items along the way. As time flowed, tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. In these tens of thousands of years of exploration, not only did his knowledge greatly expand, but he also reaped numerous rewards collecting all kinds of congenital spiritual items and rare treasures of heaven and earth. The harvest from the celestial gold divine mine was equally astonishing, with peaks composed entirely of star divine iron, their color resembling the starry sky and containing the laws of the stars. There was chaotic copper wrapped in chaotic airflow, remarkably hard, and an excellent material for refining defensive spiritual treasures. In addition, he also obtained over 10 pieces of inferior and medium-grade congenital treasures. For example, the inferior-grade congenital treasure, the soul-stabilizing bell, which could stabilize the primordial spirit and was particularly effective against illusions. The medium-grade congenital treasure, the water-controlling flag, which could summon the power of water in a certain area. Unfortunately, this was not the top-tier congenital treasure, the Northern Zhen Yuan water-controlling flag. The medium-grade congenital treasure, the sky-rending spear, whose tip contained the law of tearing sharp beyond compare. In total, he acquired over a dozen pieces of inferior and medium-grade congenital treasures. Although they could not compare to the superior or top-tier treasures, each had its own unique uses, and even if he himself could not utilize them, they could serve as insights or future rewards. Additionally, he also collected a considerable number of congenital spiritual roots. Among them, the most precious was a superior-grade congenital spiritual root, the congenital fire jujube tree. This tree stands 1,000 zhang tall with a trunk resembling red iron, and between its branches and leaves burns a faint primordial divine fire. It bears clusters of bright red fire jujubes that resemble agate, exuding a fiery aura. It blooms for 10,000 years, bears fruit for another 10,000 years, and matures in yet another 10,000 years, yielding harvests every 30,000 years, with each harvest producing 999 fire jujubes. Consuming them aids in understanding the path of fire, refining the physical body, increasing magical power, and prolonging life. In addition, along the way, many innate beings, and even innate clans, fought amongst themselves for various reasons. To this, Zhen Yuanzi merely observed silently, not paying much attention. As time passed, Zhen Yuanzi drew ever closer to the Buzhou mountain. The spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly majestic and pure, subtly revealing a heavy pressure that seemed to support the heavens and the earth, emanating from the might of Buzhou mountain. Looking up in the distance at the skyline, a towering black shadow could be vaguely seen, piercing the clouds, as if connecting with the heavens. Even across the endless void, one could feel its breathtaking grandeur. We are almost there. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the shadow, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. When he truly stood at the foot of Buzhou mountain, he understood the power of the primal heaven pillar. The divine mountain before him had long transcended the category of a mere mountain. It resembled a spine of the heavens and the earth, towering into the clouds, exuding a vigorous aura so grand that it rendered time and space stagnant, emanating an unparalleled pressure that suppressed eternity and supported the heavens. Even at his peak, as a great Luo golden immortal gazing far and wide, exhausting his divine sense, he found it difficult to glimpse its entirety. It could be described as connecting heaven and earth, soaring into the clouds, immeasurable in height and breadth. And this was the spine of the Pangu deity, transformed into the primal heaven pillar, Buzhou mountain. Zhen Yuanzi's heart surged with shock and awe. When he stepped onto Buzhou mountain, a surge of information from the origins of heaven and earth flooded into his consciousness, revealing to him the true scale of Buzhou mountain. It covered an area of 36,000 great thousand worlds, with a height comparable to 12,960,000,000 great thousand worlds. Such scale, such vastness had long surpassed the realm of words. Zhen Yuanzi stood for a long time, his initial shock, gradually subsiding, replaced by profound reverence. In comparison, the primal heavens were even more boundless, yet being amidst it all he was far less shaken than by the divine mountain of Buzhou before him. After calming his emotions, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly recalled the legends of later times, where the ancestor deity Gonggong furiously crashed into Buzhou Mountain, causing the heaven pillar to collapse, the heavens to tilt northwest, and the earth to sink southeast. This inevitably raised a question in his mind. Such a vast and vigorous Buzhou Mountain possessed an unimaginable power. Not to mention the strength of the mountain itself, merely its presence stabilized the surrounding spacetime to a terrifying degree. He could sense that even with his current strength, wielding an innate supreme treasure and striking Buzhou Mountain with all his might, it would be difficult to truly shake this terrifying divine mountain. So how did the ancestor deity Gonggong manage to crash into Buzhou Mountain in later times? Was the ancestor deity's head really that hard? Or was there another secret behind it? Or perhaps Buzhou Mountain had weakened for some reason at that time. This thought flashed through his mind, but he did not delve deeper, merely noting it in his heart. At present, the most important thing was to personally climb this Pangu's spine and feel the baptism of the will of creation. Zhen Yuanzi did not use any magical power or divine abilities. Relying solely on the strength of his physical body, he began to ascend Buzhou Mountain. At this time, the will of Pangu atop Buzhou Mountain and the might of heaven and earth had not yet dissipated. Though not as terrifying as during the initial creation of the world, it was far beyond what could be compared to later times. Thus, when Zhen Yuanzi began to climb Buzhou Mountain, a tremendous pressure surged forth like a tide. This pressure targeted not only the physical body, but also struck at the primordial spirit and Dao heart containing the indomitable will of Pangu during the creation of the world, as if questioning every climber, do you have the qualification to tread upon this pillar of heaven and earth? Simultaneously, the terrifying might of heaven and earth pressed down on his body. Zhen Yuanzi advanced step by step, bearing infinite pressure with each movement. His physical body was tempered and simultaneously his Dao heart was baptized. Both body and spirit began to elevate continuously. During this climbing process, he occasionally spotted innate spiritual treasures radiating alluring light, some rooted in crevices, others growing along cliff edges, each a precious innate spiritual item that under normal circumstances Zhen Yuanzi would not let go of and would have begun to harvest. But at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze was unwavering, not pausing even for a moment, not stopping his steps to collect these innate spiritual treasures. His Dao heart grew increasingly clear during the ascent. He seemed to sense the fearless and unyielding Dao heart of Pangu as he wielded the axe of creation, opening the heavens amidst chaos and sweeping away the chaotic demons of the three heavens. He witnessed the selflessness of Pangu, who transformed into all things, nourishing the primal world with his own flesh and blood. Regardless of the reasons that compelled Pangu to create the heavens and the earth, or why he transformed into all things, it represented his grand ambition and selflessness towards these primal beings. These innate divine beings and innate life forms all enjoyed the legacy of Pangu and should feel grateful for his sacrifices and selflessness. Time flowed during this ascent, and soon 10,000 years had passed. Zhen Yuanzi finally arrived at the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain. At this point, his physical body had undergone noticeable changes, subtly showing signs of transformation. Here the will of Pangu and the might of heaven and earth grew even more vast and terrifying. With each step he took, it felt as if he bore the weight of countless terrifying and immense divine mountains. Yet his steps were more determined and steady than before, each footfall resonating in harmony with the pulse of Buzhou Mountain. His Dao heart had become as unyielding as chaotic rock, and his will shone as brightly as a star never to be extinguished. Time hurried by, and another 30,000 years passed. On the day when Zhen Yuanzi's foot stepped onto the summit, boom. In an instant, his physical body erupted with brilliant divine light, countless Dao runes appearing and swirling upon his surface. His bones emitted sounds akin to the heavenly music of the Dao, and within his flesh and blood it felt as if countless stars were being born and extinguished. The breath erupting from his pores was so potent that it distorted the incredibly stable spacetime around him. Under the tempering of these many years, his physical body finally broke through the last barrier, roaring forth from the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal into the realm of Hongjun Golden Immortal. At the same time, an extraordinary phenomenon arose in heaven and earth. Atop Buzhou Mountain, purple qi surged with countless streams of it crossing the sky. On the ground, millions of golden lotus flowers blossomed out of thin air, each petal inscribed with Dao runes. This seemed to be a manifestation of Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough to Hongjun Golden Immortal, resonating with heaven and earth. Zhen Yuanzi felt the power surging within him, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. At this moment, his physical body was harder than ordinary innate treasures. Even a full-force strike from a mid-grade innate treasure would hardly harm him in the slightest. The power contained within his physical body could easily shatter countless great thousand worlds. Even among the 12 ancestor deities of later times, some of their peak physical bodies were not much stronger than his current form. More importantly, his Dao heart had undergone a complete sublimation through the baptism of Pangu's will and the might of heaven and earth during these many years of ascent, and his understanding of the Dao had risen to a new level. He could clearly sense that as long as he returned to Wuzhuang Temple to meditate, for a while consolidating the insights gained from his physical breakthrough, he would surely be able to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal in terms of Law's primordial spirit and magical power. Standing atop the mountain, Zhen Yuanzi overlooked the vast primal earth, feeling the might of his physical body at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level and a deeper connection to heaven and earth, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Climbing Buzhou Mountain, what was gained was not just a physical breakthrough. It was also a brand new understanding of the Dao. The Dao is not merely a path of closed-door cultivation, one must personally practice and undergo trials to touch the truest essence of the source. He took a deep breath and turned to look down the mountain. It was time to return to Wuzhuang Temple and strive for the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As the last wisp of purple chi from the heavenly phenomenon dissipated atop Buzhou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi was about to turn and descend when the surrounding space-time suddenly rippled. The once clear view from the mountain peak became hazy as an extremely mysterious force enveloped him, pulling him into an indescribable and wondrous realm. Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred, yet he did not resist. This power was pure and gentle, carrying the unique essence of the Buzhou Mountain, evidently not malicious. At the same time, a flash of inspiration struck him, and with a flick of his fingers, several plump and round ginseng fruits flew out from the earth book space, transforming into streams of light that fell into his mouth. The fruit melted upon entering, and the pure and immense medicinal power instantly surged through his limbs and bones, nourishing his body that had just broken through to the level of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal and making his mind clearer. Almost simultaneously, the dense, innate spiritual energy surrounding him surged toward his body, like rivers converging into the sea, rushing into his body through his pores, flowing endlessly within his meridians. Zhen Yuanzi stood quietly at the mountain peak, his eyes slightly closed, his figure gradually merging with the Buzhou Mountain behind him. His breath synchronized with the rhythm of the mountain, his heartbeat resonated with the pulse of the primordial wilderness, as if he had become a part of this pillar of heaven and earth. Virum. A clear sound of the Dao echoed in his ears, initially faint like a mosquito's buzz, but instantly transformed into a booming resonance like a grand bell resonating deep within his primordial spirit. It seemed to be a symphony woven from countless Dao principles. There was the weighty stability of the Dao of earth, the unpredictable changes of the Dao of space, the fleeting nature of the Dao of time, the vibrant life force of the Dao of creation, the domineering sharpness of the Dao of destruction, and the glaring edge of the Dao of slaughter. Following that, a series of sacred and solemn chants joined in, as if billions of ancient gods were reciting scriptures, as if countless innate divine demons were comprehending the Dao. The voice was mysterious, obscure, vast, and profound. Every syllable contained the truths of the Dao, and every melody engraved the trajectory of the primordial evolution. The Dao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Dao is unfeeling, operating the sun and moon. The celestial sound and the chants intertwined, thundering like a lightning strike in Zhen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness, stirring his spirit, yet making it incredibly clear. His past insights into various Dao seemed to ignite like a spark in this moment, instantly spreading like wildfire. His primordial spirit trembled violently within this formless celestial sound, revealing countless tiny cracks on the surface, yet new Dao patterns emerged from within those cracks. The originally translucent primordial spirit gradually took on a layer of chaotic color, becoming more refined and profound, faintly embodying a sense of unity and chaos. The chaotic Dao compass in the sea of consciousness also began to rotate, emitting endless Dao energy, analyzing and reflecting the truths within the celestial sound, transforming them into the most intuitive insights transmitted to his primordial spirit. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the comprehension of the Dao. To Zhen Yuanzi, it felt as though he had experienced billions of years witnessing the evolution of the Dao from the primordial creation to the present, yet it also felt like just a moment, merely the time taken to close and open his eyes. When he exited that wondrous realm, the ripples of time and space around him had already calmed, and the view from the mountain peak became clear once more. However, within him, a tremendous transformation was taking place. The insights into the laws surged like a flood, breaking a dam, instantly shattering the shackles of the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, firmly stepping into the threshold of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal's early stage. His primordial spirit had also completely transcended, completing the most essential transformation, emanating a pressure that resonated with heaven and earth. Under the nourishment of the ginseng fruits and innate spiritual energy, his magical power became even purer and more immense, drawing upon the surrounding Dao laws as it operated. Now his physical body laws, primordial spirit, and magical power had all broken through to the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, the chaotic energy in his gaze flashing before disappearing, reflecting the endless starry sky. He felt the surging power within him and the deeper connection with the heavens, and the Dao causing a smile to involuntarily appear on his lips. I didn't expect to break through just like that, he thought in amazement. Feeling the changes within himself, Zhen Yuanzi still found it somewhat unbelievable that he had encountered such a transformation at this final moment. He had merely scaled the Buzhou mountain once. Not only had his physical body broken through to the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, but even his magical power laws and primordial spirit had all simultaneously broken through to the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. He had originally thought he would need to return to the Wuzhuang Temple and meditate for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, to elevate his realm in the aspects of laws and primordial spirit. Yet he did not expect to encounter such an opportunity at the final moment on the peak of Buzhou Mountain, directly breaking through effortlessly, saving countless efforts. The gains from this climb of Buzhou Mountain had truly exceeded his expectations. After reaching this peak, he first broke through in physical body, followed by a comprehensive elevation in laws, primordial spirit, and magical power, stepping directly into the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Although after reaching the peak of Buzhou Mountain, there was no inheritance of techniques, as he had imagined this opportunity and creation were more precious to him than any technique inheritance. After all, he possessed the Chaos Dao source scripture and never lacked techniques. What he truly lacked was the chance to break through shackles and elevate his realm. Zhen Yuanzi bowed deeply to the towering Buzhou Mountain. After all, none of this came about by chance. Perhaps it was the Pangu will carried by Buzhou Mountain, recognizing his unwavering focus on the Dao and comprehension over the past tens of thousands of years. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi took one last deep look at the divine mountain that witnessed his breakthrough before turning to descend the mountain. Unlike the difficulties he faced while ascending, he now had no need to temper himself, making the journey feel quite easy. On the way down, he no longer focused on climbing as he had on the way up, instead casually collecting the innate spiritual items along the path. One can only say that Buzhou Mountain truly lives up to its name. The innate spiritual items it nurtures are not only more numerous, but also more precious. As he passed by the mountainside, he even deliberately detoured to a hidden canyon and pulled out a middle-grade innate spiritual root, the Jiutian Leiju, which emanated a rich, thunderous aura. This bamboo contained the essence of the nine heavens' divine thunder, perfectly complementing the Qingyu immortal bamboo he had collected. As he walked, stopping and going, he collected spiritual items, while also carefully sensing the changes in the Dao rhythm of different areas of Buzhou Mountain. From the powerful might of heaven and earth at the peak, to the interwoven laws at the mountainside, and to the vibrant life force at the foot of the mountain, each area of this divine mountain had its own distinct characteristics. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the misty spiritual energy spiraled like a light veil. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the still majestic divine mountain, already harboring thoughts of leaving to return. Thus he planned to take a brief tour before returning to the Wuzhuang Temple. He had already been out for nearly an epoch, and now that he had just broken through, it was a good time to return and consolidate his realm before practicing for a while longer. After all, while he had reached the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, there was still quite a gap compared to those top-tier innate divine demons, so he needed to work hard on his cultivation. As for thoroughly scouring Buzhou Mountain, that would take far too long, and for now it was unnecessary. Collecting these innate spiritual items was more of a personal interest for him. At this moment, he was actually not lacking in spiritual roots, treasures, techniques, or divine abilities. For him, cultivating his realm was the most important. Even if he exerted great effort to collect some top-grade innate spiritual items, it would not have a significant impact on his strength. Therefore, a simple search would suffice for now. As for thoroughly scouring the mountain, he could attempt that on his next visit. However, during the upcoming brief exploration, he would still casually collect any innate spiritual items he encountered. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Within those 1,000 years, he merely rotated within this area of Buzhou Mountain, yet he had reaped quite a bit. However, he was planning to leave the mountain for now. Just as Zhen Yuanzi prepared to activate his escape light and leave Buzhou Mountain, he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the nearby space-time alongside a flash of spiritual light, which surprised him. Given the situation, it was clearly a sign of a treasure appearing. He immediately chose to change direction and head towards the source of the fluctuation and spiritual light. Although he had already planned to leave since a treasure had appeared before him, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Zhen Yuanzi's figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantly crossing countless trillions of miles of void, arriving at a peculiar valley, which was the source of the disturbances. There floated an array woven from innate runes above the valley. The array's patterns flowed, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. In the center of the array, a golden light grew increasingly intense, indicating that a treasure was about to emerge, causing such a commotion. However, it seemed that to naturally open this array, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years, or perhaps even longer. Zhen Yuanzi naturally did not intend to wait slowly, but chose to break the array directly. In fact, with the Hongming Liangtian ruler he possessed, he could directly pass through this innate array and enter the secret realm, requiring neither waiting nor breaking the array. However, since Zhen Yuanzi had just recently broken through, this was a good opportunity to test his strength against this array. Currently, the array was on the verge of activation, far from its peak power. Even if he forcibly broke the array, it would not take much effort. Zhen Yuanzi pointed with his finger, and the pressure of a primordial golden immortal suddenly erupted, weaving together numerous great Dao laws. A torrent of immense magical power surged forth, transforming into a gigantic hand that obscured the heavens and earth, striking towards the array. Boom! The giant hand descended, and the array's patterns trembled violently. Countless runes shattered inch by inch, and the seemingly sturdy barrier of the array crumbled like glass, not forming even the slightest obstruction. In the moment the array broke, the chaotic Dao compass in Zhen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness began to rotate, and chaotic currents spread out, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets and causalities of this place, as if there had never been any sign of a treasure emerging. Unless one had previously seen the spiritual light here and felt the presence of the disturbances, they would not be able to know that a treasure had emerged. Meanwhile, in the central Kunlun on Yujing Mountain, Hongjun was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The Dao rhythms flowed around him when suddenly he felt a stir in his heart. The thread of opportunity he had just sensed abruptly vanished. He furrowed his brows, extending his primordial spirit to attempt a divination, but found only chaos with no clues. Forgetted opportunities have their own fated numbers. Hongjun withdrew his divine consciousness and continued to meditate, not realizing that the opportunity that should have belonged to him had already been seized by someone else. Zhen Yuanzi stepped into the core of the array, where the rich, innate spiritual energy was almost tangible. What came into his view was a mysterious yellow and black cauldron suspended in midair. The cauldron gleamed with golden light, containing 46 layers of innate prohibitions, exuding a terrifying power capable of trapping all things. Hongming Golden Cauldron. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He did not expect this treasure to appear. The Hongming Golden Cauldron is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, infinitely mysterious, capable of capturing immortals and objects, containing all treasures of the world. Once the golden light emerges, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it hard to escape. According to his knowledge, this treasure was originally not supposed to be obtained by Hongjun, as it was placed on the Funbao Rock after the 3 lectures at Zixiao Palace, and was ultimately acquired by Tongtian, who then bestowed it upon Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, it now appeared before him, about to be obtained by him. Could it be that Hongjun had not yet acquired this treasure, and he was intercepting it this time? If that were the case, if he had not concealed the heavenly secrets and causalities here, he might have encountered Hongjun arriving later. But since he had completely obscured the heavenly secrets here, it was likely that even Hongjun could not sense the opportunity here and would naturally not come specially. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that as his divine consciousness probed into the golden cauldron, he sensed a complete array inheritance, namely the 9 curves Yellow River Great Array. This array contains boundless mysteries capable of severing immortal bones and extinguishing immortal roots, and is one of the top arrays of the primordial era, second only to the 12 capital heavenly gods and the extermination sword array, among a few others. When combined with the Hongming Golden Cauldron, it possesses unparalleled power. In the later era of the Fengshen calamity, the 3 Shaos relied on this array to make the disciples of the Chan teaching suffer greatly, ultimately forcing the saints to personally intervene. What a pleasant surprise! Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly and waved his hand to take the Hongming Golden Cauldron into his possession. The moment he grasped the cauldron, it was warm to the touch, its prohibitions operating smoothly, easily, capable of unleashing powerful might, and then it was stored into his treasure space. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi sensed 3 streaks of light rapidly flying from the horizon, carrying a sharp aura and instantly landing outside the valley. "You Taoist," This is the territory of our Qilin clan. Oh, quickly put down the treasure. A stern shout came filled with undeniable dominance. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brows and looked up. 3 figures landed before him, all transformed powerful members of the Qilin clan. The leader wore red armor, had a single horn on his head, and a stern expression exuding an aura of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 2 behind him, one clad in green and the other in black, were considerably weaker, but still possessed pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, their auras carrying the unique auspiciousness and ferocity of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan. Zhen Yuanzi understood in his heart, no wonder they were so domineering. Although it was not yet the time for the 3 clans to dominate the primordial world, the 3 innate clans still held considerable power, with strong individuals emerging from their ranks, and ordinary innate beings truly did not dare to provoke them. Moreover, being one of the 3 major innate clans, encountering 3 Qilin, all of whom possessed Tai and Great Luo cultivation, was no small matter. However, such cultivation naturally did not put him in awe. Clearly they had sensed the spiritual light here earlier and had been attracted here, but their cultivation was weaker, their speed slower, and their distance farther, which was why they had just arrived. The leading red-armored Qilin stared intensely at Zhen Yuanzi, and seeing that he had no treasure in hand, but sensing the lingering aura of a top innate spiritual treasure in the air, he immediately shouted in anger, "The treasure must be on you. If you are wise, hand it over quickly, and perhaps we can spare your life. Otherwise we will surely annihilate your soul and cause you to fall here." The green-armored Qilin echoed, "Indeed. This is our clan's territory. How dare you, an outsider, covet the treasure? Hand it over." The black-armored Qilin even directly brandished a green spear, pointing it straight at Zhen Yuanzi, choosing death. These 3 powerful Qilin clan members could not discern Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation, nor did they recognize him, thus assuming he was not a well-known mighty figure, at most just someone whose aura was concealed by a treasure. Therefore they all looked down upon Zhen Yuanzi, spouting bravado. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned cold, his voice flat, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Scram. With those words like thunder crashing down, although he did not use magical powers or divine abilities, it still caused the 3 Qilin clan members to pause, their faces changing suddenly. "You dare insult us?" The red-armored Qilin was both shocked and furious. Though he could not see Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation, he had not expected him to be so resolute. "Attack! Capture him, and the treasure will naturally be ours." As the words fell, the green-armored Qilin and the black-armored Qilin each activated their treasures, unleashing a full-force strike at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal level, charging towards Zhen Yuanzi. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, secretly feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. Could it be that he had offended the innate 3 clans? Last time in the East Sea, a powerful being from the Dragon clan attempted to seize his treasures, and now in the Buzhou Mountain, there were even members of the Qilin clan trying to rob him. However, since the opponent dared to make a move to seize, there was naturally only one outcome: death. When he was at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, he dared to slay a Great Luo powerhouse from the Dragon clan. Now that he had broken through to the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm, how could he allow a member of the Qilin clan to offend him? Otherwise, wouldn't his breakthrough to the Hongjun Golden Immortal be in vain? Zhen Yuanzi stood still, merely flicking a finger, and a seemingly plain force of the Dao surged forth. This force appeared weak, yet contained the ultimate control of the Dao by a Hongjun Golden Immortal, instantly transforming into 3 earth and yellow barriers that met the attacks of the 3. Crack! Boom! The spear of the green-armored Qilin and the shield of the black-armored Qilin shattered instantly, suffering devastating blows, their bodies exploding into blood mist under the crushing force of the Dao. Along with that, the vast world that had evolved within them was also destroyed, countless incarnations from the heavens simultaneously obliterated, leaving not even a fragment of their nascent souls, completely perishing. The red-armored Qilin witnessed the instant fall of his kin, his eyes filled with rage, his heart burning with fury. How could 2 of his fellow kin at the Tai peak level be obliterated by a mere finger? The opponent must at least be at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, and such strength, even among the Great Luo, was certainly not to be underestimated. However, as an elder under the first Qilin, his pride as a Great Luo Golden Immortal and his desire for treasures outweighed any other thoughts, including fear. Since the opponent could easily annihilate a Tai, perhaps it was relying on the recently acquired spiritual treasure. If he could seize it while the opponent hadn't fully refined it, yet it would be a tremendous opportunity. "Arrogant fool, dare to slay a member of my Qilin clan today, you shall face the obliteration of your soul." The red-armored Qilin roared, shattering the void as crimson divine light surged around him and billions of Qilin phantoms appeared behind him. These were his incarnations, spread across the infinite time and space of the past, present, and future, all summoned at this moment. The pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal swept through the world like a tsunami, shaking even the surrounding laws of the Dao. He reached into the void, retrieving a long spear engulfed in blood-red flames, inscribed with the words "Burning Heaven." This was his strongest spiritual treasure, granted by the first Qilin, the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Burning Heaven Spear. This spear contained powerful laws of obliteration and fire. As it swung, endless time and space shattered like paper, and the spear tip shot forth a blood-red beam that pierced through the past and future, turning all it touched to ashes and igniting the infinite void into a sea of flames. Die. The red-armored Qilin poured all his great Luo Golden Immortal's origin power into the Burning Heaven Spear, and billions of incarnations simultaneously swung the spear, intertwining countless blood-red beams in the void, aiming to crush Zhen Yuanzi and the space he occupied. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze was calm and unperturbed. He merely pressed out a palm, and a terrifying force of the Dao erupted. The force of the Dao collided with the beams, creating ripples of invisible Dao resonance, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Wherever the ripples passed, the blood-red beams instantly froze, and then dissolved into nothingness like melting ice and snow. The blood-red flames on the Burning Heaven Spear suddenly extinguished, being directly blown away. The billions of incarnations summoned by the red-armored Qilin screamed in unison, shattering inch by inch amidst the ripples. Puff! The red-armored Qilin seemed to suffer a backlash from the Dao, his body exploding into blood mist under the terrifying force of the Dao, and the 3,000 great thousand worlds evolving within him simultaneously perished, along with his nascent soul completely extinguished. But is the immortality of the great Luo Golden Immortal merely a saying? Amidst the blood mist, a piercing red spiritual light shone brightly. This was his innate, indestructible spiritual light, instantly connecting to the powers of countless incarnations across infinite time and space, as billions of streams of light surged from the space cracks, reorganizing the form of the red-armored Qilin from millions of miles away. His aura not only did not weaken in the slightest, but upon revival, he returned to his peak. However, the red-armored Qilin, now back at his peak, felt a chill all over. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed his origin Dao fruit trembling, as if it could be completely erased by that palm at any moment. What kind of being is this? Clearly, it is a terrifying powerhouse at the Hongjun Golden Immortal level. Senior, spare my life. The red-armored Qilin no longer held any pride, turning to tear through space and flee. His surrounding laws surged violently, attempting to traverse time and space to escape, avoiding the death calamity, but he found that the surrounding space had already been sealed by an invisible force. No matter how he urged the laws, it was as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to stir even a ripple in space. For someone who dared to offend him, especially one who had slain two powerful beings of the Qilin clan, he naturally would not let the great Luo powerhouse of the Qilin clan go. Since the cause and effect had already been established, it must be concluded thoroughly. Moreover, letting the opponent go would certainly invite trouble. Although he was unafraid of the Qilin clan being entangled with them, would inevitably bring about complications. However, the immortality of the great Luo Golden Immortal, containing the innate indestructible spiritual light, allows for resurrection even if their body and nascent soul are obliterated using countless incarnations. To completely obliterate the opponent relying solely on magical powers, he would need to employ several more tricks, but Zhen Yuanzi did not intend to waste such time. He had a simpler method to resolve this. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes turned cold as he gripped his right hand. The innate treasure, the Tai Su sword, was already in his grasp. The radiant white blade shimmered with the essence of slaughter. Without moving, its edge had already locked onto the origin Dao fruit of the red-armored Qilin, as well as every breath of his scattered presence across infinite time and space. An innate treasure. The pupils of the red-armored Qilin constricted sharply, his heart filled with fear reaching its peak. He never expected that his opponent actually possessed an innate treasure. Such an existence could not be an ordinary being. It should be noted that none of the Qilin clan possessed innate treasures, yet why had he never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse? Senior, please spare me. The leader of my Qilin clan is a top-tier powerhouse in the world. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. As he spoke, he even infused a hint of threat, hoping to make Zhen Yuanzi hesitate, while striving to resist with all his might, seeking a glimmer of life. After all, the immortality of the great Luo Golden Immortal is merely relative in the face of a Hongjun Golden Immortal wielding an innate treasure. The so-called time and space incarnations, the past and future, could all be obliterated, leaving almost no chance of survival. Even the first Qilin can't protect you. The Tai Su sword trembled slightly, and a seemingly delicate white sword chi shot forth, instantly piercing through infinite time and space. The sword Qi transformed into billions of infinite quantities. Wherever it passed, the red-armored Qilins hidden countless incarnations in the past, billions of possible forms in the future, and his current body and phantoms all let out shrill screams at that very moment, turning to flying ashes. His origin Dao fruit shattered inch by inch in the sword Qi, that innate indestructible spiritual light, symbolizing the foundation of the Great Luo, ultimately fell into the land of eternal tribulation, making it nearly impossible to revive through endless years. As the last trace of his nascent soul dissipated, the massive form of the red-armored Qilin fell from the void, reverting to 100,000 miles of crimson Qilin form, crashing into the valley and stirring up layers of smoke and dust. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, drawing the corpse along with the burning heaven spear into the space of the Chaos Dao compass. With a slight movement, he disappeared from the spot, as if no one had ever fought here. Having resolved the thread of the Qilin clan, Zhen Yuanzi felt no lingering attachments and transformed into a streak of light, flying out of the Buzhou mountain range towards the direction of Wanshou mountain. With the Hunyuan golden dipper in hand, and having tested his strength, this journey had been a success. Next, he would return to the Wuzhuang temple, enter seclusion to consolidate his realm and wait for the resurgence of the chaotic winds of the wilderness. After leaving Buzhou mountain, Zhen Yuanzi did not rush to return to Wanshou mountain, so he did not use the Hongming measuring ruler and directly cross the endless void. Instead, he chose to journey back leisurely, albeit at a much faster pace than before. The escape light of the Hunyuan golden immortal pierced through the vast sky, leaving behind faint traces of Dao rhythm, occasionally spotting rare, innate spiritual items, which he casually collected into his treasure space. As he traveled, the primordial land became increasingly vibrant, with various creatures thriving among the mountains and rivers. Magnificent winged birds built nests in the clouds, scaled beasts with sparkling scales sprinted through the forests, and innate beings that had awakened their intelligence established huts attempting to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Indeed, the primordial world is becoming more lively. Zhen Yuanzi mused, reflecting on the end of the beast calamity and the fact that the innate three clans had yet to fully rise. It was a golden period for the growth of all things. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed, and his figure appeared above the Hongjun mountain range. Compared to when he left, this mountain range had become even more lush, with countless new spiritual herbs and plants breaking through the soil, emitting alluring spiritual light. Even the number of innate beings within had greatly increased. However, the red clouds were evidently still far from the time of emergence, so Zhen Yuanzi meticulously searched through the various innate spiritual items of the Hongjun mountain range before finally contentedly heading towards Wanshou mountain. Not long after, the outline of Wanshou mountain appeared in view. Compared to when he left, the spiritual energy of this celestial mountain had become even more abundant, and many innate beings had also appeared from the foot to the midsection of the mountain. Although most of them had low cultivation, they added a touch of vitality to the previously tranquil celestial mountain. However, Zhen Yuanzi paid them no mind, and directly passed through layers of formation, stepping into the cave heaven of Wuzhuangwen. Inside the cave heaven, the spiritual energy was misty. The ginseng fruit trees and huanghongli trees stood tall, like canopies, and the Sanguang divine water lake shimmered under the light, everything in perfect order. He returned to the Wuzhuang hall, sat in the main seat, and called out, "Qingfeng Mingwei, disciple is here." Two crisp voices rang out, and two figures, one in blue and one in white, hurriedly ran in from outside the hall. They were Qingfeng and Mingwei. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, their faces instantly brightened with joy, and they quickly bowed. "Welcome back, my lord." Zhen Yuanzi looked at the two and slightly nodded. "While I have been away from the mountain, has anything unusual happened in the cave?" Qingfeng stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Reporting to my lord, everything is well in the cave. The spiritual roots and herbs in the spiritual herb garden have been tended to as per your instructions, and the Sanguang divine water is applied regularly, resulting in excellent growth. However, in recent years, the number of new innate beings born on Wanshou mountain has been increasing, some of whom have heard of your reputation for slaying fierce beasts and wish to seek out Wuzhuangwen. However, due to the cave heaven's formations, they have been unable to find the entrance." Mingwei added, "Yes, my lord, the growth of spiritual herbs and roots has been excellent over these years, often irrigated with Sanguang divine water. Some spiritual herbs and roots seem to have undergone significant changes, even shortening their growth cycles considerably." With a flick of her small hand, more than 10 crystal-clear innate jade boxes appeared out of thin air, hovering before Zhen Yuanzi. "My lord, please look, these are the spiritual fruits harvested over the years." Zhen Yuanzi scanned the jade boxes with his divine sense, and saw them filled with various spiritual fruits, among which 2 boxes contained ginseng fruits that had matured multiple times over the years, and the second batch of huanghongli fruits. The other boxes were piled high with various spiritual fruits, spiritual items, and spiritual herbs. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done, you have worked hard. Receiving praise, Qingfeng and Mingyue both revealed happy smiles. Soon after, Zhen Yuanzi led the two to the spiritual herb garden. The people here do not refer to the human race, but rather to human Dao beings. Furthermore, human Dao beings are not limited to just the human race, but all sentient beings in the primordial world. With a wave of his hand, the gains from the Chaos Dao compass poured out. The high-grade, innate spiritual root, the innate fire jujube tree, took root in the spiritual soil, its branches stretching out and laden with bright red fire jujubes. Medium-grade, innate spiritual roots, such as the calming immortal tea tree, Jutian thunder bamboo, and red flame fruit, fell to the ground one after another, instantly integrating into the environment of the spiritual herb garden. There were also many low-grade innate spiritual roots and a vast amount of spiritual grasses, plants, and herbs, all planted in an orderly manner according to their attributes under his control. Splash! Zhen Yuanzi summoned the waters of the Sanguang Divine Water Lake, transforming them into countless streams to irrigate the newly planted spiritual roots and herbs. As the divine water fell, the spiritual roots, as well as the vast amount of spiritual grasses, plants, and herbs, immediately spread their leaves and branches, emanating a more vigorous vitality. Even the surrounding spiritual energy became more dynamic. From now on, these spiritual roots will be entrusted to you for care. Do not be careless, Zhen Yuanzi instructed. Qingfeng and Mingyue looked at the myriad spiritual roots, especially the innate fire jujube tree exuding a scorching aura, with eyes full of shock, and quickly responded, "Understood, my lord." After they returned to the Wuzhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon the two, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned their cultivation levels. You have both reached the peak of the golden immortal. Yes, it is thanks to the spiritual fruits bestowed by my lord that we could achieve this progress, Qingfeng replied with a bow, his tone filled with gratitude. Mingyue also nodded vigorously beside him. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Although Qingfeng and Mingyue were innate beings, and their qualifications were among the best among innate beings, they still fell short compared to innate deities. Achieving the peak of the golden immortal in such a short time frame relied on the environment and the power of spiritual fruits of Wuzhuangwen. It was evident that during the years he had been away traveling through the primordial world, Qingfeng and Mingyue had not neglected their cultivation aside from managing the cave. However, although such a speed of cultivation was considered quite fast among innate beings, Zhen Yuanzi remained somewhat unsatisfied. After all, Qingfeng and Mingyue as his disciples represented his image, so their cultivation had to be higher. Moreover, with higher cultivation, they would be able to manage the cave better for him in the future. In Zhen Yuanzi's view, as his disciples, they should at least possess the cultivation of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. However, considering that their training time was still short, it was natural that they could not leap directly to become a Grand Luo Golden Immortal and would need to cultivate gradually. Nevertheless, he could teach them, guide their cultivation, and accelerate their training speed. As for whether he could cultivate them to the level of Grand Luo Golden Immortal, Zhen Yuanzi had never worried about this issue. He believed that with his guidance and the resources available, reaching the realm of Grand Luo Golden Immortal would not be a problem. Even if it were truly difficult to break through when the time came, he could just feed them a Huanghongli, and they would immediately break through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal realm. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi, who possessed 2 Huanghongli, was this generous. The cultivation of Golden Immortal is still somewhat lacking. You all must advance further. Zhen Yuanzi said solemnly, "Today I will expound the Dao for you, aiding your breakthrough of the bottleneck." Qingfeng and Mingyue were overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly kneeling on the mats, their expressions solemn, waiting for the lecture. Zhen Yuanzi sat at the top and slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it contained the true meaning of the Dao, explaining the foundational 5 elements laws to the profound time and space, Dao one after another. In addition to these profound Dao principles, he also combined his experiences from traveling through the primordial world, using mountains, rivers, plants, and the myriad forms of life as examples, making the obscure ideas easily understandable. The Dao exists in ants and weeds and tiles and bricks. In all things in heaven and earth can lead to enlightenment. Cultivation is not merely a closed-door endeavor. One must observe the operations of heaven and earth and the cycles of life to draw connections and understand. The sound of the Great Dao reverberated within the hall, transforming into countless runes that merged into the spiritual consciousness of Qingfeng and Mingyue. At times the two furrowed their brows in contemplation, and at other times they experienced sudden clarity, with their spiritual consciousness growing stronger under the nourishment of the Dao rhythm, pushing towards the threshold of Tai Golden Immortal. Time passed silently, and 10,000 years drifted away. On this day, both Qing Feng and Mingwei erupted with dazzling spiritual light within their bodies, and the pressure of the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal enveloped the hall. They had finally succeeded in their breakthrough. Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. The two were overwhelmed with excitement as they deeply bowed to Zhen Yuanzi, their voices filled with gratitude. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, slightly waved his hand to take out several crimson primordial fire dates, and then retrieved dozens of middle and low-grade primordial spirit fruits, saying with a smile, "These are rewards for your breakthrough." Then he took out 2 low-grade primordial spirit treasures, a green sword and a white jade shield, saying, "Take these spirit treasures to protect yourselves." It was not that Zhen Yuanzi was unwilling to bestow more precious primordial spirit treasures, but given their current cultivation, using low-grade primordial spirit treasures was more suitable. Moreover, in reality, low-grade primordial spirit treasures were also quite precious. Even some Deluo powerhouses might not own a single low-grade primordial spirit treasure. After all, these treasures contained indestructible primordial spiritual light and primordial essence, which could be used for comprehension and cultivation, and their power was not to be underestimated. Low-grade primordial spirit treasures. Even with the knowledge of Qing Feng and Ming Yue, they understood the rarity of primordial spirit treasures. At this moment, they received the treasures, their hands trembling, and thanked him again. "Thank you, Master, for your gifts. Now go and enter seclusion to stabilize your realms." Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. Yes. The two respectfully exited the Wuzhuang Hall, holding the spirit fruits and spirit treasures. The hall fell silent again, and Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes in contemplation. This 10,000 years spent imparting teachings to Qing Feng and Ming Yue was also a process of sorting through his own insights. The sights and experiences from his travels through the primordial era, the cleansing of body and mind from climbing Mount Buzhou, and the various feelings gained from collecting spirit treasures and spirit roots. All these experiences flowed through his mind, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding of the Dao. Cultivators practice, after all, to cultivate their hearts, comprehend the Dao, and connect with the universe. Zhen Yuanzi realized in his heart. Although the Chaos Dao Compass could assist in understanding the Dao, it could not replace personal experience. Countless spirit roots and spirit treasures could enhance one's cultivation, but they were not as solid as the understanding of the Dao. Cultivating is fundamentally about comprehending the Dao. And the principles of the Dao are the Dao. The supreme truths of heaven and earth are the Dao. All things in the universe are the Dao. The myriad forms of sentient beings are likewise the Dao. Cultivation has never been a mere path of suffering. This is also the reason why, despite possessing the Chaos Dao Compass, he still chose to travel through the primordial era. He was not solely collecting primordial spirit treasures, spirit roots, or other such items. At the same time, he aimed to expand his knowledge, enhance his understanding of the Dao, and improve his perception of all things in heaven and earth along with his spiritual state and Dao heart. His previous breakthrough in realm was largely attributable to this aspect. In fact, it was not just him, many other powerful beings in the primordial era, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, would also choose to travel through the primordial era instead of remaining in seclusion. Now that he had returned from his travels, he naturally needed to digest the experiences and continue his cultivation. Although he had already reached the early stage of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal, the primordial era was filled with powerful beings. Hongjun Lu and Zulong, among the top primordial powerhouses, had cultivated for countless years before him and had long since reached the Hongyuan Golden Immortal realm, so he still needed to forge ahead. It's time to enter seclusion. Zhen Yuanzi stood up and walked into the quiet room behind the hall, setting up a complex array. Inside the quiet room, the Chaos Dao Compass floated in the air, slowly rotating, reflecting the phantoms of 3,000 Daos. He sat cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation, began to digest the insights from his travels, and aimed to break through to an even higher realm. The Wuzhuang Temple returned to tranquility once more, with only the faint sounds of spirit roots growing and the mysterious heavenly sounds of the Dao flowing quietly through the river of time. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 Yuan meetings had passed. In the Wuzhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi slowly concluded his cultivation, the Daoic airflow around him gradually receding, ultimately returning to calm. He opened his eyes, and a flash of Daoic runes flickered in his gaze. After this period of seclusion, lasting 3 Yuan meetings, his cultivation had made some progress, his aura more stable and heavy like a deep abyss unfathomable. However, there was still a considerable gap before he could break through to the mid-stage of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal realm. The cultivation of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal required a deeper understanding of the principles of the Dao, with each step making it significantly more challenging than the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, and naturally breakthroughs were not so easily achieved. Even with the assistance of the Chaos Dao Compass and the nourishment of the 3 light divine water ginseng fruits, Hongjun Li, and other spiritual items, the arduous cultivation of these 3 Yuan meetings only allowed him to make progress in the early stage of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal Realm and enhance his strength. But to break through to the mid-stage of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal, he would need to enter seclusion for several more Yuan meetings, or even a much longer period of time. However, cultivation is not solely about advancing in realms. During this seclusion, he comprehended and cultivated many Daoic supernatural powers, such as the golden light of the earth and the transformation of creation. More importantly, during this seclusion, he completely refined the 14 primordial restrictions of the Hongming volume Heaven Measuring Ruler. When man and treasure unite, by merely focusing his thoughts, he could draw upon the temporal and spatial essence within the treasure. Whether suppressing fortunes, traversing time and space, or engaging in battles, he could unleash its powers to the fullest. After finishing his cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi looked towards the outside of the hall. In recent years, the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven had become increasingly stable, with flourishing spirit roots. Outside Wuzhuang Temple, the number of primordial beings on Mount Wanshou had increased significantly compared to before, which sparked an idea in his mind. He called out Qingfeng Mingwei. "Disciple is here." The 2 figures rushed over quickly. Now under Zhen Yuanzi's guidance and resource allocation, Qingfeng and Mingwei had already cultivated to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Their auras steady, and their expressions held a touch of Taoist rhythm. "You two will go out and inform all beings on Mount Wanshou," Zhen Yuanzi said slowly. "After 1,000 years, I will impart teachings on the summit of Mount Wanshou, and anyone with fate may come to listen." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyu's eyes immediately sparkled with joy. Having personally experienced the profundity of Zhen Yuanzi's teachings, they knew it was an opportunity that could enlighten them and allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. They never expected their master would be giving teachings again, although this time it was for the beings of Mount Wanshou. They could also attend as listeners and naturally gain significant benefits. "Disciple obeys." Qingfeng quickly bent his body, his tone barely containing his excitement. "May I ask, Master, is there any restriction on the scope of the teachings? For example, regarding cultivation realms?" Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. "There are no restrictions. All beings may come as long as they hold reverence and listen earnestly." "Yes, I will notify them right now." Mingwei could hardly contain her excitement as well. Exchanging a glance with Qingfeng, the 2 swiftly exited the hall. Once outside the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven, Qingfeng and Mingwei transformed into 2 streaks of light traversing through Mount Wanshou. "All fellow practitioners of Mount Wanshou, listen." Qingfeng's voice, infused with the power of the Tai Golden Immortal, spread throughout the mountains and rivers. "My master Zhen Yuanzi, a powerful being of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal Realm, will impart teachings for 3,000 years on the summit of Mount Wanshou. After 1,000 years, regardless of cultivation level, anyone with fate may come to listen." Mingwei quickly followed up, adding, "My master possesses vast supernatural powers and profound Taoist rhythm. This time the teachings will cover laws, cultivation, and various supernatural powers. This is a rare opportunity, so do not miss it." "What?" "The primordial great being of the 5 villages Temple Taoist, Zhen Yuan, is going to give a lecture on the Daos." A stone spirit who was absorbing spiritual energy abruptly lifted its head, its eyes filled with disbelief. He had once heard tales of this great being's prowess in slaying ferocious beasts, yet he never imagined that such a mighty figure would openly expound the Dao. "Is it the master of the 5 villages Temple? This is the legendary primordial great being with unfathomable power." A white deer that had taken human form trembled with excitement, though a hint of doubt lingered in its mind. "But what realm is the Hongyuan Golden Immortal?" Nevertheless, to listen to such a primordial great being lecture on the Dao, even a mere fragment of words would be enough to benefit us for a lifetime. 1,000 years from now, I must hurry back and stabilize my cultivation so I can secure a good seat. Quickly inform our kin in the clan. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Countless primordial beings spread the news, their excitement beyond words. The news spread far and wide, reaching beings from the Red Cloud Mountain range, the Dark Een Mountain, the Sunset Ridge, and other celestial mountains separated by vast distances. They all began to converge upon Longevity Mountain. 1,000 years passed quietly amidst the eager anticipation of countless beings. On this day atop Longevity Mountain, innumerable primordial beings had already gathered. Suddenly, a chaotic rainbow light shimmered across the horizon, and Zhen Yuanzi's figure appeared on the mountain peak out of thin air. With a wave of his right hand, a cloud platform carved from primordial dark jade slowly materialized. Upon the platform, primordial divine light swirled, and Dao runes flickered faintly. Zhen Yuanzi stepped leisurely onto the cloud platform, sat cross-legged, and cast a calm gaze over the billions of primordial beings below. Among them were not only the original beings of Longevity Mountain, but also those from nearby regions and other celestial mountains who had heard of the great being's lecture and rushed over to attend. "We pay homage to Taoist Zhen Yuan," someone among the crowd shouted first, and the billions of primordial beings bowed in unison, their voices merging into a mighty torrent that resounded through the heavens. Zhen Yuanzi slightly raised his hand, and a calm voice rang out clearly, reaching every being's ears. "Rise. No need for formalities." Once they stood, he continued, "I am Zhen Yuanzi. Today I shall lecture on the Dao for 3,000 years. Since you have all come, fate has brought us together. Be at ease and listen attentively. Thank you, Taoist." The billions of beings bowed again in gratitude, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhen Yuanzi spoke no further and began to intone. "The Dao is formless, yet gives birth to all phenomena. When it moves, within it hides in a mustard seed. When it disperses, without it fills the heavens and earth. All things have their own nature, and each nature has its own Dao. There is no need to force a uniform path. Guard your own nature, and you shall attain the true essence." His voice, though seemingly unremarkable, was imbued with profound Dao resonance, transforming into countless runes that merged into the primordial spirits of every listener. In the first millennium, Zhen Yuanzi expounded on the ultimate principles of the laws. Laws are the trajectories of heaven and earth's operation, the foundation of all evolution. They can be followed or defied, born or extinguished. The key lies in comprehension and application. Countless beings listened in rapture. Many cultivators stuck at bottlenecks felt a flash of insight, their years of confusion suddenly clearing as their cultivation began to slowly advance. In the middle millennium, he spoke on the methods of cultivation. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. One must consolidate the foundation, illuminate the mind and nature, and know when to advance and when to retreat. He infused his own cultivation experiences into his teachings, including both specific methods he had synthesized and insights gained from his travels across the primordial wilderness. He explained profound truths in simple terms, allowing beings of different origins and realms to all benefit. In the final millennium, he taught divine abilities and techniques. Divine abilities are manifestations of the laws and the application of spiritual power. They are not tools for showing off, but the foundation for safeguarding the Dao. He passed down no specific great Dao divine abilities, only their essence and nature, allowing all beings to comprehend their own divine abilities. He made them understand that such powers reside within themselves, not in external methods. 3 millennia passed in the blink of an eye during the sermon. When Zhen Yuanzi's voice ceased, the mountaintop remained utterly silent. Countless beings still lingered in the profound mysteries of the Great Dao, unable to return to their senses for a long time. After a long while, some beings slowly awoke, their faces showing expressions of sudden enlightenment as they gazed at Zhen Yuanzi with gratitude and reverence. "Do any of you have questions?" Zhen Yuanzi spoke, breaking the silence. After a moment of silence, a golden immortal clad in azure armor, with a single horn on his head, stepped forward and bowed. "This junior is Xianqing of Xianin Mountain. I possess the power of both water and earth elements, yet I always feel they conflict and resist merging. May I ask the Dao Venerable how to resolve this?" Zhen Yuanzi said calmly, "Water can moisten earth and earth can contain water. This is the path of mutual nourishment. The great earth bears water without drowning, and the torrent moistens the earth without eroding. Seek the point of balance, and they will naturally merge." Xianqing was struck as if by lightning. After standing in a daze for a long time, he suddenly kowtowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Dao Venerable. This junior's mind is now clear." Subsequently, a transformed ancient tree stepped forward and asked. This junior took root at Luoxiao Ridge, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow. Zhen Yuanzi said, "Plants and trees." Over the next 100 years, Zhen Yuanzi answered many questions one by one. When no one else had questions, Zhen Yuanzi rose and said, "This sermon ends here. Farewell, Dao Venerable Zhen Yuan." Billions of primordial beings prostrated themselves once more, their voices filled with gratitude. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. His form transformed into a stream of chaotic light, vanishing into the void and returning to the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven. On the mountaintop, the beings did not leave immediately. Many remained cross-legged, digesting the content of the sermon. This sermon not only advanced their cultivation, but more importantly, opened new paths of cultivation. This gain would accompany them for the rest of their lives. And Mount Wanshou, because of this sermon, became a sacred cultivation ground longed for by countless primordial beings who knew of its existence. The names of Wuzhuang Temple and Dao Venerable Zhen Yuan spread throughout Mount Wanshou and the surrounding regions, revered by countless beings. Meanwhile, the moment Zhen Yuanzi's figure landed in the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven, the sky of that realm suddenly rippled with anomalies. Countless points of profound yellow light emerged from the depths of the void, gathering like fireflies and gradually coalescing into a brilliant ball of profound golden radiance that hovered above the Wuzhuang Hall. Heavenly Dao merit. Zhen Yuanzi looked up, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. This was clearly because he had preached to the beings of Mount Wanshou and its surroundings, transmitting cultivation methods, which had stirred the resonance of the Heavenly Dao, thus bestowing this reward of merit. The golden light grew increasingly intense, faintly accompanied by the celestial music of the Great Dao. A warm and profound power emanated from it, enveloping the entire Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven. Then this mass of golden light transformed into a profound yellow torrent, cascading down like a waterfall and merging into Zhen Yuanzi's body. According to the system panel this time, he had obtained 30 million points of Heavenly Dao merit. Although Heavenly Dao merit was not comparable to the Great Dao merit he had earned from slaying primordial beasts, and 30 million might seem modest, it was in fact a substantial amount, enough for him to condense 3 cycles of the Golden Wheel of Merit. In later ages, for an ordinary mighty cultivator to possess even a few cycles of the Golden Wheel of Merit for protection was an immense fortune. At that time, scheming to obtain 30 million points of Heavenly Dao merit was no easy feat. It was only because he had seized the opportune moment and taken the lead that acquiring Heavenly Dao merit seemed relatively easy. However, the merit earned from preaching was primarily that of enlightenment. Only when one guided the beings of the primordial wilderness in the direction of cultivation for the first time on a large scale would the Heavenly Dao bestow such merit. Next time, there will be no such good fortune. Even if he holds a lecture again, it will be difficult to obtain the Heavenly Dao merit once more. Unless the scale of his next lecture is far grander than before, with enough great fortuners and extraordinary talents in attendance, such as those innate sacred beings, only then might he have the chance to gain Heavenly Dao merit again. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi ceased his thoughts, and with a flicker of his mind, the 30 million Heavenly Dao merits within him began to circulate and condense. The yellowish golden power of merit spiraled around his primordial spirit, gradually transforming into 3 phantom wheels. After a moment, the 3 golden wheels of merit completely solidified, slowly hovering behind his primordial spirit, thoroughly concealed, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to detect unless he chose to reveal them. With the completion of the golden wheels of merit, Zhen Yuanzi felt an even stronger connection to the heavens and earth, and even his comprehension of the Great Dao laws seemed to have become somewhat easier. Although the changes were quite subtle, there were indeed extremely fine distinctions. More importantly, these 3 golden wheels contained the power of protection from heaven and earth. Even in future battles, they could weaken karmic backlash or even counter others, proving to be tremendously useful. This time the lecture truly yielded remarkable results, Zhen Yuanzi said with a slight smile. In addition to the Heavenly Dao merit he just obtained, he also noticed that the luck of Wanshou Mountain and his Wuzhuang Temple had risen in the unseen, evidently influenced by his previous lecture. The path of cultivation is inherently a blend of accumulation and opportunity. This lecture not only enhanced the luck of Wanshou Mountain, but also granted him the golden wheels of merit, which could be considered quite fulfilling. Next, I must continue my seclusion. Zhen Yuanzi retracted his gaze, his figure disappearing once more into the quiet chamber. The threshold of the mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal lay ahead, and he needed to exert more effort to stabilize himself in this increasingly turbulent primordial chaos. The Wuzhuang Temple's cave abode returned to tranquility. In the following years, Zhen Yuanzi once again fell into a prolonged period of seclusion. For him, now the realm of cultivation was the most critical. He lacked nothing in terms of magical artifacts or innate spiritual items. Even acquiring more spiritual treasures would merely be embellishments to him at this point, having little significant impact. After all, in this primordial world, cultivation level is the foundation for existence, and even the most powerful treasures require sufficient strength to unleash their true might. Thus, he focused entirely on his practice, immersing himself in his training unaffected by the ever-changing primordial chaos outside. In this way, Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged deep within the Wuzhuang Hall, surrounded by rich, innate spiritual energy. The runes of the Dao flickered into view as boundless innate spiritual energy surged into his body, with each breath refining his physical body, condensing his magical power, strengthening his primordial spirit, and comprehending the laws. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Days and months passed, and countless years slipped away during Zhen Yuanzi's seclusion. Unbeknownst to how many years had passed, the primordial land grew ever more prosperous, with spiritual mists swirling between mountains, water tribes thriving in rivers, and numerous new innate clans emerging. Among them, the 3 major innate clans, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan, expanded their power, with the Dragon clan dominating the seas, the Phoenix clan soaring through the skies, and the Qilin clan traversing the land, all hinting at a potential struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm with an air of impending turmoil. One day, within the Wuzhuang Hall, which had remained silent for endless years, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Buzz. This aura initially flowed like a gentle stream, but in an instant transformed into a colossal wave sweeping through the entire cave abode centered around the Wuzhuang Hall. Wherever it passed, innate spiritual energy surged like tides, the laws of heaven and earth roaring in resonance. Even the ginseng fruit tree and the Hongjun Li tree trembled violently, shedding countless branches and leaves as if celebrating their master's breakthrough. In the spiritual herb garden, Qingfeng and Mingwei were cautiously watering the innate fire jujube tree with the 3 light divine water. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, the two instantly froze in place, their faces filled with shock. This is the master's aura. Qingfeng gazed towards the direction of Wuzhuang Hall, his voice trembling. So powerful. It is many times stronger than during the last lecture. Indeed. Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. It must be that the master has broken through. What a terrifying aura. Oh, I wonder what level the master has reached now. The two exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes an unmistakable thrill and reverence. To follow such a great being, to follow such a powerful master, was their greatest fortune in life. Inside the Wuzhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of chaotic light flashing in his gaze. The overwhelming aura surrounding him receded like a tide returning to the tranquil calm of an ancient well. He felt the surging power within him, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Finally, I've reached the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This step was far more challenging than I had imagined. Each breakthrough in the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal requires a revolutionary understanding of the Dao laws. Moreover, he sought simultaneous advancement in the 4 foundations: physical body, primordial spirit, magical power, and laws, making the difficulty exponentially greater. Had it not been for the assistance of the Chaos Dao Compass and the nourishment of countless innate spiritual items, it is likely that the time expended would have been even longer. He flicked his finger. An array of spiritual light flew from his fingertip, illuminating the duration of his seclusion. An impressive 137 yuan meetings. It has been so long. Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly. This stretch of time was longer than all the moments combined from his birth until just before this seclusion. Time flies and the years are relentless. It is truly not to be underestimated. Such a lengthy period clearly exceeded his prior predictions for the necessary breakthrough time. However, the reason this breakthrough took so long was primarily because he was simultaneously advancing in all 4 aspects: physical body, primordial spirit, magical power, and laws. Had he focused on just one aspect, he would have succeeded much earlier. Moreover, he did not truly spend all his time solely on cultivation. He also delved into the alchemy and artifact forging paths presented by the Chaos Dao Compass, researching various methods of crafting. In fact, based on the many innate formations he encountered and the 9 curves Yellow River formation he obtained, he specifically studied the way of formations. Thus, during these 100+ yuan meetings, aside from successfully breaking through to the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he also made significant gains and achievements in the fields of alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. For instance, in alchemy, he could now refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill using the 3 light divine water and innate spiritual roots. The resulting pills could not only assist others in breaking through realms, but also cleanse their primordial spirits and stabilize their Dao foundations. In artifact forging, with the mountains of immortal gold and divine ore at his disposal, he could easily craft postnatal spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, he lacked any surplus of innate indestructible spiritual light, and he had no innate supreme treasure, the Qiankuan Ding Yi. Otherwise, he could have refined innate spiritual treasures. In the realm of formations, he seamlessly integrated the mysteries of the 9 curves Yellow River formation with his own understanding of space and various Dao laws, enabling him to easily set up formations capable of ensnaring and killing Great Luo Golden Immortals or resisting Hunyuan Golden Immortals. He could even arrange innate Earth-type formations that could communicate with the endless Earth vein powers using the Earth Book. With my current strength, I can be considered top tier in the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi mused to himself. With his breakthrough to the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he had finally caught up with many top-tier innate deities. Though perhaps still not on par with the likes of Hongjun or Yang Mei, he was undoubtedly at the top level within the current primordial realm. Moreover, regarding the supreme treasures in his possession, his true strength was certainly more complex than just his realm. Master. The voices of Qingfeng and Mingyue came from outside the hall, brimming with irrepressible joy. The two hurried inside, and upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, immediately bowed in reverence. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Your divine powers have surpassed the past. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon them. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly perceived their cultivation levels. The pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Not bad. Zhen Yuanzi not only discerned that their cultivation had reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, but also sensed that they had been stalled at this bottleneck for a considerable time. However, given their current state, breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm still seemed a distant prospect. Without a profound stroke of fortune or an extraordinary opportunity, relying solely on their own efforts, even if granted 100 more kulpas, it would be nearly impossible for them to ascend to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. After all, aside from the innate sacred beings and primordial deities born as Deluo Golden Immortals, it was far from simple for other innate creatures to transcend the river of fate and achieve this realm. Most required enduring countless hardships and eons of arduous cultivation for but a sliver of a chance to break free from the river of fate and attain the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Qingfeng bowed deeply and said, "It is all thanks to your previous guidance, Master, and the spiritual fruits you bestowed that we have made such progress." Ming Yu swiftly produced dozens of primordial jade boxes, presenting them with utmost respect. "During your seclusion, Master, all the spiritual fruits from the medicine garden have been harvested. Please do take a look." Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, drawing the jade boxes before him. His divine sense swept across them, revealing mountains of various spiritual fruits, both primordial and ordinary, piled within. Among them were thousands of ginseng fruits, and even over 100 yellow plum fruits, which could only be harvested once every 9 kulpas, indicating that they had ripened over a dozen cycles. The quantities of other fruits, such as primordial fire jujubes, 9-colored spiritual fruits, serene heart, immortal tea, fire cloud, immortal peaches, and primordial grapes, were even more immense. Excellent. This was not merely satisfaction with the harvest of spiritual fruits. What pleased Zhen Yuanzi more was that despite the temptation of the yellow plum fruits, a supreme elixir that could instantly elevate one to the Deluo stage, Qingfeng and Mingyue had remained disciplined, never stealing a single one over the course of more than 100 kulpas. Such integrity was truly commendable. He took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to the pair. Each box contains 3 ginseng fruits, 100 high, middle, and low-grade primordial spiritual fruits, and some serene heart immortal tea. Use these for your cultivation and deeply contemplate the Dao of Deluo. Thank you, Master. The two received the boxes, their faces brimming with gratitude. After kowtowing once more, they bowed and withdrew. The hall fell silent once again, and Zhen Yuanzi's gaze grew profound. 137 kulpas of seclusion were enough to bring earth-shattering changes to the primordial world. Now the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were growing powerful, gradually expanding their influence across the continent. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was stirring restlessly in the west. Beneath the calm surface of the primordial world, turbulent currents had long begun to surge. "It is time to venture out," Zhen Yuanzi said, rising and walking to the hall's entrance, gazing at Mount Longevity beyond the cave heaven. Though Mount Longevity temporarily lay outside the territories of the 3 clans, its proximity to the western demon domain meant Luo House threat was ever present. With the 3 clans on the brink of war, failing to prepare early would invite disaster. He needed to personally survey the situation in the primordial world, assess the true strength of the 3 clans, discern Luo House movements, and make thorough preparations for the impending upheaval. With a flicker of movement, Zhen Yuanzi vanished from the Wuzhuang Hall, leaving only a faint echo in the air, the primordial world. It has been a while. The moment Zhen Yuanzi stepped through the protective formation of the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven and stood upon the void at the peak of Mount Longevity, he seemed to sense something. His gaze involuntarily turned toward the eastern reaches of the primordial world. There, an immense and majestic dragon might was piercing the clouds. Even across vast, immeasurable distances, its domineering and regal aura was unmistakably palpable. Almost at the instant he looked toward the eastern sea, the celestial phenomena along its shores erupted with sudden violence. A colossal dragon spanning billions of miles stretched across the sky and sea. Its body was cloaked in myriad golden rays, each scale blazing like a sun, turning the entire eastern sea into a golden ocean. Coiled at the edge of the sea, its head held high, its breath stirred the tides of the 4 seas as it released a dragon roar that shook the entire primordial world. "I am the ancestral dragon incarnate from the primordial water chi. Today I proclaim to the primordial world the dragon clan shall be the sovereign of all scaled beings, commanding all scale-covered tribes. Let the heavenly Dao bear witness." As his voice faded, billions upon billions of dragons in the eastern sea behind him roared in unison. Golden dragons, black dragons, Inglong. Countless dragon shadows surged skyward, their combined might gathering into a torrent that shot straight into the 9 heavens, as if to overturn heaven and earth. Boom! With the ancestral dragon's oath to the heavenly Dao, the Dao responded. Endless Xianhuang merit descended from the infinite firmament, pouring like a waterfall into the ancestral dragon's body. The golden radiance around the ancestral dragon blazed even brighter, his aura swelling as he faintly touched the threshold of the late Hongjun golden immortal stage. All scaled beings in the four seas, fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, prostrated themselves before the ancestral dragon's majesty, pledging allegiance to the dragon clan. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He had not expected to witness such a scene the moment he emerged from seclusion. Then, as his gaze shifted from the eastern sea, the earth at the foot of Mount Buzhou to the east resounded with the thunderous stampede of myriad beasts. Their mountains trembled, beasts roared, and countless primordial creatures converged on a vast plain, prostrating themselves before a supremely auspicious colossal beast at its center. It was a qilin spanning billions of miles, its body covered in five-colored scales, a single horn upon its head, and auspicious clouds beneath its feet. None other than the ancestral qilin Shurqilin. At this moment, Shurqilin seemed similarly moved by an unseen force, declaring to the primordial world, "I am the ancestral qilin incarnate from the primordial earth qi. Today I proclaim to the primordial world the Qilin clan shall be the sovereign of all beasts, commanding all walking creatures. Let the Heavenly Dao bear witness." Qilin's voice was as deep as the pulse of the earth, spreading across the primordial world through the influence of some mysterious law. With his declaration, the billions of beasts on the land roared as one, their sound waves surging into the heavens, shaking the cosmos. The Heavenly Dao once again descended, boundless merit. Currents of Xianhuang qi flowed into Qilin's body, dramatically boosting his aura. The auspicious energy radiating from him grew denser, hinting at a power that could suppress the very earth. Across the vast lands of the primordial world, countless beast tribes felt the call in their bloodlines and submitted to the Qilin clan. Almost simultaneously, the southern immortal volcano islands erupted in towering flames. A colossal volcano of unimaginable scale burst forth, not with destructive energy, but with billions of rainbow-colored rays shooting into the sky. Within the radiance, a figure slowly emerged, a phoenix with wings that blotted out the sun, its body wreathed in nirvana divine fire, its tail feathers trailing endless streams of flame. This was Yuan Feng, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. "I am Yuan Feng, incarnate from the primordial fire qi and the ancestor of the phoenixes. Today I proclaim to the primordial world, among all winged creatures the Phoenix clan shall reign supreme. Let the Heavenly Dao bear witness." Yuan Feng's voice was as melodious as a celestial tune, yet it carried the power to incinerate heaven and earth, echoing throughout the primordial world. Behind her, countless winged beings gathered, colorful phoenixes, green one. Billions upon billions of wings flapped, stirring up a sky of blazing clouds and flames. The Heavenly Dao responded once more, sending down merit. Golden Xianhuang light merged into Yuan Feng's body, deepening her already formidable and unfathomable aura. Under the dual influence of the flames and the merit, all winged creatures in the primordial world skies bowed to Yuan Feng, acknowledging the Phoenix clan as their sovereign. Three proclamations, three torrents of merit resounded almost simultaneously throughout the primordial chaos, heralding the official arrival of the era of the three innate clans. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin, these innate powers commanding vast tribes, indeed possess unparalleled advantages in acquiring resources and merits. Not only can they help themselves gather more resources, but they can also gain the blessing of their tribe's fortune, and based on their tribe, they can establish a Heavenly Dao oath to reap substantial Heavenly Dao merits. However, Zhen Yuanzi also understood that the reason why the ancestral dragon and the others could establish a Heavenly Dao oath to gain Heavenly Dao merits was primarily because this was an attempt by the Heavenly Dao to establish order in the primordial chaos. The three innate clans. Each leads the tribes of scales, beasts, and birds governing the three major groups. This is to stabilize the order of the primordial chaos and the order of humanity, benefiting all. The scales, beasts, and birds encompass nearly half of the living beings in the primordial chaos, and allowing the three clans to rule indeed reduces chaotic conflicts, to some extent stabilizing the structure of the primordial chaos. However, the Great Dao has 50 paths, and the heavenly cycle has 14. One is elusive. This elusive one does not refer solely to the human race of later generations, nor to any single being, but to all sentient beings capable of thought and action. With the ability for thought and action comes infinite possibilities and changes. It is precisely because of such changes that the entire world has the potential for endless forward development. Yet such changes often imply unpredictability, uncertainty, and uncontrollability. The desires of sentient beings are inexhaustible, and their thoughts are free and unrestricted. Attempting to regulate them completely is far from a simple task. The Heavenly Dao wishes to stabilize the order of the primordial chaos through the ruling of the three innate clans. However, as the powers of these clans develop, their pursuit of desire cannot remain satisfied with the status quo, especially when they learn through certain channels that unifying the primordial chaos and gathering the fortunes of countless beings can lead to the attainment of the Dao. A great war among the three innate clans becomes inevitable. At that time, it will be difficult to refrain from shattering the entire primordial chaos, leading to the annihilation of countless beings and the decline of their tribes. And that would signify the failure of the Heavenly Dao's attempt to establish order in the primordial chaos, and even witness the dangers posed by sentient beings gradually evolving from establishing order among them to seeking to constrain them. Thus, although the ancestral dragon and others can easily acquire substantial Heavenly Dao merits in the grand scheme, they also bear corresponding responsibilities. That is to establish and maintain the order of the primordial chaos. However, they ultimately fail to fulfill this responsibility, and in the end they will have to pay the price for their actions. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi feels a sense of emotion regarding their easy acquisition of great merits, but he does not envy them. The path of the three clans may yield significant gains in the short term, but it will become increasingly difficult thereafter, and unable to fulfill their responsibilities, they will inevitably taste the bitter fruits of their actions. Thus, he prefers to focus on his own cultivation rather than merely competing for fortunes and merits. Fortunes and merits can only serve as assistance, not as a means to enhance one's power. However, witnessing the three innate clans in true bloodshed seeing their tragic end will likely require a long passage of time. However, the primordial chaos is about to enter the era of the three clans' rivalry, which is also a process of accumulating conflict and contradiction between the three major tribes while simultaneously increasing their powers. The era of the three clans' rivalry has begun. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the fluctuations of fortune arising from the declarations of the three clans over the land of primordial chaos, a glint of profundity flashing in his eyes. This rivalry will last for a long time. The three clans will grow stronger through mutual conflict and will descend into madness as they accumulate contradictions. As he watched the proclamations of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin come to a close, Zhen Yuanzi moved, transforming into a stream of light, and flew eastward. He planned to first travel through the eastern continent, then visit the Buzhou mountain again, and afterward proceed to explore the western continent. After the Dragon Han calamity, the ensuing conflict with the demons will arise, and at that time the demon ancestor Luo Ho will imitate the beast emperor Shen Ni, igniting the entire western vein, turning all of the west into a wasteland except for the ancestral vein of Shimi Mountain. This will cause Hongjun to owe a great karma to the beings of the west, ultimately being able to repay it only with two sacred positions. As for Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin, their ability to obtain the primordial purple energy and eventually loan themselves to become saints is mainly due to their tireless efforts to repair the western veins, since their transformation aligning with the interests of the Heavenly Dao, making it easier for them to restore once they achieve sainthood. It is precisely for this reason that the Heavenly Dao allows them to perform such a loan to become saints. Now Zhen Yuanzi possesses the innate treasure, the Earth Book, and at this moment his cultivation is not weak, and he can certainly plan something. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to traverse the western continent afterward. However, there is still an immeasurably long time before the final battle of the three innate clans erupts, so there is no rush. It is better to first explore the eastern continent and Buzhou Mountain, and then visit the western continent. Traveling eastward, the vitality of the primordial chaos rushed towards him. The spiritual energy surged like a canopy among the mountains and rivers, and the mist in the rivers formed clouds and mist. Countless innate beings frolicked in the woods and contemplated the Dao by the cliffs, with new tribal settlements scattered everywhere, depicting a scene of prosperity. The ubiquitous innate spiritual herbs and Tinthasandier immortal grasses emitted alluring spiritual light, reflecting that this is one of the most brilliant eras of the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, such a splendid scene ultimately cannot escape the baptism of the great calamity. Zhen Yuanzi sighed lightly in his heart, yet without hesitation, he moved his divine sense to collect those ancient and high-quality spiritual items into the space of the Earth Book. Rather than letting them perish in the future flames of war, it is better to utilize them, either cultivating them at Wuzhuangguan or refining them into pills, thus making full use of resources. When he passed by the Hongjun mountain range again, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but smile. After 137 yuan meetings, this mountain range has once again burst forth with new vitality. Not only were spiritual herbs abundant, but he even discovered a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the soul lock chain, deep within an ancient cave. This chain is entirely black, entwined with the chill of the underworld, able to lock the primordial spirit and suppress the soul. Though not a top-tier spiritual treasure, it is still quite useful. He casually collected it and swept clean the spiritual items worth gathering from the mountain range before leaving with satisfaction. After 10,000 years, Zhen Yuanzi's figure finally appeared outside the Kunlun mountain range. Kunlun, known as the ancestor of all mountains, the ancestral vein of the world. Of course, this does not include Buzhou Mountain. However, even so, the heavenly fortune carried by Kunlun Mountain far surpasses that of his own Wanshou Mountain. The innate creations contained within are similarly exceptional. Not to mention the possible innate spiritual roots or innate spiritual treasures, there are also many innate great powers and innate holy beings birthed within. The most famous among them are naturally the Taoist Hongjun of Mount Yujing in Kunlun and the ancestor of the universe of the Qiankuan Cave. Both are top-tier innate powers of the primordial chaos today. In addition, there is also the Taoist Lu Wu of West Kunlun, the future West Queen Mother, the Yinyang Taoist of East Kunlun's Yinyang Valley, and the Yedobebran Pangu of the three pure ones of the Pure Void Cave. Any one of them is a renowned power of today or the future. However, Zhen Yuanzi is also a top-tier innate power in the world, possessing numerous supreme treasures, and the chaotic supreme treasure, the Chaos Dao Compass, which obscures the heavenly secrets and conceals his own karma. Thus, he has no concerns. Once he entered the Kunlun mountain range, he found that the immortal herbs and rare treasures within the mountain were far more common than those outside, and naturally Zhen Yuanzi collected them without reservation. Time flies swiftly, and 10,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it is the treasure land of Kunlun. Zhen Yuanzi praised inwardly, his hands constantly waving as he collected the rare spiritual materials and divine metals. Over the course of 10,000 years, his footsteps had traversed much of Kunlun, yielding abundant rewards. On this day, he arrived at a place called the Wind Rift Valley, where gales howled with the force of the wind's path laws that could tear anything apart. In the heart of the valley, within a piece of chaotic stubborn stone, he sensed a faint fluctuation of an innate formation. Moi, Zhen Yuanzi pointed out, and the power of the path laws surged forth, beginning to break the formation. The power of this innate formation was not particularly strong, so Zhen Yuanzi expended little effort to dismantle it. Soon he saw a small bronze shield lying quietly at the center of the stone, containing 24 layers of innate prohibitions emanating a heavy defensive aura. Medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Wind Rift Shield. He picked up the small shield, sensing the wind's defensive laws within, nodding slightly. Although this shield was merely a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it possessed formidable defensive power capable of protecting the nascent soul during wind tribulations, making it a practical spiritual treasure. After stowing the Wind Rift Shield, Zhen Yuanzi continued deeper into Kunlun, eventually arriving at the Qianyu Mountain. Gazing at the undulating mountains before him adorned with jade and stone, Zhen Yuanzi was moved, recalling a legend from the future that claimed the Queen Mother of the West resided in the Qianyu Mountain, which housed the Yichuan Lake, also known as the Kunlun Yaoqi, containing the waters of the lunar Yin and the secret realm of the Yaoqi. He then stepped into Qianyu Mountain, expanding his divine sense, instantly covering the entire range. Indeed, in the embrace of the mountains, he discovered a celestial pond. The lake's waters were as clear as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, and white clouds, tranquil and profound, seemingly containing the pure Yin energy from the time of heaven and earth's creation. With a step forward transcending endless time and space, Zhen Yuanzi found himself by the Yaoqi. As his fingertips lightly touched the lake water, threads of pure Yin energy flowed through his fingers, further confirming that this place was indeed the nurturing ground of the Queen Mother of the West. "Since I have come here, I might as well take a look," he said as his figure shimmered, and he directly immersed himself in the lake. As he entered the water, an extreme cold force surged toward him, but the moment it touched his flesh, it melted away without a trace. With his mid-stage mixed element golden immortal cultivation, this bit of cold force was insufficient to even grant him the qualification to resist with his magical power. As he delved deeper, the Yaoqi's depth exceeded imagination, stretching billions of miles, with the surrounding pure Yin energy growing denser, almost transforming into tangible ice crystals. Zhen Yuanzi remained undeterred, continuing to sink deeper. He continued to delve into the depths, yet he still did not sense the location of the Yaoqi's secret realm, clearly shrouded by a powerful innate formation, even possessing the power of the Heavenly Dao, protecting these unborn innate sanctities. However, although he had not located the Yaoqi's secret realm, he had discovered two springs within, each flowing with a type of innate divine water. The left spring flowed with water as black as ink, exuding an aura of utmost Yin and softness, being the top grade, innate divine water, the ninefold weak water. This water contained the power of utmost Yin and softness, capable of dispelling the anger in one's heart, maintaining clarity of the Dao heart, and shielding from the influence of calamities. The right spring, on the other hand, gushed forth crystal-clear water, as white as jade, containing purer Yin energy than the weak water, being the supreme grade, innate divine water, pure Yin true water. This water not only nurtured pure Yin physiques, but also refined the nascent soul, allowing cultivators' comprehension of the Yin attribute, Dao, to soar, its value far surpassing that of ordinary, innate divine water. What a pleasant surprise! A glint of joy flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. Although he possessed a vast amount of 3 light divine water, the effects of these types of innate divine water were distinctly different, so acquiring these 2 precious, innate divine waters was quite fortunate. Even if he could not use them himself, they could serve as a display or be granted to his disciples, especially the 9-fold weak water, which was undoubtedly a supreme spiritual object for averting disaster. With such treasures in future calamities, he could largely avoid being affected by calamities, thus not falling into the fate of calamity's ashes. Therefore, since he had encountered these 2 types of precious innate divine water, it was only natural that he would not let them go. Although it was said that this place should belong to the Queen Mother of the West, he could only shamelessly take them all. Zhen Yuanzi hesitated no longer, taking out a land scroll and opening the space of the treasured item. The innate divine waters from the 2 springs surged like rivers, transforming into 2 giant dragons, roaring as they flew into the space, becoming 2 vast lakes within, shimmering with light, exuding an extraordinary aura like 2 grand oceans. Having collected the divine water, Zhen Yuanzi did not destroy the springs. These 2 springs were connected to the Kunlun earth veins. As long as the earth veins remained intact, the divine water would continuously be nurtured, leaving a glimmer of hope for the future Queen Mother of the West. When she transforms into a treasure, it is believed that many innate divine waters will be nurtured here again. After all, one must have some decency, but it should not be too unsightly. He then gathered some spiritual materials containing pure Yin energy around the Yaoqi before preparing to leave. Before departing, he thought for a moment, and then took out an innate jade bottle containing a small amount of 3 light divine water, approximately 10 million drops. Today I take your divine water and gift you with 3 light divine water, thus forming a good bond. After all, he might return here in the future, or even take the Queen Mother of the West as his disciple. Moreover, this amount of 3 light divine water was nothing compared to a single drop in an endless ocean for him. After doing all this, Zhen Yuanzi's figure flickered, and he vanished into the depths of the Yaoqi. Having left Yichuan Lake, Zhen Yuanzi's figure swept out of Qianyu Mountain, not lingering any longer in the Kunlun mountain range. The area around Zhong Kunlun Yujing Mountain was after all a cultivation ground for top powers like Hongjun and others. Although with his current strength and the concealment of the chaotic Dao compass, he might not be detected, it was ultimately better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhen Yuanzi was not afraid of them, but he did not wish to encounter them for now. Stepping out of Kunlun's territory, Zhen Yuanzi headed east, his pace seemingly slow, yet each step spanned billions of miles. Unlike his carefree exploration during his first journey through the primordial world, he now bore a more solemn mindset, touring famous mountains and rivers, increasingly able to appreciate the vastness, breadth, and boundlessness of the primordial world. Pangu opened the heavens, transforming his body into the primordial world, merging the essence of 3,000 demon gods, thus creating such immense creation. He gazed at the rushing rivers and rolling mountains beneath him, feeling a sense of awe. After all this was initiated by Pangu, who infused the flesh body, nascent souls, spiritual treasures, and Dao sources of 3,000 chaotic demon gods, turning all of their essence into the nourishment of the primordial world. Even Pangu himself ultimately merged into the primordial world, achieving this supreme, boundless world of the heavens. Every inch of land in this primordial world is infused with boundless creation. Every spiritual root and every piece of divine metal serves as a testament to the evolution of the Dao. What was known of the primordial world in his past life was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true vastness and profundity of the primordial world could only be truly appreciated by stepping foot within it. However, throughout this journey, he was not entirely alone. He encountered several powerful beings. Though they were not renowned in his past life, their cultivation levels were formidable, with at least some reaching the Great Luo level, and even a number of them being of the primordial golden immortal realm. Zhen Yuanzi engaged in discussions with them and occasionally erupted into conflict, decisively slaying his opponents. As time passed, the name of Zhen Yuan Daozuan gradually spread throughout the wilderness. Some say he wielded the authority of the earth, invulnerable in defense. Others claimed he had boundless treasures, his might overwhelming, effortlessly capable of suppressing the Great Luo. Furthermore, it was said that he possessed profound Dao rhythms capable of enlightening others during discussions. These rumors, whether true or false, added a layer of mystery and intimidation to his name. In fact, long before Zhen Yuanzi had already heard his name circulating among certain innate beings. This was evidently due to the innate beings who had listened to his teachings at Mount Wanshou gradually spreading the word. As the eons passed, Zhen Yuanzi found himself before a magnificent mountain range. The mountain stretched for countless miles, its peaks towering like tigers and dragons entwined, exuding a grand majesty. At the foot of the mountain, an unnamed great river surged and roared, its vast waters seemingly rivaling the eastern sea. The mountain rose more than 10,000 feet high, its summit hidden among the clouds, with mists swirling through the valleys, occasionally taking the form of dragons or tigers, displaying a myriad of wonders. With a slight movement of his divine sense, the Chaos Dao compass quietly calculated, and in an instant he learned the name of this mountain from the flow of heavenly information, Kongtong Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi gazed for a moment, softly reciting, majestically towering in the eastern wilderness, encircled by rivers vast and grand. Peaks conceal the essence of dragons and tigers. The earth contains the smoke of creation. The ancient meaning of the towering cliffs is condensed. The emerald hills lock true mysteries. Do not say this place is nameless. In the future, Kongtong will be known for eternity. Kongtong Mountain. With a glance at the mountain before him, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered with understanding, recalling a famous treasure from later generations, which was indeed the Kongtong Seal, a rare treasure of humanity and a symbol of human destiny. The Kongtong Seal, a rare treasure of humanity, could bear the fate of the human race and later became a treasure of human destiny, possessing various mysterious functions, even having the power to elevate or dethrone the human emperor. Unfortunately, in the original fate trajectory of the wilderness, this treasure of human destiny ultimately did not end up in the hands of humanity. Now that he had arrived here, he naturally sought to explore. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, entering the depths of Kongtong Mountain, his divine sense acting like a vast net, meticulously searching every inch of the mountain. Sadly, after spending 1,000 years, he was unable to find the location of this treasure of fate. It seems this treasure has yet to emerge, or perhaps the time is not right, or it has not yet fully formed. After a millennium, Zhen Yuanzi halted his search. Though there was some regret in his heart, he was not surprised. Treasures of the wilderness all come with opportunities. Sometimes, if the time is not right, it is indeed hard to force. Moreover, this journey was not without its rewards. Although he did not acquire the Kongtong Seal, he collected several innate spiritual items, such as Kongtong Jade Essence, which could enhance the soul, and Xianhuang Stone Milk, which could stabilize the Dao Foundation, making the journey worthwhile. Leaving Kongtong Mountain, he headed straight eastward. Continuing his journey through the wilderness, he admired the majestic mountains and rivers, sometimes casually slaying offending beings, particularly those foolish enough to challenge him. With such inadequate strength, they dare to be so arrogant. After casually slaying a black jade, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, not taking the matter to heart. To him now, these clownish beings were no different from ants. After several 10,000s of years, Zhen Yuanzi appeared before Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain, while not the most majestic, exuded an aura of ancient vigor. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the mountain, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. In later generations, Shouyang Mountain gained great renown partly because Taiching Laozu once preached to humanity, here leaving behind the golden core Dao. Additionally, the copper of Shouyang, which contains innate solar energy and the laws of metal, is a rare material and an excellent choice for refining spiritual treasures. Since I am here, I should take some Shouyang copper back. He stepped into Shouyang Mountain, his divine sense sweeping across, easily locking onto the veins of Shouyang copper hidden within. These veins were mostly located deep within the mountain. Even if ordinary cultivators knew the location, they would find it difficult to excavate. However, for him, it was as easy as pie. With a flick of his finger, streams of earth energy shot into the mountain, requiring no brute force. Merely by stirring the flow of the earth veins, the ores containing Shouyang copper flew out from the mountain walls, landing in his spatial book. In a short span of time, he gathered a vast amount of Shouyang copper, among which were many refined Shouyang copper essences, their color golden and faintly flowing with solar energy, making them excellent materials for crafting mid to high-grade spiritual treasures. What thrilled him even more was that at the core of a vein where the Earth's solar energy converged, he discovered 3 pieces of Shouyang copper mother. Shouyang copper mother, refined through countless years of earth fire tempering and nurtured by solar energy, is a premier innate material that not only contains pure metal and solar laws, but also carries a hint of primordial solar energy capable of creating the world. With this material supplemented by other divine materials, it would be sufficient to refine supreme spiritual treasures. If he could reverse the innate, it might even become a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. This is indeed an unexpected gain. Zhen Yuanzi placed the 3 pieces of Shouyang copper mother into a jade box, feeling quite satisfied. With these materials, he would have many more options for refining new spiritual treasures in the future. After 1,000 years, Zhen Yuanzi left Shouyang Mountain. As for the Shouyang copper above, he had not excavated at all. Although with his strength, he could easily turn Shouyang Mountain upside down and take all the Shouyang copper, he did not choose to do so. Not to mention that such greed could be rather unbecoming. Under the Dao of Heaven, all things should leave a thread of life. There was no need to take things to the extreme. Otherwise, it might damage his image in the future, and such actions would cause great harm to this area of the wilderness, potentially resulting in losses outweighing gains. Leaving Shouyang Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi continued his journey eastward. At this time, the powers of the three clans had grown increasingly immense, with Dragon Clan experts patrolling the seas, Phoenix Clan divine birds soaring in the skies, and Qilin tribes racing across the land, countless beings reliant on the three clans, igniting wars everywhere in the wilderness to expand territory, seize spiritual veins, and contest for spiritual treasures. Conflict had become the main theme of the wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the bloodlight in the distant sky caused by the battles, his eyes calm and unruffled. He knew this was merely the beginning. The true calamity of Longhan was yet to come, and the time was far from ripe. The skirmishes before him were hardly an appetizer. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need to concern himself with these matters. If these ruffians disturbed him or provoked him, he could simply eradicate them. Time hurried on, the stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye several epochs had passed. Zhen Yuanzi traveled through famous mountains and rivers, visiting blessed lands, and observing the myriad wonders of the primordial world, comprehending the grand Dao of heaven and earth, collecting spiritual objects, and finally set foot once again on the territory of Buzhou Mountain. However, as Zhen Yuanzi ascended Buzhou Mountain, his expression suddenly changed. The chaotic Dao compass within his primordial spirit trembled slightly, and he unexpectedly felt a faint call of fortune. Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and silently thought, has my opportunity arrived? Or is it the fortune drawn by this chaotic treasure? Regardless, since an opportunity had emerged, it naturally could not be missed. Moreover, the fortune that could cause the chaotic Dao compass to tremble must be extraordinary, and thus it was even more imperative to seize it. He hesitated, no longer summoning the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. With a flick of the ruler, it tore through endless voids, transforming into a stream of light, following that thread of sensation, crossing immeasurable time and space, and landing in a secluded valley. Within the valley stood a formation woven from innate runes, quietly pulsating with subtle yet profound waves. The call of fortune originated from within the formation. First, let me comprehend this formation. Zhen Yuanzi did not directly use the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to cross the formation, but instead began to understand this innate formation. After all, he was also involved in the path of formations, and every innate formation had its unique aspects. Understanding these innate formations would deepen his foundation in the path of formations. As his divine sense probed into the formation, countless runes flowed and deciphered in his consciousness. With Zhen Yuanzi's calm and focused deduction, it did not take long for him to fully grasp the operation of the formation, even dissecting it thoroughly. Break. He pointed with his finger, intertwining numerous Dao laws into an invisible giant axe that struck fiercely at the core of the formation. A crisp cracking sound echoed, the formation pattern shattered, and the light curtain collapsed, revealing the secret realm behind the formation. Then Zhen Yuanzi stepped into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the innate spiritual energy was so rich that it nearly turned into liquid, and the first thing to catch his eye was a towering tea tree. The tea tree was lush and verdant, its branches sprawling, adorned with 3,000 leaves of grand Dao, each leaf taking on various forms. Some like swords, some like shields, some like stars, and others like rivers, subtly emanating the aura of 3,000 different Dao laws. Just approaching, it brought a sense of tranquility to his mind, clarity to his Dao heart, and countless perplexities in his cultivation seemed to have found answers. A top-tier innate spiritual root, the comprehension tea tree. Zhen Yuanzi's heart shook, and he instantly understood. According to the information he knew, this top-tier innate spiritual root, the comprehension tea tree, was originally a comprehension tea tree from the chaos, but it had been damaged during the opening of the heavens, ultimately falling to a lower tier, and after reincarnating in the primordial era, it transformed into a top-tier innate spiritual root. Even so, this comprehension tea tree could still produce 3,000 grand Dao leaves every epoch. Each comprehension tea leaf could aid a person in comprehending a type of Tai Dao. If brewed into tea, the comprehension tea leaves could temporarily enhance perception and assist in understanding the Dao, making it remarkably effective even for Grand Luo, and even for someone like him, a primordial golden immortal. Faced with such a top-tier innate spiritual root, Zhen Yuanzi was naturally overjoyed. Such treasures that could enhance perception, assist in understanding the Dao, and even allow practitioners to enter states of sudden enlightenment were extremely precious, providing immense benefits for cultivation. Moreover, with the assistance of the chaotic Dao compass which aided in understanding the Dao laws, he could greatly accelerate his comprehension of the Dao laws. Now, if he had the comprehension tea leaves to help as well, the combined effect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. How could Zhen Yuanzi not be delighted? He immediately took out the innate treasure, the Earth Book. The Earth Book floated in the air, emanating boundless mysterious light, transforming into a heavy shadow of the earth, enveloping the comprehension tea tree, intending to draw it into the treasure space. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi sensed a powerful aura rushing in from afar, accompanied by a loud and domineering voice. What a top-tier innate spiritual root! I didn't expect such a fortune on Buzhou Mountain. This spiritual root belongs to me, the ancestor. Before the words fell, a heavy black cauldron tore through the sky, radiating boundless mysterious light and exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, heading straight for Zhen Yuanzi. At the same time, the cauldron's mouth emitted a terrifying pulling force directly targeting the comprehension tea tree, clearly intending to snatch it away. The innate treasure, the Qiankuan cauldron. Zhen Yuanzi immediately recognized the origin of the cauldron that was crashing toward him, and thus the identity of the newcomer became evident. It must be the ancestor of Qiankuan, a primordial powerhouse. You recognize the ancestor's Qiankuan cauldron. The ancestor of Qiankuan, seeing that Zhen Yuanzi only recognized his treasure, was not particularly surprised. Instead, a hint of pride appeared on his face, and his tone turned arrogant. Consider yourself knowledgeable. This spiritual root has a connection with me, the ancestor. Withdraw quickly, and perhaps I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will surely obliterate you. However, while the ancestor of Qiankuan spoke this way, he had already sensed Zhen Yuanzi's unusualness. Yet, facing the temptation of the top-tier innate spiritual root, and being a proud primordial being, the ancestor of Qiankuan naturally would not back down. Thus, despite saying such words, he did not pause for a moment, urging his magic power to the utmost, causing the pulling force of the Qiankuan cauldron to surge, while the force striking toward Zhen Yuanzi grew increasingly terrifying, as if it aimed to collapse this space-time entirely. Naturally, Zhen Yuanzi would not allow the ancestor of Qiankuan to snatch the comprehension tea tree from him. Even if the other party was a top-tier primordial being reincarnated from a chaotic demon god, he would not permit it. Zhen Yuanzi coldly snorted, "If you want the comprehension tea tree, you are not worthy." Then, with a thought, the Earth Book instantly enlarged, transforming into an immeasurable expanse of earth blocking in front of him. On the Earth Book, countless illusions of mountains and rivers emerged, exuding an indestructible defensive aura. Bang! The Qiankuan cauldron heavily struck against the defensive light curtain of the Earth Book, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave spread outward, causing the secret realm to tremble violently, with countless peaks collapsing and rivers reversing as time and space threatened to shatter. However, the defensive light curtain of the Earth Book remained motionless, not even a ripple appearing. At the same time, the mysterious light emanating from the Earth Book completely severed the pulling force of the Qiankuan cauldron, securely drawing the comprehension tea tree into the treasure space. Oh, this treasure of yours is indeed impressive, but why have I never heard of it? Could it be a newly emerged innate treasure? But none of that matters now. Once I kill you, not only will that top-tier innate spiritual root belong to me, but even this treasure in your hands will also be mine. Having failed to snatch the top-tier innate spiritual root, the ancestor of Qiankuan's smug expression froze, replaced by a hint of astonishment. Simultaneously, his tone turned unfriendly, even filled with murderous intent, as if he sought to kill and seize the treasures. Although the whole encounter seemed to take a long time, in reality, it had only occurred in an instant. It was only at this moment that the figure of the ancestor of Qiankuan arrived, in an instant landing opposite Zhen Yuanzi and retracting the Qiankuan cauldron. The ancestor of Qiankuan wore a dark Taoist robe, his face resolute, and his brows carrying an innate arrogance. A terrifying aura of a mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal emanated from him, with the Qiankuan ding hovering above his head, exuding a mysterious light, imposing and formidable. At this moment, although his strength had not yet reached the late stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal as it was during the Dao Magic War in his later life, he was undoubtedly one of the most elite innate beings in the current primordial world. Zhen Yuanzi's expression was indifferent as he gazed at the ancestor of Qiankuan across from him, chaos swirling around him. "Ancestor Qiankuan, do you think you can do anything to me with your strength?" "Arrogant." The ancestor of Qiankuan shouted angrily, "When I roamed the primordial lands, you were not even born. Today, let me show you the might of the ancestor." As soon as the words fell, he raised his left hand, and a scroll suffused with the energies of clarity and turbidness shot into the sky. It was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan too. The moment the scroll unfolded, it transformed into a vast world. Within this world, the clear rose to the heavens while the turbid sank to the earth, and countless chains of laws emerged amidst the harmony of heaven and earth, enveloping the universe like a spider's web. Wherever it passed, even time and space were forcibly brought into the order of the scroll, attempting to seal Zhen Yuanzi along with his space-time dimension. Simultaneously, his right hand drew forth a fan, its bones resembling chaotic jade, with a fan surface depicting the cycle of the sun and moon. This was the Qiankuan fan. With a gentle wave of the Qiankuan fan, the layers of spatial dimensions were violently torn apart, transforming into chaotic wind blades that pierced through time and space. As the wind blades passed, the laws of the Great Dao shattered like glass, and even the tributaries of the river of time were severed, bearing down with an unstoppable ferocity. At the same time, hidden in the shadows was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan Qi, poised to strike. Come at me. Zhen Yuanzi advanced. Instead of retreating, the mid-stage Hunyuan golden light around him surged like a tsunami. Various laws of the Great Dao materialized, a chaotic torrent woven from countless laws of time, space, creation, destruction, slaughter, and more. Facing the seal of the Qiankuan Tu, he traced a line in the void with his fingertips, and the laws of time abruptly reversed, causing the area shrouded by the scroll to instantly revert to its unsealed state. At the same time, the laws of space violently churned, shredding the heavenly order manifested by the Qiankuan Tu into fragments. The chains of laws snapped inch by inch amidst the chaotic stream of time and space, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. In response to the chaotic wind blades of the Qiankuan fan, he formed a sword with his fingers, and the law of slaughter coalesced into a pitch-black sword aura. Although the sword aura did not yet touch the wind blades, it had already severed the broken essence they contained. Following this, the law of creation flowed, and the severed spatial layers unexpectedly returned to wholeness in an instant as the ferocity of the wind blades dissipated into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from both sides collided, the laws of the Great Dao erupting like fireworks, and a vortex formed in the river of time with attacks from the past, present, and future manifesting simultaneously. Countless multidimensional worlds were born amidst the collision, only to be instantly obliterated, a terrifying sight. The ancestor of Qiankuan wielded the Qiankuan Ding, Qiankuan Tu, and Qiankuan Fan, one supreme treasure and two supreme innate spiritual treasures. His offensive was like a tide, each strike imbued with the power to reinforce his own laws of the Great Dao, clearly aiming for a swift victory. However, the defensive power of the innate treasure in Zhen Yuanzi's hands, the Dishu, was extraordinarily terrifying, even able to draw upon the power of the earth's veins to assist him. The ancestor of Qiankuan found it utterly impossible to breach his defenses. His physical body, primordial spirit, magical power, and law all functioned in harmony, each movement carrying the unparalleled might of a mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal. Even when faced with the combined assault of multiple treasures from the ancestor of Qiankuan, he remained unyielding. Refreshing. A surge of boldness welled up in Zhen Yuanzi's heart. Since taking form, it was the first time he encountered such an evenly matched opponent. The ancestor of Qiankuan was indeed a top innate god and demon, a reincarnation of the chaotic demon god, now among the most powerful innate beings in the primordial realm. His background was exceedingly rich with numerous treasures and an overwhelming strength, likely far surpassing that of an ordinary mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal. Yet the ancestor of Qiankuan felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. He had originally thought that with his two supreme innate spiritual treasures and the innate treasure Qiankuan Ding, he could easily crush his opponent. However, he did not expect the other's defenses to be so abnormal, nor their attacks so formidable as they battled to a standstill. Who exactly are you? The ancestor of Qiankuan asked in a deep voice, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi responded lightly, a trace of disdain in his tone. You haven't even heard my name, yet dare to claim dominance in the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi. The ancestor of Qiankuan frowned. He had been in seclusion since the calamity of the fierce beasts, and had never heard of this individual. No matter who you are today, I will definitely suppress you. Before his words fell, a flash of light appeared at his waist, and the last supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan Qi, soared into the sky. The Qi radiated with profound spiritual light that measured the dimensions of heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, it resonated with the Qiankuan Dao, forming a four-sided killing array with the Qiankuan Ding, Qiankuan Tu, and Qiankuan Fan. The Qiankuan Qi measured the dimensions of heaven and earth. The scroll unfolded to seal time and space. The fan stirred to shatter myriad paths, and the Qiankuan Ding suppressed the center, weaving countless strands of Qiankuan laws, slowing the flow of time around Zhen Yuanzi by millions of times, and compressing the spatial dimensions layer by layer, indeed, creating a suppressive effect. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. It seems that unless I show you my true strength, you won't give up. He raised his right hand, and the innate treasure of merit, the Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi, appeared in his palm. On the Kai's surface, the golden light of the merit of opening the heavens flowed, reflecting countless phantoms of time and space being created and destroyed. The primordial waves of the river of time and the chaotic barriers of the laws of space intertwined on the Qi, exuding a killing intent far exceeding that of the Qian Kuanding. This was a terrifying pressure capable of severing the past and future, tearing apart all laws and orders. An innate treasure of merit. The ancestor of Qian Kun's pupils contracted sharply, his face showing disbelief. You actually possess two innate treasures. Before he could react, Zhen Yuanzi had already swung the Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi, its body slicing through the air with the crushing power of endless time and space, striking towards the Qian Kuanding. Clang. The sound of the clash did not enter the ears, but resonated directly with the soul and the primordial source of time and space. The Qian Kuan Qi on the Qian Kuanding felt as though struck by a heavy hammer. The mysterious light of the ding instantly dimmed, and it was actually sent flying by this blow, shattering endless time and space along its path, causing the laws of heaven and earth to collapse. Immediately afterward, Zhen Yuanzi manipulated the Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi. The tip of the Qi pointed, and the power of the laws of space exploded, instantly crossing the distance and ignoring the defenses of the Qian Kuan, directly striking the Qian Kuan fan. The Qian Kuan fan was struck away, and the ancestor of Qian Kuan suffered considerable injury. Impossible! He cried out in shock. His Qian Kuanding was an innate treasure with astonishing defensive power, yet it was repelled by the opponent's innate treasure in a single strike, and moreover it could disregard the defense of his Qian Kuan, injuring him. For the first time, a thought of retreat arose in his heart. Not only was the opponent's defense invincible, but their offensive power was also terrifying, and the two innate treasures in their hands were evidently more formidable in combat than his Qian Kuanding. Daoist Zhen Yuanzi, I was rash in this matter. The enlightenment tea tree shall be yours. Let us cease our conflict here, what say you? The Qian Kuan ancestor softened his tone, seeking reconciliation. Zhen Yuanzi, however, shook his head, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Cease. When you sought to take my life and seize my treasures earlier, why did you not think of ceasing then? This Qian Kuan Daoist, relying on his status as a supreme innate divine demon and his formidable power, had previously held him in contempt, intending to casually slay him and plunder his opportunities and treasures. At that time, his opponent had no intention of letting go. Now he wished to stop only because he had witnessed Zhen Yuanzi's immense strength and knew he was not to be trifled with. Now that Zhen Yuanzi held the advantage and the situation had reversed, he naturally would not let his opponent leave easily. It was impossible for the other party to walk away without paying any price. After all, he would not allow anyone to provoke him at will and then retreat as they pleased. Had he not transmigrated, or had his golden finger not awakened, he might have had to tolerate these supreme innate divine demons. But since he had already transmigrated and awakened an immensely powerful golden finger, if he continued to endure these innate divine demons, wouldn't his transmigration have been in vain? Wouldn't his golden finger be wasted? Wouldn't his cultivation be for nothing? Even if it were the Qian Kuan ancestor himself, it was the same. He would not grant him special treatment or forbearance due to some impression from his past life. He held the primordial ruler, speaking calmly. If you wish to leave, it is possible. I feel that the Qian Kuan cauldron atop your head is fated to be mine. Old man Qian Kuan, leave the Qian Kuan cauldron behind, and this karmic debt shall be wiped clean. Zhen Yuanzi was naturally very eager to obtain the Qian Kuan cauldron, a primordial supreme treasure. Not only because the Qian Kuan cauldron was a primordial supreme treasure, but also because it could reverse the acquired into the primordial, refining acquired spiritual treasures into primordial supreme treasures. This was the aspect he valued most. However, the Qian Kuan cauldron was the Qian Kuan ancestor's companion treasure, so he had no opportunity to obtain it in the short term. He would have to wait until the conflict between Dao and demon to slowly scheme for it. Unexpectedly, the Qian Kuan ancestor appeared before him, provoked him, and tried to kill him for his treasures, only to find his own strength lacking. Facing such an outcome, Zhen Yuanzi naturally had no intention of letting him off easily. Just as the Qian Kuan ancestor had previously sought to kill for treasure, Zhen Yuanzi now felt it was only fitting to return the courtesy. Such a thought arose in Zhen Yuanzi's mind. As the Qian Kuan ancestor had said earlier, if he killed him, everything his opponent possessed would belong to him. Thus, in Zhen Yuanzi's heart, slaying the Qian Kuan ancestor would grant him all of his possessions, including the Qian Kuan cauldron. Moreover, after this great battle, he had come to understand the Qian Kuan ancestor's strength and felt confident that such an opportunity was not beyond his reach. After all, he still had hidden cards to play. Of course, if the Qian Kuan ancestor willingly yielded the Qian Kuan cauldron, letting him leave would not be unacceptable. Since his opponent was no match for him, now he would be even less so in the future. For someone like him who possessed a golden finger and cultivated diligently, any opponent he surpassed would only ever gaze at his receding figure until they vanished from sight. However, the possibility of the Qianquan ancestor voluntarily handing over the Qianquan cauldron was exceedingly slim, almost non-existent. Indeed, you seek death. The Qianquan ancestor roared in fury upon hearing this. The Qianquan cauldron was his companion treasure, the foundation of his path to enlightenment. How could he yield it? Zhen Yuanzi, do not push me too far. Even if I must suffer some injuries, I will make you pay a price. He frantically channeled his mana and the four spiritual treasures, the Qianquan cauldron, Qianquan diagram, Qianquan fan, and Qianquan ruler, erupted simultaneously, transforming into four streams of light to launch an assault on Zhen Yuanzi. The Qianquan cauldron hovered above endless space-time, its mouth pouring down billions of strands of profound yellow qi, like an inverted heavenly river seeking to crush the infinite space-time around Zhen Yuanzi into dust. As the Qianquan diagram unfurled, it manifested 3,000 grand worlds, each containing sword-wielding phantoms that charged forth. The light of their swords interwove into a net, even slicing the river of time into fragmented pieces. Beneath Zhen Yuanzi's feet, the Earth Book surged, drawing upon the boundless essence of the Earth. With him at the center, space-time, spanning billions of trillions of miles, instantly transformed into an absolute domain. The waves of profound yellow qi crashed into the domain, but merged like water droplets into the vast ocean, not even stirring a ripple. The phantoms from the 3,000 grand worlds disintegrated upon touching the domain's edge, as if they had never existed. Such was the terrifying defensive power of the Earth Book after it had ascended to become a primordial supreme treasure. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter this tortoise shell of yours. Seeing his attack ineffective, the Qianquan ancestor furiously ignited his origin, causing the four spiritual treasures to burst forth with dazzling divine light. The Qianquan cauldron exerted immense gravitational force, warping space-time within the domain. The Qianquan diagram contracted the 3,000 grand worlds, compressing their pressure into a single point, stabbing toward the domain's core like a needle's tip. The Qianquan fan gathered chaotic astral winds into pillars, each wind thread capable of tearing dimensional barriers. The Qianquan ruler invoked the power of spatial cutting, carving dense cracks across the domain. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze sharpened as he raised his right hand, once again activating the primordial ruler. The ruler's body was wreathed in streams of black and white qi, the ultimate manifestation of space-time origin, black representing the past, and white the future, intertwined with an indestructible killing intent. He flicked his wrist, and the primordial ruler did not meet the assault heat-in, but traced an arc through the void. Where the arc passed, the Qianquan ancestor's attack experienced a momentary stagnation. It was not that his speed had slowed, but that the timeline of the attack had been forcibly stretched. The four forces meant to strike simultaneously were now staggered by an instant. In that fleeting gap, Zhen Yuanzi shifted his form and stood behind the Qianquan ancestor. The Earth Book domain moved with him, always shielding him at its center. By the time the Qianquan ancestor sensed it was too late. As he tried to turn back, he suddenly felt an invisible force surging from the depths of the void. It was the Chaos Dao compass that Zhen Yuanzi had secretly activated. Though the treasure itself remained hidden, a strand of terrifying Dao power erupted, instantly freezing the Qianquan ancestor in place. Even the Qianquan cauldron and Qianquan diagram floating around him were firmly locked in position, their spiritual light flickering violently, but unable to move an inch. The Qianquan ancestor's heart shuddered violently. He tried to erupt his primordial spirit and mana to break free, but it was too late. The primordial ruler had already descended with a sharp howl that tore through space-time. It did not strike his physical body, but aimed directly at severing his law-based connection with the spiritual treasures. In the next instant, the Qianquan ancestor's treasures lost control, sent hurtling by the terrifying torrent of power within the primordial ruler, tumbling endlessly through infinite space-time. Before he could recover, a rift suddenly tore open in the void. The primordial supreme treasure Taishu sword transformed into a gleaming white stream of light, carrying the edge of annihilation, and pierced through his brow without warning. The physical body and the primordial spirit were disintegrating inch by inch in the sword light. However, the Great Luo Golden Immortal is immortal and indestructible, while the Hongjun Golden Immortal is even harder to completely kill. Amidst the flying ashes, a primordial indestructible spiritual light emerged, instantly connecting the endless past, present, and future. Without any transformation, the figure of the Qianquan ancestor reassembled and returned to its peak. However, the resurrected Qianquan ancestor now bore a face filled with trepidation and disbelief. He did not expect that this Zhen Yuanzi, whom he had casually provoked, had such hidden means, especially that invisible terrifying power. Just now, he did not even know what kind of technique it was. The fact that it could completely immobilize a Hunyuan golden immortal like him along with a primordial treasure and multiple top-grade primordial spirit treasures was simply unimaginable. Such power was truly terrifying in battle. Moreover, that sudden killing sword which annihilated his treasures was also a supreme treasure. This similarly shocked him. However, before he could fully regain his senses and call back the Qiankuan Ding, that terrifying power containing the force of 3,000 Dao once again immobilized him, thoroughly locking down his primordial Dao fruit and his transformations through the endless past, present, and future. Then the Tai Su sword fell again, completely obliterating him once more. Moreover, this time before the Qiankuan ancestor could leverage the characteristics of the primordial indestructible spiritual light to resurrect. The Tai Su sword had already struck towards his primordial Dao fruit, and in an instant his demise unfolded across the past, present, and future, playing out in the endless timelines simultaneously. All the incarnations of the Qiankuan ancestor across endless time were completely obliterated, ultimately reduced to a single primordial indestructible spiritual light. Moreover, this primordial indestructible spiritual light, surprisingly, did not merge into the land of eternal tribulation, but was instead immobilized by that invisible force of the 3,000 Dao, ultimately being confined in the hands of Zhen Yuanzi. Thus, the top-tier primordial deity, the Qiankuan ancestor, fell prematurely in such a manner. Even his primordial indestructible spiritual light could not escape and fell into the hands of Zhen Yuanzi. As long as Zhen Yuanzi wished, he could completely format this primordial indestructible spiritual light, turning it into a completely ownerless and consciousnessless primordial indestructible spiritual light, which could be refined into a primordial spirit treasure. Although it remained indestructible, it had completely lost its self-awareness. From then on, the Qiankuan ancestor would no longer have the chance to resurrect from the land of eternal tribulation after endless years, and would instead transform into a spirit treasure subject to the will of others. This was simply a more tragic ending than falling at the scene. Zhen Yuanzi was also very satisfied with the results of this battle. The top-tier primordial deity reincarnated from chaos, the Qiankuan ancestor, fell directly into his hands, proving the effectiveness of his external aid and the efforts he had put in over the years. However, the success of this battle was not only due to his strength, but also thanks to the abundance of supreme treasures he possessed. Especially with the existence of the Chaos Dao Compass, a primordial supreme treasure, even just using a trace of its primal power could unleash a terrifying effect. Only then could such results be achieved, easily slaying the Qiankuan ancestor, and even capturing his primordial indestructible spiritual light. Then Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand to collect that primordial indestructible spiritual light. As for how to deal with it or use it, he had not yet decided, so he temporarily sealed it away. Next, his gaze fell upon the rolling void in the distance. The Qiankuan Ding, Qiankuan Tu, and other four treasures were being swept away by the torrents of time and space. Although their spiritual light seemed somewhat dim, they still emanated a powerful aura of primordial treasures. With the fall of the Qiankuan ancestor, these treasures naturally became ownerless. He reached out, and this primordial supreme treasure, along with 3 top-grade primordial spirit treasures, showed no resistance at all, like birds returning to their nests, breaking free from the constraints of the time-space torrents and falling into his palm. His fingertips brushed over the body of the Qiankuan Ding. The mysterious yellow energy waves were still gently undulating, but the aura of the Qiankuan ancestor was already gone. His divine sense moved directly into the treasure space inside the Ding, and the scene before him caused a glint of surprise in his eyes. Inside the Ding was not a void, but a self-contained world of Qiankuan, containing countless treasures accumulated by the Qiankuan ancestor over countless years. He saw vast rivers formed from primordial spiritual energy continuously surging. Countless primordial spiritual items scattered like stars. 9 turns purple gold lotus soul, nourishing jade purple thunder, immortal fruit, 9 heavens mystic jade primordial thunder pearl. The quantity was countless, some even piled up like vast mountains. The sheer number was enough to make any great power of the wilderness envious. Countless immortal gold and divine mines shimmered with resplendent light. Star iron phoenix, wood chaos stone. Truly everything one could wish for, and in enormous quantities. Moreover, there were many primordial spiritual veins coiling like dragons and mountains of primordial spiritual herbs, among which were not lacking some primordial spiritual fruits, their fragrance so rich it almost congealed into substance. The most eye-catching was the central floating platform, where hundreds of primordial spirit treasures were neatly arranged, each exuding the rhythm of primordial Dao, containing primordial indestructible spiritual light. Although the majority of these spirit treasures were low-grade primordial spirit treasures, there were still dozens of mid-grade ones, and even a few high-grade primordial spirit treasures. Although they could not compare to the Qian Kuan Ding Qian Kuan Fan and Qian Kuan Shi, which were the companion treasures of the Qian Kuan ancestor, they were nonetheless formidable treasures. However, it was uncertain whether these primordial spirit treasures were collected by the Qian Kuan ancestor over the years or refined using the Qian Kuan Ding. However, the most likely scenario is that both are true. As a top-tier primordial deity, the Qian Kuan ancestor had wandered the wilderness for countless years, making treasure hunting quite ordinary. Moreover, having a supreme treasure like the Qian Kuan Ding that can reverse the acquired to the primordial makes it reasonable to refine one or two treasures. It is not surprising to possess such a wealth of primordial spirit treasures. Now that such an accumulation has been revealed, the wealth of a top-tier primordial deity is fully exposed. But now all of this belongs to him, truly a tremendous gain. After slaying the Qian Kuan ancestor, his wealth skyrocketed in an instant. Indeed, as expected of a top-tier primordial deity, his wealth was truly substantial. Unfortunately, among these treasures, no sign of primordial roots was discovered. It seems that even if the Qian Kuan ancestor had primordial roots, they must have been planted within his cave dwelling. After all, primordial roots are not as convenient to carry as primordial spirit treasures. They must be planted within a cave dwelling to exert their maximum effect, and they can also improve the cultivation environment of the cave. In the future, he might as well explore his cave dwelling. After this battle, he not only killed the Qian Kuan ancestor, but also greatly enriched his foundation. This reminded him of a famous saying from his past life: gold belts for killing and arson. This journey to the Buzhou mountain not only yielded the exquisite innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, but also resulted in the slaying of the ancestor of heaven and earth, seizing his ultimate treasure, and the accumulation of countless years, marking a tremendous gain. As for the fall of the ancestor of heaven and earth, whether it will affect the future pattern of the battle between Dao and Demon is no longer a concern for Zhen Yuanzi, as it is up to Hongjun to invite someone to confront the demon ancestor Luohu. The great momentum of the primordial chaos flows like a river. With Hongjun's calculations, even without the ancestor of heaven and earth, the chances of Luohu turning the tide are slim. If Hongjun truly needs assistance, there are other great beings to choose from, leaving no room for his worry. Time flies and tens of thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. During these tens of thousands of years, Zhen Yuanzi has been wandering atop Buzhou mountain. This journey of tens of thousands of years has naturally brought Zhen Yuanzi substantial gains. Besides a large number of innate spiritual materials, he has also acquired several middle-grade innate spiritual treasures and a few middle-grade innate spiritual roots. However, these gains pale in comparison to the exquisite innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, and the collection of the ancestor of heaven and earth. Zhen Yuanzi is well aware that while the primordial chaos is vast, and there are many spiritual roots and treasures, exquisite innate spiritual roots are extremely limited. Those that can directly point to the Dao and assist in enlightenment are even rarer. This journey to Buzhou mountain, being able to acquire the enlightenment tea tree, is already a tremendous fortune. As for the collection of the ancestor of heaven and earth, it reflects the accumulation of countless years by this top innate deity, resulting in such immense gains. However, as a top innate deity, who among them is not powerful and deeply rooted? Although it seemed easy and simple for him to slay the ancestor of heaven and earth this time, it was because the ancestor underestimated him at the beginning and did not foresee the danger of his fall, failing to escape in time when the situation turned unfavorable. Caught off guard by his unexpected use of multiple treasures to slay, when the ancestor revived and realized something was amiss, wanting to flee decisively, the surrounding endless time and space had already been completely sealed off by him, leaving no opportunity to escape, ultimately being locked down and annihilated, completely falling. Throughout these years of wandering in the primordial chaos while collecting these treasures, Zhen Yuanzi also attempted to search for the Pangu temple, which would give birth to the 12 ancestors of Wu, but unfortunately found no traces. This is not only because Buzhou mountain is too vast, but also because it is protected by innate formations, and even the Pangu temple itself can conceal cause and effect. Moreover, there should also be significant factors related to the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, not finding it did not disappoint Zhen Yuanzi. After all, this was merely a casual attempt, wanting to see what kind of situation it would be for the Pangu temple to give birth to the 12 ancestors of Wu, and it's fine if he couldn't find it. Alas, I never expected that someone like me, a true cultivator of the Dao, would still be guarded against. Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly. Nowadays, among the beings in the primordial chaos who know his name, who does not regard him as Zhen Yuan Daozuan as a noble elder who cherishes the younger generation? Could he possibly harm the still unborn 12 ancestors of Wu? Absolutely not. This is an impossible thing. However, ultimately not finding the Pangu temple has left some of his thoughts unfulfilled. Another 1,000 years passed, and Zhen Yuanzi stood at the edge of a cliff on Buzhou Mountain, overlooking the rushing rivers at the foot of the mountain, already contemplating leaving. After wandering Buzhou Mountain for tens of thousands of years, although he has not completely explored it, Zhen Yuanzi has decided to leave for now, planning to head to the Western continent next. Since transforming, he has traveled the Primordial Chaos multiple times, but has mostly stayed in the East and is yet to explore the Western continent. The current Western continent has not yet suffered the devastation of the battle between Dao and Demon. The cultivation environment is not inferior to the East, and various innate spiritual materials must be abundant, making it an excellent opportunity to collect. After all, rather than letting these treasures be destroyed in the Great Calamity, it is better for him to collect them. However, before that, he still needs to return to the Five Zhuang Temple. On the way back, although Zhen Yuanzi did not use the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, he still accelerated his speed. The principles of the Dao enveloped him, and with every step he crossed billions of miles, with mountains and rivers rapidly retreating behind him. After 100 years, he passed by the Hongjun mountain range again. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that many spiritual materials had been nurtured within the Hongjun mountain range, and many had even fully matured, emitting alluring spiritual light. I'll come again next time. Zhen Yuanzi did not stop as he had in the past. When passing the Hongjun mountain range, he would inevitably descend to collect, but this time he did not halt his steps. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to collect from the Hongjun mountain range, so there is no need to rush. He can gather it all when he comes again next time. Soon after, the silhouette of Wanshou Mountain appeared in his view. Zhen Yuanzi passed through the cave sky formation and stepped into the Five Zhuang Temple. Xingfeng and Mingyue had already sensed his previously emanated aura and came to greet him. "Welcome back, master." "No need for courtesy." Zhen Yuanzi slightly nodded and walked directly towards the spiritual herb garden. He waved his hand to take out the enlightenment tea tree, which was lush and green with 3,000 new leaves slowly growing. Though not yet mature, it already exuded a faint Dao rhythm. Zhen Yuanzi planted it between the ginseng fruit tree and the huanghongli tree, using the 3 light divine water to nourish it. As the divine water fell, the tea tree's roots quickly took hold in the spiritual soil, its branches and leaves stretching out, and the Dao rhythm growing richer. This tree is called the enlightenment tea tree. Take good care of it in the future, Zhen Yuanzi instructed. Xingfeng and Mingyue looked at this tea tree exuding a strange Dao rhythm, their eyes filled with curiosity, and quickly replied, "Disciple obeys." Returning to the Five Zhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi dismissed the two and took out a piece of the enlightenment tea leaf that had been prepared long ago. This leaf resembled a jade tablet inscribed with faint Dao patterns, the purest among the original 3,000 tea leaves. Not long after the battle with the ancestor of heaven and earth had ended, and after counting the treasures, he had already harvested all 3,000 pieces of the initial tea leaves that had nourished countless Yuan meetings from the enlightenment tea tree. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and the enlightenment tea tree has already sprouted new leaves, but the day of final maturity and harvest is still tens of thousands of years away. Zhen Yuanzi took a primordial jade cup, poured a little 3 light divine water into it, and placed the enlightenment tea leaf inside. The moment the divine water came into contact with the tea leaf, it transformed into a cup of green tea, with countless Dao runes flickering amidst the ethereal mist. Zhen Yuanzi raised the jade cup and drank it all in one go. As the tea flowed down his throat, it turned into a cool stream, instantly filling his primordial spirit. In that instant, he felt his sea of consciousness clear up. The once obscure and difficult to understand Dao nodes from his past cultivation now appeared strikingly clear. The operation speed of the Chaos Dao compass suddenly accelerated, and the trajectories of the 3,000 Daos unfolded before his eyes, as if within reach. He quickly sat cross-legged and immersed himself in cultivation. The Chaos Dao compass hovered in his sea of consciousness, continuously deducing the deeper mysteries of the laws of time and space. The nodes of the laws that had previously taken him countless years to comprehend suddenly became comprehensible in mere moments. Some flaws in the divine abilities that had troubled him for a long time also surfaced one by one, which he promptly repaired. Time flew swiftly, a century passing in the blink of an eye. Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, the runes of the Dao swirling within his gaze before vanishing. He exhaled a long breath, expressing, "The Dao awakening tea truly lives up to its reputation. A mere 100 years can rival 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Such miraculous effects are indeed extraordinary." However, he also sensed a slight change, the clarity brought by the tea beginning to wane, and his comprehension of the Dao gradually returning to normal. It seems that while the Dao awakening tea is powerful and wondrous, it must be combined with one's own diligent cultivation to maximize its efficacy. Zhen Yuanzi realized, if one relies solely on it and consumes it continuously, the effects will likely be greatly diminished. One must accumulate sufficient confusion and insights during regular practice, then use this tea to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He rose and stepped out of the hall, summoning Qingfeng and Mingyu. At this moment, both remained at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, just a step away from the Deluo Golden Immortal, yet they had failed to break through. After all, their innate talents were somewhat lacking. Had it not been for the unique environment of Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven and his guidance, their current breakthrough to Tai would have been quite commendable. However, his peak cultivation seemed insufficient to him now, at the very least he needed to reach Deluo. Yet he did not plan to directly use Hongjun Li to forcibly elevate them to the Deluo cultivation level. Such Deluo experts would find it difficult to further enhance their cultivation in the future, thus, it was only a last resort. Zhen Yuanzi took out 6 pieces of Dao Awakening tea and bestowed them upon Qingfeng and Mingyu. The tea shimmered with Dao patterns, the refreshing aura instantly invigorating Qingfeng and Mingyu. This tea is called Dao Awakening tea. It can assist in enlightenment, so make good use of it. He continued, in the coming millennium, I will impart the Dao to you. I hope you can seize this opportunity to step into the Deluo realm soon. Qingfeng and Mingyu held the Dao Awakening tea, feeling a warm current flowing into their bodies, their primordial spirits trembling with excitement. They exchanged glances and saw the thrill reflected in each other's eyes, quickly kneeling in gratitude. Thank you for your grace, my lord. In the following millennium, the voice of Zhen Yuanzi, teaching the Dao, once again echoed within the Wuzhuang Hall. This time he spoke of the Dao without excessive profundity, focusing on the roots and cultivation bottlenecks of Qingfeng and Mingyu, elucidating the essence of the Deluo Golden Immortal's Dao rhythm, analyzing the integration of laws and primordial spirit. As Qingfeng and Mingyu listened and consumed the Dao Awakening tea, they found the path of cultivation becoming clear, the once firmly established bottleneck beginning to loosen. At the end of the millennium of teachings, Zhen Yuanzi observed the subtle breakthrough in their aura and nodded in satisfaction. The rest depends on you. Focus on your seclusion and strive for early success. Disciples will remember your teachings, my lord. They bowed once more and then retreated to their seclusion. After handling matters within the cave, Zhen Yuanzi gazed westward, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. Westward continent, the demon ancestor Luo Hu. I am coming. With a movement, he transformed into a stream of chaotic light rushing out of the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven towards the western wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi's figure stepped into the western realm, the divine light around him quietly dissipating, revealing his plain Taoist robe. As his gaze swept around, he saw mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, spiritual mist rising, while not as splendid as the east, it possessed a profound and majestic atmosphere of its own. Along the way, he observed celestial mountains and blessed lands scattered like stars with various innate rare flowers and herbs, as well as innate spiritual beings not in short supply. Indeed, the western land also harbors a wealth of fortune, Zhen Yuanzi thought to himself. Having heard tales of the western region's barrenness in his previous life, it now appeared to be merely the result of future calamities. At this moment, the west was clearly a vibrant and fertile land, scarcely inferior to the eastern continent. Transformed innate beings were seen everywhere. In the mountains, a blue goat with 2 horns was inhaling spiritual energy. By the riverside, a winged spiritual turtle basked in the sun and contemplated the Dao, and in the woods, a fully green snake goddess was practicing her breathing technique. Most of these beings were ordinary innate roots with cultivation levels mostly at true immortal, profound immortal, and golden immortal, while the number of Tai golden immortals was considerably fewer. Although those innate saints were far from being ready to emerge, the presence of so many innate beings made the western continent feel quite prosperous at this time. Zhen Yuanzi looked at these innocent cultivating beings, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Their current peaceful and joyful lives would ultimately be disrupted. Now, aside from him, how many great powers could foresee that these innate beings would face near total extinction during the upcoming calamity? The demon ancestor Luo, who would detonate the western earth veins. Aside from the ancestral vein of Mount Shumi, the rest would turn into savage wastelands, countless beings perishing, their souls hardly able to remain. Those beings still frolicking and cultivating today would ultimately become ashes in the disaster, accompanying the struggles of these top innate powers to their graves. Innocent beings, how tragic, but this is the nature of the wilderness. He sighed softly. This calamity would not only lead to the complete decline of the West, but it would also burden Hongjun with immeasurable karma, ultimately forcing him to repay it with his saintly position. And the root of all this lay in the detonation of the earth veins. If only I could prevent this. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. If he could stop the demon ancestor Luo Hu from detonating the western earth veins, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous act of virtue. Even if he did not use the power of virtue to elevate his strength, acquiring such a vast amount of immeasurable merit would be a great boon. These Heavenly Dao merits could not only be used for self-protection, but could also be applied to the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Since obtaining the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, he had merely refined it simply and had not completely mastered it. However, he understood its uses, knowing how to reverse the innate order and refine postnatal spiritual treasures into innate treasures. Although the Qian Kuan Ding could reverse the innate order, transforming postnatal treasures into innate ones, this was not without limitations. It required consuming the essence of the treasure to coalesce the innate essence necessary for nurturing innate treasures and the innate everlasting spiritual light to refine postnatal treasures into innate ones. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure, the greater the consumption. After such consumption, time would be needed for recovery. This is also why, after countless eons of accumulation by the ancestor of Qian Kuan, along with his own gains and spiritual treasures refined, there were only hundreds of innate treasures in total. Otherwise, had it been possible to refine innate treasures without limit, the number of innate treasures possessed by the ancestor of Qian Kuan would have been unfathomable, and the number of spiritual treasures in the wilderness would have long been in excess. In the original trajectory of the wilderness fate, those great beings sought to sever their three corpses. The spiritual treasures required were not so difficult to obtain. The essence of the Qian Kuan Ding, aside from requiring time to accumulate slowly and being unable to expedite through time, could also utilize the source powers like Heavenly Dao merit to speed up its recovery. Therefore, as long as there is a vast amount of merit power, in theory one could use the Qian Kuan Ding to produce a large quantity of innate treasures. However, beings like the Qian Kuan ancestor would never be willing to use the merits of the Heavenly Dao or even the merits of the Great Dao to refine some innate spiritual treasures. After all, he possessed even more powerful treasures. Besides the Qian Kuan Ding, there were also the Qian Kuan Map, Qian Kuan Fan, and Qian Kuan Ruler, which were all exceptional innate spiritual treasures. He was indeed wealthy enough to make such expenditures unnecessary. For them, enhancing their own strength was the most important thing. However, no matter how much they spoke, obtaining such immeasurable merits was still far from the right time, and it was not that easy. Stopping Luohua would not only yield immeasurable merits, but also protect the vitality of the West, while also accumulating the essence for the Qian Kuan Ding. Zhen Yuanzi already had a plan in mind. This matter is worth a try. After all, while this task was not easy, it was merely difficult for other innate powers. Zhen Yuanzi still had a great deal of confidence in obtaining it. His accompanying spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, was originally a rare treasure of the Earth Path, governing the veins of the primordial land. Now, having advanced to an innate supreme treasure, his control over the mountains and earth veins had reached an astonishing level. As long as he explored the veins of the West in advance, found the key nodes, and deployed the corresponding methods ahead of time, there would surely be a way to stop Luohua and ignite the western veins. Even if he could not completely stop it, he should be able to preserve some of the vitality of the West, or even most of it. This would also benefit the primordial land, and he would undoubtedly gain a significant amount of merits. However, there are still many years until the battle of the Dao and the demon, so there is no need to rush. Right now, traveling through the western continent is the primary goal, and it also provides an opportunity to investigate the situation of the western veins. Moreover, although he had this plan during his journey through the primordial land, he would not miss any innate spiritual objects he needed to collect. If he was somewhat restrained during his travels in the east and the west, he completely revealed his true nature as the primordial bulldozer. He did not let go of any valuable innate spiritual objects. When some ignorant innate beings attempted to stop him, an innate beast that had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal rushed at him in anger after seeing him collect the spiritual fruit from its territory, only to be effortlessly brushed aside by Zhen Yuanzi, flying back like a kite, with a broken string, unable to move, watching helplessly as the spiritual fruit was taken away. This is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It belongs to those with affinity. You lack the cultivation to guard such treasures, and forcibly taking them will only invite disaster. Zhen Yuanzi casually left this remark, and his figure had already vanished into the horizon. The innate beast lay on the ground, gazing at the empty fruit grove, filled with fear and reluctance, yet it did not dare to utter a harsh word. The ease with which the other party suppressed his strength made him realize that they were not on the same level at all. If the other party had murderous intent, he felt he would likely perish in an instant. As he traveled westward, Zhen Yuanzi's harvest became increasingly abundant. In the earth book space, spiritual herbs piled up like mountains, divine metals glittered brilliantly, and even many innate spiritual veins had been completely collected. He rummaged through treasures while sending out his divine sense to explore the western veins. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. One day he arrived at a gorge called the Burial of Demons. In the valley, demonic energy swirled, contrasting sharply with the surrounding spiritual energy, and faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow. The demonic energy here has already begun to take shape. It seems that Luo Hua's influence has developed earlier than expected. He did not delve deeper, but merely recorded the anomalies of the local veins before turning to leave. Now was not the time to confront Luo Hua. He needed more time to prepare and accumulate more power. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhen Yuanzi's figure continued to traverse the mountains and valleys of the Western continent, collecting various innate spiritual objects. Over the years, his gains became increasingly rich. In the Earth book space, the newly added innate spiritual roots had surpassed 20, among which were the Western Gungjin bamboo, a type of spiritual root with regional characteristics. Although most of these spiritual roots were merely lower-grade innate spiritual roots, with a few being middle-grade innate spiritual roots, they could still be considered a decent harvest. In addition, the number of innate spiritual treasures he acquired was even greater than that of the innate spiritual roots. Some were sought after by him, while others were seized from some ignorant demon cultivators. Those cultivators under Luo Hua's orders forcibly gathered life forms on the Western continent. Seeing him alone, they attempted to seize the spiritual objects he had collected, only to be effortlessly suppressed by him, along with both the people and treasures taken away. Although the strongest among them were merely Tai Golden Immortal Realm beings, there were still some who possessed innate spiritual treasures. Even if they were only lower-grade innate spiritual treasures, they indicated the wealth of these demon cultivators. During these years, he not only collected various innate spiritual objects, but also focused on examining the Western veins. However, there had not been many discoveries so far. Perhaps at this time the demon ancestor Luo Hua had not yet laid down any traps in the Western veins. Along the way, he often encountered cultivators surrounded by demonic energy, who either threatened or tempted others, forcing those scattered innate beings to join the ranks of the demon clan. Clearly, the current demon ancestor Luo Hua was also steadily developing his influence on the Western continent. However, unlike the high-profile expansion of the three innate races, the demon clan's actions were much more secretive and low-key. Their influence was largely confined to the Western continent, clearly accumulating strength rather than rushing to reveal their power. At this time, the demon ancestor Luo Hua, favored by the Western fortune, is the master of the Western fortune. There is truly no entity in the West that can contend with him, and his unification of the West is nearly inevitable. Zhen Yuanzi merely watched coldly and had no intention of intervening. The beings that were gathered were mostly of ordinary roots and low cultivation, providing limited enhancement to the overall strength of the demon clan. However, over countless years, the scale of the demon clan had grown quite large, faintly showing signs of unifying the West. But as long as the demon ancestor Luo Hua ultimately falls, all of this will turn to fleeting dreams and cease to exist. One day, Zhen Yuanzi stood atop a peak called the Dust-Breaking Cliff, overlooking a settlement established by demon cultivators below. Suddenly, his divine sense stirred slightly, and he turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, at the western ancestral vein Mount Shumi, this mountain, seemingly penetrating the heavens and the earth, was currently shrouded in a layer of faint demonic energy, and deep within the mountain, chaotic currents rolled faintly. Atop the mountain, a palace made of innate demon stones floated in midair. Inside the palace, the demon ancestor Luo Hua was seated cross-legged atop a lotus flower as dark as ink. This lotus flower was the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, with layers of petals exuding a destructive aura that devoured everything, and it was Luo Hua's accompanying spiritual treasure. Luo Hua, dressed in a dark robe, had a handsome, yet slightly sinister face. His eyes were tightly shut, and the demonic energy surrounding him intertwined with the earth's energy of Mount Shumi, as if he had merged with the entire Western continent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Those eyes were as black as an abyss, devoid of any sparkle, yet seemed to harbor endless slaughter and destruction. A smile slowly spread across the corners of his mouth, which soon transformed into hearty laughter. Ha! The formation of my extermination sword array has finally been initially refined. The laughter echoed like a thunderous roar of demons erupting from the peak of Mount Shumi and resonating through the endless void. Countless demon cultivators felt this familiar pressure and knelt on the ground, shouting praises for the immortal demon ancestor, declaring the eternal path. Meanwhile, some innate beings who had not yet submitted trembled under this terrifying demonic aura, their primordial spirits shivering. Before the laughter faded, Luo Hua's figure had vanished from the world-destroying Black Lotus. In the next moment, he appeared in a space known as the Nine Abyss. This place was located deep within the Earth's veins of the Western continent, shrouded in an endless aura of innate turbid evil since the opening of heaven and earth. Even ordinary great Luo golden immortals entering would be eroded by this turbid evil, making it one of the perilous places of the primordial chaos. However, at this moment, a formation diagram exuding a rich, bloodthirsty aura floated in the center of this desolate land. On the formation diagram, countless grotesque runes flickered faintly, revealing illusions of shattered mountains and fallen beings, which was indeed the extermination formation. Surrounding the formation diagram, four coldly gleaming fierce swords hovered in place, their blades flowing with a pitch-black, demonic aura, each inscribed with the characters Exterminate, Slay, Trap, and known as the Four Extermination Swords. The innate turbid evil of the entire space and the heavenly killing aura surged toward the formation diagram, and the four swords like rivers returning to the sea, being continuously absorbed by them. With every bit of demonic energy absorbed the ferocity of the formation diagram, and the four swords surged, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort under this pressure, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Very good, very good. Luo Ho floated in midair, gazing at the extermination sword array before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To refine this killing formation, he had expended countless efforts, placing the four extermination swords and the formation diagram in this nine abyss, absorbing the innate turbid evil and heavenly killing aura for millions of years. Now the moment of initial success had finally arrived. He could clearly sense that within the sharpness of the four extermination swords lay the primordial power of the obliteration path. The extermination formation diagram perfectly matched with the four swords, subtly forming a closed loop. With a mere infusion of magical power, it could summon the killing aura of heaven and earth to lay down a fatal formation. Just one last bit of demonic energy to absorb, and it will be complete. Luo Ho waved his hand, unleashing a pure stream of magical power into the formation diagram. The formation diagram and the four swords seemed to respond, their speed of absorbing demonic energy suddenly accelerating. Endless turbid evil transformed into black dragons roaring as they surged into the sword array. Moments later, the four extermination swords trembled in unison, emitting a sword cry that resonated throughout the nine abyss, their cold light nearly tearing apart this space. The extermination formation diagram then fully unfolded, covering the entire nine abyss, and the illusions upon the diagram grew increasingly clear, emanating a murderous aura that even made Luo Ho glance sideways. "It's done," Luo Ho exclaimed joyfully. With a wave of his right hand, the extermination formation diagram and the four swords transformed into four streams of light, landing in his grasp. He incorporated the four swords into the formation diagram, merging them into one. Then with a flash of his figure, he returned to Mount Shumi. Back in the palace at the mountain's peak, Luo Ho pointed with his finger, and the extermination formation diagram transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the depths of Mount Shumi. Using his divine powers, he called upon the ancestral power of Mount Shumi, linking the formation diagram with the Earth's veins of the West, allowing it to continue absorbing the essence of the Earth's veins under the nurturing of ancestral power, becoming ever more perfected. Once this formation fully integrates with the Earth's veins of the West, when it is deployed, it will continuously draw upon the Earth's vein power. Its might will surely surpass all in the primordial chaos, becoming the foremost killing formation under the heavenly path. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Luo Ho's eyes. He could imagine that one day in the future, when this array was set, any formidable being of the primordial chaos, regardless of their cultivation level, stepping into the array would face certain death. However, he also understood that although the extermination sword array had been initially refined, it had yet to reach its true peak. It still requires sufficient bloodthirsty power. Luo Ho's lips curled into a cruel smile. Only by using the blood and primordial spirits of countless innate beings and numerous powerful cultivators can this array truly attain perfection and unleash the power to annihilate heaven and earth. In his heart, a bloody picture had already been sketched. A catastrophe sweeping through the primordial chaos was quietly brewing. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi, standing on the cliff of broken dust, gazed toward Mount Shumi, slightly furrowing his brow. The extermination sword array. Is it finally about to emerge? He could sense that fleeting, terrifying aura of slaughter, though not clear, was enough to send a chill down his spine. It seems that the demon ancestor Luo Ho has been preparing in secret. Zhen Yuanzi took a deep breath, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes, which soon returned to calm. No matter how the demon ancestor prepared, he only needed to cultivate and grow stronger without needing to worry too much. He then turned and flew in the opposite direction of Mount Shumi. Now that the extermination array was in its initial stages, Luo Ho would undoubtedly be on high alert, making it unwise to approach. As for taking preemptive action against the demon ancestor Luo Ho, there was no necessity for that. Not to mention whether he could slay the other with his current strength or whether any danger existed. Luo Ho's primary target was not him, but Hongjun. Luo Ho and Hongjun were the true enemies obstructing each other's paths. He believed that they must also sense and be aware of each other at this moment, thus treating each other as their main targets. A great battle would inevitably erupt sooner or later. If he were to take preemptive action against the demon ancestor Luo Ho now, even slaying him would only benefit Hongjun, and perhaps Hongjun would be overjoyed. Therefore, he naturally would not do so. He could simply wait to reap the benefits later. Afterward, tens of thousands of years passed. Zhen Yuanzi continued to traverse the western continent, especially amidst the mountains rich in gung metal energy. His divine sense swept over countless veins, directly claiming them. The western land was already abundant in gung metal, and over billions of years countless gung metal divine mines had formed deep within the earth's veins. The innate supreme gung metal contained within was the ultimate material for refining slaughtering spiritual treasures. Its sharpness could sever laws, and its sturdiness could break myriad techniques. Even those skilled in physical cultivation could be easily torn apart. Zhen Yuanzi did not hold back. Upon encountering large gung metal veins, he directly used the power of the Earth Book to uproot the entire vein and store it in his treasure space. The essence of gung metal accumulated over countless millennia, piled up like mountains in his space, shimmering with a cold metallic luster sufficient to support him in refining many innate spiritual treasures and even pushing toward the supreme realm. As the passage of thousands of years flowed by on this day, his figure halted outside a lesser-known immortal mountain. However, although this immortal mountain held little renown in later generations, it was indeed majestic, with peaks like swords piercing the clouds. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the ethereal aura lingered, with flying waterfalls tumbling from the cliffs, crashing upon the blue stones, and the splashing droplets refracting a spectrum of rainbow light, creating a scene of spiritual elegance and harmony. Zhen Yuanzi had come here due to the call of the Chaos Dao compass, sensing the allure of an opportunity, hence he followed the sensation. He took a step forward, continuing along the thread of mysterious guidance, entering the immortal mountain. The path wound like a serpent, flanked by towering ancient trees, exotic flowers in bloom, and occasionally spiritual monkeys presenting fruits alongside celestial cranes soaring, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Zhen Yuanzi did not linger, his divine sense locking onto the source of that sensation. With each step, he traversed billions of miles, soon arriving at the entrance of a valley cloaked in primordial ruins. Before the valley stood an array, quietly towering, woven from primordial five-element runes of metal, wood, and water, with the array's patterns flowing and hints of spatial fluctuations evident, clearly a barrier guarding a secret realm. For an ordinary powerful being, it would take a considerable amount of time to comprehend and break through, but with Zhen Yuanzi's skills and formations, he would require little time to unravel it. However, this time Zhen Yuanzi had no intention of dismantling the primordial formation. He merely glanced at it and took out the Hongming measuring ruler. With a flick of the ruler, the power of the time-space Dao erupted, transforming into a brilliant light rainbow that directly crossed the spatial barrier of the formation. With a single step, he passed through the array's light curtain, entering the secret realm. The scene before him changed abruptly. Inside the secret realm, the primordial spiritual energy was so dense it was nearly tangible, with a crystal-clear pool quietly resting at the center. The pool's water exhibited a faint golden hue, its surface shimmering with a mysterious yellow aura as countless tiny merit runes floated and flowed in the water, emitting a gentle and sacred aura. Above the pool, a mist lingered within which 8 different colored spiritual waters could be faintly seen, merging and nurturing, occasionally transforming into nectar that dripped down, at times turning into flowing light that danced, exuding a captivating fragrance. Almost the moment he laid eyes on the golden pool, a stream of information surged into Zhen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness. 8 treasure merit pool, a heavenly treasure. It can carry the profound yellow merit and nourish the nectar of merit. Within it resides 8 types of spiritual water that are clear, cold, sweet, light, moistening, peaceful, quenching thirst, and nurturing roots, with merit unending and the pool's water never drying. Zhen Yuanzi felt a slight surprise in his heart, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, not expecting that this opportunity would be such a treasure. He naturally understood the significance of this item. In the original cosmic destiny trajectory, the 8 treasure merit pool was obtained by Hongjun, and later, during the preaching at the Zixiao Palace, it was ultimately acquired by the likes of Jian and Junti during the treasure division on the treasure rock. It became a sacred object of the Western sect, later specifically used to carry the treasure of the Western teachings, the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Moreover, it was due to the nurturing of the 8 treasure merit pool that the 12-petal merit golden lotus of the Western sect could grow better, thus better suppressing the fortunes of the Western teachings. Besides that, it also possesses various miraculous uses, and one could say that the flourishing of the Western teachings later had a share of credit from the 8 treasure merit pool. However, now this treasure was to fall into his hands. Zhen Yuanzi carefully examined the lotus pool. The pool's body was crafted from an unknown white jade warm to the touch, yet subtly emanating a defensive aura clearly possessing protective power. Immediately, Zhen Yuanzi's divine sense probed into the pool, feeling the pure and immense life and merit power, his satisfaction growing. After all, the water cultivated by the 8 treasure merit pool ranked only below the 3 light divine water, being a high-grade primordial divine water, which also nourished spiritual roots. Although overall it could not compare to the 3 light divine water, it still had other miraculous uses, and its merit was unending, with the water continuously flowing. Furthermore, this treasure also had defensive capabilities, hovering above one's head, providing unparalleled protection. Thus it was certainly not lacking. Especially with the merit nectar nourished over countless years, its quantity was vast, and its divine effects were likely not much inferior to that of the 3 light divine water. Such a treasure should naturally not be missed. He hesitated no more and took out the earth book. Amidst the flowing treasure light, it transformed into a substantial shadow of the earth, slowly enveloping the 8 treasure merit pool. The pool seemed to sense the external force, trembling slightly, emitting a faint sense of resistance. But before the might of a primordial supreme treasure, such resistance was akin to an ant trying to stop a cart. "Collect," Zhen Yuanzi lightly called out, and the treasure light of the earth book surged, engulfing the 8 treasure merit pool, along with billions of merit nectar, transforming into a stream of light that disappeared into the treasure space. The valley, having lost the merit pool, dimmed instantly, and the sacred aura in the air dissipated. After collecting the core treasure, Zhen Yuanzi did not hurry to leave, but instead began to explore this secret realm. Although the secret realm was not as vast as the 5 Zhuang Temple's cave sky, it was comparable to a large 1,000 worlds with mountains, rivers, lakes, and plains all present, the primordial spiritual items growing within, although not as precious as the merit pool, were numerous, including merit grass and tranquil flowers, spiritual herbs related to merit. As he walked, he collected all valuable spiritual items and mineral veins he encountered, soon arriving at the core area of the secret realm, a platform constructed from primordial crystal stones. At the center of the platform, a fist-sized colorful crystal hovered, emitting fluctuations resonant with the secret realm's formation, serving as the control core of the realm. Zhen Yuanzi reached out, grasping the colorful crystal in his hand. As he refined this colorful crystal, a vast stream of information surged into his sea of consciousness, encompassing all the secrets of the secret realm's formation, operation, spatial structure, and earth vein directions. With a slight deduction, he completely mastered it. From this moment on, this secret realm truly belonged to him. It is indeed a good place to settle down. Zhen Yuanzi glanced around, inwardly contemplating. This secret realm, rich in spiritual energy and protected by a natural formation, was just right as a hidden dojo for him in the West. However, he was not satisfied with the original primordial formation here. The 5-element runes, though exquisite, could not withstand a true powerful being and were not sufficiently concealed. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes as the Chaos Dao compass in his sea of consciousness began to rotate slowly, emitting an invisible wave that started to obscure the heavenly secrets and causal relationships of this place, shielding all traces of time and space in this secret realm. At the same time, he took out dozens of types of primordial divine metals and formation flags, using the earth element Dao as a foundation, the space Dao as a web supplemented by time and causality and other Dao laws to rearrange the formation. Countless profound runes lit up around the secret realm, intertwining with the power of the chaos origin, forming an invisible light curtain that enveloped the entire secret realm. With the power of the Chaos Dao compass obscuring the heavenly secrets, along with this newly arranged Qian Kuan locking formation, even a Hunyuan Daojingxian or a saint would find it impossible to deduce the traces of this place. Zhen Yuanzi sensed the chaotic aura emanating from the formation and nodded in satisfaction. After completing all this, his figure flickered, exiting the secret realm and once again blending into the mountains and rivers of the West. The harvest from the 8 treasure merit pool added even more to his gains on this journey, while this hidden secret realm provided him with another place to settle in the West. Since this secret realm was the birthplace of the 8 treasure merit pool, it would henceforth be called the 8 treasure merit secret realm. As dusk gives way to dawn, the stars rotate, and time flows by. Thousands of years have passed once more. Since leaving the 8 treasures merit secret realm, Zhen Yuanzi's figure continues to traverse the mountains of the Western continent, collecting spiritual treasures while quietly observing the expansion of the demon clan's power. Countless innate beings, either coerced or tempted, have joined the ranks of the demon ancestor, causing the scale of the demon clan to expand at a visible rate. The demon clan now subtly rivals the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, with their number of powerful beings being countless, their might sufficient to catch the attention of any force in the primordial wilderness. This has led to Zhen Yuanzi encountering innate demons more frequently during his travels, with their numbers increasing, naturally leading him to confront many demon strongmen. Moreover, he has faced not just golden immortals or Tai golden immortals, but has also encountered numerous great Luo strongmen of the demon clan. Some of these demon strongmen, feeling that he was not worth provoking, chose to retreat without any intention of confronting him, and he paid them no heed. However, with the increasing frequency of encounters, there were inevitably some reckless individuals who sought to rob him or force him to join the demon clan. For such beings, Zhen Yuanzi naturally did not hold back, directly striking them down, including several great Luo strongmen of the demon clan. As a result, he has acquired many mid to low-grade innate spiritual treasures and numerous innate spiritual objects, indicating the wealth of the Western demon clan. It stands to reason for the Western demon clan is on the verge of dominating the Western continent, plundering treasures, extensively, naturally accumulating great wealth. Consequently, Zhen Yuanzi's mind sparked an idea. In the future, he would not only visit the innate three clans, but might also pay a visit to the Western demon clan. However, the time is not yet ripe. He must wait for the right opportunity, and by then their collections would surely be even more substantial. Zhen Yuanzi's actions in slaying these demon strongmen have naturally attracted the attention of the demon clan, with the fall of several great Luo strongmen even catching the notice of the demon ancestor Luoho. In the Shumi mountain within the demon palace, the demon ancestor Luoho sits atop the 12th grade, extinguishing world black lotus, surrounded by surging demonic energy, his gaze filled with a chilling, killing intent. On the table, a water mirror reflects the sights of the fallen great Luo demon clan members, seemingly attempting to restore the scene, yet it remains a blur. In the Western territory, such a being dares to slay my demon generals. Luo House's voice is frigid and piercing, tinged with a hint of incredulous anger. In the present Western world, how can there be someone bold enough to provoke his demon clan to challenge this supreme master of divine abilities? He tries to deduce the heavenly secrets to uncover the identity of the assailant, but the heavenly secrets in his sea of consciousness are shrouded in chaos, as if concealed by an invisible barrier. He cannot grasp even a trace of their aura. Such powerful concealment techniques. Luoho frowns tightly. To possess such strength and block my deduction, they must be an innate divine demon of my era. Could it be Hongjun? This thought flashes through his mind, yet he does not dare to confirm it. Although Hongjun and I follow different paths, we have always maintained a tacit understanding, steering clear of each other. How could he suddenly take action against the demon clan in the West? No matter who you are daring to provoke, me in the West will come at a price. With a cold snort, Luo House figure disappears from the palace. In the following millennium, demon ancestor Luoho personally sets out, utilizing his divine abilities to search the Western continent. Wherever he goes, demonic energy surges and mountains and rivers change color. However, Zhen Yuanzi, concealed by the Chaos Dao compass and shielded from heavenly secrets, moves with the Hongmeng measuring ruler, his whereabouts erratic, sometimes in the east, sometimes in the west. Even Luoho, with his earth-shattering abilities, cannot trace him. Ultimately, Luoho has no choice but to return to Shumi Mountain, issuing an order: all demon generals must not leave the range of Shumi Mountain unless necessary. If encountering an unknown strong being, they must retreat immediately and not engage. The demonic clan's arrogance has finally been somewhat restrained. Time hastens, and once again thousands of years pass. On this day, Zhen Yuanzi's steps halt before a mist-shrouded immortal mountain. The tremor of the Chaos Dao compass is stronger than ever before, a chance rooted in the source of the Dao, stirring his heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Clearly, Zhen Yuanzi has come here because the Chaos Dao compass has led him to this opportunity. And any opportunity that can draw the Chaos Dao compass attention is never simple. This time the commotion is even greater than before, making Zhen Yuanzi's anticipation grow. He steps onto the immortal mountain, following the sense deeper inside, where a more profound innate formation appears before him. He begins to use his divine sense to carefully examine this innate great formation, and a hint of surprise flashes in his eyes. As the formation patterns flow, they contain various Dao laws such as space-time and causality. This innate formation before him is almost more advanced than any he has encountered before. It even surpasses the innate great formation of the secret realm, where he obtained the supreme innate spirit and the enlightenment tea tree, only falling slightly short of the chaotic formation on Ingzhou Immortal Island. Moreover, it is extremely concealed, Were it not for the guiding opportunity of the Chaos Dao compass, it would be difficult to even notice it while passing by. What a magnificent formation! Zhen Yuanzi cannot help but exclaim in admiration. This formation not only possesses immense power, but is also adept at concealment, clearly meant to protect a very important entity. Even if he wished to attempt to break it, it would likely take considerable time. He does not waste time attempting to decipher it, but takes out the Hongmeng measuring ruler, simultaneously activating the Chaos Dao compass to entirely seal off his heavenly secrets and the surrounding spacetime. With a flash of light from the ruler, spacetime distorts. As he steps forward, he penetrates through the formation's light curtain and enters the secret realm. Upon entry, the rich and almost liquefied innate spiritual energy rushes toward him, mixed with a hint of strange reincarnation power that causes his primordial spirit to tremble. Following that strong sense, he arrives at the center of the secret realm, and the sight before him causes his breath to quicken. In the center of the secret realm, on a lotus platform, a gigantic purple lotus quietly blooms, with a total of 24 petals, each carved from purple jade, inscribed with countless profound runes faintly revealing illusions of life, death, reincarnation, and karmic retribution. Around the purple lotus, a faint grayish gas swirls, representing the purest source of reincarnation power, exuding an unparalleled pressure that suppresses eternity and carries the weight of reincarnation. The 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus. Almost the moment he sees it clearly, a flood of information from heaven and earth pours into his sea of consciousness, confirming his suspicions. This is actually the legendary earth attribute, supreme treasure, the place of destiny, reincarnation. Zhen Yuanzi cannot help but laugh heartily. Haha. I did not expect to find such a treasure. Indeed, it is the destined object of this humble Taoist. His excitement is not without reason. The 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus is not only unparalleled in defense, comparable to innate supreme treasures, but more importantly, it carries a significant mission. It is a natural vessel for reincarnation, the place of destiny, reincarnation capable of carrying and perfecting the reincarnation rules of the primordial wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi, holding the Earth Book and wielding the authority of the Earth Path, is already the innate sovereign of the Earth Court. With the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus, he can naturally establish reincarnation without needing to sacrifice himself like Hutu in later generations, thus generating boundless merit and solidifying the foundation of the Earth Path. However, in the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness fate, it is unknown whether this supreme treasure could not be fully birthed, or due to the influence of the battle between Dao and Demon, such as the demon ancestor Luoho, detonating the Western Earth veins, this supreme treasure has remained hidden until now. The original Zhen Yuanzi had never obtained this supreme treasure and thus failed to ascend as the true sovereign of the earthly court. Instead, it was Hutu who sacrificed herself to establish the sixfold cycle of rebirth, thereby perfecting the realm of reincarnation. Now, however, this peerless artifact rests in his hands, granting him the power to pioneer the cycle of rebirth himself, or at least participate in its creation, without the necessity of self-sacrifice. Either path would accrue immeasurable merit. The primordial cycle of rebirth shall be ordained by this Taoist. Zhen Yuanzi stilled the surging tempest within his heart and reached forth toward the purple lotus of rebirth. The lotus, sensing the profound resonance of earthly Dao energy emanating from him, trembled faintly, its petals swayed gently, offering no resistance. With one hand, he lifted the lotus. Its surface was warm and smooth beneath his palm, and a torrent of primordial rebirth essence surged up his arm, resonating deeply with the earthly Dao power enshrined within the earth scripture. He immediately settled into meditation to refine the artifact. Within the secret realm, time lost all meaning. Immersed in the alchemical process, his consciousness fused gradually with the lotus's essence, methodically unraveling its innate primordial seals. Tens of thousands of years slipped silently away. Upon breaking the 36th seal, he achieved preliminary mastery. For now, this shall suffice. Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes and drew the purple lotus of rebirth inward. Then he began to traverse the secret realm. A realm capable of nurturing a 24-petaled purple lotus of rebirth was no ordinary domain. It rivaled the grandest celestial grottos in scale and profundity. Its primordial spiritual energy teemed with potent rebirth essence, and its flora and fauna were intrinsically bound to the cycle of life, death, and return. The rebirth grass, which could awaken memories of past lives, the netherworld blossom purifying wandering souls, the yin-yang spring pulsing with the dual forces of life and death. Each was a rare marvel seldom seen beyond this realm. Though the sixfold cycle had yet to be formally established, and thus many of these wonders remained dormant, their collection was unquestionably wise. Zhen Yuanzi claimed them without hesitation, every spirit herb, every mineral vein. until he arrived at the realm's core altar, where rested a gray-hued crystal inscribed with rebirth sigils, the sovereign control node of the entire secret realm. He grasped the crystal, and upon refining it, instantly comprehended all the realm's hidden truths. Since the realm was already shielded by an immensely powerful primordial formation array, he added no further wards, only deploying the Chaos Grand Dao compass to veil its celestial traces, entirely rendering it utterly imperceptible. Henceforth this place shall be named the Rebirth Secret Realm. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in quiet satisfaction. With this sanctuary secured in the west, he now possessed another unshakable foothold. As the ancient adage goes, a crafty hare has 3 burrows. Thereafter he departed the Rebirth Secret Realm. His western pilgrimage had broadened his wisdom, revealed the geomantic veins of the west, and yielded countless primordial spirit treasures, even primordial divine artifacts, including the 8 treasure merit pool and the 24-petaled purple lotus of rebirth, a supreme treasure of the earthly Dao. Truly his journey had culminated in consummate merit. He had been absent for quite some time, and the hour of return had come. Moving eastward, his steps appeared unhurried, yet each stride spanned hundreds of millions of miles. The mountains and rivers along the way remained unchanged, yet his inner landscape had transformed irrevocably. Nonetheless, he continued gathering primordial spirit treasures en route. Deliberately suppressing his aura, he concealed his true cultivation while emitting faint glimmers of treasure light, presenting himself as an ordinary cultivator who had merely stumbled upon fortuitous bounty. This ruse inevitably lured predators. The primordial demon clans, long dominant in the west, seeing him travel alone with seemingly mundane energy, mistook him for easy prey. Alas, they had kicked against a slab of primordial chaos iron, unyielding, unbreakable. With a mere flick of his fingers, Zhen Yuanzi obliterated them all. Such baton capture tactics, sustained throughout his journey, netted him 5 inferior grade and 2 mid-grade primordial divine artifacts. Though of little use to him personally, their primordial origin conferred immense intrinsic value. 1,000 years passed quietly amid such intermittent travel. When the familiar silhouette of Wanshou Mountain finally emerged on the horizon, a long-forgotten serenity stirred within Zhen Yuanzi, a quiet homecoming to land truly his own. Yet he did not proceed directly to Wuzhuang Temple. Instead, he veered off course, first heading toward the Hongjun Mountains. During his prior passage, he had sensed that numerous spirit herbs there had ripened. After so much time, their abundance would surely have multiplied. Indeed, a sweep of his divine sense revealed denser spiritual energy than before, and a marked increase in the number of primordial spirit herbs. Many of these treasures, having reached full maturity, would only waste time if left to continue gestating. To avoid such waste, poor Hongjun would simply have to endure once more. Thus, with reluctant resolve, he combed the Hongjun Mountains anew, his divine sense spreading like a vast net, drawing every worthy spirit herb into the space of the earth scripture. From mountain foot to summit, from spirit springs to ancient caverns, he scoured it all. Even several newly formed primordial spirit veins were uprooted, entirely diminishing the mountain's ambient spiritual energy by a full third. When I return next, fresh harvests will await. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in quiet satisfaction before turning toward Wuzhuang Temple deep within Wanshou Mountain. Passing through layered grotto heaven arrays, the familiar silhouette of Wuzhuang Temple came into view. The ginseng fruit tree still flourished, its boughs heavy with infant-like fruits slumbering in serene repose. The Hongjun plum tree bloomed and bore fruit radiating intoxicating Dao resonance. Newly planted enlightenment tea trees had taken root in sacred soil, their 3,000 tender leaves unfurling slowly. Qingfeng and Mingyue, having sensed his approach, stood respectfully awaiting him outside the temple gate. "We welcome our master home." In unison, they bowed, voices brimming with genuine joy. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon them, and with a single sweep of his divine sense, he perceived their cultivation levels with absolute clarity. Both Qingfeng and Mingyue had made remarkable progress since his departure for the West, evidence that they had diligently cultivated all these years. Moreover, his earlier Dao lectures, and those few leaves of enlightenment tea, had profoundly benefited them, catalyzing tangible breakthroughs. Yet they still fell short of attaining the rank of Great Luo Immortal. "It appears you have not slackened your efforts these years," Zhen Yuanzi said with a slight nod, his tone laced with quiet approval. "Indeed, the enlightenment tea and my prior discourse have borne real fruit for you. All thanks to our master's boundless grace." Qingfeng and Mingyue replied hastily, words that echoed their heartfelt conviction. Those few leaves of enlightenment tea had granted them multiple moments of sudden enlightenment, sparing them tens, or even hundreds, of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. And the Dao lecture delivered before his departure had illuminated their path forward. Yet the final threshold to Great Luo immortality remains, Zhen Yuanzi mused, then declared, "Today, I shall lend you one last hand." Turning into the Wuzhuang Hall, he retrieved the 8 treasure merit pool and suspended it at the hall's center. Its waters of merit flowed softly, 8 sacred essences intermingling, radiating gentle golden light of merit and the vital breath of life. He extracted a portion of the 8 treasure merit water, resealed the pool, and used that portion to fashion 2 modest replicas of the 8 treasure merit pool. Enter the pools and commence cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi instructed. Obediently, Qingfeng and Mingyue stepped into the pools. As the merit water rose to their ankles, a cool, exquisitely pure force surged into their bodies, scouring their meridians and nascent souls, dissolving the accumulated obstructions and stagnations of their practice. Thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi seated himself cross-legged upon the dais and commenced instructing them anew. This time, he transcended foundational Dao resonance, distilling insights gathered over tens of thousands of years of Western pilgrimage, interwoven with profound revelations inscribed upon the Chaos Grand Dao compass, to elucidate with crystalline clarity the very essence of Great Luo immortality. How to condense the flower of cosmic law, how to bloom the 3 flowers above the crown, how to pierce the river of fate, how to bind the nascent soul inseparably to the Grand Dao itself. His voice, though calm and measured, carried the immutable weight of Dao principle, sometimes manifesting as flying talismanic characters, sometimes merging seamlessly into the merit waters, resonating directly with Qingfeng's and Mingyue's nascent souls. Even the ginseng fruits and Hongjun plums outside the hall seemed to listen, branches swaying gently, their Dao resonance deepening palpably. Thus he taught, for 3,000 years. After 3 millennia, Zhen Yuanzi ceased his discourse, gazing upon the 2 within the pools, whose auras had grown profoundly richer, whose nascent souls increasingly refined. He smiled with quiet satisfaction. In delivering this teaching, he himself had organized and deepened his own insights gleaned across millennia of traversing the primordial world, gaining subtler comprehension of myriad Dao principles, a boon that would greatly aid his ascension to the latest supreme immortal realm. We thank our master for transmitting the Dao. Qingfeng and Mingyue emerged from the pools and bowed deeply. Their eyes shone with brilliant light, clearly having brushed against the threshold of Great Luo immortality, needing only a final catalyst to break through. At that moment, Mingyue produced a dozen primordial jade boxes. Opening them revealed a bounty of fully matured spirit fruits, the harvest of the spirit herb garden during his absence. Zhen Yuanzi glanced briefly, then nodded. Well done. You have tended the spirit herb garden with exceptional care. He casually plucked 2 leaves of enlightenment tea and selected 100 high to mid-grade primordial spirit fruits from the boxes, handing them to Qingfeng and Mingyue. These are your rewards. Return now to seclusion. Strive earnestly to attain the Great Luo realm. Thank you, master. They accepted the tea and fruits, faces alight with irrepressible excitement, bowed once more, and withdrew to begin their retreat. Silence returned to the hall. Zhen Yuanzi too sank into profound Dao cultivation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye several decades have passed. Within the Wuzhuang temple of the Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged on the cloud bed of the Wuzhuang Hall, surrounded by the aura of the Great Dao, his primordial spirit submerged in the sea of consciousness, shimmering alongside treasured artifacts like the Chaos Dao compass and the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus. At times he comprehended the laws of time and space, and at other times the profound mysteries of the Dao of creation. During these decades, Zhen Yuanzi did not venture out to explore the wilderness, but remained in seclusion, immersed in the cultivation of the Dao. His cultivation realm has also significantly progressed, although he still has a distance to cover before breaking through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. His current strength has clearly improved compared to before. More importantly, after decades of nurturing and refining, the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus has completely connected with his mind and spirit, its innate restrictions fully refined by him. The lotus platform hovered deep within the sea of consciousness, with 24 purple petals circulating the radiance of the source of reincarnation, not only elevating his understanding of life and death, cause and effect, and time and space to a new level, but also allowing him to summon the power of reincarnation at any time, evolving the marvelous essence of creation. These advancements are immensely beneficial for his future plans to open the Earth Court and perfect the cycle of reincarnation. However, Zhen Yuanzi's aspirations extend beyond merely opening the Earth Court and perfecting reincarnation. He harbors even grander goals that require even more formidable strength. Thus, at present, elevating his strength is of utmost importance. On this day, Zhen Yuanzi was deeply engrossed in his insights and deductions regarding various Great Daos. Suddenly, a unique wave of fluctuation emanated from outside the main hall, interrupting his deductions. Moi. Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes, a flash of Dao runes briefly appearing in his gaze as his divine sense swept across the Wuzhuang temple. Above the Mingyue Hall, the sky was now ablaze with countless rays of rosy light, with purple lightning streaking across the heavens. Endless Deluo Dao rhythms spread like a tide, transforming into a multitude of golden lotuses dancing in the air, each lotus carrying fragments of laws and exuding an aura of transcendence and immortality. Above the hall's roof, 3 radiant beams of light surged into the sky, representing the 3 flowers atop, one symbolizing essence, one representing the primordial spirit, and one embodying qi. The 3 flowers intertwined, enveloping the entire Mingyue Hall in a sacred halo. Clouds swirled around, celestial music resounded, and numerous innate runes poured out from the void, merging into the 3 beams of light, making the 3 flowers even more solid, their emanating pressure causing even the cave's formation to tremble slightly. A breakthrough. A hint of a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of Zhen Yuanzi's mouth. This phenomenon was indeed a sign of condensing the 3 flowers atop and transcending the river of fate. It was clear that among the 2 young disciples, Mingyue had taken the lead in stepping into the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. He gazed at the increasingly clear figure within the phenomenon and thought to himself, it was worth my efforts in delivering teachings multiple times, bestowing innate spiritual fruits on her, and assisting her foundation with the 8 treasures merit pool and enlightenment tea. At last my nurturing has not been in vain. Though Qingfeng and Mingyue are innate beings, compared to innate deities and demons, their foundation is rather ordinary. Their ability to rely on themselves to break through to Deluo Golden Immortal, aside from resource accumulation and my guidance, also requires their own willpower and comprehension. However, shortly after, another equally magnificent wave of breakthrough energy erupted from the Qingfeng Hall. Above the Qingfeng Hall, countless golden rays suddenly rose, illuminating the entire Wuzhuang temple and overshadowing the previous purple lightning and rosy light. Endless Deluo Dao rhythms converged into a surging river within which numerous fragments of cultivation appeared. There was the figure of Qingfeng sweeping the medicinal garden, his focused attention listening to teachings in the Wuzhuang Hall, and his sudden enlightenment after drinking the enlightenment tea. These fragments wove into a net, ultimately coalescing into a sharp Dao sword that pierced the heavens. This is... Qingfeng has also broken through. A hint of surprise flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, soon transforming into deeper joy. Good. To break through consecutively, they truly deserve to be the disciples of my Wuzhuang temple. The 2 breakthrough phenomena shone brilliantly within the temple, intertwining golden lotuses and countless golden rays, the 3 flowers above, and the phantom of the Dao sword competing for brilliance. Within the entire cave, the innate spiritual energy surged like a boiling river, nourishing countless spiritual roots and herbs which visibly grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. Heaven and earth rejoiced, and all things thrived. Such a scene, even in the wilderness where powerful beings abound, could be deemed astonishing. At this moment, within the Qingfeng Hall and Mingyue Hall, the 2 were immersed in the profundities of their breakthroughs. Mingyue was enveloped by the phantom of the 3 flowers, her primordial spirit rising from her physical body, her true spirit, like a brilliant star, slowly breaking free from the bindings of the river of fate and ascending to the surface. With a gentle sound, a faint halo began to form around her true spirit, which was the innate indestructible spiritual light, transforming into the innate indestructible true spirit. Within the spiritual light, countless embodiments of Mingyue emerged from the past, present, and future, ultimately merging with her true self. From this moment on, regardless of how time and space may change, as long as the innate indestructible spiritual light does not extinguish, she shall not die nor perish. Qingfeng's state was even more formidable. His primordial spirit transformed into the Dao sword, slicing a seam through the river of fate, his true spirit leaping out through the gap, similarly condensing the innate indestructible spiritual light. His embodiments spanned across boundless time and space, some wandering through the myriad worlds, some guarding the Wuzhuang temple, and others participating in battles of the future. All embodiments connected with his true self. The Dao sword's edge became even sharper, imbued with an unyielding determination. Uncertain how much time had passed, the 2 phenomena gradually receded, the golden rays faded, the lotuses vanished, and the Wuzhuang temple returned to tranquility, but now bore an added weight and majesty unlike before. Qingfeng and Mingyue emerged from their respective halls, approaching the Wuzhuang Hall, bowing respectfully. Disciple greets the master. At this moment, the 2 exuded an entirely different aura. The Deluo Dao rhythms flowed around them, their eyes clear and profound, each gesture suffused with an otherworldly charm, indicating that they had thoroughly completed their breakthrough to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. Zhen Yuanzi regarded them with a gentle and gratified smile and said, "Rise. It is no small feat that you have both broken through to Deluo through your own efforts. You have not disappointed this humble Taoist's expectations." As his voice fell, he produced two spiritual treasures. One was a mirror engraved with lunar runes radiating a warm light and exuding an aura of defense and illusion. The other was a jade whisk entwined with the laws of wind, and when the whisk was waved, a refreshing breeze howled. Mingyue, this is the Taiyin Treasure Mirror, a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure with various marvelous uses that can protect you completely. I bestow it to you today for your protection. Qingfeng, this is the Xuanfeng Whisk, also a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure with many extraordinary uses similarly aligned with your attributes, and I bestow it to you today for your protection. Zhen Yuanzi handed over the two spiritual treasures, his tone calm, yet filled with expectation. Qingfeng and Mingyue received the treasures, feeling the power contained within their faces, unable to hide their excitement. Having previously received a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure from the master, acquiring mid-grade ones now would undoubtedly greatly enhance their strength. "Thank you, master, for the gift." The two knelt down again in gratitude, their voices filled with appreciation and respect. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. "No need for excessive courtesy. You have just broken through. Your realms still require stabilization. Go familiarize yourselves with your new powers. In the future, many matters of the Wuzhuang Temple should be entrusted to you both as well." Disciples obey. Holding their spiritual treasures, the two bowed and stepped back, their figures radiating uncontainable joy and vigor. Watching them depart, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. With two Deluo golden immortal disciples, the prestige of the Wuzhuang Temple had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. However, these were ultimately secondary. The most important aspect remained his own strength. He turned and returned to the cloud bed, closing his eyes once more as the Chaos Dao compass in his sea of consciousness began to spin again. With Qingfeng and Mingyue breaking through, it is indeed a joyous occasion. Next, I must also devote myself to training, striving for an early breakthrough. The cave fell into tranquility once more, with only the rhythms of the Dao flowing silently. Time flowed swiftly. Hundreds of eons passed in the blink of an eye. Within Wuzhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes. Primordial chaos swirled within their depths before settling into serene stillness. He exhaled a breath of turbid qi, which coalesced into an invisible current and vanished into the infinite tapestry of space-time, triggering cataclysmic ripples across boundless realms, only gradually fading after an eon's silence. "I am finally nearing the threshold of the latest stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal Cultivation Realm," Zhen Yuanzi mused inwardly, sensing the ever-deepening resonance of his spiritual power and cosmic laws. After another 100 eons of rigorous cultivation, he had drawn perceptibly closer to that pinnacle. Dawn's first light now shimmered upon the horizon of breakthrough. Indeed, advancement within the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm grew exponentially more arduous the higher one ascended. Over these years, his soul, body, spiritual energy, and comprehension of cosmic laws had all progressed in perfect unison, each path forged with unwavering discipline, yielding slower gains, yet unparalleled foundational solidity, far surpassing peers of equal rank. Were it not for the Chaos Dao compass to decipher the Dao's profundities, the Primordial Chaos Dao Sutra to nourish his soul, the Enlightenment tea leaves, and the 8 treasure meritorious virtue pool to accelerate insight, and the ceaseless refinement of countless primordial treasures, he could never have reached the cusp of latest stage Hunyuan Golden Immortality within so brief a span of mere hundreds of eons. Each step forward in the Hunyuan realm is as daunting as scaling heaven itself, he reflected solemnly. The primordial deities reborn from chaos demons, whose cultivation spanned 10,000 times longer than his own, remained largely stalled at the mid-stage, ample proof of this truth. At such exalted heights, progress ceased to depend solely on resources or time. It demanded ultimate enlightenment of the Dao itself, and absolute clarity regarding one's own Dao fruit. No wonder many great cultivators obsessively sought merit and celestial fortune, desperate gambits to shatter stagnation. Though unorthodox, such paths remained the most direct and effective shortcuts. Yet Zhen Yuanzi had no intention of treading that road. Celestial Dao merit was meant foremost as a shield, for protection, not as fuel to forcibly elevate cultivation. He possessed the Chaos Dao compass and the Primordial Chaos Dao Sutra, peerless treasures and scriptures born of chaos itself, to aid his enlightenment. Moreover, he bore the Earth Book, the Hongming measuring ruler, and the 24-petaled lotus of reincarnation, among other supreme artifacts. He also commanded the ginseng fruit tree, the Hongjun plum, the enlightenment tea tree, and numerous other primordial spirit flora. Steadfast adherence to his path would inevitably usher him into the latest stage. No reckless gamble threatening his foundation was necessary. In truth, had he focused exclusively on a single aspect, soul-body energy, or law. Rather than cultivating all four in parallel, he might already have broken through to latest stage Hunyuan golden immortality. Still, his pace was hardly sluggish. Having completed his internal assessment, he then turned his attention inward to survey the Wuzhuang Guan heavenly realm. With but a ripple of divine sense, the entire Wuzhuang Guan heavenly realm unfolded before his perception. His gaze settled upon the spirit herb garden where Qingfeng and Mingwen moved with quiet diligence. One wielded jade shears to prune extraneous branches from primordial spirit roots. The other held a jade ewer pouring 3 light, divine water upon the Hongjun plum tree. Both motions practiced precise and deeply absorbed. Early stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, firmly consolidated, Zhen Yuanzi murmured, giving a slight nod. After ascending to Great Luo Golden Immortality, the two disciples had cultivated assiduously for another 100 eons. Though their ranks had not advanced further, their Dao fruits had grown denser, their aura more profound, and their Dao resonance markedly steadier. Yet, given their innate origins, further ascent beyond Great Luo was nigh impossible. Even among primordial beings, attaining the threshold of Tai Golden Immortal required extraordinary destiny. Reaching Great Luo was already a defiance of heaven. How much more so to climb beyond? Despite his unceasing provision of rare resources and profound guidance, and despite their own unwavering diligence, their progress remained painstakingly slow. This stemmed both from the precipitous difficulty surge inherent in Great Luo cultivation, and from the limitations of their native aptitude and root endowment. Moreover, since their inception, Qingfeng and Mingwei had never once stepped beyond the sacred confines of Wanshou Mountain. Though enlightened by his teachings and thus endowed with uncommon insight, they lacked the tempering crucible of the vast Honghuang world. Thus their understanding of the Dao arose chiefly from meditation and exposition, lacking the lucid immediacy born of first-hand experience. Confined perpetually within this realm, they inevitably lacked true trial, Zhen Yuanzi mused. As his personal attendants Qingfeng and Mingwei were tasked with tending the spirit flora and guarding the gate, making prolonged external cultivation journeys impracticable. Astral projections might broaden their horizons, yet such proxies could never replicate the visceral epiphanies of embodied presence, nor withstand the soul-shattering trials that forged genuine Dao-heart transformation. After a moment's contemplation, a crystalline idea took shape within his mind. Perhaps I shall forge for them a unique spiritual treasure, one that may also serve as the distinctive heirloom of the Wuzhuang Guan lineage. At his mental command, the central floor of Wuzhuang Hall shimmered, and countless radiant materials materialized midair, each blazing with sovereign luminescence. Among them gleamed Shouyang Copper Mother, a golden-hued or radiating dense metal element primordial essence unearthed long ago from the deepest caverns of Shouyang Mountain, peerless for forging defensive treasures. Piles of primordial gung metal lay scattered, each shard razor-edged, humming with untamed sword key, ideal for crafting offensive armaments. There burned leaf fire essence stones, glowing crimson, their cores alive with roaring flames saturated with the utmost yang and firmness of fire law. A gray-hued wheel of reincarnation stone pulsed with arcane sigils. Touching it evoked fleeting visions of past, present, and future lives. And abundant space-time crystals, swirling with yin-yang currents, alternately freezing and racing through time, imbued with pure space-time law. Each material was a legendary rarity, even in later Honghuang eras, capable of stirring awe in the hearts of mighty cultivators. With these I shall forge a trial pagoda, and complementary spiritual treasures, Zhen Yuanzi declared, his eyes flashing with decisive brilliance. With a fingertip gesture, the illusory form of the chaos Dao compass spun within his sea of consciousness, instantly extrapolating blood-forging, kai-forging, soul-forging, and law-forging techniques beyond count. Then with a beckoning motion, the Shouyang Copper Mother rose first, hovering motionless in midair. With finger poised like a celestial blade, Zhen Yuanzi unleashed torrents of Dao law, striking the Copper Mother directly. The metal melted, instantly flowing into molten gold, then guided by immutable laws began coalescing into the nascent silhouette of a pagoda. Next, primordial gung metal leaf fire essence stones, the wheel of reincarnation stone, and space-time crystals ascended in turn, merging seamlessly into the growing structure. Countless sigils bloomed across its golden walls. Gung metal sigils manifested as phantom swords, a leaf fire sigils ignited ethereal flames, wheel-off reincarnation sigils unfolded visions of triple lifetimes, space-time sigils warped light and shadow, until the ghostly outline of a 90-year exquisitely delicate pagoda emerged in full. This pagoda shall serve two supreme purposes, Zhen Yuanzi intoned aloud. First, to awaken insight, it shall draw one's divine sense inward, traversing infinite worlds and embodying countless lives, thereby refining the Dao heart. Second, To hone combat, it shall project one's true form inside, subjecting it to myriad trials and endless duels, tempering every divine ability. As his voice resonated, the sigils blazed brighter, and the pagoda's form solidified with palpable density. Within moments, a magnificent pagoda, nearly 1,000 zhang tall, gleaming gold inscribed with countless Dao sigils, hovered serenely above the hall floor, radiating the potent aura of a supreme, earthly spiritual treasure. One final step remains, Zhen Yuanzi declared, summoning forth the Qiankuan Cauldron, an artifact of primordial supremacy. Its body trembled, releasing boundless mystic radiance that enfolded the trial pagoda. Qiankuan Cauldron, reverse the mundane, forge my treasure. He activated the cauldron's core essence. Primordial sigils surged forth like constellations, embedding themselves deep within the pagoda. Its earthly aura dissolved, replaced by the profound resonance of primordial Dao. At its apex, a radiant orb coalesced, imbued with space-time and reincarnation law, and pulsing with faint sovereign pressure. Within its heart, a primordial, unextinguished spiritual light stirred into being, while time inside accelerated by countless billions of times. Boom! A soft resonance echoed as the Qiankuan Cauldron's radiance receded, and the trial pagoda descended, gently hovering before Zhen Yuanzi. It was now a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Its sigils shimmered with visions of worlds birthing and perishing, of countless figures locked in eternal combat, realms within realms, battles without end. Henceforth you shall be named the Wheel of Reincarnation Trial Pagoda, Zhen Yuanzi affirmed, nodding with quiet satisfaction. Subsequently, he set his eyes on the remaining materials. Since they had already been taken out, there was no point in putting them back, and they were just right for refining a few spiritual treasures. Immediately, he began refining once more. This time his techniques were swifter, as the laws of metal and the laws of fire intertwined, causing the innate metal to rapidly melt into a 3-foot-long sword, its blade glinting coldly, inscribed with countless sharp runes. The refined fire essence stone transformed into a red banner, flames swirling around it, with a phantom of the vermilion bird faintly circling above. The copper from Shouyang turned into an ancient copper seal engraved with the character Zhen, emanating an imposing suppressive force. After the 3 postnatal spiritual treasures took shape, Zhen Yuanzi once again utilized the Qiankuan Ding, activating the innate abilities within to reverse the innate powers. Before long, all 3 treasures had completely transformed into high-grade innate spiritual treasures. The innate metal sword, the fire banner, the Shouyang copper seal. They are quite good indeed, Zhen Yuanzi thought to himself as he stored away the 3 treasures. With his current abilities, if he were to expend the source of the Qiankuan Ding, refining a few supreme, innate spiritual treasures would not be difficult. However, the source left by the ancestor of Qiankuan, though abundant, could not withstand such extravagance. The source required for a supreme innate spiritual treasure was enough to refine 10 high-grade ones, and he had no shortage of supreme innate treasures to use. Thus, it was clearly not worth the cost at this stage. He summoned the Reincarnation Trial Tower and placed it in the center of the plaza outside the Wuzhuang Palace. As the tower landed, it instantly transformed into a colossal tower, about 10,000 zhang tall, with runes flowing along its surface, exuding a Dao rhythm that enveloped the entire Wuzhuang temple, causing countless spiritual roots and herbs to sway in acknowledgement. Qingfeng Mingyue, come here, Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed throughout the cave heaven. Before long, Qingfeng and Mingyue hurriedly arrived at the front of the Wuzhuang Palace, their eyes filled with curiosity at the sight of the giant tower in the plaza. Master, what is this tower? Qingfeng could not help but ask. Zhen Yuanzi pointed at the Reincarnation Trial Tower and smiled. This tower is called the Reincarnation Trial Tower, and it is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. He raised his hand and pointed. 2 beams of light flew from the tower and entered the foreheads of Qingfeng and Mingyue. The 2 instantly understood the tower's profoundness, their faces revealing expressions of surprise. Master, this tower can actually draw divine thoughts inside and traverse countless worlds. It can also condense avatars to battle with countless powerful beings. Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief. Such effects were simply tailor-made for them. Qingfeng was equally excited, bowing and saying, with this tower's assistance, we can broaden our horizons and hone our abilities without leaving home. Exactly, Zhen Yuanzi nodded. Your roots are limited, and you find it difficult to venture out for training. This tower is just right to make up for your shortcomings. The world within the tower is boundless and encompasses all. You can enter and perceive the myriad aspects of life, or condense your avatars to battle with the powerful beings within the tower, sharpening your Dao heart and skills. He paused and added, the difficulty of the trials within the tower will increase with your strength, so remember not to be complacent. Once you can pass the 9th level, it may very well coincide with your breakthrough into the midstage of Deluo. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes, and quickly knelt down to pay their respects. They understood that their master had gone to great lengths, expending countless precious materials to refine such a wondrous high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This kindness was more valuable than a divine mountain. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. Get up. This tower is entrusted to you. Aside from managing the spiritual herb garden, you can frequently enter it for trials. We will obey your command. The two respectfully replied, their eyes occasionally glancing at the reincarnation trial tower, filled with anticipation. Seeing their eager expressions, Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly. With the reincarnation trial tower, Qingfeng and Mingyu's paths to cultivation would surely become much smoother, and in the future, if they recruited more disciples, it could also be used to hone and cultivate them. He turned back to the Wuzhuang Palace, and once more sat cross-legged as the Chaos Dao compass slowly rotated within his sea of consciousness. The reincarnation trial tower has been established, and all matters in the Wuzhuang Temple are stable. Next, it is time to focus on cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough. Outside the palace, Qingfeng and Mingyue surrounded the reincarnation trial tower, whispering about who would enter the tower first for trials. Within the cave heaven of the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi once again sank into a deep state of seclusion. The Chaos Dao compass hovered in his sea of consciousness, slowly deducing the key to the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, as the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus emitted a faint purple light, harmonizing with the heavy aura of the Earth Book, aiding him in refining increasingly pure laws and powers. The winds and rains of the external world seemed to be isolated by the cave's formation, leaving only the tranquility of the Dao flowing. At this moment, however, the primal chaos and heavens were in turmoil. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, as the elite among the innate beings, had been rapidly expanding their power for countless epochs. The Dragon clan, leading with their scales, established the Dragon Palace in the depths of the four seas, with countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals under their command, and branches like the Jiao and the Xinqiang scattered throughout the primal chaos waters, their might overwhelming. The Phoenix clan commanded the birds, using the undying volcano in the south as their base, with the true fire of the phoenix burning the heavens and boiling the seas, and other exotic species like the Qinghuan as their wings, soaring above the 9 heavens with no one daring to provoke them. The Qilin clan dominated the terrestrial beasts, residing at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where the Qilin ancestral land held both auspicious and ominous presences, with the largest number of terrestrial beasts under their command spread throughout the primal chaos mountains. Among the three clans, conflicts were intensifying to compete for spiritual veins, mineral veins, and secret realms, with small-scale clashes occurring almost daily. However, due to the pressure from the three mixed-element golden immortal ancestors, ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, they barely maintained a facade of peace without breaking out into full-scale war. Yet anyone with discerning eyes could see that beneath this calm lay a raging fury capable of incinerating the primal chaos, waiting for a spark to ignite everything. On this day, by the eastern sea, on the vast surface of the azure waves, a palace forged from endless profound ice and innate corals floated in the void, the temporary royal palace of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon sat upon the dragon throne in the main hall of the royal palace. Although his form had transformed into that of a human, he could not conceal the inherent domineering pressure. He wore a dark dragon-patterned robe, his face stern, and with each blink of his eyes the power of the tides from the four seas was faintly revealed. At this moment, he was meditating with closed eyes, surrounded by a faint mist of water vapor, subtly influencing the fortunes of the entire eastern sea. He was waiting for a mysterious person. Not long ago, a divine thought had entered his sea of consciousness, claiming to impart a secret technique for achieving mixed-element status and inviting him to meet here. At first, the ancestral dragon thought it was some reckless junior trying to attract attention and did not take it to heart. As the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, he was a top innate divine demon, the progenitor of the dragon clan, the foremost among scales, a mixed-element golden immortal powerhouse, overseeing the fortunes of the four seas. How could he easily trust someone else's secret technique? Yet there was an inexplicable pull in the depths of his heart, making him feel a flicker of interest. It seemed to genuinely relate to his path of breakthrough. Moreover, someone capable of such means must also be a top innate divine demon, making it worth his while to meet. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will ensure your soul is obliterated. The ancestral dragon coldly snorted within, and the pressure around him suddenly dropped, causing the sea water outside the palace to freeze instantly. At that moment, a figure in a black robe appeared in the center of the palace without warning. The figure in the black robe was shrouded in thick black mist. Even the divine thoughts of mixed-element golden immortals could not penetrate, as if merging with chaos, rendering them unable to discern their appearance or sense any aura. The ancestral dragon abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with dragon might hiding your head and showing your tail. Which divine demon are you disguised as? The figure in the black robe naturally did not answer, only nodding slightly, their voice hoarse and deep, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Ancestral dragon, you truly keep your word. Less nonsense. The ancestral dragon's tone was icy, carrying an undeniable authority. What you previously mentioned about the method for achieving Dao, is it true or false? If you dare to speak falsely, today shall be your death day. The figure in the black robe let out a low, eerie laugh. Why should ancestral dragon be angry? I have come today not to be your enemy, but to offer you a great opportunity. He paused and slowly continued. Do you know that the fortunes of the primal chaos are strong when gathered and weak when scattered? The dragon clan, though powerful, only dominates the 4 seas. The phoenix clan, though prosperous, is biased towards the south. The Qilin, though numerous, is confined to Buzhou. If you can unify the primal chaos, gathering scales, birds, beasts, and all innate beings under your command, consolidating the endless fortunes of the primal chaos, at that time with the fortune at your side, and the Dao resonating, how could you not achieve the mixed element Dao of the great Luo golden immortal in one fell swoop? Unifying the primal chaos, gathering fortunes, achieving the mixed element Dao. The ancestral dragon's heart trembled violently. He had never thought of such a method, but the moment the black-robed figure finished speaking, an intense resonance arose within him. In the depths of his being, it seemed that the Dao was responding, telling him that this method was feasible. The fortune Dao was inherently profound, gathering the fortunes of myriad clans into one body, indeed, had the potential to break through his own bottleneck and touch upon a higher realm. The ancestor dragon, after all, is an ancient being who has lived for countless eons. In an instant, he suppressed the agitation within his heart, his expression growing ever colder, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Those who hide and seek dare to speak so boldly here. Unifying the primordial chaos. That is nothing but the ramblings of a deluded mind. Do you think that with just a few words you can incite the flames of war in the primordial, making this sovereign your pawn? He slammed his palm down on the armrest of the dragon throne. A terrifying dragon might sweeping through the entire palace. Reveal your name at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. The figure in the black robe seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Still smiling calmly, he said, "Why must you be angry, my friend? Whether to believe or not is entirely up to your own decision. I merely present this opportunity before you. How to choose is not my concern." As his voice fell, his figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing within the palace as if he had never existed. Only a faint remark echoed through the hall. "The time has come, opportunities fleeting. My friend, think wisely. You scoundrel." The ancestor dragon bellowed in fury, sweeping his dragon claw and turning the jade table before him into dust. The atmosphere within the palace became unbearably oppressive, the ancestor dragon's face shifting between gloom and anger, his eyes flickering with struggle and ambition. The words of the figure in the black robe were like a seed taking root and sprouting within him. Unifying the primordial chaos, proving the Dao of mixed origin. The temptation was simply too great. As the progenitor of the dragon clan, he had looked down upon the world since his birth. How could he be content to remain forever at the level of a golden immortal? If he could truly take that step with this opportunity, what harm was there in risking it? Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan. The ancestor dragon murmured softly, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. "If I am to unify the primordial, you shall be the first stepping stone on my path." Meanwhile, in the southern immortal volcano range, amidst the raging flames, a golden palace forged from the true fire of the phoenix floated above the unquenchable magma, the dwelling place of Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng transformed into a woman clad in a colorful phoenix robe, her beauty unparalleled, surrounded by the flames of nirvana. At this moment, she was listening to the words of the figure in the black robe, her phoenix eyes flickering with complex emotions. Unifying the primordial, gathering fortunes, proving the Dao of mixed origin. Yuan Feng's voice carried a touch of coldness, yet it could not hide the tremor within. The figure in the black robe maintained his mysterious demeanor, speaking in a hoarse voice. "The bloodline of the Phoenix clan is noble, and the nirvana flames can incinerate all things. If you can unify the primordial, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan will surely reach their peak, and you can prove the Dao with ease." Yuan Feng fell silent for a moment. She could sense the malice in the black-robed figure's words, yet she could not deny the allure of the method to prove the Dao. Although the Phoenix clan was strong, it had been constrained by the Dragon and Qilin clans in recent years, showing signs of decline. If she could seize this opportunity to rise, even stepping out that crucial stride. "Who exactly are you? Why are you telling me all this?" Yuan Feng asked coldly. The figure in the black robe chuckled softly. "You need not know my identity. Oh, just remember, this is your opportunity, as well as the Phoenix clan's opportunity. Whether to believe or not is entirely within your mind." With that, his figure transformed into black smoke and vanished. Yuan Feng gazed in the direction where the figure had disappeared, a fierce and resolute glint flashing in her phoenix eyes. Ancestor Dragon Shiqilan. If I can truly prove the Dao, then my Phoenix clan shall govern the Primordial. At almost the same time, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, in the ancestral land of the Qilan, Shiqilan sat upon a throne constructed from the bones of myriad beasts, radiating an aura of auspiciousness and ferocity intertwined. After hearing the words of the black-robed figure, he suddenly stood up, the throne shattering instantly, unifying the Primordial, proving the Dao of mixed origin. Shiqilan's voice rumbled like thunder, filled with endless majesty. What an ambitious plan! His eyes sparkled with excitement and vigilance. Though numerous, the Qilan clan is not as deeply rooted as the Dragon clan, nor as noble-blooded as the Phoenix clan, yet they possess other advantages. If he could seize this opportunity to unify the Primordial, not only could he prove the Dao, but he could also make the Qilan clan the true rulers of the Primordial. You rat who hides and schemes, do you dare to plot against me? Shiqilan scoffed, but did not truly become angry. The black-robed figure laughed. The opportunity has been given to my friend, think wisely. After the figure disappeared, Shiqilan paced within the great hall, his ambition growing ever stronger. Ancestor Dragon Yuan Feng. You will also receive news, won't you? Then let us see who the true overlord of the Primordial is. The dragon might of the east, see the phoenix cries of the immortal volcano, the beast roars of the Qilan ancestral land, though separated by endless distance, resonated together in the dark. A seed named ambition had quietly been sown in the hearts of the three ancestral beings, waiting for the right moment to mature, growing wildly and dragging the entire Primordial into the abyss of war. Meanwhile, within the Five Zhuang Palace, Zhen Yuanzi seemed to sense something, slowly opening his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashing in his gaze. The fortunes of the Primordial have begun to stir. He murmured softly, it seems the great war of the three clans is not far off. He had no intention of intervening. The great war of the three clans, though a calamity, was also a reshuffling of the Primordial and the prelude to the struggle between Dao and Demon. What he needed to do was to continue accumulating power, waiting for the final storm to arrive. Even in this process, he could also profit. Who said that the struggle of the three innate clans could only benefit Luo Ho and Hongjun? However, what was most crucial now was to focus on breaking through his cultivation realm. Only with sufficient strength could he sit firmly on the fishing platform, acting as the unseen player behind the scenes rather than a mere pawn on the board. Indeed, with enough power, if necessary, he could even overturn the chessboard. Therefore, he set a small goal: first to break through to the late stage of golden immortal of mixed origin. Within the Five Zhuang Hall, fragrant smoke curled up and the ethereal Dao rhythm flowed between the beams and pillars. Zhen Yuanzi sat atop a cloud bed, a primordial jade cup floating before him, filled with emerald green tea that emitted a faint fragrance brewed from enlightenment tea leaves and the water of the three lights. He gently raised his hand, and the jade cup flew automatically to his lips, allowing him to drink it all in one go. The tea flowed down his throat, transforming into a stream of pure Dao rhythm energy that instantly permeated his limbs and bones, finally merging into a sea of consciousness, intertwining with the halo of the Chaos Dao compass. Buzz! The Chaos Dao compass suddenly shook violently, its rotation accelerating sharply as the phantoms of 3,000 Daos appeared and revolved around the compass, each Daos trajectory crystal clear, as if one could reach out and touch them. Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes, fully immersing his spirit within, beginning yet another long round of enlightenment and cultivation. His primordial spirit sat cross-legged at the center of the compass, like a chaotic deity, silently comprehending the profound mysteries of the Dao. At times, profound runes would fall from the compass, merging into his primordial spirit, making it even more refined and radiant. At other times, fragments of the laws of the Dao would drift in his sea of consciousness, which he would capture and analyze one by one, transforming them into a part of his own laws. Meanwhile, he did not cease the refinement of his physical body and magical power. One by one, fist-sized ginseng fruits resembling infants floated before him, their skins glowing with a faint rosy light, exuding a rich essence of life. Zhen Yuanzi opened his mouth to inhale, and the ginseng fruit transformed into a streak of flowing light entering his mouth. The fruit flesh melted upon entry, morphing into countless streams of pure energy, surging into his limbs and bones, nourishing his body and enhancing his magical power. Moreover, there were numerous innate spiritual objects that could assist in enhancing the physical body. As he devoured and refined the innate spiritual fruits, his body frantically absorbed these primordial energies, emitting a subtle humming sound, as if undergoing some profound metamorphosis. The originally indestructible body now faintly radiated a chaotic aura, causing even space and time to slightly distort under this overwhelming physical pressure. The earth book floated behind him, its pages rustling as an immense and pure innate spiritual energy surged from the earth veins which he absorbed. Additionally, combined with various innate spiritual objects that enhanced magical power, the innate spiritual fruits caused his magical cultivation to increase wildly. The magical energy spiraled and compressed within him, each strand becoming more refined and terrifying. As time passed, the magical energy in his dantian grew thicker, resembling a rushing torrent of land, impacting his meridians and Dao foundation, continuously elevating his magical energy limit. In addition, there were several innate spiritual fruits beneficial to the primordial spirit which he absorbed and refined, tempering his primordial spirit. Coupled with the refining effects during his comprehension of the Dao, his primordial spirit grew exponentially. Even among the innate spiritual treasures he possessed, there were also those capable of tempering the primordial spirit. For instance, one of the 9 heavens' divine thunder pearls, which contained the laws of the thunder path, hovered in front of him, transforming into billions of tiny thunders that drilled into his primordial spirit. The power of thunder is the most yang and unyielding, best suited for tempering the primordial spirit. His primordial spirit bathed and was refined in the thunder, its originally brilliant light becoming even more concentrated. Thus, the 4 aspects of primordial spirit, physical body, magical power, and laws advanced simultaneously, each path being remarkably solid. However, this cultivation method would also consume more time, and the resources required were unimaginably vast. Time flew by, and several decades of the primordial meetings quietly passed during his cultivation. On this day, the aura within the Wuzhuang Palace suddenly changed, continuously strengthening. At the center of Zhen Yuanzi's brow, the phantom of the chaotic Dao compass became increasingly clear, almost solidifying. The 3,000 Dao runes on the compass illuminated simultaneously, radiating blinding light. The chaotic aura on the surface of his body surged like tides. Each surge made the entire Wuzhuang temple slightly tremble, resonating with the earth veins of the Wanshou mountain. The torrent of magical energy within him was now at its most violent, continuously impacting an invisible barrier with a deep rumble. This is the moment. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes, chaotic energy swirling within them, as if 2 vast universes were being born and extinguished within. With a low shout, the chaotic Dao compass in his sea of consciousness erupted with immeasurable brilliance, and numerous Dao laws seemed to respond to a calling, converging towards his primordial spirit. Boom! The primordial spirit underwent a transformation first. The originally seated primordial spirit abruptly stood up, its form swelling into an immense chaotic dharma form, its features indistinct, yet exuding the majesty of overlooking all beings. Countless Dao runes flowed over the surface of the Dharma form, ultimately condensing into a chaotic halo of primordial spirit floating above its head and radiating an eternal and immortal aura. This was the mark of a latest-stage Hongjun golden immortal, containing an utterly terrifying primordial spirit power far surpassing that of the mid-stage. Immediately following, the transformation of the physical body also commenced. The chaotic aura on his body suddenly contracted, then erupted violently. An overwhelming pressure from his physical body swept out instantly, cracking the ground of the Wuzhuang Palace, and countless beams, made from innate spiritual materials, groaned under the unbearable burden. Every inch of his skin, every bone, and every meridian underwent a qualitative leap in this explosion. The strength of his body reached a new level, perhaps even top-grade. Innate spiritual treasures could not leave a mark on him at this moment. The torrent of magical energy within him finally broke through that invisible barrier. Not only did it become denser, but it also accommodated more powers of Dao laws. Countless magical energies arranged and combined within him, gradually forming an incomprehensibly profound innate grand formation, which not only represented his magical power becoming more terrifying, but also indicated his control over magical energy reaching a new height. Lastly, it was the transformation of the laws. The various powers of laws originally scattered within him now converged like rivers returning to the sea, beginning a deep integration under the guidance of the chaotic Dao compass. The weight of the earth laws, the mystery of the space laws, the profundity of the creation laws, the intricacy of the time laws. Various laws intertwined, ultimately forming a more refined and profound chain of chaotic laws, connecting his primordial spirit, physical body, and magical power perfectly together. Latest stage Hongjun golden immortal achieved. Zhen Yuanzi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air which transformed into a stream of chaotic energy shooting out of the Wuzhuang Palace, soaring into the sky, intertwining with the earth vein energy of Wanshou Mountain and the fortune of the Wuzhuang Temple, forming a light pillar that penetrated the secret realm of the world. Upon the light pillar, countless Dao runes danced and spiraled, exuding a heart-shaking pressure. However, the secret realm had its own powerful innate grand formation isolating it, which did not affect the outside world. Zhen Yuanzi felt the surging power within him. A wave of unprecedented confidence surged in his heart. At this moment, whether it was his primordial spirit, physical body, magical power, or laws, he had reached a new level, with his overall strength more than doubled compared to before. In fact, it was likely several times, even dozens of times more. After all, his cultivation method differed from other innate divine demons, choosing to progress equally across all paths. Even when facing those established latest-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals or peak Hunyuan realm powerhouses, he had the confidence to stand against them, even to defeat them. "I am one step closer to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal," he murmured softly, his eyes glinting with a yearning for higher realms. In the primordial world, only after attaining the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal could one be considered to have achieved true initial freedom. He waved his hand to stow away the earth book and other treasures, slowly rising to his feet. With a shift of his form, he was already outside the Wuzhuang Palace, gazing at the distant Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were undergoing trials in the reincarnation tower, a hint of a relieved smile appearing on his face. The curtain of the Dragon Han calamity is about to be raised. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned towards the west, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. Now that he had broken through to the latest stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his strength had greatly increased. With his treasured artifacts in hand, he was more than capable of facing any forthcoming storms. He had essentially attained the strength of a player. If he could also break through to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal in the near future, it would be even more stable. At that point, overturning the chessboard would not be out of the question. During this process, breaking through to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal was not impossible. After all, although the Dragon Han calamity was about to commence, there was still a long time until the final decisive battle. This meant he had ample time to cultivate and enhance his strength. However, now that his cultivation has just broken through, it is quite difficult to achieve rapid improvement in a short time. Moreover, his recent closed-door cultivation has lasted quite long, and he plans to travel through the wilderness to personally assess the current situation there. However, just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to step out of the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven, a familiar and long-lost system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm and triggering a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Dao field function activated. This sudden notification made Zhen Yuanzi pause, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Unexpectedly reaching the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal could trigger a system reward, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, after waiting for a moment, the next expected notification did not sound. Is that it? He felt a bit puzzled. In the past, although the system rewards varied in value, there were never just one, and this time, judging by the name description, it seemed to be a functional reward. Curious, he immersed his divine sense into the information provided by the system. Moments later, a look of astonishment gradually appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's originally calm face, followed by an uncontrollable joy as the disappointment from having only one reward had long since vanished. This Dao field was indeed a functional type of reward, but its effects were incredibly powerful. After the Dao field function was activated, it could bind a secret realm as his exclusive Dao field. While within the Dao field, it could shield against the heavenly secrets and probing from two major realms above his own. As for this function, Zhen Yuanzi did not pay much attention to it, as he possessed the Chaos Treasure, the Chaos Dao Compass, which was already adept at concealing heavenly secrets. This function could only be considered a bonus. In addition to this function, the Dao field also had a protective grand formation, the strength of which increased in tandem with the host's realm, capable of withstanding full force attacks from one major realm above the host. One major realm. Zhen Yuanzi was astonished in his heart, while also recognizing the strength of this formation. He was currently at the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, which meant this grand formation could withstand attacks from the late stage of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even the late stage of a saint. Realizing this, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly had an idea in his heart. It's secure? This is completely secure. Looking out across the current wilderness, there had yet to be any Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortals born, let alone those at the late stage, and as for saints, they had not yet appeared. This meant that as long as he was within the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven, he would be absolutely safe. Even if he encountered unforeseen circumstances outside, even if he lost himself, as long as there remained a trace of his true spirit mark within the cave heaven, leaving behind a means of survival, he could use the Dao field's power to reshape his physical body and instantly resurrect, directly returning to his peak state without having to fall into the endless cycle of waiting for countless years for revival. Moreover, the protective function of this Dao field grand formation increased with his realm, and now that he was at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, the formation's protective capability equated to that of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. When he attains the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal status, wouldn't the protective capability of the formation exceed that of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm? It's secure. This is truly secure. Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but cheer inwardly. With this Dao field, he could act without concern in the future, even doing as he pleased. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in Zhen Yuanzi's mind which did not align with his behavior. There was no need for recklessness. He would still prioritize caution. In addition to the formation function, the Dao field could also increase the concentration of innate spiritual energy and the essence of the Dao within the cave heaven by tenfold. This meant that the cultivation environment of the Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven would instantly surpass other top cave heavens and blessed lands in the wilderness, even better than the cultivation environment of the three Immortal Island. Spiritual roots such as ginseng fruit, Hongjun li, and enlightenment tea trees would mature more rapidly in such an environment, with their Dao essence becoming increasingly rich. The cultivation speeds of Qingfeng Mingyue and the others would also accelerate. It seems that this Dao field function is worth as much as a piece of innate supreme treasure, if not more, and it certainly surpasses many of the previous rewards. Zhen Yuanzi no longer hesitated and silently thought, bind the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven as the Dao field. The moment the command was issued, an immeasurable radiance erupted throughout the entire Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven. The originally dense, innate spiritual energy now surged like a boiling river, wildly churning and gathering, with its concentration rising at a visibly rapid pace. The innate spiritual energy floating in the air, which was already quite rich, condensed into visible spiritual mist, and at this moment it transformed into threads of liquid spiritual energy flowing through the mountains and valleys, producing a delightful tinkling sound. The essence of the Dao in the heavens and earth became exceedingly clear. Surrounding the ginseng fruit tree, the Dao of earth, the Dao of wood, the Dao of life, and many other Dao laws and runes danced like fireflies. Above the enlightenment tea tree, countless Dao trajectories flickered in and out of existence. At the location of the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, the profound rhythm of life and death permeated, allowing those who approached to faintly grasp the true meaning of the three lives of all things. Meanwhile, the original protective formation of the Wuzhuang Temple began a shocking transformation. The original innate formation runes swiftly faded away, replaced by countless mysterious chaotic runes. These runes seemed to emerge from thin air, intertwining and flowing at the edges of the cave heaven, gradually forming a chaotic light curtain that enveloped the entire Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven. On the light curtain, shadows of the earth's solidification occasionally emerged, illusions of reincarnation and extinction flashed by, and wonders of time and space distortion were displayed. A profound aura of defense radiated, as if it could withstand the collapse of heaven and earth and the destruction of chaos. The entire transformation process lasted a full 1,000 years. When all the dust settled, the Wuzhuang Temple cave heaven had completely transformed. The spiritual energy was so rich that it almost became tangible. Even ordinary innate beings could feel the surging energy flowing into their limbs with a deep breath. The essence of the Dao was everywhere, and even ordinary plants had a hint of Dao rhythm, faintly showing signs of awakening intelligence. The chaotic light curtain had completely faded away, merging into the world, unless Zhen Yuanzi consciously sensed that one would hardly notice its existence, yet he could distinctly feel the defensive power that could make even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal feel apprehensive. Perfect. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to carefully investigate the changes in the cave heaven, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the innate bamboo forest beside the Lingling garden. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the transplanted innate bamboo forest from Yingzhou Island was shaking violently, with the bamboo leaves rustling and emitting a faint aura of metal and the dual energies of yin and yang. In the center of the bamboo forest, a massive creature, a food iron beast with black and white fur, was lying on the ground, its muscles tense, letting out a deep growl. This iron-eating beast was none other than the leader of its kind, and also the one with the finest innate talent among all iron-eating beasts. Ever since being settled within the 5 villages temple cave heaven, even without Zhen Yuanzi's personal guidance, it had still reaped considerable benefits, greatly accelerating its cultivation speed. Now it had been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm for over 100 epochs. At this moment, a faint golden light shimmered on its surface as countless metal law runes and Yin-Yang Great Dao runes surged from the surrounding bamboo and the very heavens and earth into its body, causing its aura to skyrocket at an astonishing pace. Is it about to break through? Zhen Yuanzi was slightly surprised. When he had brought this iron-eating beast clan back from Yingzhou, it was more because of their endearingly naive appearance and his past life impression of them. However, after bringing them back, he simply placed them along with that primeval bamboo grove beside the spirit herb garden. And since he was either busy cultivating or traveling through the primordial wilderness, he had no time to check on them, entrusting them to Qingfeng and Mingyu's care without paying much further attention. Now, after hundreds of epochs, the iron-eating beast population had not increased dramatically, but merely grown to several thousand. The strongest among them was still this peak Tai golden immortal iron-eating beast leader. Unexpectedly today, this iron-eating beast was actually seizing the opportunity of the dojo's transformation to break through to the Deluo realm. One could only say that it was indeed a primordial wilderness exotic species. Its potential was indeed quite remarkable. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the iron-eating beast's maw. Its massive body abruptly stood up, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from its entire form. The metal law condensed on its surface into a thick suit of armor, its claws shimmering with an aura sharp enough to tear the void itself, while the Innate Great Dao law also manifested. Its primordial spirit rose from its physical body, and its true spirit broke free from the bonds of the river of fate, coalescing midair into an indestructible primordial light, transforming into an indestructible true spirit. Above the bamboo grove, billions of golden rays suddenly erupted, soaring straight into the nine heavens. The rhythms of the metal Great Dao and the Innate Great Dao resounded throughout the entire five villages temple. Countless sharp runes fell like a meteor shower, merging into the iron-eating beast's primordial spirit and physical body. Boom! As the golden light dissipated, the iron-eating beast's aura had completely stabilized at the early stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm. It shook its head, seemingly not yet fully accustomed to its new power, then clumsily lowered its head toward Zhen Yuanzi, letting out a docile low growl. Clearly, even though its intelligence had long been awakened, and it had now achieved Deluo golden immortal status, this iron-eating beast still adhered to its former behavioral patterns. A primordial wilderness exotic species truly extraordinary. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, feeling quite gratified in his heart. This was an unexpected delight. Iron-eating beasts were naturally endowed with immense strength and formidable defenses. Now that it had attained Deluo golden immortal, it could barely pass as a guardian beast for the mountain if sent out in the future. His original intention to travel abroad now seemed far less urgent. Now that the five villages temple cave heaven had transformed into the five villages temple dojo, and with the iron-eating beast's breakthrough, it was the perfect opportunity to deliver a sermon on the Dao to Qingfeng Mingyue, this newly ascended Deluo iron-eating beast, and the other iron-eating beasts. Qingfeng Mingyue come to the five villages hall. Before long, two figures hurried over, followed by that massive iron-eating beast. Behind that Deluo iron-eating beast, a group of round, plump creatures followed closely, their small eyes curiously surveying their surroundings. In the end, only Qingfeng Mingyue and that Deluo-level iron-eating beast entered the main hall, while the other iron-eating beasts remained outside. "Master, you summoned us. What are your instructions?" Qingfeng and Mingyue bowed respectfully. Having just emerged from the trial tower, they felt the changes in the cave heaven, the spiritual energy at least 10 times denser, and the pervasive Dao resonance, and were still deeply awestruck. "I have personally reformed this five villages temple cave heaven. It is an excellent opportunity for enlightenment," Zhen Yuanzi said with a smile. "Today I shall deliver a sermon on the Dao for the two of you." And it. He pointed at the iron-eating beast. Qingfeng and Mingyue were overjoyed and quickly replied, "Thank you, Master." "I also thank you, Master." The iron-eating beast, naturally understanding the word sermon, imitated them, lying down with its head resting on its front paws, adopting an endearingly earnest posture. Zhen Yuanzi sat upright on the cloud bed, his gaze sweeping over the two humans and the beast as he began to speak slowly. This time his cultivation level was once again different from before. Combining his insights from breaking through to the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm, he explained in simple terms the cultivation secrets of the Deluo Golden Immortal, as well as his understanding and comprehension of many Great Dao laws. His voice was plain, yet contained the profound principles of the Great Dao, sometimes transforming into flying runes that merged into the primordial spirits of Qingfeng Mingyue and the iron-eating beast. At other times it drew upon the cave heaven's spiritual energy to manifest various law phenomena, allowing them to intuitively perceive the mysteries of the Great Dao. Qingfeng listened intently, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed, sometimes nodding, sometimes lost in thought, clearly contemplating the laws related to his own sword path. Mingyue, on the other hand, had her eyes gently closed, surrounded by a faint moonlight aura, fusing the laws of reincarnation and space that Zhen Yuanzi spoke of with her own Dao resonance. The iron-eating beast lay on the ground, occasionally letting out a low growl. The metal light and yin-yang Great Dao law on its body flickered intermittently, as if it too had gained immensely. Outside the 5 villages hall, a group of round creatures also sat cross-legged on the ground listening to the sounds of the Great Dao emanating from within the hall. Spiritual roots like the ginseng fruit tree, the yellow middle plum tree, and the enlightenment tea tree swayed gently in the rhythm of Zhen Yuanzi's Dao voice, their Dao resonance growing ever richer. The entire 5 villages temple cave heaven was immersed in a serene and sacred atmosphere of enlightenment. A single sermon spanned 1,000 years. When Zhen Yuanzi ceased his words, the auras of Qing Feng and Mingwei had both become much more stable, showing faint signs of breaking through to the midstage of De Luo Golden Immortal. The iron-eating beast's entire body blazed with golden light, its size having increased significantly, as if it had gained enormous benefits. Its gaze toward Zhen Yuanzi was filled with even greater reverence. Even among the iron-eating beasts outside the hall, many had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm on the spot, while those already at that level had also made substantial progress, advancing by 1 or 2 minor realms. All right, that concludes today's sermon, Zhen Yuanzi said, waving his hand. Return to your seclusion and properly digest these insights. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Dao. Qing Feng and Mingwei bowed respectfully, then withdrew slowly, accompanied by the still endearingly naive iron-eating beast. Before they left, Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand and bestowed upon them dozens of primeval spiritual fruits, including a share for the iron-eating beast. Now, after many travels through the primordial wilderness and the accumulation of vast time, the number of primeval spiritual fruits in Zhen Yuanzi's possession had reached an absolutely terrifying level. Such expenditures were barely a drop in the bucket. Qingfeng Mingyue and the iron-eating beast bowed in thanks once more before departing. As they left, the iron-eating beast looked at the primeval spiritual fruits in its grasp, its simple, honest smile never ceasing. Inside the 5 villages hall, tranquility was restored once more. Zhen Yuanzi gazed out the window at the dense spiritual energy, a profound light flickering in his eyes. The war of the 3 tribes, the conflict of Dao and demon. The turbulent times of the primordial wilderness draw ever nearer. However, now not only has his cultivation realm broken through, but he also possesses the existence of a Dao field firmly securing his position. He is unafraid of any storm. Regardless of how the final conflict unfolds, he has the opportunity to return, and if he is displeased, he can simply overturn the chessboard. Of course, this is only a last resort. The primordial world is infinitely deep and holds boundless possibilities, hence it is essential to grasp this foundational territory of the primordial world as much as possible. If he can develop it further, it will only bring him greater benefits. After 10,000 years, the figure of Zhen Yuanzi reappeared on the primordial land, stepping on flowing light, traveling from west to east. This journey is not only to continue exploring the primordial world, but also to witness the current situation and various changes in the primordial realm with his own eyes. Over tens of thousands of years, time quietly passed during his wandering. Wherever he went, the spiritual mountains and rivers remained, but there was a subtle sense of impending storm. The conflict among the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans has evolved from initial skirmishes into a fierce conflict sweeping the region. The 3 inherent clans, Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, have intensified their clashes over territory, resources, and treasures, moving from suppressed to increasingly unrestrained. Moreover, behind these conflicts, the shadows of the 3 clan ancestors can be vaguely seen. It can be said that under the deliberate allowance of ancestor Long Yuanshi and Shilin, the clashes among the 3 clans have become increasingly intense. A great calamity is about to unfold. The 3 clan ancestors are deliberately allowing this. Zhen Yuanzi stood atop an unnamed celestial mountain, his divine sense sweeping across the primordial realm, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. They are using these conflicts to temper their clans, to accumulate power, waiting for an opportunity to ignite the flames of war. Just then he furrowed his brow, sensing a faint gray aura spreading through the heavens and the earth. This is precisely the arrival of Calamity Chi, a unique omen of the impending cataclysm. The Longhan calamity is indeed coming, Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly. This Calamity Chi is initially weak, yet like a festering wound, it will quickly spread to every corner of the primordial world, invading the minds of living beings, clouding their primordial spirits, and awakening their hidden desires of greed, anger, and ignorance. Zhen Yuanzi felt a mix of emotions. Facing the approaching Longhan calamity, he had various thoughts, but he held them all back. Regardless, for now, this is the trend of the times, the inevitable path of the evolution of the primordial heavens and earth. Even if this great calamity causes countless inherent beings to fall and leaves the primordial world riddled with wounds, it is still unstoppable. Even if temporarily suppressed, it will continue to brew, and when the time comes, it will be even more terrifying. It is better to follow the familiar situation. Since it cannot be stopped, he might as well profit from it. Since it cannot be stopped, let's go with the flow. A glint of determination flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He no longer hesitated and continued his journey across the primordial land, his divine sense extending like a net, collecting all the inherent spiritual treasures he encountered along the way. Those starry grasses growing in perilous places, the leywind stones containing the power of thunder, the forgetfulness flowers that nourish the primordial spirit. Rather than letting them be destroyed in the flames of war, it is better to store them in the land book space to serve as his foundation, also leaving them for future use. Meanwhile, in central Kunlun, Yujing Mountain ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, a jade plate floating before him, the broken chaos supreme treasure, the creation jade plate. On the jade plate, myriad Dao principles flowed, reflecting the operational trajectory of the primordial heavens and earth. Suddenly, the jade plate trembled violently, the Dao principles becoming chaotic, and the previously peaceful aura instantly turned violent, revealing a hint of destruction. Hongjun frowned slightly, then his expression changed dramatically. He placed his hand on the jade plate, his divine sense sinking into it, beginning to deduce the heavenly secrets. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a serious glint flashing within. The calamity chi is descending. Is a great calamity about to erupt in the primordial world? The result of the deduction from the jade plate was unclear, only revealing endless flames of war and fallen beings, causing this primordial powerhouse to feel a sense of caution. It seems it's time to make arrangements. Time flows on, and over 100,000 years have passed. The calamity chi in the primordial world has become increasingly dense, almost transforming into a substantial gray cloud enveloping the skies. The curtain of the calamity is gradually being drawn open. Once the beast emperor Shun Ni fused with the grievances and evil chi of 3,000 chaotic demons, condensing the path of calamity. This could obscure the minds of living beings, making them become frenzied and bloodthirsty. It could also obscure the heavenly secrets, making it difficult for the heavenly path to intervene during the calamity, as if the entire primordial world were drawn into a chaotic slaughter game. Meanwhile, as the protagonists of the calamity, the three inherent clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, will receive the enhancement of the calamity's power while simultaneously loosening the constraints of the Heavenly Dao laws on their strength. This will drastically reduce the difficulty of their breakthrough, and the strength of the beings within the three clans will rapidly increase. However, this is actually not a good thing, as once their minds are obscured, the sudden surge in power will only drive these beings to madness, leaving only conquest and slaughter in their eyes. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the path of calamity, capable of causing countless beings to unknowingly go berserk during the calamity. They will not stop until they break the primordial oath. The primordial world has completely turned into a battlefield of conquest. However, the primary target of the three clans is not the other two clans, but first directed towards their own subordinate clans. The Dragon clan aims to unify all scaled beings, the Phoenix clan desires to subdue all avian creatures, and the Qilin clan seeks to control all terrestrial beasts. Any clan that fits the characteristics of these three will either submit or face extinction. It can be said that those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish, leaving no other path to choose. In an instant, the primordial land is engulfed in flames of war. Countless beings cry out and fall amidst the flames of war, blood staining the rivers, bones piling up in the valleys, and the entire primordial world seems to be weeping. As a result, more and more forces fitting the characteristics of the three clans join the three inherent clans, continuously strengthening their power and territory, even gaining fortune. After several epochs, Zhen Yuanzi traveled extensively, roughly understanding the current situation of the primordial realm, and then returned to the Five Zhuang Views cave heaven, preparing to enter seclusion once again. He needs to consolidate the insights gained over the years, continue to enhance his strength, and wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, the eastern sea of the primordial world presents a different scene. A gigantic dragon stretching millions of miles long coiled above the eastern sea, its head piercing the clouds, standing proudly in the void. Surrounding it is the power of the tidal forces of the four seas, and each breath it takes stirs up towering waves, causing the stars to sway. This terrifying giant dragon is none other than the ancestor dragon. Ha ha ha. Late stage of the primal chaos golden immortal, the ancestor dragon let out a deafening laugh, filled with excitement and madness. As the Dragon clan continues to conquer, the number of scaled beings under its command increases, and the fortune it occupies grows ever larger. Under the dual enhancement of the calamity and fortune, his cultivation has broken through to the late stage of the primal chaos golden immortal, making him one of the top powers in the primordial world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly improving his strength, through luck, having long overlooked the factors of the Heavenly Dao's laws that suppressed and weakened his progress. Moreover, throughout these years, he promoted the methods of jumping through the Dragon Gate and golden scales transforming into dragons, enabling all aquatic beings to cultivate into true dragons, and the scale of the dragon clan had swollen to a terrifying degree, making them the undeniable overlords among the three clans in terms of both quantity and strength. This further fueled the Grand Dragon's determination and ambition to unify the primordial world. The position of the overlord of the primordial world must belong to my dragon clan. The ambition within the Grand Dragon erupted completely. He suddenly raised his head and let out a dragon roar that pierced through heaven and earth. Convey my orders, summon all dragons. With the dragon's roar, the entire East Sea instantly boiled. Countless dragons surged forth from the depths of the four seas, 5-clawed true dragons riding the clouds, 7-clawed heavenly dragons roaring in the skies, and 9-clawed golden dragons radiating golden light. A multitude of divine dragons gathered, forming an endless swarm in the skies above the East Sea, blotting out the sun with their overwhelming presence. The voice of the Grand Dragon resounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoing throughout the entire primordial world. From this day forth, my dragon clan shall be the overlord of the primordial world. We shall unite all clans under heaven. Any who dare defy us shall face extinction, their lineage obliterated. The domineering declaration, carrying an undeniable authority and murderous intent, lingered in the skies above the East Sea. The Dragon Clan is invincible. We shall unify the primordial world. Those who oppose us shall be annihilated. Countless divine dragons let out deafening roars, their might combining to create a pressure capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, spreading outward in all directions. The entire East Sea was engulfed by towering waves, shaking the very fabric of time and space. The Grand Dragon hovered above the dragon swarm, his dragon eyes glinting with a frenzied light. He confidently proclaimed these words. Armed with his latest Zhen Yuan golden immortal strength and the unprecedented scale of the Dragon Clan, he could crush any group in the primordial world. This formidable declaration ignited the fuse of the Dragonhan catastrophe like a spark hitting tinder. In the southern, unyielding volcano, the Yuan foam felt the dragon's might emanating from the East Sea, a fierce look flashing in her phoenix eyes. The Grand Dragon, a mere mortal, dares to claim the title of Overlord. Send the orders, prepare the Phoenix clan for battle. At the foot of the Buzhou mountain, the Shikalan suddenly stood up, auspicious and ominous energies intertwining around him. The Dragon clan is being reckless. Kirin warriors, follow me to flatten the East Sea. The flames of war in the primordial world ignited completely in that moment. Time hurried by, and more than a dozen Yuan meetings passed quietly amidst the flames of the Dragonhan catastrophe. The land of the primordial world was already drenched in blood, with the slaughter between the Dragon Phoenix and Kirin clans extending endlessly across the land and into infinite realms. Countless innate races were caught up in this chaos, some becoming cannon fodder, others rising amidst the flames of war only to fall swiftly. However, the primordial world was too vast, and the 3 great innate races along with their forces were far too immense. Even after more than a dozen Yuan meetings had passed, their conflicts had not yet reached the most intense level. In fact, they hadn't even caused any real damage to each other's strengths. Rather, the powers of the 3 great innate races grew stronger with each encounter. At this rate, by the time the 3 great innate races finally erupted into a decisive conclusion, there was still a long time to go. Meanwhile, within the Wuzhuang Guan dojo, Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes once more, awakening from his meditation and ending this session of seclusion. The cultivation over the span of more than a dozen Yuan meetings had naturally not allowed him to break through again, reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, but he had indeed gained much. However, he did not intend to continue his seclusion for further cultivation. Instead, there were other matters that needed his attention. Now that the situation of the primordial world had completely descended into chaos, entering the explosive period of the Dragonhan catastrophe, Rollo and others' contingency plans must have gradually been set in motion. It was time to take a look. Zhen Yuanzi rose, his figure flickering as he exited the Wuzhuang Guan dojo. This time he chose to conceal his presence, a mysterious aura swirling around him. Not only would this make it difficult for even powerful cultivators to detect his whereabouts, but it also prevented the calamity energies of the primordial world from approaching him. Traveling westward, the scenery of the primordial world gradually changed. At this moment, the western continent, far from the influence of the 3 great innate races, also had its conflicts, but it was evidently not as terrifying and violent as that of the 3 clans. Innate beings either secluded themselves to avoid calamity or took refuge under the demon clan, creating a strange calmness over the entire West, as if it were the tranquility before a storm. However, this calmness was only temporary. If he chose not to intervene, the beings of the western continent would face even more terrifying tribulations. Now his visit to the Western continent was primarily for this purpose. He did not disturb any beings in the West. His divine sense, like invisible tendrils, delved into every node of the Western Meridian. The main trunk of the Western Meridian, like golden dragons, spanned east to west across the continent, nourishing all living beings. Upon these trunks lay countless fine nodes resembling the scales of the dragons, maintaining the balance of the meridian. Soon Zhen Yuanzi stopped at a certain meridian node, then entered this space of the meridian. Once inside, faint black demonic patterns could be seen radiating a subtle malevolence. However, these were very concealed. Unless his strength was sufficiently powerful and he intentionally looked for them, it would be hard to detect. These were evidently the contingency plans set by the demon ancestor Rollo over the Western Meridian. These demonic patterns could even be described as demonic seeds. They usually remained hidden, but once triggered they could spread along the meridian, quickly connecting, causing a chain reaction that would ultimately lead to the collapse of the entire meridian. Indeed, contingency plans were laid out. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. Otherwise, relying solely on the guiding force of the extermination sword formation, it would be impossible to directly detonate the entire Western Meridian. Naturally, it was necessary to have prepared means in advance. Rollo's scheming could be considered meticulous. Since Rollo had already set up contingency measures, he too could take corresponding actions. However, he did not immediately eliminate the demonic patterns, though doing so would inevitably alert Rollo, who would then come to repair them, resulting in a futile effort and prematurely exposing his presence. Zhen Yuanzi took out the Earth Book, tracing his fingertip across the pages, and various Earth-related and other Grand Road runes flew out, merging into the Meridian node. These runes silently wrapped around the exterior of the demonic patterns, forming an invisible barrier that neither disturbed the demonic patterns nor activated them, and could cut off their connection to the Meridian at critical moments, even triggering a reverse explosion of the demonic patterns, dissipating their power without a trace. After completing all this, he lightly tapped the Chaos Grand Dao compass, enveloping the area in a mysterious aura that completely erased any trace he had left, making it difficult for any heavenly secrets and causalities to detect. Although the heavenly secrets were chaotic now, this action seemed somewhat unnecessary. It was ultimately a precaution against future troubles. 1 place, 2 places, 3 places. Zhen Yuanzi's figure continuously traversed the Western continent, from lush forests to desolate deserts, from towering mountains to deep canyons. Whenever he found a meridian node that Rollo had tampered with, he would use the same method to set up countermeasures. The Western continent was vast and boundless, with meridian nodes numbering in the billions. Even with Zhen Yuanzi's divine abilities, it took over 100,000 years to process the majority of the critical nodes. On this day, he arrived at the outskirts of Mount Sumeru. As the ancestral vein of the West, Mount Sumeru possessed a terrestrial vitality far surpassing other regions. The terrestrial nodes at its base were of paramount importance, each containing a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Zhen Yuanzi could clearly sense that the demonic patterns lurking within these nodes were even more terrifying than those elsewhere, faintly connected to the Rakshasa dojo at the summit of Mount Sumeru. "Let this place remain as it is," Zhen Yuanzi murmured after a moment's deliberation, abandoning his plan to lay further contingencies. Mount Sumeru was the lair of the Rakshasa, whose divine sense could shroud this area and its surroundings at any moment. Even with the Chaos Great Dao compass to obscure the celestial mechanisms, and despite the current chaos of fate, the contingencies he set would be difficult to conceal after his departure. Should he alert the enemy, the Rakshasa might strike, prematurely disrupting his plans. Even if an early strike did not occur, it would allow the Rakshasa to shore up defenses in advance, creating further complications. Thus, not only within the bounds of Mount Sumeru, but also in the surrounding regions, he chose not to deploy any contingencies for disruption. The contingencies he had already laid were sufficient to save the Western terrestrial veins, enough to complete this boundless merit. Even if the lands of Mount Sumeru and its vicinity were included, the change would be negligible. It was better to let them serve their intended purpose. Moreover, leaving the demonic patterns in this region might not necessarily be a bad thing. Having dealt with the terrestrial veins, Zhen Yuanzi continued his travels across the Western continent, collecting interest along the way. After all, he was to preserve the Western terrestrial veins, a great deed of merit. Even if there would be a reward of merit later, there was no harm in collecting some interest in advance. Traveling without restraint, Zhen Yuanzi did not hesitate to uproot massive mineral veins using the power of the Earth Book, storing them within his spatial realm. In particular, the abundant innate Hongjun ores rich in the law of metal from the west piled up like mountains, sufficient to support the refining of numerous lethal spiritual treasures. Beyond Hongjun, he also collected many spiritual objects unique to the West, rare in the East, but commonplace here, taking them as easily as reaching into his pocket. The West's accumulation over billions of years is indeed bountiful, Zhen Yuanzi thought with satisfaction as he observed the growing collection of treasures within his space. These gains, whether he could use them directly or not, would greatly enhance his foundation. He traveled intermittently from the far western lands to the edge of the central primordial world, plundering most of the spiritual objects from many regions of the western continent, before gradually coming to a halt. At this time the West remained tranquil, yet there were faint signs of an impending storm. The demonic aura atop Mount Sumeru grew denser, and the Rakshasa's presence, like a slumbering beast, exuded a suffocating pressure. Zhen Yuanzi knew that the Rakshasa's schemes were nearing completion and the time to move the pieces on the board was approaching, which would undoubtedly unleash a far more terrifying storm. He looked up toward Mount Sumeru, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Then, with a flicker of his form, Zhen Yuanzi's figure vanished among the mountains and rivers of the western continent, leaving behind only the plundered spiritual veins and the unseen contingencies buried deep within the terrestrial veins, silently awaiting the moment of eruption. Atop Mount Sumeru within the demon palace, endless demonic chi surged like ink within the hall. The Rakshasa sat upon the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus, surrounded by a baleful aura akin to a primordial chaos demon god. He furrowed his brow slightly. The faint, inexplicable sensation from earlier had faded, yet it remained lodged in his heart like a thorn. At his level of cultivation, anything that disturbed his mind must have a cause and could not be mere illusion. Who is spying? A fierce light flickered in the Rakshasa's eyes as a sea of consciousness operated at full capacity, attempting to deduce the celestial mechanisms. Unfortunately, the miasma of the primordial calamity had stirred shrouding fate and chaos. Even with his exhaustive divine sense, he saw only a hazy gray, unable to capture even a single thread of karmic connection, let alone the spy's trace. In truth, even if the celestial mechanisms were not yet chaotic, the Chaos Great Dao compass would prevent the Rakshasa from deducing any useful information. A skulking rat. The Rakshasa snorted coldly, and his demonic chi suddenly surged, corroding the surrounding infinite space-time into powder in an instant, only for it to return to normal, as if nothing had happened. He had a vague premonition that this spy might be connected to the greatest obstacle on his path to enlightenment. Summon the 4 demon generals. As his words fell, 4 figures clad in black armor, radiating formidable pressure, appeared in the hall and knelt on one knee. Your subordinates pay respects to the demon ancestor. These 4 were the Rakshasa's most capable lieutenants, each in command of the demonic thoughts of greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred, possessing fierce combat prowess. The Rakshasa's gaze swept over them, his voice cold as a blade. Now that the dragon and phoenix calamity has begun, it is the time for our demonic path to flourish. Depart immediately for the battlefields of the 3 races, secretly incite discord, and make them fight all the more fiercely. Remember, do not reveal your tracks. Merely make them believe that their slaughter of one another stems from the other's actions. With that, he flicked his finger, and 4 spiritual treasures exuding dense demonic chi flew forth. A soul-devouring demon sword, a black fiend demon shield, a immortal binding demon rope, and a netherworld demon lamp, all high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. These treasures shall aid you. Ensure it is done. A flash of ecstasy crossed the eyes of the 4 demon generals as they hastily accepted the treasures and kowtowed. Rest assured, demon ancestor. We have already dispatched our demon emissaries to infiltrate the 3 races eons ago, instigating dozens of conflicts. Now, with the treasures bestowed by you, we shall go personally to ensure the 3 races fight to the death, clearing the path for our demonic way. The leading general added with a fawning smile. Once the 3 races are mutually weakened, you can unify the primordial world, attain the Dao of Huanyuan, and our demonic path shall reign supreme. All races will submit, and your sacred name will resound across the primordial world and the chaos. A hint of satisfaction appeared on the Rakshasa's face as he waved his hand. Go, and do not disappoint me. Your subordinates take their leave. The 4 demon generals received their orders and vanished from the hall in an instant. Silence returned to the hall, yet the Rakshasa remained uneasy. He looked up into the void, his gaze seeming to pierce through infinite space-time, landing on the direction of Jade Capital Mountain in central Kunlun. Could it be you who obstructs my path to enlightenment? Meanwhile, at Jade Capital Mountain in central Kunlun, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. Before him, the jade disk of creation swirled with myriad principles, reflecting a microcosm of the primordial war's flames. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and 2 beams of divine light containing the power of creation burst forth from his body, piercing through the hall and shooting straight into the heavens. In the void, 2 gazes spanning countless eons of space-time collided with a thunderous impact. One was the Rakshasa's baleful demonic light, carrying the will to annihilate all things. The other was Hongjun's divine light of creation imbued with the Dao rhythm of opening heaven and earth. At the point of collision, space-time twisted violently, and countless fragments of laws scattered, as if the very Dao and demons of the primordial world were clashing. Hongjun. The Rakshas's voice carried a piercing chill through the void. Hongjun smiled faintly, his divine light receding, and spoke in a calm tone yet imbued with the majesty of the Great Dao. Taoist Rakshasa, long time no see. Neither side spoke much, yet they had already tested each other's depths in this brief exchange of glances. Luo Ho felt the conflicting Dao rhythm emanating from Hongjun, intensifying his murderous intent. Hongjun sensed the advancements of Luo Ho in the demonic path, and his brow furrowed slightly. Moments later, their gazes retracted simultaneously. Luo Ho snorted coldly, closing his eyes once more, while pushing the defenses of the Annihilation Black Lotus to the utmost. Hongjun's strength was even greater than he had anticipated, indicating that this battle between Dao and demon would not be easy. Hongjun caressed the creation jade, played a flicker of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Luo Ho had already reached the pinnacle of the demonic path. Should he harness the power of the great calamity to attain enlightenment, the primordial world would surely become a land of demons. The prologue of the great calamity has only just begun. As time flowed, several epochs passed. The primordial world had completely turned into a hell on earth. In the skies above the East Sea, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Millions of dragons unleashed their dragon breath, creating waves capable of drowning infinite time and space, aiming to submerge the 9 heavens. Countless phoenixes flapped their wings, pouring out the southern brightly fire, evaporating the seawater into steam, setting the sky ablaze. The endless time and space were consumed in flames. The 6-clawed golden dragon clashed with the 7-colored divine phoenix in the high skies, their powers colliding, shaking the stars. Beneath Mount Bujo, the Qilin clan was also embroiled in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Blood stained the earth, converging into rivers. The powerful Deluo golden immortals of the 3 clans began to appear on the battlefield. A 9-clawed golden dragon of the Dragon Clan swallowed several golden immortals of the Phoenix Clan, only to be incinerated to nothingness by the arriving Deluo golden immortal of the Phoenix Clan. However, in the next moment, the 9-clawed golden dragon resurrected, coalescing into an indestructible dragon form, battling fiercely with the Deluo of the Phoenix Clan. A golden-haired Qilin of the Qilin clan suppressed countless water tribes, but was gravely injured by the Deluo golden immortal of the Dragon Clan. Every moment saw countless lives perish. The innate spiritual objects were destroyed in the flames of war. Secret realms collapsed amidst the clashes, and the skies of the primordial world were shrouded in calamity and malevolence, no longer clear as before. The root of all this lay in the negligence of the ancestors of the 3 clans. It was even an order they had issued. Moreover, there were demon clan experts disguising themselves as beings belonging to the 3 innate clans, secretly sowing discord and igniting the flames of war. Each of the 3 innate clans continuously suffered losses among their powerful members, with the culprits indicated to be from the other 2 clans. As a result, the 3 innate clans fell into complete chaos, with the battle proving to be far more brutal than they had anticipated. At such a critical moment, the ancestral dragon was deep within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, harnessing the surging fortune of the Dragon Clan to strike towards the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, surrounded by dragon shadows formed from the fortunes of the 4 seas, indifferent to the slaughter outside the palace. The primordial phoenix was undergoing nirvana in the immortal volcano, similarly refining its essence with the soaring fortunes of the Phoenix Clan, aiming to break through to the Hunyuan peak. The primal Qilin was in deep slumber, cultivating in the ancestral land, honing its own laws. They were all waiting for their breakthroughs to completely suppress their 2 opponents. Without the 3 ancestors' suppression, or perhaps because of their negligence, the 3 clans fully unleashed their grievances, old and new, leading to a full-scale war among the 3 clans, and their subordinate clans followed suit. Countless innate beings fell every moment. Infinite innate experts perished, turning the land into rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. The figure of Zhen Yuanzi quietly appeared at the edge of a battlefield. He concealed himself, observing the brutal slaughter below with a calm and undisturbed expression. He noticed the figures of the Demon Clan moving in the shadows. Some transformed into Dragon Clan cultivators to ambush the Phoenix Clan camps, others disguised as Phoenix Clan messengers to sow discord between the Qilin and Dragon clans. Moreover, there were those who took advantage of the chaos to quietly collect the bodies of fallen beings, refining them into demonic artifacts or for other purposes. Luo Ho indeed plays a good hand. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled coldly in his heart. The actions of these demon clans were extremely covert. Although it was nothing for him, it was only because he was strong enough and had foreknowledge, allowing him to easily detect their traces. For other powerful beings, it would be extraordinarily difficult to notice. After all, not only was the heavenly mechanism in disarray, but countless beings, including those powerful ones, were blinded by the calamity aura. However, while the three innate clans were engaged in a war, it had not yet escalated to a final confrontation, so such incidents occurred only on a small scale, clearly indicating that the demon clan was also wary of causing unnecessary situations. During this time, he occasionally took action, collecting some peculiar or precious innate beings or bodies from the three innate clans. However, among them, only 2 had reached the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, while the strongest among the rest was merely at the peak of the Tai E Golden Immortal. After all, despite the outbreak of war among the 3 clans, Deluo Golden Immortals were not so easily perished. Unless it reached the final stage, there would be a possibility of numerous Deluo Golden Immortals falling, and even fewer of those whose bodies could be preserved. Having 2 bodies of Deluo Golden Immortals was already an unexpected situation. Everything Zhen Yuanzi did was of course extremely covert, erasing all traces. Neither the demon clan nor the 3 innate clans noticed any anomalies, at most believing that they had completely perished, leaving no bones behind. Time rushed by, the span of dozens of epochs flowing slowly amidst the intertwining blood and fire of the 3 clans' war. The primordial land was already riddled with scars. The once beautiful spiritual mountains and waters had turned to scorched earth, and the roaring rivers were stained red with blood. Countless time and space shattered. Zhen Yuanzi's figure continued to traverse the edges of the battlefield. He watched as the 9-clawed golden dragon of the dragon clan tore through the heavens, the 7-colored divine phoenix of the phoenix clan undergoing a fiery rebirth, the powerful Deluo golden immortals of the Qilin clan shattering the earth, and countless beings perishing and dissipating in the flames of war. To him, this brutal slaughter was a different kind of grand feast of the Dao. The profound truths of the laws erupting from the conflicts between the 3 clans, the primordial power dissipating upon their fall, and even the calamity aura enveloping the heavens and earth were all captured and analyzed by him using the chaotic Dao compass. The Dao is heartless, operating ceaselessly. The rise and fall of the 3 clans is merely a process of the primordial world's evolution. Zhen Yuanzi stood atop a collapsed mountain peak, his consciousness merging with the chaotic Dao compass, the trajectories of the 3,000 Daos becoming increasingly clear in his mind. Having witnessed so much birth and death, his insights into life and death deepened. Observing the rise and fall of clans, his understanding of fortune and calamity elevated further. Feeling the collision of laws, his comprehension of the fusion of power and Dao grew increasingly harmonious. Unbeknownst to him, his aura had become like an ocean, subtly touching the bottleneck for breaking through to the peak of the late Hongjun Golden Immortal. It is time to return. Zhen Yuanzi looked up towards the east in the direction of the Wuzhuang Temple, for he could clearly sense that the opportunity for his breakthrough had arrived. At his level, breaking through in the outside world would naturally cause quite a commotion, and the most prudent choice was to return to the Wuzhuang Temple. The Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared, and with a flicker of his figure, he traversed boundless distances in time and space, quietly returning to Mount Wanshou. The moment he stepped into the cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple, a rich aura of innate spiritual energy and the rhythm of the Great Dao surged towards him, denser than it had been a dozen yuan meetings ago. Qingfeng and Mingyue had already reached the midstage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and were managing the spiritual plant garden with the Great Luo Iron-eating Beast. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi return, they quickly bowed in greeting. "Master." Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, said nothing more, and walked straight into the Wuzhuang Hall, sitting cross-legged on the cloud bed to begin his ascension to the peak of the Primordial Golden Immortal. This retreat lasted over 100,000 years. Inside the Wuzhuang Hall, an incredibly rich innate spiritual energy and the aura of the Great Dao surrounded him, gradually forming a gigantic cocoon around Zhen Yuanzi. The Chaos Dao compass spun rapidly at the center of his sea of consciousness, with 3,000 Dao runes flickering like stars. In this moment, his primordial spirit, physical body, magical power, and laws began an unprecedented transformation. His primordial spirit first surged violently, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura, while the form of his primordial spirit became more solidified. The chaos light point in his brow expanded continuously, as if transforming into a world of chaos containing stars, the birth and death of the universe, and the profound truths of the 3,000 Dao. On the surface of his body, a chaos-colored halo rippled like water waves, with unique Dao patterns flowing through every inch of his skin. His bones made cracking sounds as their density increased, faintly exuding the power to shake the finest spiritual treasures. His meridians flowed like the galaxy in chaos, carrying even more pure and terrifying magical power than before. Finally, it was the transformation of the laws. The laws of the earth Dao time and space Dao creation Dao life, Dao destruction Dao, and slaughter Dao became even more profound, their power even stronger. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from within the Wuzhuang Hall as the giant cocoon shattered inch by inch, and Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, chaos flickered with birth and death, as if reflecting the entire past and future of the primordial world. He had reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal. He felt the turbulent power within him, aware that with just a gesture, he could summon the might of endless Daos. A thought could shift the heavens, and a single rage could topple the myriad realms. At this moment, even in terms of realm alone, he stood at the same height as the supreme beings of the primordial world, such as Hongjun Liu and Yangmei. I am just a step away from the primordial great Luo golden immortal, Zhen Yuanzi smiled, feeling pleased. However, at that moment, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through your realm and triggering a random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, a portion of the primordial demon god source. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Dao Mill. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, and then his eyes burst with disbelief. The Chaos Supreme Treasure. After confirming once again, Zhen Yuanzi was instantly shocked. It was not because he had broken through his realm and triggered the system reward again that he felt this shock. Rather, he was astonished that this time the system reward had once again included a Chaos Supreme Treasure. It should be noted that aside from the beginner's gift pack, he had never received a Chaos Supreme Treasure again after triggering so many system rewards. And possessing a Chaos Supreme Treasure, Zhen Yuanzi, with the help of the Chaos Dao Compass, fully understood the incredible effects of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Without the assistance of the Chaos Dao Compass, it would have been impossible for him to break through so quickly. To reach the primordial golden immortal realm was already a great achievement, let alone to peak at the primordial golden immortal. Moreover, without the Chaos Dao Compass, he would not have been able to comprehend so many Dao laws simultaneously, granting him greater strength at the same realm. It was precisely because he had experienced the effects of the Chaos Supreme Treasure that he could immediately understand its preciousness when it appeared in the rewards again, which made him so excited. The Chaos Dao Mill. Zhen Yuanzi suppressed his excitement and immediately focused his mind on the information provided by the system. After a moment, he gasped in awe, his shock growing stronger. This Chaos Dao Mill was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Its core ability was to refine endless energy into the source power of the Chaos Dao. Whether it was innate spiritual energy, heavenly merit, Dao merit, or even other energies, it could be refined and transformed by it. The higher the essence of the energy, the higher the conversion efficiency. For instance, heavenly merit or Dao merit was an excellent conversion energy. The source power of the Chaos Dao was the most pure, fundamental, and core energy within the chaos, easily used to enhance cultivation. Moreover, its effects were even more effective than that of heavenly merit, and even more astonishing than Dao merit. Although it required one's own effort to refine and use rather than being directly absorbed like merit, it had no side effects and possessed a higher essence of energy. As long as one possessed enough source power of the Chaos Dao and refined it, they could even use it to directly attain the Dao with great magical power. While it was not a law attainment, it was still a method of attaining Dao through strength. In addition, the Chaos Dao Mill could even extract fragments of laws from the myriad things in heaven and earth, allowing one to directly absorb and refine them. However, refining such law fragments did have drawbacks and could affect one's own cultivation. Therefore, it was only suitable for those cultivators with no hope for the future. Aside from these functionalities as a Chaos Supreme Treasure, it also possessed powerful attack and defense capabilities, as well as the ability to suppress fortune. With this Supreme Treasure, there will be no obstacles on my path to attaining the Dao. Zhen Yuanzi felt ecstatic. Using the Chaos Dao Compass to deduce the laws and the Chaos Dao Mill to provide the source, with both working together, how could he not attain the Dao of the primordial great Luo golden immortal? He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to another reward, the primordial demon god source. Information flooded into his sea of consciousness, and Zhen Yuanzi felt amazed once again. This was actually a supreme treasure that could enhance one's foundational qualifications. As a top innate sacred being, Zhen Yuanzi's qualifications were not inferior to those of the innate demon gods reincarnated from the chaos demon gods. However, whether it was the innate divine demons or the innate sacred beings, their qualifications still had some gap compared to the pure chaos demon gods. However, now in the primordial world, the chaos demon gods were naturally not accepted by the primordial world. However, the primordial demon god was a combination of the characteristics of the chaos demon gods and the local rules of the primordial world, a foundational qualification that surpassed both the innate divine demons and the innate sacred beings. As long as he absorbed this portion of the source, Zhen Yuanzi's foundational qualifications could transform from a top innate divine demon into a primordial demon god. Not bad, not bad. The rewards from the system this time are simply tailor-made. Zhen Yuanzi no longer hesitated and silently thought, extract the rewards. As soon as the words were spoken, two supreme treasures appeared in the hall. The first was a palm-sized source radiating a chaos-colored halo containing a majestic life aura and the mysteries of the laws, which was the source of the primordial demon god. The second was a disc-shaped chaos supreme treasure entirely black with the edges engraved with chaos runes, and the central grinding, continuously exhaling chaos airflow, exuding a terrifying pressure that could suppress the ages and refine everything, which was the Chaos Dao Mill. Zhen Yuanzi beckoned with his hand, and the Chaos Dao Mill transformed into a streak of flowing light vanishing into his sea of consciousness. It settled beside the Chaos Dao compass, one on the left and one on the right, suspended by his primordial spirit. As a supreme treasure granted by the system, even though this artifact was a chaos treasure, it required no refinement. He had already established a spiritual connection with the mill, fully recognizing it as his own. Then he cast his gaze upon the mass of primordial chaos essence. Opening his mouth, he inhaled, and the essence flowed into him like a warm current surging through his meridian straight toward his primordial spirit. The moment the essence entered his body, Zhen Yuanzi felt as if his primordial spirit had been cast into a furnace. Countless chaos runes surged from the essence, merging into the depths of his true soul. His foundation underwent a cataclysmic transformation at that instant. The original aura of an innate divine gradually faded, replaced by a unique pressure that straddled the line between a chaos demon god and a primordial being. This pressure bore both the domineering might of a chaos demon god and the harmonious resonance of primordial laws. He could clearly sense his comprehension of all paths under heaven becoming unprecedentedly smooth. His primordial spirit seemed to transform into a piece of chaos capable of containing all paths without bias. After an unknown span of time, the transformation finally concluded. Zhen Yuanzi slowly exhaled a turbid breath, its aura carrying a unique Dao resonance. He carefully examined his own changes, feeling a complete metamorphosis throughout his body. His foundation had elevated from the peak of innate divine beings to that of a chaos demon god. This signified that his foundational talent had broken the limits of the primordial world, greatly aiding his future path of attaining the Dao through sheer power and achieving the status of a primordial chaos golden immortal. A chaos demon god foundation paired with twin chaos Dao treasures. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes shimmered with brilliant light. With such formidable foundation and strength, wouldn't his next step be to trample Luo Hu and defeat Hongjun, fulfilling the small ambition in his heart? Not long after, Zhen Yuanzi left the Wuzhuang temple again and headed straight for Mount Kunlun. His purpose was the cave of Qiankuan, once the dwelling of the ancient Qiankuan ancestor. When the Qiankuan ancestor had fallen at his hands, he had acquired the ancestor's vast collection amassed over countless eons. However, some treasures like the innate spiritual roots had remained in the cave. Due to certain reasons, he had not gone to Mount Kunlun immediately. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the primordial chaos golden immortal and his trump cards were stronger, it was time to investigate. He was not worried that other powerful beings might have visited first, for the cave was protected by a powerful innate formation and was extremely concealed. Finding it was no easy task. Unless one possessed the Qiankuan ancestors' companion treasures, such as the Qiankuan cauldron or the Qiankuan diagram, which resonated with the cave, locating it with certainty would be impossible. Traveling eastward, Zhen Yuanzi concealed his aura and crossed the boundless primordial land in an instant. Soon he entered the territory of Mount Kunlun. Upon arriving at Mount Kunlun, he deliberately masked his presence and followed the subtle connection between the Qiankuan cauldron and the Qiankuan ancestors' cave. Before long, following that faint resonance, he arrived before an unremarkable cliff deep within Kunlun. The cliff was covered in innate vegetation, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. However, upon closer inspection, faint Qiankuan runes could be seen flowing on its surface, the mark of the innate formation, the Qiankuan reversal array. This array could distort time and space and obscure celestial secrets. Without a token, even a primordial chaos golden immortal would find it difficult to detect, let alone break through without great effort. Zhen Yuanzi wasted no time. He produced the primordial ruler. The ruler trembled slightly, emitting a chaotic light, and its body gently tapped the cliff. An intangible ripple of time and space spread outward. The cliff rippled like water, revealing a deep, shadowy entrance. Beyond the entrance lay a vast and boundless cave realm. Innate spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized. Glimpses of jade towers, celestial springs, and immortal waterfalls could be seen, with countless exotic herbs swaying in the Dao resonance, releasing a refreshing fragrance. What a splendid cave realm! Zhen Yuanzi praised, stepping inside. Indeed, it was worthy of the Qianquan ancestors' cave realm. It was in no way inferior to other top-tier cave realms of the primordial world, equally vast, larger than a great universe, and filled with countless innate spiritual treasures. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly detected dozens of spiritual vein convergence points. Each was abundant with rare innate spiritual treasures: purple lightning grapes, space infused shuttle grass, soul-nourishing spirit-stabilizing flowers. The quantity and variety were enough to astonish future innate divinities. What delighted him even more was that atop an immortal mountain at the center of the realm grew over a dozen innate spiritual roots. Though most were of low to mid-grade, they were still invaluable. At the mountain's peak, a 1,000-zang-tall ancient tree with lush foliage stood out strikingly. Its trunk was engraved with Qianquan runes, and its branches bore 24 fist-sized Teja-shaped fruits. The high-grade innate spiritual root, the Qianquan tree. Qianquan fruit containing the wonders of the Qianquan Dao. Consuming one grants insight into the principles of spatial transformation, with miraculous effects for breaking through bottlenecks in Qianquan laws or even space laws, while also stabilizing the Dao foundation. It was truly a rare and precious innate spiritual fruit. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, plucked a Qianquan fruit, and felt the Dao resonance within. He nodded in satisfaction. This tree blooms once every 10,000 years, fruits once every 10,000 years, and matures once every 10,000 years. Harvested once every 30,000 years, it yields 24 fruits each time. Now the fruits on the branches were plump, clearly already ripe. He harvested them all and moved them into his spatial realm, intending to transplant them back to the Wuzhuang Temple later. After all, the Wuzhuang Temple was now protected by its own formation, making it the safest and most convenient location. He also gathered the other innate spiritual roots and most of the spiritual treasures, planning to transplant them as well. However, he did not take everything. He left some behind, as he intended to take control of this cave realm and turn it into another of his dwellings. Soon Zhen Yuanzi located the control core of the cave realm, a stone tablet covered in Qianquan runes. He extended his divine sense into it, and using his immense power refined it, gaining complete dominion over the realm. From now on, I have another top-tier blessed cave. Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly, then turned and departed, heading straight for the three tribes' battlefield. In the following several Yuan meetings, Zhen Yuanzi concealed himself deep within the battlefield, silently collecting the fallen bodies of the innate beings. Among these bodies were those of the Dragon clan's Jiao dragons, the Phoenix clan's Luan birds, and the Qilin clan's Zheng beasts, as well as other powerful beings from various tribes. Though most were at the Golden Immortal or Great Golden Immortal level, each possessed their own unique traits. In contrast, the bodies of the Great Luo Golden Immortals were significantly fewer. Zhen Yuanzi collected them one by one into the spatial book, erasing all traces, for they might prove useful in the future. At this moment, deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, soaring straight into the heavens. The ancestral dragon, after a long period of seclusion, finally broke through to the peak of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm, fueled by the surging luck of the Dragon clan. In the Dragon Palace's main hall, the ancestral dragon slowly opened his eyes, and billions of golden rays shot forth from his dragon eyes, instantly stirring up endless waves across the East Sea. He exuded an immensely terrifying aura, a pressure that overshadowed all beings, causing the dragon warriors within the hall to prostrate themselves on the ground. The clan leader has broken through and emerged from seclusion. Several Hongjun Golden Immortals of the Dragon clan, including Ying Long, stepped forward to pay their respects, their faces filled with excitement. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly, his voice carrying the authority of a recent breakthrough. How has our clan fared in battle over the years? Ying Long stepped forward, his expression grave as he reported, "Clan leader, our clan has been embroiled in continuous battles with the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Although we have the upper hand, the losses have been heavy. In these Yuan meetings, countless clan members have fallen alongside the affiliated tribes, with over 30 Great Luo Golden Immortals lost. Their innate undying spiritual light has fallen into the eternal hell, and to revive them may take endless ages." He paused, his voice growing even more somber. "What pains me more is that several of your direct bloodline have been targeted by the Phoenix and Qilin clans and have perished on the battlefield." "What?" The ancestral dragon slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne, the hard jade instantly shattering. A towering wrath ignited in his eyes, and his dragon might surged, causing the waters of the entire East Sea to boil at that moment. "Yuan foam. Sure, Qilin." The ancestral dragon roared, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. During my seclusion, you dared to harm my dragon kin and slay my direct bloodline. This is truly too much. He stood up suddenly, his dragon form stretching for billions of miles outside the hall, blocking the sky, and Sun with his dragon, head raised high, gazing southward toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. Dragonkin, heed my command. Roar. Countless dragons seemed to hear the call, converging from all corners of the earth, forming an endless dragon horde in the skies above the East Sea. The voice of the ancestral dragon rumbled like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoing through the primordial wilderness. The Phoenix and Qilin clans have slain my kin. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today I shall personally lead my army to flatten the undying volcano and sweep through the ancestral lands of the Qilin. Warriors, follow me. Fight. 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 Countless dragons unleashed deafening roars, their combined might forming a torrent capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. The 5-clawed true dragon exhaled dragon breath. The 7-clawed heavenly dragon flapped its wings, and the 9-clawed golden dragon radiated golden light. The entire East Sea trembled under the roar of the dragon kin. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the primordial wilderness were disturbed. Almost simultaneously, the undying volcano in the south and the foot of Mount Buzhou erupted with the same terrifying pressure. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin also broke through to the peak of the Hongjun golden immortal realm at the same time, harnessing the luck of their clans. At the summit of the undying volcano, Yuan Feng transformed into a human form clad in a colorful phoenix robe, surrounded by phoenix phantoms formed from the flames of nirvana. Upon hearing of the heavy losses of the Phoenix clan, with dozens of great Luo golden immortals fallen, and even her most beloved junior injured by the dragon clan in battle, her phoenix eyes turned icy and her voice was cold as ice. The dragon clan has gone too far. Send word down, Phoenix kin, follow me to march on the East Sea and burn the dragon clan to ashes. Burn the dragon clan to ashes. Burn the dragon clan to ashes. Countless birds shrieked in response, joining the Phoenix clan. In the ancestral lands of the Qilin clan at Mount Buzhou, Shi Qilin exuded an aura interwoven with auspiciousness and malevolence. Upon hearing that over half of the strong members of his clan had fallen, including his own children, at the hands of the dragon and Phoenix clans, he slammed his fist into the ground, shaking Mount Buzhou. The dragon and Phoenix clans are the sworn enemies of my Qilin clan. Today let them witness the wrath of my Qilin clan. Warriors, follow me to kill. 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 Countless beasts roared as they followed Shi Qilin into the battlefield. With the 3-peak Hongjun golden immortal powerhouses emerging from seclusion, the 3 clans issued their declarations of war, and the entire primordial wilderness was instantly shrouded in the clouds of war. The Dragon Han catastrophe has finally reached its most brutal climax. In the western Shumi mountain within the demon palace, Luo Ho sat upon the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus, observing the scene of the 3 clans in battle with a cold smile. His entire being was engulfed in frenzied demonic energy, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Good, good, good. The more ruthless the killing, the better. When your 3 clans are left to fight to the death, all the luck of the primordial wilderness will return to my demon Dao, and that will be the time for me to achieve my Dao. In the central Kunlun, Yujing Mountain, the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun looked at the battlefield of the 3 clans and sighed softly, a calamity of measure. He shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. The ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin have all broken through to the peak of the Hongjun golden immortal realm, yet they are relying solely on luck to bolster their progress. Their cultivation and state of mind are lacking, entangled by the calamity aura, without their knowledge ultimately becoming a garment for others. It is sad, it is lamentable. Despite this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Then he turned his gaze to the west, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The 3 clans are destined to exit the stage of the primordial wilderness. I must seek out a few fellow Taoists to prepare for the upcoming Great War. The battle between you and me, Luo Ho, is about to commence. Let us see who can dominate the primordial wilderness. As his voice fell, Hongjun's figure vanished from the Zhixiao Palace, clearly going to contact his fellow Taoists preparing for the impending Great War. At this moment, the sky of the primordial wilderness was completely shrouded in blood and demonic energy. A calamity, sweeping across all living beings, had already arrived. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several Yuan meetings had slipped away amidst the relentless slaughter between the 3 clans. The land of the primordial wilderness had long since lost its former vitality, leaving only boundless scars and deathly silence. The endless killings between the 3 clans had nearly turned the East Sea, the areas surrounding Mount Buzhou, and the southern continent, into a battlefield filled with countless wounds and destruction. The dragon army led by the ancestral dragon clashed with the clans under Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin in these regions, engaging in countless shocking collisions. Everywhere in heaven and earth was filled with strife, everywhere was slaughter. Countless powerful beings were embroiled in battle, recklessly unleashing their immense strength, causing tremendous destruction to the world. The dragon breath of the nine-clawed golden dragon ripped through the firmament, reducing infinite time and space to dust. The nirvana flames of the seven-colored divine phoenix incinerated the four seas, causing endless seawater to evaporate. The stomping roar of the Qilin shattered the seabed, leading to the collapse of trenches with countless sea eyes spewing forth black chaos. These chaotic ferocities were formed from the residual chaotic energy left over from the creation of the world, combined with the malevolent aura of heaven and earth, exceedingly fierce, killing any ordinary innate beings that touched them. They surged forth from the gaping sea eyes like a black tide, instantly swallowing countless battling beings. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the dragon clan were tainted by the ferocity, instantly turning into pus. The Luan birds of the Phoenix clan were ensnared by the ferocity, their wings rapidly withering as they cried out in despair and plummeted into the sea. Even the great golden immortals, when besieged by the chaotic ferocity, needed to expend immense magical power to dispel it, and with a moment's negligence, their Dao foundation could be damaged. The barrier of heaven and earth is weakened by the repeated clashes between countless powerful beings and the chaotic malevolence. It seems on the verge of complete shattering, threatening to turn the entire world into a part of chaos. In the southern continent, the undying volcanoes erupt simultaneously, with black smoke columns soaring into the sky, blotting out the sun and moon, causing the stars to vanish. Toxic miasma mixes with the foul air of the earth, forming thick gray clouds. Wherever it passes, vegetation withers and life extinguishes. Even more terrifying is the underground magma. The endless earth has been torn apart, with crimson magma surging like a rushing river from the volcanoes, spreading through the ravines and turning vast regions of the southern continent into an endless sea of fire. The once lush forests, now only of charred trunks, the crystal-clear lakes have long been filled with magma, transforming into boiling magma pools. Even the hardest rocks melt under the scorching magma, becoming flowing lava. Yet even so, the battles between the Feng clan, the Long clan, and the Qilin clan continue. In the past, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were bestowed by the Heavenly Dao with the mission to guard the primordial order. Each clan governed its own domain of scales, feathers, and beasts, complementing each other to maintain the balance of the primordial world. But now they have become the primary culprits of disorder. Ultimately, this led to the chaos of the sea, with chaotic malevolence rampaging. The undying volcanoes erupted, turning the southern continent into scorched earth with toxic gas spreading. The barrier of heaven and earth weakened. The laws of the world became chaotic, with innate spiritual energy dissipating and calamity and malevolence condensing into tangible blood clouds rolling in the high skies. Countless weak tribes were extinguished in the flames of war and natural disasters, leaving no trace behind. The surviving beings hid in secret caves, trembling in fear, gazing outside with eyes filled with despair. The lament of the primordial world echoed like the cries of countless wronged souls. Yet the slaughter among the three clans showed no signs of abating. In the eyes of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin, only the madness of battle and obsession with supremacy remained, long forsaking their mission to guard the primordial realm. With every move they took, they unleashed earth-shattering might, pushing the very world that birthed them to the brink of destruction. Yet the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin seemed utterly oblivious to this. As long as the calamity and malevolence in the world did not dissipate, the tribulations would never cease, and the Great War would not stop. In the eastern continent, an area near the Buzhou mountain has become the core battlefield for the three great innate clans, where the situation is exceptionally brutal. Countless beings engage in battle on this land, with the Dragon clan's breath tearing the sky, the Phoenix clan's flames consuming the earth, and the Qilin clan's roars shattering the mountains. In every moment, innumerable beings fall, their blood merging into rivers that flow across the cracked earth, emitting a strong stench of blood. Meanwhile, the Zhen Yuanzi, who has been secretly collecting precious bodies, discovered that blood vortices were forming in the shadows. The life essence of those fallen beings did not dissipate into the heavens and the earth, but was quietly swept away by countless blood vortices hidden in the cracks of the void, flowing along invisible channels towards the west, toward the direction of Mount Shumi. There lies the lair of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. This pure blood essence will become the finest nourishment for refining the extermination sword array. Zhen Yuanzi, hidden in the folds of time and space, witnessed all of this. He watched the trajectory of the blood vortices, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. Luo, who indeed has a remarkable strategy. However, the powerful beings of the three clans at this moment have long been blinded by the calamity and malevolence, with only slaughter and hatred remaining in their eyes, making it impossible for anyone to notice these hidden movements. At this point, the slaughter between the three great clans has reached its most brutal and intense phase, with countless golden immortals and tiny golden immortals falling like ants. Even the lofty and eternal great Luo golden immortals in this fierce battlefield face the danger of falling if they are not careful, ultimately meeting their end as unextinguished true spirits descending into the eternal abyss. Above, the terror reaches its peak. The figures of the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and beginning Qilin have long vanished from this space-time, retreating into the deepest part of the chaotic flow of time and space, where the laws intertwine and countless dimensions fold and collide. After all, with their peak strength as Hunyuan golden immortals, even a trace of their residual power leaking would be enough to severely injure the great Luo golden immortals below and cause the Tai golden immortals to fall in an instant. Thus, they had no choice but to shift the battlefield to the cracks of time and space. Yet, even so, the occasional pressure penetrating the barriers of time and space still caused the world below to tremble violently. Ancestral Dragon, you of the Dragon Clan have slaughtered countless lives of my Phoenix Clan. Oh, today marks your day of demise. The voice of the Primordial Phoenix reverberated like thunder across the 9 heavens, echoing through countless moments in time and space. She transformed into her true form, a 7-colored phoenix with a wingspan of millions of miles, surrounded by the nirvana fire capable of burning through the laws. This flame is no ordinary blaze, but ignited from the source of the laws, distorting the boundaries of existence and extinction wherever it passes. As her wings flapped, countless fiery feathers transformed into flowing light, each trailing a long tail of law, piercing through layers of time and space barriers, precisely locking onto all past, present, and future forms of the ancestral dragon. Above her head floated a purple gold bell, the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Bell. As the bell swayed, the sound waves did not merely enter the ears, but directly penetrated deep into the primordial spirit, manifesting the mysteries of reincarnation, capable of directly attacking the primordial spirit, and even a Hunyuan golden immortal would be shaken if struck by the sound waves. Noisy. The ancestral dragon snorted coldly, his body transforming into a serpentine form stretching millions of miles, with dragon scales shimmering in chaotic hues, each resembling a refinement from the chaos before the creation of the world, containing the power of laws akin to the opening of heaven and earth. He opened his mouth and expelled a dragon pearl the size of a fist, perfectly round, floating in front of him. This was the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl. As the dragon pearl rotated, the water laws released were not the mundane powers of rivers and seas, but rather invoked the great path of water between heaven and earth, transforming into streams of law that wrapped around and extinguished the incoming fiery feathers. Simultaneously, he extended his dragon claw, directly tearing through the dimensions of time and space, invoking the primal powers of the 4 seas, transforming into a water dragon that penetrated countless layers of time and space. Wherever the water dragon passed, dimensions of time and space froze into ice. Even the flow of time became sluggish, fiercely crashing towards the primordial phoenix and the beginning Qilin. The supremacy of the Dragon Clan is already destined. You are but going against the heavens. The beginning Qilin transformed into a giant beast covered in golden scales, its single horn shimmering with an interplay of auspicious and malevolent light. This radiance is the ultimate manifestation of the laws of the earth, able to suppress all beings while also capable of annihilating everything. With each step he took upon the laws of the earth, countless earthly veins of time and space resonated, forming an invisible domain that slightly obstructed the impact of the water dragon. In his hand, he held an ancient and simple seal, the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal. As the seal moved, it was not a simple downward strike, but drew upon the primal powers of all creatures of the primordial earth. Countless phantoms of beasts roared forth from the fragments of law, coalescing into an indestructible barrier of law that forcibly blocked the impact of the water dragon. At the same time, he suddenly lowered his head, and the unicorn emitted a mysterious divine light. Where the divine light passed, it was not merely the solidification of time and space, but rather the very dimensions of time and space began to collapse. The figures of the ancestral dragon and the primal phoenix were continuously compressed in the divine light, as if they were to be returned to their most primitive particle state. Destined? Who decided that it? The primordial Qilin roared, the vast wilderness should rightfully be ruled by my Qilin clan. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, among numerous famous mountains and rivers, many innate beings bearing great fortune were quietly taking form. In East Kunlun, in the realm of Qingxiu, this place was shrouded in mist with mysterious yellow energy, rising faintly, revealing a stream of pure energy, spiraling at the center of the realm. This stream of pure energy was extremely pristine, devoid of any impurities, and was transformed from the heavenly pure energy at the time of creation. With a soft humming sound, the pure energy suddenly contracted, transforming into an elderly Taoist clad in a yin-yang robe. The Taoist had white hair, but a youthful face with an ancient demeanor. Around him was a faint halo of mysterious yellow merit light, and above him floated a delicate pagoda. Indeed, it was the innate treasure of merit, the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. No mistake here, this is set as an innate treasure. Originally, it was a treasure born from the innate, though for some reason some settings have mistaken it for a postnatal treasure. The body of the pagoda was inscribed with the characters for the mysteries of heaven and earth, radiating supreme, divine might to suppress fate and defend against all laws. His gaze was calm as he swept over the two streams of pure energy in the corners of the realm, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The Great Dao has 50. The heavens transform into 14, and man escapes as one. The Taoist whispered softly. The rhythms of the Dao around him subtly stirred. Without any deliberate action, he silently drew a fine, yet pure strand of primordial power from each of the two streams of pure energy, incorporating it into his own perception. In an instant, the two streams of pure energy flickered faintly. Though they had not immediately taken form, they had quietly reflected their own Dao rhythms towards him, faintly establishing a marvelous resonance. The Taoist smiled slightly, sitting cross-legged, as he began to silently comprehend the heavens and the earth. In the wilderness star domain, the sun star. This star, radiating endless light and heat, had at its core the Fusang divine tree, standing at hundreds of millions of feet, with its leaves ablaze, with eternal solar true fire. Beneath the tree, two bursts of blazing innate sun essence erupted abruptly, their brilliance shaking the entire sun star. As the light dissipated, two figures became visible. On the left, one person was dressed in imperial robes with a dignified face, exuding an aura of commanding all spirits. This was Emperor Jun. He held a scroll of the river map in his left hand and a depiction of the Lo Shu in his right, with a golden sun hanging at his waist. These were indeed the innate spiritual treasures of the river map, Lo Shu and the sun essence wheel, each shining in mutual reflection, exuding the supreme power of controlling the stars and deducing heavenly secrets. To the right stood another person with a proud complexion, cold eyes, surrounded by a halo of true solar fire, and a massive bell floating above his head. The bell was of chaotic color, inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and grass, and was indeed the innate treasure, the chaos bell, emanating terrifying pressure that suppressed the primordial and defended against all laws. This was Tai Yi. The two brothers exchanged a glance, and without needing words they understood each other's intentions. Emperor Jun gazed towards the vast wilderness, a flicker of inexplicable ambition flashing in his eyes. Tai Yi gently stroked the chaos bell, his surrounding flames intensified, exuding an air of untouchable pride. At this moment, the Taiyin star, which corresponded to the sun star, also welcomed a new innate being. The Taiyin star was serene and quiet, with laurel trees standing silently under the moonlight. Two streams of radiant Taiyin essence blossomed under the laurel tree, transforming into two goddesses. The goddess on the left wore a pure white palace dress, exuding a gentle grace, holding a moon essence wheel that flowed with the pure light of the Taiyin. This was Shihi. The goddess on the right was equally stunning, holding a depiction of the Taiyin cold moon, which contained the profound principles of tides, circles, and changes of yin and yang. This was Changxi. The two women's auras intertwined, closely linked with the essence of the Taiyin star. The moment they appeared, they stirred the tidal forces in the starry sky, causing the moonlight to fall, draping the vast wilderness in a layer of hazy silver veil. In the western continent, within a secret realm of the ancestral vein of Mount Shumi, an innate bitter bamboo took root, there its body green, exuding a zen-like purity. With a gentle sound, a stream of primordial bitter bamboo essence transformed into a Taoist with a pained expression, dressed in a simple monk's robe, radiating an aura of compassion for all beings. His gaze fell upon the bamboo roots beside him, and with a simple sweep, a section of celestial root detached, transforming into a green bamboo staff in his hand. The staff was inscribed with the 6-character mantra, radiating the power to purify inner demons and break through illusions. It was indeed the supreme spiritual treasure, the 6-root pure bamboo. The Taoist held the bamboo staff and turned his gaze towards the nearby gung gold Bodhi tree that grew alongside the bitter bamboo. This tree was entirely golden, with leaves resembling those of a Bodhi, yet containing the unmatched sharpness of gung gold energy. It was indeed the supreme innate spiritual root, the western gung gold Bodhi tree. At the top of the tree, a Bodhi seed that had nurtured countless primordial meetings suddenly cracked open, and a beam of golden light flew out, transforming into a Taoist on the ground. He had a slightly plump appearance and an ethereal aura. Mimicking the former's actions, he took a branch from the Bodhi tree and fused it with 7 innate spiritual materials: gold, silver, glass, conch, agate, pearl, and rose, refining it with his own essence. In an instant, the branch transformed into a 7-treasure marvelous tree, its body glowing with brilliance, containing unparalleled power to sweep away all things and be indestructible. Also a supreme spiritual treasure. The two Taoists exchanged smiles, each finding a place to begin comprehending the Western Great Dao. In the Hongjun mountain range, in the Hongjun cave, a mass of heated red clouds rolled in the center of the cave, ultimately condensing into a red-faced Taoist. This was indeed Hongjun. He was tall and sturdy, with a hearty smile, surrounded by faint fire clouds, yet without any accompanying spiritual treasures. The cave was also devoid of rare spiritual materials, appearing particularly simple. Hongjun scratched his head, looking at the cave filled with only some ordinary innate spiritual materials, slightly astonished, and after a while he laughed heartily. The Great Dao lies within oneself, not in external objects. Saying this, he sat down on the ground, began to breathe, and cultivate the red clouds swirling around him, indeed, drawing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth. And in Mount Buzhou there was a temple surrounded by laws exuding overwhelming blood energy and a might that shook the world. This was the Pangu temple. Inside the temple, 12 drops of blood from Pangu red as agate floated in the air, each containing a part of Pangu's essence and endless malice. With a thunderous roar that shook the temple, the 12 drops of blood erupted simultaneously, violently merging with the surrounding earth's evil energy and the 12 different sources of the Great Dao. Boom, boom, boom. 12 gigantic figures, each towering billions of feet, suddenly appeared, emanating the overwhelming pressure of primordial witches that could shake the heavens and the earth. Di Jiang, with 6 legs and 4 wings, a red face, and a demeanor that distorted the spatial laws around him. With a single step, he caused endless time and space to shift. He was the ancestor witch of space. Zhu Juyin, with a human head and dragon body, possessing dual eyes of yin and yang. With the opening and closing of his eyes, he could halt the flow of time. He was the ancestor witch of time. Zhu Meng, with green hair and a human face, bird body, surrounded by endless vitality. With a wave of his hand, vegetation sprang forth. He was the eastern ancestor witch of wood. Zhu Rong, with a beast's head and a human body, clad in red armor, surrounded by the fire of Zhu Rong that could incinerate all. Wherever he passed, all would turn to ashes. He was the southern ancestor witch of fire. Gong Gong, with a serpent's head and a human body, clad in black scales, surrounded by towering waves. With a single punch, he could set off tidal waves across the seas. He was the northern ancestor witch of water. Rusho, with a human face and a tiger body, clad in golden scales, wielding a gung gold divine blade capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. He was the western ancestor witch of gold. The central earth ancestor witch, with a human body and a serpent tail, wields a soaring serpent and is enveloped in a heavy aura of the earth. With each step, it can trigger seismic vibrations. The ancestor witch of poison, with a body of a beast and a face like a human, has dog-like ears and emanates a lethal aura that brings death upon contact or even by scent. There is also the ancestor witch of weather, with 8 human faces and a tiger's body, whose tail can stir up cataclysmic winds, embodying the essence of the wind. The ancestor witch of thunder, with the head of a strong tiger and a human body surrounded by violet lightning, can summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens with a single roar. The ancestor witch of electricity, with a human face and a bird's body adorned with a green serpent at the ears, sparkles with electric light and commands the boundless power of electricity. The ancestor witch of ice, with a human face and a bird's body, stands upon a green serpent surrounded by biting cold ice that freezes time and space in its wake. The 12 ancestor witches gather their energies, surging skyward enough to shake infinite time and space, yet the Pangu divine hall prevents any impact on the outside world. They exchange glances, their eyes flickering with a shared bloodline connection and a dominating aura that looks down upon the world. Although their primordial spirits are incomplete, they control their forms and the laws, possessing the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. In the secret realm of Phoenix Nest Mountain, a radiant 7-colored light intertwines with an innate 8 trigrams aura, forming 2 silhouettes. The woman is breathtakingly beautiful, surrounded by the aura of creation. Holding a spiritual spring jade, its body emits a gentle spiritual light nurturing all life. She wears an ethereal celestial garment that swirls with clouds and mist, capable of resisting all forms of intrusion. A drifting celestial belt around her waist can bind immortals and restrain laws. She is Niwa. The man is handsome, holding an innate 8 trigrams mirror, his eyes filled with wisdom. He is Fushi. The brother and sister share a connection, as if they are innately aware of each other's thoughts. In the secret realm of Jade Platform at West Kunlun Mountain, an innate pure Yin aura gathers at its center, transforming into a goddess clad in pure white palace attire. She wears a phoenix crown and holds a jade rui surrounded by pure Yin energy embodying the future Queen Mother of the West. Meanwhile, in the countless paradises and secret realms of the primordial world, many innate divine beings with great fortunes are taking shape. In the North Sea, a mass of North Sea mystical energy merges with a unique origin, transforming into a Kunping, its wings spanning billions of miles, exuding a terrifying aura. In the endless blood sea, a drop of ethereal blood essence transforms into the Nether River, surrounded by the laws of the Blood River, wielding the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, standing upon the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus with a cold gaze. In Zifu continent, a mass of innate pure yang energy takes the form of a pure yang Taoist whose aura flows in harmony with the universe, destined to become the future Dong Wanggong. On Nanhua Mountain, a red vine transforms into a Taoist wielding a crimson sword surrounded by swirling flames. In Qingqiu Mountain, a mass of nine-tailed fox energy transforms into a fox maiden, her beauty enchanting, surrounded by the laws of illusions. Numerous innate divine beings with great fortunes take shape. These transformed innate divine beings seem to sense the crisis looming in the external world, where the calamity reaches its peak and most intense moment. Thus they remain within their secret realms, protected by innate formations, not rushing to traverse the primordial world. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the three clans, the battle of the three supreme beings is terrifyingly fierce. The Ancestor Dragon wields the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, invoking an increasingly violent flow of water laws. With a flick of its tail, countless dimensions of time and space seem to be struck by a giant hammer, instantly shattering into fragments. The water laws turn into towering waves, carrying countless frozen shards of time and space as hundreds of thousands of worlds are born, only to be swallowed and frozen by the waves, leaving not a trace behind. Its claws tear through the void, each strike imbued with the dominance of tearing the law's essence. The nirvana fire of Yuan Feng is swept by the claw winds, momentarily extinguishing, forcing Yuan Feng to retreat and stand shoulder to shoulder with Shiqilin once more. Yuan Feng continuously disrupts with the phoenix bell the sound waves of reincarnation, gnawing at the Ancestor Dragon's primordial spirit like a maggot. The flames of her nirvana grow more intense. This fire can not only incinerate the flesh, but also ignite the laws and primordial spirit. Though the Ancestor Dragon's body is powerful, the dragon scales brushed by the fire feathers ignite the surface laws, releasing azure smoke of burnt laws and revealing the flowing dragon blood beneath. At times she transforms into a divine phoenix, soaring through the cracks of time and space, her wings flapping, sending countless time and space fragments ignited by flames towards the Ancestor Dragon like a meteor shower. At times she takes on a human form, wielding the innate spiritual treasure phoenix feather sword, which burns with nirvana fire. Each strike targets weak points in the dragon scales of the Ancestor Dragon, where the law's defenses are relatively thin, forcing the Ancestor Dragon to rotate the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to shield itself with the water laws. Shiqilin remains the most composed, continuously suppressing time and space with the Qilin seal. Each time the seal falls, the surrounding dimensions of time and space become incredibly viscous, as if trapped in a myriad of heavy quagmires. The turbid energy of the earth he summons grows thicker, manifesting countless fierce beast phantoms. These phantoms are not real entities, but are formed from the pure power of laws, constantly assaulting the Ancestor Dragon's water law barrier, depleting its powers. Each of his collisions seems to carry the weight of the entire primordial land. Though the Ancestor Dragon possesses immense strength, it emits a muffled groan when struck by his horn, and a crack appears in the scales on its body, the result of the collision between the earth laws and dragon might. Their battle unfolds not just within this dimension, but across countless dimensions, engaging in various forms of conflict simultaneously. In a past dimension, the Ancestor Dragon's phantom is clashing with the phantoms of Yuan Feng and Shiqilin amidst the chaos, churning the chaotic energies. In a future dimension, the three supreme beings continue their struggle for the dominance of the primordial realm, each collision further fracturing the already broken future dimension. Countless worlds are born and destroyed in their clash. A newly formed vast world with mountains and rivers just beginning to emerge is swept away by the Ancestor Dragon's breath, instantly evaporating into a pure energy consumed by the dragon's breath. In a vast world cluster teeming with millions of sentient beings, the flames of Yuan Feng's nirvana ignite it, spreading through the channels of laws between worlds. In an instant, the entire world cluster transforms into a sea of fire, ultimately burning away the foundational laws and vanishing completely from time and space. Countless dimensions of time and space are shattered by Shurchilan's horn, scattering fragments of laws throughout numerous dimensions, triggering countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. The ancestor dragon's eyes glimmer with tyrannical golden light, its roar resonating across countless dimensions. Today, let you all understand that in the primordial heavens and earth only my dragon clan reigns supreme. He manipulated the ancestral dragon pearl, the water principle, becoming increasingly refined, even beginning to erode the nirvana flames of the Yuan Feng and the earth principle of the Shurchilan, attempting to bring both principles under the control of the water principle. Yuan Feng let out a sharp phoenix cry, flames of vengeance burning in her eyes. You dragon clan, this battle will surely annihilate you. Her phoenix bell sound waves suddenly intensified the profound meaning of life and death, causing the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit to momentarily falter. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she flapped her wings and countless fiery feathers coalesced into a massive phoenix illusion, charging fiercely towards the ancestral dragon. Shurchilan let out a low roar, the radiance on its single horn becoming ever more brilliant. The primal earth cannot tolerate such audacity from you. He threw the Chilan seal into the air, the seal instantly transforming into a massive illusion of heaven and earth, descending to suppress the ancestral dragon, while he himself transformed into a beam of golden light rushing towards the ancestral dragon's flank, attempting to form a pincer attack with Yuan Feng. The battle of the three supreme powers intensified, the light of collapsing principles illuminating countless times and spaces. The principles of this vast primordial world violently trembled in their fierce clash, as if an unprecedented calamity could arrive at any moment. With the peak cultivation of a mixed Yuan golden immortal paired with the ancestral dragon, Pearl, the ancestral dragon, was able to withstand the siege of two other powerhouses of the same level without losing ground. This great battle lasted for an unknown number of years, countless times and spaces being birthed and destroyed in their collisions. The principles shattered like fragile glass, barely maintained under the self-repair of the heavens and earth's principles. The dominance of the ancestral dragon, the fierceness of Yuan Feng, and the resilience of Shurchilan were vividly displayed in this battle that transcended time and space. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Zhen Yuanzi observed for a moment before quietly departing. He could sense that the fortune of the three clans in battle had greatly diminished, and the calamity aura in the world had undergone some changes. The end of the Longhan calamity was about to arrive. It is time to collect some spoils of war. During these Yuan meetings, the three clans had erupted into countless battles, waging war against numerous races, consuming vast resources, yet they had also plundered countless treasures, many of which were stored in their respective treasuries. However, the three innate clans would ultimately decline, and the fate of the ancestral dragon and its kin would not be much better. Without the protection of the ancestral dragon and its kin, possessing so many treasures would instead bring disaster. They could not ultimately retain them. Rather than letting other powerful beings benefit, it would be better to let him have them. Thus, facing the existence of the three clans' treasury, Zhen Yuanzi, who always enjoyed collecting treasures, naturally would not choose to let it go. His first stop was the ancestral land of the East Sea Dragon clan. When Zhen Yuanzi crossed through endless time and space to arrive at the ancestral land of the Dragon clan, he discovered that the Dragon clan's foundation was indeed formidable. Even during the fierce battles with the Phoenix and Chilan clans, there were still over 10 great Luo golden immortals stationed in the ancestral land, setting up the Four Seas Heavenly Dragon formation to guard against enemy ambushes. With the strength of these over 10 great Luo golden immortals, and the array they had set up combined with the home field advantage, they were sufficient to contend against an average mixed Yuan golden immortal for at least a short period. Unfortunately, the one who had come this time was Zhen Yuanzi. With his strength and the treasures and supernatural abilities he possessed, he was simply not something these over 10 great Luo golden immortals along with their array could block. In fact, they couldn't even detect the traces of Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to directly charge in, concealing himself with the Chaos Dao compass, tearing through the void with the Hongmeng measuring ruler, silently infiltrating the depths of the Dragon clan's ancestral land. The Dragon clan's treasury was hidden within a chaotic bubble at the bottom of the East Sea, surrounded by 81 innate water formation arrays, with 3 great Luo golden immortals of the Dragon clan at the formation's core, each holding a high-grade innate spiritual treasure to guard. Zhen Yuanzi, however, was too lazy to crack the formations and also wished to avoid unnecessary commotion, so he chose to directly use the Hongmeng measuring ruler to slice open a spatial rift and stepped into the treasury. Inside the treasury, myriad rays of light filled the space, and auspicious qi surged like a torrent. Vast amounts of innate spiritual veins spanned between heaven and earth, coiling within the treasury and emitting a rich spiritual energy. Mountains of innate divine gold, spiritual jade, and spiritual ores shone with various colors, among which the gung metal and rin water attributes were particularly abundant, evidently collected by the dragon clan. Countless rare flowers and herbs, vast quantities of innate spiritual medicines blossomed in jade pots, emanating waves of unique fragrance. There were even dozens of innate spiritual roots, including over 30 low-grade innate spiritual roots, more than 10 mid-grade innate spiritual roots, and 3 high-grade innate spiritual roots. One of them was the high-grade innate spiritual root, the innate dragon blood tree, standing 1,000 zhang tall, its trunk coiling like a dragon, its leaves blood red, with dragon patterns swirling on each leaf. This tree was nourished by dragon blood, blossoming every 3,000 years, bearing fruit every 3,000 years, and maturing every 3,000 years, producing 99 dragon blood fruits each time. The dragon blood fruits could refine the physical body, allowing scaled beings to transform into true dragons or even acquire stronger dragon bloodlines, all without any side effects. Another was the high-grade innate spiritual root, the stabilizing sea divine needle pine, with needles like golden needles rooted in a chaotic divine stone, exuding an aura that stabilizes space and suppresses boundless seas. This spiritual root bloomed every 9,000 years, bore fruit every 9,000 years, and matured every 9,000 years, each time yielding 108 pine cones and 360 innate pine needles. The pine cones contained principles of space and water. Consuming one would allow one to comprehend a spatial supernatural ability or a water-related supernatural ability. The innate pine needles contained gung metal and sharp principles, possessing powerful lethality suitable for use as treasures or for refining into artifacts. The last one was the high-grade innate spiritual root, the innate dragon saliva vine, its vines entwined with treasure chi and the dripping juice condensed into dragon saliva jade, capable of nourishing the primordial spirit and enhancing comprehension of the water principle. Besides the spiritual roots, the treasury also contained countless rare treasures, even a vast number of various innate beings' bodies, with varying cultivation levels. However, those that were collected into this treasury had all possessed at least the golden immortal realm in their lifetimes. Naturally, the most numerous were the bodies of the Phoenix and Shilin clans. Evidently, these were all collected by the Dragon clan from the battlefield. They too had the habit of cleaning up the battlefield. It is unknown what they specifically intended to do with these collections, whether as materials for cultivation for refining puppets, or even for food. Among this vast number of bodies, none of the Dragon clan's bodies were found. It was evident that the bodies of the Dragon clan should be stored in another area, not in this treasury. As Zhen Yuanzi continued to delve deeper into the treasury, the types and quantities of treasures discovered increased. However, the number of innate spiritual treasures in this treasury was extremely scarce, with only a few uniquely useful innate spiritual treasures remaining here. But it is also understandable, now that the 3 innate clans were at war with the Dragon clan, powerful innate spiritual treasures would naturally be given to the strong within their clans, enhancing their combat strength rather than being left idly in the treasury. The harvest is quite good. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, summoning the earth book, its pages unfolding and emitting infinite suction. All the treasures of the treasury, including those innate spiritual veins and countless bodies of innate beings, flew into the earth book space, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Even the more than 30 innate spiritual roots were uprooted, leaving no trace behind. Having collected everything from the treasury, Zhen Yuanzi did not linger, following the faint fluctuations of the array, stepping directly into the space at the core of the formation. This space, though small, is filled with the rich pressure of innate dragon energy interwoven with array symbols. Each of the 3 Dragon clan Deluo Jingxian has a high-grade innate spiritual treasure floating around them, connected to the power of the array, radiating distinct waves of law. Above the head of the left Dragon clan Deluo Jingxian hangs a dragon horn bow, entirely emerald green, crafted from innate materials. The bow is inscribed with runes of wind and thunder, and with each subtle tremor, it stirs the fluctuations of the surrounding spacetime, emanating powerful waves of law, as if it could shoot arrows that tear through the void at any moment. In front of the central crimson-scaled Dragon clan, Deluo Jingxian, a shield shaped like overlapping crimson scales floats, its surface ablaze with fierce dragon flames, which as the flames flicker reflect profound patterns of law. Even though it is fixed by the power of the array, it still radiates a scorching wave, igniting any foreign object that comes too close. In the palm of the right Dragon clan Deluo Jingxian, a jade talisman, covered in mysterious patterns, quietly hovers, its body flowing with a layer of radiance, containing the power of confinement and suppression, resonating faintly with the confinement power of the array, clearly the key spiritual treasure, maintaining the array's binding effect. The three-dragon clan Dao Jingxian remain entirely unaware of the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi, still immersed in their focus on stabilizing the array. In an instant, the flow of time in the entire array space suddenly froze. The movements of the three-dragon clan Dao, the circulation of their power, and even the brilliance of the three spiritual treasures were all locked in that moment. The bowstring of the emerald dragon horn bow was about to tremble. The flames of the crimson shield froze in midair, and the radiance of the jade talisman also halted its flow, as if the threads of time had been drawn away. Immediately after, he pointed with his fingers, and the Hongmeng measure of heaven transformed into three fine golden lights, silently landing on the foreheads of the three-dragon clan Dao Jingxian. The golden light did not erupt with killing power, but instead contained a heavy intent of suppression, like three invisible, divine mountains pressing down. The three Dao Jingxian could not even react slightly. Their primordial spirits were shaken into a stupor, their bodies slumping down, completely losing consciousness. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. The three high-grade, innate spiritual treasures trapped in time and space broke free from their original masters and transformed into three streaks of flowing light flying into his palm. The fluctuations of wind and thunder from the dragon horn bow, the scorching waves from the scale shield, and the resonance of the jade talisman were all temporarily suppressed by his own laws, leaving only a faint glow of treasure circulating in his palm, which he then stored in his treasure space, where they were suppressed. Having completed all this, he glanced at the three fainted dragon clan Dao Jingxian, refraining from killing them. His figure flickered and vanished from the array space, leaving behind a time-space that slowly resumed its flow, as if no one had ever been there. After leaving the dragon clan's ancestral land, Zhen Yuanzi's figure flashed, crossing the endless distant time and space, once more arriving deep within the southern immortal volcano. The ancestral land of the Phoenix clan is perpetually ablaze with various innate divine fires, causing even time and space to be slightly distorted, with the air filled with the scorching laws of fire. As the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, it is likewise guarded by powerful arrays. In fact, the Wan Phoenix Burning Heaven array set up here is even more formidable than the Dragon Clan's 4C's Heavenly Dragon array, with the array guarded by 12 Phoenix Clan Dao Jingxian, capable of connecting to the southern immortal volcano group, and any slight movement would trigger the terrifying power of this group of volcano islands. However, Zhen Yuanzi concealed his aura with the Chaos Dao compass, and the Hongmeng measure of heaven traversed the array, avoiding all the array nodes, silently infiltrating the core. The Phoenix clan's treasury is hidden within a palace of glazed glass floating above the magma, with walls made of phoenix marrow glass reflecting the surging glow of the interior, and the internal space is vast, like a world of its own. In the center of the treasury, 9 stout, innate fire spiritual veins spiral, like fire dragons, their emitted spiritual energy, refined to unparalleled purity by the laws of fire. Even the air carries the temperature that burns the primordial spirit. Among the towering piles of celestial gold and divine or red gold, lihua copper, and phoenix crystal are the primary materials, all top-notch materials for refining fire-type magical treasures. The innate spiritual herbs placed in the jade basin are truly unique, including the undying grass that blooms in innate divine fire, the nirvana flower nourished by phoenix blood, and the netherfire moss that burns with ghostly flames. Each plant radiates vibrant vitality and intense fire energy. The quantity of innate spiritual roots exceeds that of the Dragon Clan's treasury, with over 50 in total. Among them, the lower-grade innate spiritual roots are the most numerous, occupying more than 30, such as the Flame Lotus and Fire Phoenix Tree. There are also more than 10 middle-grade innate spiritual roots, such as the Danxia Fruit Tree and Burning Heaven Vine. The two most striking upper-grade innate spiritual roots are: one is the Undying Phoenix Tree, its trunk woven like phoenix feathers with leaves burning, with eternal spiritual fire, blooming once every 6,000 years and bearing fruit every 6,000 years, yielding 36 fruits each time. The fruits of the phoenix can allow living beings to regain life on the brink of death. The other upper-grade innate spiritual root is the Southern Ming Lihua vine, its vines entwined with the essence of Southern Ming Lihua dripping juice that can ignite all things without harming the root itself. In addition, the treasury is also piled high with a vast number of innate spiritual bodies, primarily consisting of the bodies of the Qilin clan and the Dragon clan. Clearly, these are the spoils of the Phoenix clan on the battlefield, and as for their use, it should be as he guessed. However, the bodies of the Phoenix clan themselves are notably absent, suggesting that the Phoenix clan has a different arrangement for their own kin's remains. After a quick glance, Zhen Yuanzi noticed that there were also few innate spiritual treasures in the treasury, with only a few auxiliary spiritual treasures quietly resting on jade shelves, clearly indicating that the powerful innate spiritual treasures had already been taken away by the participating Phoenix Clan experts. He no longer delayed summoning the Earth Book. As its pages unfolded, even time and space paused. All spiritual veins, or spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and even those bodies transformed into flowing light, being absorbed into the Earth Book's space, leaving the glazed palace empty in an instant, with only the glow on the walls reflecting his figure. After leaving the treasury, Zhen Yuanzi frowned slightly. Although this Phoenix Clan treasury is also richly rewarding, he has yet to see the legendary top-grade, innate spiritual root of the Phoenix Clan, the Innate Wudong Tree. The Innate Wudong Tree is said to be the most important innate spiritual root of the Phoenix Clan, yet it was not cultivated in the spiritual root area of the treasury. Could it be carried by the Yuan Phoenix? However, upon reflection, this seems unlikely. Could it be placed in another area? He spread his divine sense again like a fine net enveloping the core area of the southern immortal volcano, finally, sensing a peculiar fluctuation of innate array law in a hidden canyon deep within the volcano. That canyon is enveloped by a profound innate array above, which burns the eternal nirvana, true fire left by the Yuan Phoenix. Any non-Phoenix life form that approaches would be instantly reduced to ashes. Above this array, 3 Deluo Jinxian of the Phoenix Clan exuding thick auras sit cross-legged in a triangular formation, their aura fluctuations connected with the array, clearly the guardians of this forbidden area. In the center of them stands an innate Wudong tree towering over 10,000 feet. The trunk is like gold cast, each inch of wood grain flowing with the patterns of Phoenix, true fire. The leaves stretch like countless small phoenix feathers, and when the golden droplets hanging from the leaf tips fall, they transform into vividly alive little fire phoenixes circling the trunk and crying out their phoenix cries, resonating with the pulse of the immortal volcano, radiating a Dao rhythm that can instantly enlighten any Phoenix Clan cultivator on the true meaning of nirvana. And indeed, it is the top-grade innate spiritual root, the Innate Wudong Tree. The figure of Zhen Yuanzi flickered as the Chaos Avenue compass quietly rotated, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler subtly emerged, penetrating the formation and landing in the valley. As 3 Feng Clan Deluo Golden Immortals sensed the anomaly and were about to open their eyes, they were fixed in place by an invisible force of time and space. Their pupils still held the moment of shock, yet their bodies could no longer move, and their consciousness became hazy. Zhen Yuanzi reached out with emotion, and the primal Wudong Tree, along with the primal divine soil beneath it, was drawn into the Earthbook space. He then stepped forward and silently left the immortal Fire Mountain. Following that, he proceeded in the same manner to the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, entering their treasure vault. As one of the 3 primordial clans, the Qilin clan's treasure vault contained various heavenly materials, primordial spiritual objects, primordial spiritual fruits, and primordial spiritual roots, all of which were comparable in type and quantity to those of the Dragon and Feng clans. This also brought Zhen Yuanzi considerable gains. It can be said that this journey among the 3 clans did not disappoint him, aside from the aspects of primordial spiritual treasures and top-tier primordial spiritual roots. In terms of various heavenly materials, primordial spiritual objects, and so forth, the harvest from any single treasure vault surpassed all that he had collected during his years of wandering in the wilderness. One could say that the act of collecting treasures from the 3 clans instantly multiplied his accumulation in this regard many times over. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the ancestral dragon and others. At the moment when the ancestral dragon was momentarily stunned by the sound waves of the phoenix bell, the fire phoenix illusion condensed by the primordial phoenix charged forward with a fierce might that could burn through eternity. That illusion was not merely a fire, it was woven from countless Fire Avenue runes. As it rushed forward, it suddenly exploded, unleashing countless tiny flame laws that burrowed into the ancestral dragon's body through the cracks in its scales. The ancestral dragon let out a painful roar, and his dragon body twisted violently as golden flames erupted in patches upon the chaos-colored scales. In a fit of rage, he laughed maniacally and spat out the ancestral dragon pearl. The pearl hovered above him, spinning rapidly, and the water law it invoked transformed from defense into countless fine law needles, accurately piercing the areas where the flame laws gathered within him, using the immense power of the Water Avenue law to forcibly strangle the flames that burned his primordial spirit. At the same time, the primordial Qilin transformed into golden light collided with the ancestral dragon's flank. Instead of a direct collision, it slammed down the Qilin seal's heavenly and earthly illusion. As the illusion landed, countless earth laws surged forth, like chains tightly binding the ancestral dragon's claws and tail. The auspicious and ominous energies intertwined at the tip of the horn, forming a spiral divine light that burrowed into the gaps of the ancestral dragon's body, causing the flesh beneath the scales to begin petrifying. That was the power of the earth laws attempting to completely turn the ancestral dragon's flesh into a stubborn primordial stone. A trivial skill. The ancestral dragon's eyes blazed with a fierce light as the dragon essence within him began to reverse flow. The flames on his chaos scales extinguished, instantly replaced by an even more terrifying pressure. He violently swung his ensnared tail, not to break free, but intentionally tightening the chains of the earth laws. Then, seizing the opportunity, his tail erupted with terrifying power, whipping the primordial Qilin towards the primordial phoenix. Seeing this, the primordial phoenix's pupils constricted, and as she flapped her wings to evade, she was obstructed by the tainted earth energy emanating from the primordial Qilin. At the moment of collision between the two figures, the ancestral dragon seized the chance, its claws tearing through space, directly appearing behind the primordial phoenix. The claws gathered with a destructive law capable of annihilating everything, ruthlessly striking at her still-injured left wing. Seeking death. The primordial phoenix roared in anger as she turned around. The nirvana fire on her foam feather sword surged violently, and at the moment of collision with the dragon's claw, the laws erupted with even more terrifying annihilation. The foam feather sword was knocked out of her hand, and the primordial phoenix's left wing suffered a new injury, blood falling like rain dripping onto the shattered fragments of space, igniting tiny fire lotuses. The primordial Qilin struck out violently, once more the Qilin seal crashing down from the heights of endless time and space, targeting the ancestral dragon's head. The beastly shadows on the great seal were no longer defensive, but transformed into countless sharp law lights, each carrying the primal ferocity of the wild beasts, piercing towards the ancestral dragon's horns like a swarm of ants biting bones. The ancestral dragon did not dodge. The chaos radiance on its horns surged, taking the heavy blow of the Qilin seal heating. The final result was that the Qilin seal was sent flying, shattering countless fragments of time and space, yet the ancestral dragon's horns only bore a faint white mark. He raised his claw, and the inverse scales on his neck suddenly split open, unleashing a jet-black token flowing with the essence of water. Indeed, it was the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Zhen Yuan Dragon Order. The token hovered in midair, instantly drawing upon the boundless waters of the primordial realm, transforming into countless black water dragons. These dragons were not physical, but were condensed from pure water power, and wherever they passed, laws disintegrated, and time and space melted. They bypassed the primordial phoenix's foam feather sword, directly pouncing towards the primordial Qilin as their dragon mouths opened and closed. The terrifying chill they emitted could freeze the laws of heaven and earth, momentarily stalling the primordial Qilin's earth laws. The primordial Qilin let out a furious roar. Its terrifying power surged, forcibly tearing apart 3 water dragons, yet it was still grazed by the 4th water dragon, causing a layer of black ice to form on its golden scales beneath, which the flesh was silently eroded by the water avenue laws, forcing it to mobilize the tainted earth energy to shatter the ice, splattering golden blood mixed with ice shards and staining a large area of time and space. The chaotic battle had already spread to more dimensions of time and space. In the endless dimensional realms, the 3 supreme beings were manifested in countless incarnations, continuously clashing in various forms and ways. The ancestral dragon's water avenue transformed into a turbulent, chaotic flood. The primordial phoenix's nirvana avenue coalesced into flames that could burn through chaos, and the primordial Qilin's earth avenue became a chaotic stone that bore everything. The intertwining collisions of the 3 made this space-time even more chaotic and violent. In the endless timelines and dimensions, their figures traversed continuously, and every clash annihilated countless possible futures while giving rise to new, unknown trajectories. The ancestral dragon manipulated the Zhen Yuan Dragon Order and the ancestral dragon pearl, resonating both treasures to merge the endless waters and the essence of the 4 seas, forming a chaotic water column that penetrated the dimensions of the heavens. The top of the column supported the ancestral dragon pearl, emitting a pressure akin to that of creating the world. The body of the column entwined with the annihilating water dragons invoked by the Zhen Yuan Dragon Order. Wherever it passed, countless dimensional realms shattered like bubbles, and even the vast worlds born from the collisions were instantly devoured. The primordial phoenix and the primordial Qilin exchanged a glance, reaching a brief understanding. The primordial phoenix soared high, the phoenix bell hovering above her. The sound waves of life and death formed a barrier composed of millions of living beings, illusions of birth and death, temporarily blocking the momentum of the water column. The power of the laws contained within the sound waves continuously dissolved the power of the laws contained in the water dragons. The primordial Qilin sank into the crevice of time and space, and the Qilin seal behind him transformed into a divine seal covering the heavens with countless earth spiritual veins surging forth from it, attempting to completely extinguish the foundation of the water column. Let's attack together. The primordial Qilin's roar penetrated the sound wave barrier, and the primordial phoenix understood. As she flapped her wings, the millions of fire feathers no longer scattered, but converged into a spear of flames woven from numerous laws, its tip flickering with primal fire capable of incinerating chaos aimed directly at the center of the water column, where the ancestral dragon pearl resided. The ancestor dragon laughed maniacally. This is good. His dragon claws formed a seal. The Zhen Yuan dragon order and the ancestor dragon pearl suddenly merged as one. The endless waters and the essence of the four seas reversed in an instant as the chaotic water column no longer dissipated outward but violently collapsed inward. The ancestor dragon pearl erupted with a devouring chaotic force at the center of the collapse, fiercely pulling even the Dao energies of the Yuan Phoenix and the beginning Qilin towards the vortex's center. At the moment of collision between the fiery spear and the vortex, the laws of this spacetime momentarily stagnated. Countless spacetimes were completely reduced to nothingness in this impact, erasing even the traces of their existence. The dimensions of spacetime that narrowly escaped destruction were thoroughly distorted by the violent currents of the laws, transforming into a bizarre realm of neither birth nor death, neither existence nor non-existence. When the light dissipated, the ancestor dragon's body bore numerous deep wounds exposing bone. Chaotic dragon scales littered the ground, each scale's fall heralding the demise of a vast world of spacetime. The Yuan Phoenix's left wing was nearly torn apart, her nirvana fire dim like a candle in the wind, and even the Dao laws within her body exhibited rare turbulence. The beginning Qilin's single horn shattered halfway, golden blood spilling like a waterfall across countless spacetimes. Each droplet that touched the ground caused the laws of that spacetime to completely shatter. Yet the battle intent in their eyes burned ever more fiercely and frenziedly. This war, which determined the supremacy of the primordial world, had only just entered its most perilous stage. The ancestor dragon is too strong. Let's combine forces for a quick resolution. The beginning Qilin transmitted his thoughts to the Yuan Phoenix. The Yuan Phoenix nodded, her phoenix eyes flashing with determination. She exchanged a glance with the beginning Qilin and simultaneously activated their source power. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens World Incineration. The Yuan Phoenix's nirvana fire surged violently, her body transforming into a chaotic sun that pierced through countless spacetimes. The flames contained terrifying power capable of incinerating the past and igniting the future. Wherever it passed, even time itself burned as it charged toward the ancestor dragon. The sound waves of the Phoenix Bell reached their peak as countless illusions of beings from birth to death erupted within the ancestor dragon's sea of consciousness, attempting to shake his Dao heart's foundation. Qilin's suppression of the world annihilate the Dao. The beginning Qilin's body swelled exponentially, merging with the Qilin seal, transforming into a chaotic divine mountain that suppressed the ages. The mountain peak was inscribed with various intertwining symbols of Dao laws. Each symbol that fell caused the laws of heaven and earth in that spacetime to first shatter and then reorganize, depleting the ancestor dragon's water essence, striking down upon him with great force. This is good. The ancestor dragon's eyes flashed with madness as he suddenly opened his mouth to swallow the ancestor dragon pearl. At the same time, he burned his own boundless primordial mana, invoking the deepest forbidden divine arts of the dragon clan. The Zhen Yuan dragon order hovered above his head, releasing the lifeless water birth from the endless waters. This water was not liquid, but a source of destruction capable of obliterating all vitality and laws, forming a pitch-black domain around him. Dragon annihilation of the heavens chaos. His body erupted with unprecedented brilliance, transforming entirely into a chaotic light beam that traversed infinite spacetimes, containing terrifying power of the laws that disregarded all defenses and Daos, directly colliding with the forbidden arts of the Yuan Phoenix and the beginning Qilin. Boom! Countless spacetimes were utterly obliterated in that moment, even the concepts of spacetime and laws shattered into a realm of absolute nothingness beyond even chaos. The ancestor dragon's chaotic light beam pierced through the world-incinerating sun and the world-suppressing divine mountain. One of the Yuan Phoenix's wings was grazed by the beam, instantly turning to nothingness, nearly extinguishing her nirvana fire, leaving only a wisp of primordial spiritual light flickering in the void. The beginning Qilin's Qilin seal was sent flying, a deep wound visible to the bone torn across his chest. Golden blood poured out like the Milky Way, spilling into the void, each droplet carrying a piece of the earth. However, the ancestor dragon was not unscathed either, as the sound waves of the phoenix bell breached his divine defense, causing his sea of consciousness to feel as though it were struck by a chaotic hammer, inflicting excruciating pain that made his dragon body convulse violently. The beginning Qilin's world-suppressing divine light invaded his body, revealing countless spiderweb-like cracks on his dragon body. Even the chaotic dragon scales began to shed in patches, exposing bone that resembled chaotic divine iron. The three supreme beings suffered heavy injuries, simultaneously falling from the crevices of space-time and crashing heavily onto the battlefield below. Puff! The three terrifying powers of the primordial golden immortal peak simultaneously spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood transformed in the air into billions of fragments of laws, each containing the power to destroy a vast world. Their auras instantly wilted, yet they still stared fiercely at each other, their eyes filled with intertwined, killing intent and battle spirit, unwilling to yield even slightly. The terrifying pressure they released as they fell swept over the battlefield below like a world-destroying storm. Countless beings engaged in the battle, whether from the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, or Qilin Clan. Even the peak powers of the Tai Golden Immortal were instantly reduced to dust under this pressure, leaving no fragments of their divine sense behind. In just an instant, billions of innate beings fell, and even some Deluo Golden Immortals suffered heavy injuries. However, at that moment, the calamity energy that pervaded the world receded like a tide. And with the dissipating calamity energy, the power of the Heavenly Dao returned as the force that obscured their minds vanished. The innate beings caught in the battle, including the ancestor Dragon Yuan Phoenix and beginning Qilin, suddenly seemed to awaken their divine senses, regaining clarity. As the ancestor Dragon Yuan Phoenix and beginning Qilin regained clarity, the three supreme beings gazed blankly at everything before them: the shattered heavens and earth, the flowing sea of blood, and the battlefield below, which had been nearly emptied, along with the severed limbs of their kin floating in the blood sea. What is this? The Yuan Phoenix trembled as she looked at the corpses of the Phoenix clan below, those familiar figures, her carefully taught juniors and veteran warriors who had fought alongside her for countless years, now turned into cold corpses. In her Phoenix eyes, for the first time, endless sorrow and confusion emerged. What have I done? The beginning Qilin stared blankly in the direction of the unmatched mountain where his kin were collapsing in droves, the ancestral land of the Qilin already submerged in a sea of blood. He had always believed he was fighting for the supremacy of the Qilin clan, but now it seemed that the so-called supremacy had only brought about a crisis of near extinction. No, impossible, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with despair. I am the sinner of the Qilin clan. The ancestor dragon's body trembled violently as he gazed at the dragon corpses sinking into the blood sea, and at the four seas eroded by chaotic malevolence. An unprecedented regret surged within him, unifying the primordial world, proving the Dao of Chaos. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice laden with self-mockery. In the end, I have unknowingly pushed the dragon clan toward destruction. I am the eternal sinner of the dragon clan. They had once been the exalted ancestors of their clan's peak powers of the primordial golden immortal, one of the rulers of the primordial world. Yet at this moment they felt only like sinners. Sinners who had doomed the future of countless kin. Sinners who had destroyed the primordial world's heavens and earth. Looking at this ravaged world and feeling the remaining wails of the heavens and earth, the hearts of the ancestor Dragon Yuan Phoenix and beginning Qilin were filled with endless regret and despair. Their pride and ambitions shattered completely at this moment, leaving only deep-rooted pain and self-reproach. As the calamity energy of heaven and earth dissipated, the Dao of heaven, which had been shrouded by the calamity's dark aura, finally returned. It immediately sensed everything that was happening within the vast wilderness. In an instant, it comprehended the entirety of the dragon and Han great calamity. The damaged barriers of heaven and earth, the turbulent east seas vortex, the scorched southern continent, the boundless ocean of blood, and the corpses of living beings. Endless slaughter and destruction lay bare under the watchful gaze of the Dao of Heaven. With a hum, the Dao of Heaven responded, descending in infinite force of karmic retribution. The first to bear its brunt were the ancestors of the three great clans: the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin. Pitch-black karmic energy like chains instantly wrapped around their bodies, permeating deep into their primordial spirits. Moreover, it was not only them. All beings of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, regardless of strength or weakness, were enveloped by this endless karmic energy. From now on, not only would it be difficult to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, but their cultivation would also be hindered by this karmic energy, leaving them unable to make any progress. Furthermore, the fortune of their clans would also be tainted by this endless karmic energy, affecting their own destinies and sources of fortune. The ancestor dragon felt the sinister and heavy force within him, and regret filled his dragon eyes even more. Karma. This is the karma descended by the Dao of Heaven. The primordial phoenix, witnessing the painful struggles of her kin and hearing their desperate wails, felt a tide of regret wash over her. It was I. It was I who harmed the Phoenix clan. She thought of the fallen kin, recalling the disastrous state of the Phoenix clan, leaving her heart in tatters. The first Qilan's fierce aura completely dissipated, leaving only endless exhaustion and sorrow. He gazed at the blood-red earth at the foot of the Buzhou mountain and the tattered banner of the Qilan clan, murmuring to establish a grand empire. In the end, it was all for naught. Who can I be worthy of? Am I deserving of the protection of the Pangu Father God? Am I deserving of the trust of the young men in my clan? At this moment, the three supreme beings, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilan, were filled with extreme regret, as the so-called Grand Empire had turned into an empty dream. The once vast clan had suffered devastating losses and nearly annihilated. They had turned the vast wilderness into a scene of ruin, causing endless slaughter and grievances, thus becoming enshrouded in boundless karmic energy. It could be said that they had completely severed the future of their clan, with even the possibility of extinction looming. Even if they managed to survive, countless clans of the wilderness would turn against them, and from then on the three innate clans would be despised by the vast wilderness. Moreover, it was not just the current beings of these three innate clans who would be despised by heaven and earth. As their clan's fortune became tainted by endless karmic energy, even their descendants would suffer, bearing immense sins and facing great difficulties in achieving any notable accomplishments. The ancestor dragon slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the remaining members of the dragon clan. Behind him, the few remaining mixed Yuan golden immortals and great Luo golden immortals, such as Ying Long and Zhu Long, their auras diminished, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. He then looked towards the East Sea vortex, still spewing forth chaotic malevolence, the very place where his dragon clan had risen, now continuously wreaking havoc upon the wilderness and destroying their homeland. Enough! Enough! The ancestor dragon let out a mournful dragon's roar, as if he had made a decision within his heart. He suddenly turned around, sweeping his dragon claw, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping Ying Long and the others. Ying Long, you and the clan members return to the ancestral land. Rest well and safeguard the last bloodline of the dragon clan. Hurry! Ying Long and the others felt anxious and wanted to refute, but they were deterred by the determination in the ancestor dragon's eyes, only able to nod helplessly. We obey the clan leader's command. Watching the figures of his kin disappear into the horizon, the ancestor dragon took a deep breath, his dragon head gazing at the skies, his voice carrying endless sorrow and solemnity, resounding in every corner of the wilderness. O Dao of Heaven! Today I, the ancestor dragon, have recklessly initiated a great calamity, causing the beings of the wilderness to suffer, turning vast territories into ruins with sins too great to forgive. I am willing to fill the East Sea vortex with my own body to suppress the chaotic malevolence. From now on, the dragon clan will withdraw from the wilderness, forever guarding the four seas, acting on behalf of heaven to bring clouds and rain and protect the peace of the water clans, thus redeeming the sins of my dragon clan. Let the Dao of Heaven witness. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor dragon no longer hesitated, his immense dragon body quaking, radiating brilliant golden light, a manifestation of his own essence burning. He shot forth like a golden meteor, piercing through heaven and earth, diving towards the chaotic East Sea vortex. Boom! The moment his dragon body plunged into the vortex, the entire East Sea churned violently before quickly calming down. The fissures spewing chaotic malevolence shrank at a visible rate, the malevolent aura gradually calming down like a tamed beast. The ancestor dragon's body merged with the power of the laws of heaven and earth deep within the vortex, forming an invisible barrier that firmly locked the chaotic energies of the wilderness beneath the sea. In response, the Dao of Heaven sensed it and rained down boundless golden light of merit from the heavens, cascading like a waterfall into the East Sea, submerging with the ancestor dragon's residual true spirit, while the rest fell upon the receding figures of the dragon clan. The karmic energy on the dragon clan dissipated like dirt washed away by clean water, instantly fading away by more than half, yet the remaining karmic energy still loomed terrifyingly, like a brand inscribed upon their fortunes. The primordial phoenix observed the ancestor dragon's grand act of filling the vortex with his own life, a hint of admiration flashing in her phoenix eyes, which soon transformed into a similar resolve. She waved her hand to send away the remaining Phoenix clan members, her voice echoing through heaven and earth. O Dao of Heaven! I, the primordial phoenix, have recklessly initiated a great calamity, going against the heavenly mandate, causing the southern continent to turn to scorched earth, with no living beings remaining. My sins are profound. Today, I am willing to suppress the immortal volcano of the south, extinguish the earthly fire, and quell the calamity, thus dissipating the karmic energy of the Phoenix clan. Let the Dao of Heaven witness. As her voice fell, the primordial phoenix transformed into a stream of seven-colored light, plunging into the depths of the immortal volcano's magma. The previously erupting immortal volcanoes fell silent. In an instant, the towering smoke dissipated, the flowing magma gradually cooled and solidified, and the toxic clouds enveloping the southern continent began to thin. The Dao of Heaven also sensed this, raining down boundless merit to cleanse the karmic energy on the Phoenix clan, while a hidden golden egg in a certain place received special care. However, likewise, this merit could not completely wash away all the karmic energy of the Phoenix clan, and the remaining karmic energy was still immensely large. The first Qilin watched the choices of the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He also sent away the remaining members of the Qilin clan, then looked at the ravaged wilderness, his voice solemn and mournful. O Dao of Heaven, I, the first Qilin, have recklessly initiated a great calamity, going against the heavenly mandate, causing the earth veins to fracture. My sins are hard to redeem. Today, I am willing to disintegrate my being, transforming into the auspicious energy of heaven and earth to fill the void left by the earth veins. From now on, wherever the Qilin appears, auspiciousness will surely follow, thus repaying the sins of my Qilin clan. Let the Dao of Heaven witness. As his voice fell, the first Qilin's body erupted, transforming into countless streaks of seven-colored auspicious energy, showering the wilderness like fine rain. This auspicious energy merged into the fractured earth veins, bringing life back to the collapsed mountains. It seeped into the murky rivers, purifying the waters that fell upon the scorched earth, causing tender green shoots to break through the surface. The Dao of Heaven sensed it, descending golden light of merit showering down upon the remaining figures of the Qilin clan, and their karmic energy also dissipated by more than half. In the primal land, after the sacrifices of the ancestors of the three great clans, true peace has finally arrived. The East Sea ripples with azure waves free from malevolence. Although the southern continent remains shattered, it has ignited a spark of new hope. The earth veins in the central land are stable, radiating an aura of auspiciousness. However, the three clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, are no longer glorious. The remaining clansmen bear the remnants of their karma, retreating back to their ancestral lands, and seldom making appearances henceforth. Their fortunes are tainted by karma, and even those descendants who possess extraordinary talents find themselves ultimately constrained by it, struggling to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the three clans, apart from the innate three clans that have already been sent away, numerous surviving beings from the primordial myriad races remain. Among them are the remnants of the Scale and Armor clan, the injured from the avian species, the survivors from the terrestrial beasts, and countless small clans that had attached themselves to the three clans. Now, as the Ancestor Dragon and others either fill the sea or suppress the volcanic fires or repair the primordial realms, those beings from the primordial myriad races who have survived the calamity also plan to depart. Although they were forcibly drawn into the calamity due to the three innate clans suffering heavy losses, with some clans having only a handful of members left alive, while others have been completely extinguished, this does not account for those who have perished entirely. Thus, naturally, they harbor immense hatred towards the three innate clans. Yet in this great calamity, although the strength of the three innate clans has suffered greatly, the losses incurred by these subordinate clans, these small clans caught in the calamity, are even more devastating. Therefore, even though the three innate clans have also suffered severe losses, and even though their deterrent power has diminished without the Ancestor Dragon, it is not something that these fortunate survivors can easily contend with. They can only return to their respective clan territories to recuperate and plan for the future. However, just as they are about to leave the battlefield, an unexpected change occurs. Boom! A deep rumble reverberated through heaven and earth. The surrounding space suddenly warped, and a vast formation enveloping an immeasurable expanse materialized out of thin air. On the formation, demonic patterns intertwined, black mist swirling, and countless demonic shadows howled within, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to devour everything. Not good. This is an unparalleled killing formation. An experienced old cultivator exclaimed, his face turning pale instantly. This formation seemed to transcend endless time and space, trapping all surviving primordial beings within, and no matter the direction they attempted to break through, they would be repelled by a terrifying force. Immediately after, a sharp, ear-piercing cackle echoed through the heavens and earth, carrying a chilling aura. The innate three clans have sent away the Ancestor Dragon. In the end, they sacrificed themselves to mend the heavens, allowing their remnants to survive. But who will protect you, insignificant ones? The ominous words were like demonic sounds, piercing the ears, drilling into the consciousness of every being. though the calamity has passed, your time of death has just begun. Stay here and become nourishment for my master's path to enlightenment. Roaring. A surge of demonic energy erupted from the core of the formation, like a black tide sweeping across the heavens and earth, corroding even time and space as it passed. This demonic energy, carrying the purest force of destruction and pollution, ruthlessly invaded the bodies of living beings. Those with lower cultivation levels instantly cried out in agony as they exploded, their flesh consumed by the demonic energy, merging into strands of blood and malevolence that seeped into the formation. Some tiny golden immortals struggled to resist, but they could only watch helplessly as their bodies were eroded by the demonic energy, their primordial spirits, tainted madness gradually surfacing in their eyes. Even the Deluo golden immortals were entangled by the demonic energy, their laws sluggish, their magical treasures dimmed, falling into a bitter struggle. Who is it? A Deluo golden immortal from the Scale and Armor clan roared, brandishing a postnatal spiritual treasure spear piercing through the demonic energy in front of him. Cowardly rat, dare to act up here. The calamity has passed, and the Heavenly Dao is restored. How dare you go against the heavens and slaughter the primordial beings? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Another Deluo golden immortal questioned in a hoarse voice, flames raging around him, yet still unable to completely isolate the demonic energy. In response, there was only a more ferocious demonic energy and an even more terrifying pressure. The demonic patterns within the formation grew increasingly radiant, and countless black chains shot out from the formation's center, wrapping around the surviving beings, continuously draining their magical power. Meanwhile, in the western continent at Mount Shumi, a gigantic magical formation that shrouded the entire mountain appeared, resonating with the magical formation on the battlefield of the three clans, separated by an unknown number of time and space at an immeasurable distance. This formation is connected to the battlefield formation through countless secret spatial passages, and the blood-flesh, primordial spirits, and fragments of laws of the beings slaughtered by the demonic energy on the battlefield transformed into rolling blood and malevolence, pouring into Mount Shumi through the passages, being crazily absorbed by the slaying immortals' sword formation hidden at the base of the mountain. Upon the sword formation, 4 ferocious swords. The slaying immortals' sword, the slaughter immortals' sword, the trapping immortals' sword, and the severing immortals' sword buzzed, their blood patterns becoming clearer, radiating a terrifying sharpness capable of severing the laws of heaven and earth. At the heart of the formation, Luo Ho quietly observed this scene. Almost there. Just a bit more. Luo Hao's voice echoed in the demonic palace. Once these blood and malevolence have been absorbed, the slaying immortals' sword formation will become even more powerful, and even Hongjun will not be able to stop me. At this critical moment, as countless primordial beings were being slaughtered, a figure clad in a dark yellow Taoist robe stepped out from the cracks in time and space. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the struggling primordial beings within the formation, his brow furrowed. The Dragonhan calamity had already caused more than 90% of primordial beings to perish. If these survivors were to be slaughtered completely, the vitality of the primordial realm would be nearly extinguished. Luo Hao's methods are becoming increasingly ruthless. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to retrieve the Hongming Quantity Heaven Ruler. As the ruler emerged, a chaotic halo instantly spread, and a pressure that transcended the laws of heaven and earth radiated outward. Zhen Yuanzi held the Quantity Heaven Ruler and waved it gently. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a chaotic ribbon sliced through the void, cleaving through the core of the magical formation, shrouding the battlefield as easily as slicing through tofu. Crack! That seemingly indestructible magical formation, capable of trapping countless primordial beings, and even Deluo golden immortals, shattered like glass. The demonic patterns, black mist, and vengeful spirits within the formation instantly dissolved under the illumination of the chaotic ribbon, leaving not a trace behind. Puff! Puff! The dozens of powerful demonic beings hidden in various parts of the formation, controlling the magical array, had their primordial spirits simultaneously shatter at the moment the formation broke, their bodies turning to ashes, unable to even let out a scream. Who is it? From outside the formation, the furious roar of a demonic leader echoed, filled with anger and shock. However, Zhen Yuanzi paid no heed, vanishing from his spot in an instant, leaving the rescued primordial beings exchanging glances, their eyes filled with relief from surviving the calamity and gratitude towards their savior. As for that demonic leader, after a furious roar, he too quietly fled the scene. After all, without the aid of the magical formation, the remaining demonic beings present were nearly annihilated, and their main forces were not here. If they did not leave quickly, those surviving primordial beings alone would be enough to make him suffer. Moreover, there was also the powerful being who had just intervened. Mount Shumi Demonic Palace. Luo Ho, feeling the changes as the slaying immortal's sword formation absorbed the blood and malevolence, suddenly changed countenance. His connection with the battlefield magical formation had been severed in an instant. My Luo Ho's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of suspicion flashing within. Who broke my 10,000 demons devouring soul formation? Just as he was about to deduce the whereabouts of the attacker, his heart suddenly jolted, and he instinctively looked up at the void. Suddenly 4 streams of light tore through the endless void, crossing distances as vast as the sands of the Ganges in the blink of an eye, appearing in the sky above Mount Shumi. As the light dissipated, 4 figures materialized, each emanating a pressure that shook the heavens and the earth. The foremost figure, clad in a plain Taoist robe with an ancient countenance, was none other than Hongjun Laozu. Beside him stood a Taoist in a blue robe holding a whisk surrounded by chaotic streams of energy, his aura ethereal and elusive. He was Yangmei Laozu. On the other side, 2 Taoists stood shoulder to shoulder. One was dressed in a Yinyang Taoist robe surrounded by the Taiji diagram, exuding the Tao rhythm that balanced the universe. He was Yinyang Laozu. The other wore a robe of 5-colored radiance, mastering the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, his presence as heavy as the earth. He was Wu Xing Laozu. Yangmei Laozu, Yinyang Laozu, and Wu Xing Laozu were indeed the helpers invited by Hongjun Laozu to confront Luo Ho. As for the originally destined Qiankuan Laozu, who should have been invited by Hongjun Laozu to join the battle, he had long since fallen at the hands of Zhen Yuanzi. Thus in his place, it was Wu Xing Laozu who was invited by Hongjun Laozu. Yet each of them present was a top innate powerhouse in the current Primordial Chaos, all possessing latest stage Hunyuan Jingxian cultivation, with Hongjun Laozu and Yangmei Laozu reaching the peak of Hunyuan Jingxian. 3 Dao friends, this is the place. Hongjun's gaze fell upon the demon palace atop Mount Shumi, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. The war of the 3 clans has brought suffering to the beings of the Primordial Chaos, all orchestrated by the demon ancestor Luo Ho here. He intends to use the power of the Great Calamity to slaughter myriad clans, nourish the demonic energy, and ultimately achieve Hunyuan Dao, overturning the Primordial Chaos. Yinyang Laozu looked towards the vast demonic formation on Mount Shumi, sensing the bloody aura connected to the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Such a strong smell of blood. Luo Ho's actions are akin to uprooting the Primordial Chaos. This cannot be tolerated. He practiced the Yinyang Dao, emphasizing balance and order, while Luo Ho's demonic path emphasized slaughter, destruction, and pollution, contrary to his own path. Wu Xing Laozu's 5 elemental laws circulated around him, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. This scoundrel has turned the West into a realm of demonic energy, even tainting the spiritual energy. If he achieves the Dao, will our Primordial Chaos not become a land of demons? He controlled the 5 elements closely linked to the Primordial Chaos and loathed Luo Ho's actions deeply. The 2 innate powerhouses naturally would not easily trust Hongjun's words, but even from an immeasurable distance, they could sense the situation of the 3-clan battlefield. Furthermore, with the heavenly secrets gradually restoring, they could deduce many things with a slight push, thus generating immense hostility towards Luo Ho. After all, such a being plotting and scheming against the Primordial Chaos from behind the scenes would naturally not be welcomed by them. The current Primordial Chaos was still the place they relied on for survival, while Luo Ho's demonic path transformed the Primordial Chaos into a realm of demonic energy conflicting with their own paths. If Luo Ho were to achieve the Dao, the Primordial Chaos would no longer be suitable for their cultivation unless they changed their own foundations. More importantly, both of them harbored ambitions to control the Primordial Chaos and naturally would not allow Luo Ho's evil path to seize the initiative. Only Yangmei Laozu cast a glance at Hongjun, his gaze seemingly indifferent, yet holding a profound meaning. Having lived through the Chaos era and known Hongjun for countless years, how could he be unaware of the other's schemes? To weaken the top combat power of the Primordial Chaos through the war of the 3 clans, then unite with them to eliminate Luo Ho, ultimately consolidating the order of the Primordial Chaos himself. This plan was indeed meticulous. Yet he did not expose his thoughts, for if Luo Ho truly achieved the Dao through the Great Calamity, it would not bode well for him either. With the demonic path reigning supreme, the spiritual energy of the world could be tainted by demonic energy. Rather than allow Luo Ho to succeed, it would be better to lend a hand to Hongjun, going with the flow and first eliminate Luo Ho. In the end, he would observe who between him and Hongjun achieved the Dao first, thus taking control of the Primordial Chaos. Yangmei Laozu gently waved his whisk and said softly, Luo Ho's actions are too tyrannical. He should indeed be made to understand that the Primordial Chaos is not his personal dojo. Seeing the 3 men's attitudes clarified, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Hongjun's eyes as he looked up at the demon palace, his voice echoing across Mount Shumi. Luo Ho, come out and face your death. Inside the demon palace, Luo Ho, hearing the conversation outside, not only did not panic, but instead let out a wild laugh. Hongjun, Yongmei, and Yin Yang Wuxing, you've brought quite a few old friends. Since you've come, just stay and become the stepping stones for my Dao achievement. As his voice fell, the entire Mount Shumi trembled violently. Overwhelming demonic energy surged into the sky, merging with the fierce aura of the Zhuxian sword formation to form a black pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Soon Luo Hao's figure appeared, standing atop the world-destroying Black Lotus, exuding an incomparably terrifying might. Luo Ho swept his gaze over the several powerhouses present, then looked at Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing behind Hongjun, a mocking grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Hongjun, you and I were originally in a struggle between Dao and Demon, with victory and defeat depending on our own means. Yet now you bring 3 helpers. Are you afraid of me? His body was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, the fierce aura of the Zhuxian sword formation already linked to his presence, his eyes filled with disdain. Hongjun's expression remained calm as he held the Chaos Jade disc, speaking lightly. Luo Ho, your words are mistaken. You have disturbed the primordial chaos with your demonic path, slaughtering myriad clans, causing the heavens and earth to shatter and the beings to suffer. This is no longer a personal grievance between you and me, but a matter of enmity against the very existence of the primordial chaos. His gaze swept over the swirling demonic energy around Mount Shumi, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. If you can abandon the demonic path, abolish your demonic techniques and fruits, and sincerely repent joining us to protect the primordial chaos, you might still seek a glimmer of hope. What can a monster of the universe possibly say? Yin Yang Laozu stepped forward, the Yin Yang energies swirling around him. The demonic path is fundamentally against the heavens and reason, nourishing itself with slaughter. Allowing you to remain in the primordial chaos for even a day is one day of disaster. Abolish your cultivation early, and perhaps you can still preserve a remnant soul. Wu Xing Laozu also said coldly. While the demon remains, the Dao cannot survive. Luo Ho, today you have become the target of everyone. If you are sensible, then surrender at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for joining forces to completely erase you. Ha ha ha. Luo Ho laughed wildly at these words, his laughter filled with madness and disdain. Abolish my cultivation. Surrender. Hongjun, do you take me for a naive child? Luo Ho was no innocent in the struggle for Dao. There was no life without death. If he were to abolish his demonic cultivation and fruits, would he not be completely severing his own path, and his strength would greatly diminish? Even if he survived, he would likely end up in a miserable fate as a result. With a sudden lift of his hand, he pointed to the void. The path of the demonic Dao is to go against the heavens, proving the Dao through slaughter. If you wish to stop me, then experience the might of my Zhuxian formation. As his voice fell, Luo Ho gestured with his fingers, and a thunderous roar erupted from the base of Mount Shumi. Buzz! 4 fierce swords suddenly broke through the mountain, floating between heaven and earth. The Zhuxian sword gleamed with a chilling brilliance, as if it could sever the threads of cause and effect. The Luxian sword radiated a blood-colored light, exuding an aura of bloodlust. The Xian sword disappeared into the void, concealing boundless killing intent. The Juetian sword swirled with black gas, embodying the essence of destruction. The 4 swords formed a formation, and the Zhuxian formation diagram unfolded at the center, instantly enveloping an unfathomable expanse of time and space. There is a poem to attest: neither copper nor iron nor steel once hidden beneath the Shumi mountain. No need to invert yin and yang for the forging. Is there not water and fire to temper the brilliance? Zhuxian brings victory, Luxian brings demise. The Xian sword ignites red light all around. The Juetian transforms in infinitely marvelous ways. The blood of the great Luo immortal stains the garments. Above is the classic, below I shall show my clumsiness. Neither gold nor jade nor frost once forged at the peak of Shumi. Without borrowing the Qiankuan cauldron for forging, how could one rely on the sun and moon to temper the cold brilliance? As the Zhuxian sword formation was activated, the boundless killing intent, murderous aura, and calamity energy accumulated in the primordial world surged towards the formation diagram, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, exponentially increasing the might of the 4 fierce swords. The runes on the sword's body lit up, forming a killing formation that pierced through heaven and earth, as all time and space, all laws of heaven and earth, were blocked outside the formation. When Hongjun and the 4 supreme innate beings saw this, their expressions changed simultaneously. What a terrifying killing formation! The ancestor of the 5 elements narrowed his pupils, feeling the sharp brilliance that could slaughter everything in the world, and for the first time a sense of dread arose in his heart. The ancestor of Yin and Yang tightly grasped the Taiji diagram and said solemnly, This formation invokes the killing intent of heaven and earth. Its sharpness is unmatched, and the aura of slaughter is too overwhelming. The ancestor of Yang Mei gazed at the spatial laws flowing within the formation with a heavy expression, yet did not speak. Hongjun also discerned some clues, but for the moment he refrained from explaining. You all dare to come and obstruct my path to enlightenment. A furious roar from Luo Ho echoed from within the formation. Then do you dare to enter the formation? What is there to fear? The ancestor of Yin and Yang, already known for his volatile temperament, was instantly provoked by Luo Ho and burned with rage. Holding the Taiji diagram, he flew towards the Juetian formation door, declaring, Today let me show you what the way of Yin and Yang truly is. The ancestor of the five elements was equally unwilling to show weakness. With five-colored radiance blooming all around him, he rushed towards the Luxian formation door with the five elements diagram, the five elements mountain, and the five elements sword, 3 treasures in tow. I want to see if your petty formation can withstand the power of my 5 elements. 2 fellow Taoists. Hongjun seemed to want to dissuade them, but it was already too late. He could see that this formation was extremely perilous. Though Yin and Yang and the 5 elements had treasures, or top-grade spirit treasures to protect them, they might not be able to escape unscathed. But now that things had come to this, he could only say solemnly, Ancestor Yang Mei, you and I should also enter the formation. Ancestor Yang Mei nodded, his figure shimmering as he transformed into a blue rainbow and entered the Xian formation door. Hongjun held the Pangu banner with the 12-petaled golden lotus above his head, slowly stepping into the Zhuxian formation door. The moment the 4 mixed primordial beings entered the formation, the Zhuxian sword formation roared to life. Boom! Endless primordial killing energy and earthly turbid energy erupted from the formation, like a tide of darkness, instantly submerging the 4 formations. Immediately after, a vast and boundless killing sword energy appeared out of nowhere. Each strand of sword energy contained the power to sever laws and annihilate souls, densely packed, pouring down like a torrential rain. Inside the Juetian formation, the ancestor of Yin and Yang instantly summoned the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. As the Taiji diagram unfolded, the Yin and Yang energies flowed endlessly, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. The sword energy struck against the barrier, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds, yet it could not break through the defense. However, the killing moves of the Juetian formation were not limited to this. The laws within the formation inverted. Yin and Yang became chaotic. Even the flow of time fluctuated between fast and slow, attempting to disturb the Dao heart of the ancestor of Yin and Yang. A mere parlor trick. The ancestor of Yin and Yang snorted coldly, forming hand seals. The Yin and Yang fish on the Taiji diagram spun rapidly, forcefully restoring the chaotic laws, while simultaneously rebounding a force of Yin and Yang that shattered the surrounding sword energy. Within the Luxian formation, the pressure on the ancestor of the 5 elements was even greater. The Luxian sword was focused on slaughter, and the sword energy within the formation was the most violent, infused with poison that eroded souls. The ancestor of the 5 elements did not dare to be negligent, unfolding the 5 elements diagram with the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a 5-colored barrier. The 5 elements mountain floated above his head, casting down countless rays of earthy divine light, stabilizing his mind. The 5 elements swords circled in front of him, emitting 5 strands of law sword energy, clashing with the killing sword energy in the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the sword energies colliding echoed endlessly as the 5 elements laws and the killing laws continuously obliterated and reorganized, causing the entire Luxian formation to tremble violently. The ancestor of the 5 elements' face turned slightly pale. The ferocity and power of the Luxian sword was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Inside the Zhuxian formation, Hongjun remained calm. The 12-petaled golden lotus above his head radiated boundless golden light of merit, completely isolating the surrounding blood-killing energy and killing sword energy. The lotus platform rotated, exuding the Dao rhythm that purifies everything. He did not rush to break the formation, but rather held the Pangu banner, quietly observing the flow of laws within the formation. This formation is based on the 4 Zhuxian swords, using the killing formation diagram as a guide, with the core being those 4 killing swords. As long as the 4 killing swords are seized, the formation will naturally collapse. Inside the Xian formation, the figure of ancestor Yang Mei flickered in and out of sight. He was skilled in the Dao of space, and the spatial illusions of the Xian formation were like a mere facade to him. Above his head, a crimson golden tower faintly floated, inscribed with endless spatial runes with mysterious light, cascading down, completely integrating his figure into the void. No matter how the sword energy in the formation twisted and turned, or how it concealed itself to launch a sneak attack, it could not touch him in the slightest. He even had the energy to observe the formation, seeking an opportunity to break the formation. Quite interesting, Ancestor Yang Mei said with a slight smile. Though Luo House formation is strong, it cannot trap me. Outside the formation, Luo Ho observed the scenario within the four formations, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which soon turned into a cold smile. It can withstand for a moment, but cannot withstand for a lifetime. When the formations might reaches its peak, it will be your time to fall. He formed seals with his hands, continuously pouring his vast magical power into the Zhuxian sword formation. In an instant, the four fierce swords blazed with brilliance, and the killing sword energy within the formation became denser and more terrifying, causing even heaven and earth to tremble under the pressure of the formation. Meanwhile, on the western continent atop an unnamed immortal mountain, Zhen Yuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, his robes gently fluttering in the mountain breeze. His gaze appeared calm, yet pierced through an unfathomable distance, crossing layers of temporal and spatial barriers, clearly reflecting the earth-shattering scene atop Shumi Mountain. The Zhuxian sword formation hovered in the air with the four fierce swords emanating a brilliance that could cleave heaven and earth, while the powers of Dao and demon clashed, causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble violently. The battle between Dao and demon, the final battle, has finally arrived, Zhen Yuanzi said, with a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with understanding. Upon seeing Luo Ho activate the Zhuxian sword formation, while Hongjun and the other four supreme innate beings entered the grand formation, Zhen Yuanzi realized that the final confrontation of this battle between Dao and demon had officially begun. Moreover, he could sense that once the Zhuxian sword formation was in operation, it became a self-contained world of formations, isolating all connections between the inside and outside, even locking time and space completely. In order to confront Hongjun and the other four supreme innate beings, Luo Ho would surely plunge all his focus into the formation, leaving no energy to attend to the outside world. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. The demon clan has managed the West for countless years, and Luo Ho, as one of the first innate gods and demons created during the opening of the heavens, must have countless treasures and resources hidden in his treasury. It is time to pay a visit to the demon clan's treasury. Zhen Yuanzi felt a stir in his heart, and in a moment the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler quietly appeared in his hand. The ruler was suffused with a chaotic luster, and the Dao runes inscribed on its body flickered softly, emitting a power that could tear through the fabric of time and space. Zhen Yuanzi perfectly merged his aura with the chaotic Dao compass, completely concealing the celestial secrets. Then with a single step he transformed into an almost imperceptible streak of light alongside the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The streak of light traversed the infinite gaps of time and space, crossing distances as vast as the sands of the Ganges. In the span of a single thought, it had already descended upon Mount Sumeru. At this moment, Mount Sumeru was still teeming with powerful demons, yet they were utterly unable to detect Zhen Yuanzi's arrival. He silently surveyed the entire mountain and began his deductions. Soon he sensed a region deep within the mountain's belly, heavily encased by layers of formations. That region was shrouded by at least 10 layers of innate formations, their interwoven array patterns radiating an aura that could block divine sense and defend against all spells. Clearly a vital demonic stronghold. This is the place, Zhen Yuanzi confirmed in his heart. An ordinary treasure vault would never be guarded by such an intricate formation. Moreover, the density of treasure chi here far surpassed other areas, indicating a priceless hoard. However, whether because Luo, who had long resided on Mount Sumeru, making it his headquarters, or for other reasons, this area, despite being protected by numerous innate formations, was not personally guarded by any demonic powerhouse. Zhen Yuanzi took a step forward and arrived before the formations. Though these formations were profoundly arcane, even using several innate spirit treasures as formation eyes, even he would need considerable time to break them. Yet before the Hongmeng measuring ruler, they could be directly ignored. Without further delay, Zhen Yuanzi held the ruler and made a gentle slash. Rip! A rift in time and space appeared out of thin air, directly piercing through the 10 layers of innate formations, revealing the passage to the treasure vault. Zhen Yuanzi stepped inside, and the rift healed instantly, as if it had never existed, without even triggering the formation's alarms. Upon entering the vault, he immediately surveyed the demonic treasury. Above, a star-studded void could be seen. Below, the ground was paved with innate spirit jade. In the distance, rivers of spiritual veins surged, emitting an intensely rich spiritual energy fluctuation. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. Spiritual veins spanning heaven and earth coiled like golden dragons in the void, constantly emanating a dense, pure, innate spiritual energy. Among them, several core spiritual veins were of the supreme innate grade, second only to the extremely rare ancestral veins. Sea-like quantities of immortal gold and divine ores were piled into mountains. Ores of all attributes, gung metal, rin, water, bing, fire, were abundant. The innate gung metal, especially abundant in the west, formed a vein spanning billions of miles, shimmering with an incomparably sharp luster enough to forge countless treasures. Countless innate spirit herbs and spiritual plants grew in the spirit fields: netherworld grass, blood lotus, blackheart orchid. The variety and quantity rivaled the treasuries of the three innate races without any inferiority. In the area where innate spirit roots were cultivated, dozens of low to mid-grade innate spirit roots stood in orderly rows, each with unique effects and extraordinary qualities. At the very center of these innate spirit roots, an ancient tree towering 1,000 zhong was particularly striking. Its body was jet black, its leaves like swords, and black lightning coiled around its branches. It was the high-grade innate spirit root, the world-destroying demon elm. This tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and ripens once every 10,000 years. In total, 30,000 years are required to harvest 18 fruits. The world-destroying fruits it bears contain an essence of the Dao of destruction. Consuming one can instantly increase a Deluo cultivator's power by 10,000 years and greatly aid in comprehending the laws of destruction. Truly worthy of the demonic treasury, Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly. These spiritual veins, mineral veins, spirit herbs, and spirit roots alone match the depth of the Dragon Clan's treasury. Including other treasures, it might even surpass it. Unlike the treasuries of the three innate races, this demonic treasury also contained over 200 innate spirit treasures. Although most were low to mid-grade innate spirit treasures, there were also over 10 high-grade innate spirit treasures, making their value immense. And this was not counting the innate spirit treasures held by demonic powerhouses outside. Zhen Yuanzi had now arrived at the area where the innate spirit treasures were stored. In this region, hundreds of radiant light clusters floated, each emitting the distinct aura of a different spirit treasure. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhen Yuanzi counted exactly 233 innate spirit treasures. Among them, 180 were low-grade and 42 were mid-grade, each radiating formidable power that would make even Deluo golden immortals fight desperately. The most precious were the 11 high-grade innate spirit treasures, each possessing terrifying might. Luo Hu's wealth is indeed substantial. Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but remark. After countless great battles, the treasuries of the three innate races were nearly depleted, with most treasures already in use by their powerhouses. Yet the demon race, relying solely on the western lands, had amassed so many spirit treasures. Adding those used by demonic powerhouses, the number was even greater, a testament to their relentless plundering. After all, Luo Hu did not possess the innate supreme treasure, the Qianquan cauldron, to refine innate spirit treasures. Thus, although the Qianquan ancestor once had many such treasures, the comparison was not straightforward. One could only say that the demon race ruling the entire West and Luo Hu, one of the first top-tier innate divine demons since the creation of the world, were indeed immensely wealthy. These treasures, spirit treasures, and spirit roots were likely accumulated from the demon race's plunder of Western resources. Besides this, Luo Hu's personal treasures were also stored here. However, now all of this would benefit him for nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi summoned the Earth Book. The book unfurled, revealing a boundless space on its pages, emitting a devouring suction force. Zhen Yuanzi pointed a finger, and the spiritual veins, mineral veins, spirit herbs, spirit roots, and spirit treasures in the vault, as if drawn by an invisible force, turned into streaks of light and flew continuously into the Earth Book space. The world-destroying demon elm was uprooted along with the surrounding spirit soil and flew into the Earth Book. The innate gung metal vein was moved entirely, transforming into a golden torrent that merged into the pages. The 233 innate spirit treasures, like birds returning to their nests, arranged themselves neatly on the jade shelves within the Earth Book space. The entire process was smooth and effortless. In just a few breaths, this vast treasury, as grand as a great world, was completely emptied, not even a single spirit herb left behind. Zhen Yuanzi put away the Earth Book and dusted off his hands as if he had merely done something trivial. Then, with a wave of his hand, just as with the treasuries of the three innate races, he conjured illusions of the original treasures. Without a personal inspection, no one could discern the truth. After finishing, he concealed his form once more and silently withdrew from the vault area, arriving at a spatial rift outside Mount Sumeru. From this vantage point, he could take in the full view of the immortal slaying sword formation and keep track of Luo Hu's movements at any time. Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged in the spatial rift, watching with great interest. In the conflict between Hongjun and Luo Hu will inevitably choose to detonate the Western Earth veins. At that time, I need only stop him in time. He mused inwardly while beginning to tally the gains from this expedition. Within the Earth Book's vast space, the accumulations of the 3 innate race treasuries and the demonic treasury were now stored. The pile of various treasures and resources was astronomically immense. Meanwhile, within the immortal slaying sword formation, the fierce battle raged on. In the core space of the Zhuxian sword formation, Luo Ho stood atop the Annihilation Black Lotus, observing the figures of Hongjun and the others as they wielded their respective treasures or spiritual artifacts to fend off the sword energy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His fingertips trembled with the god-slaying spear, the spear tip flowing with the resonance of slaughter and destruction, its voice echoing through the 4 formations like the cold winds of the 9 nether. Do you all think this is the full power of the Zhuxian sword formation? Too naive. Before the words fell, Luo Ho suddenly executed a spell. Buzz! The spatial formation shook violently as boundless killing intent and blood essence surged from the formation's core, coalescing in midair into an endless torrent of black sword light. These sword lights no longer poured forth chaotically, but transformed as if they had gained life, morphing into black dragons and demonic shadows, shrieking with a soul-rending howl, and they lunged furiously at Hongjun and the others. Within the slaughtering immortals formation, the sword energy was already the most violent and fierce, and at this moment it surged like a tide imbued with the toxic essence that eroded the primordial spirit. Moreover, among these innate great beings, the 5 elements ancestor was the only one without a treasure for protection, and his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Faced with the ferocious and endless sword energy within the slaughtering immortals formation, along with the innate toxic essence that sought to corrode his primordial spirit, he found himself struggling to cope. Even with the protection of the top-tier innate spiritual treasures, the 5 elements diagram and 5 elements mountain, he still felt the terror of this slaughtering sword energy and the innate toxic power. As time passed, he sensed that the protection of the 5 elements diagram and 5 elements mountain was being shaken. His own primordial spirit and magical power were being suppressed, and he faintly felt a trend of weakening in his realm's strength, which filled him with dread. He hurriedly increased his magical power and activated his respective spiritual treasures. Around him, the laws of the 5 elements flowed. The 5 elements diagram unfolded into a 5-colored barrier enveloping him, while the 5 elements mountain floated above his head, radiating 5-colored mysterious light for protection. The 5 elements sword transformed into 5 rivers of laws, continuously shattering the incoming sword lights. Bang, bang, bang. The clash between the slaughtering sword energy and the power of the 5 elements caused the 5 elements ancestors' blood to surge. The toxic essence within those sword lights seeped in through the gaps in his defenses, corroding his primordial spirit and causing his sea of consciousness to throb painfully. What a powerful corrosive force! The 5 elements ancestor felt a surge of panic in his heart. He could clearly sense that the speed of his primordial spirit's operation was slowing down, and his control over the laws of the 5 elements was showing subtle delays. What horrified him even more was that as time passed, the brilliance of the 5 elements diagram and the 5 elements mountain began to dim at a visibly rapid rate. The defenses of these 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures were actually being shaken hard. I can no longer afford to be in passive defense. The 5 elements ancestor roared in anger, channeling all his magical power, and the 5 elements sword suddenly surged 1,000,000,000 times, transforming into a divine sword of the 5 elements that pierced through heaven and earth, striking down fiercely at the torrent of sword energy ahead. Boom! Where the divine sword passed, millions of sword lights shattered, but even more slaughtering sword lights surged in like a tide, instantly filling the gaps. The 5 elements ancestor's face turned pale, a trace of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. In that previous attack, not only did he fail to shake the formation space, but he instead suffered a backlash. At that moment, a towering demonic shadow broke through the torrent of sword energy, charging directly at him. Luo Ho had arrived, and the 5 elements ancestor was precisely the first target selected by Luo Ho. After all, he was only at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and he was also the only one without a treasure for protection, making him the prime choice. Luo Ho's head was crowned with the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Demonic Pagoda, whose body was pitch black with millions of demonic chains hanging down, blocking all the surrounding sword energy. Beneath him, the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus slowly spun, emitting ripples that purified all attacks. In his right hand, the god-slaying spear gleamed sharply, and with the point of its tip, countless timelines were annihilated beneath it. His left hand held the Annihilation Millstone, which turned and radiated the terrifying power to grind through the laws of the Great Path. 5 elements brat die. Luo Ho's voice carried an oppressive weight, and even before he got close it made the five elements ancestor's primordial spirit tremble violently. The five elements ancestor's pupils constricted his heart, filled with a complex and bewildering emotion. At this moment he felt numb, completely numb. Simultaneously, only one thought arose in his mind. Steady. Too steady. But it was not him who was steady, rather it was Luo Ho, this demon, who was simply too steady. He saw clearly that every piece of Luo House attire was at least a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, especially the god-slaying spear and the annihilation millstone, which exuded an incomparably terrifying power, being treasures of the Heavenly Dao, not inferior to innate supreme treasures. Within the Zhuxian sword formation to deal with him, he actually deployed such worthy treasures. Madman. Luo Ho, that madman. He is actually using such a setup against me. The five elements ancestor wailed in his heart, knowing he was no match, and turned to escape. However, the Zhuxian sword formation had long severed the space-time from the outside, and the spatial laws were completely locked down. As soon as he initiated his escape technique, he was blocked by the surrounding sword energy, making it impossible to break free, clearly unable to escape easily. Can you escape? Luo Ho sneered, shaking the god-slaying spear, its tip transforming into a black line that pierced through time and space, instantly appearing before the five elements ancestor. The five elements ancestor gritted his teeth, placing both the five elements diagram and the five elements mountain in front of him, while the five elements sword transformed into a five-colored beam of light, piercing directly at Luo House heart, attempting to trade his life for a life. Clang! The god-slaying spear collided with the five elements sword, sending the five elements sword flying instantly, causing the laws of the five elements on its body to become chaotic. Following that, the spear tip struck fiercely against the five elements diagram and the five elements mountain. Crack! The light curtain of the five elements diagram twisted violently, revealing spiderweb-like cracks, while the five elements mountain was also knocked back, the runes on its surface dimming significantly. Uft! The five elements ancestor struck hard, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, he was after all a powerful being at the late stage of the Hongjun golden immortal. From within the blood mist, a golden primordial spirit flew out, quickly coalescing into a new body, though his aura had significantly weakened. It's not over yet. Luo Ho, seizing the advantage, hurled the annihilation millstone with great force. The millstone spun rapidly in the air, transforming into a chaotic millstone that devoured everything, shattering the laws of the five elements and annihilating the dimensions of space and time. The body that the five elements ancestor had just coalesced was once again shredded by the millstone, and even a crack appeared on his primordial spirit. Luo Ho, you dare! The five elements ancestor's primordial spirit roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He could sense that Luo House attack was locking onto his original Dao fruit. Once the Dao fruit was destroyed, he would completely perish. At that time, the best outcome would probably be that his innate, indestructible spiritual light would fall into the realm of eternal annihilation, needing to wait for endless years before he could be revived. The five elements ancestor naturally would not resign himself to such an ending. The two top-tier powers immediately engaged in a brutal battle within the slaughtering immortals formation. Every strike from Luo Ho carried the might to annihilate the heavens and destroy the earth. The god-slaying spear shattered laws the world, destroying fragmented space. The celestial demon tower bound the soul, and the 12-petal black lotus fiercely suppressed the five elements ancestor. The five elements ancestor had to contend with the murderous sword energy of the extermination sword formation, while facing Luo House ferocious attacks. His body shattered time, and again relying solely on the indestructible characteristic of the primordial golden immortal to forcibly coalesce and revive. His five elements diagram and five elements mountain defenses grew weaker, while the five elements sword was entangled by the chains of the celestial demon tower, making it difficult to wield. With each reformation of his body, his original Dao fruit was eroded by Luo House demonic energy, leaving him just a step away from demise. At this moment, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted within the absolute immortal formation. The Yin-Yang ancestor also sensed the situation within the extermination formation, aware that the five elements ancestor was in imminent danger, knowing that any delay would lead to total annihilation. No longer hesitating, he urged the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to its utmost. From Taiji comes the two forms. The two forms transform into the four symbols. The four symbols open the golden bridge. Break for me. The yin and yang energies on the Taiji diagram spun violently, instantly transforming into a white jade golden bridge that spanned time and space. The golden bridge radiated a chaotic aura, and wherever it passed, the spatial barriers of the absolute immortal formation shattered inch by inch, forcefully tearing open a passage to the outside of the formation. Not good. Luo House expression changed drastically. Although the extermination sword formation refined by him could be considered the world's deadliest formation under the Heavenly Dao, it still struggled to contain such an innate treasure as the Taiji diagram. If the Yin-Yang ancestor were allowed to activate the Taiji diagram and transform it into a white jade golden bridge, the opponent would surely escape the extermination sword formation, making it far more difficult to deal with them later. If the Yin-Yang ancestor gathered more powerful beings, the situation would likely turn completely in their favor. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Luo House Divine Sense surged, instantly connecting with the entire extermination sword formation, linking it to the Western Earth veins, enhancing its power. Boom. The vast, vibrant power of the Western continent's Earth veins surged forth. An endless stream of Earth vein energy flowed into the extermination sword formation through the hidden passage. These forces were fierce and domineering, containing the immense power accumulated over countless eons, instantly causing the brilliance of the four fierce swords to surge exponentially. The power of the extermination sword formation skyrocketed suddenly. Just as the white jade golden bridge was about to step out of the formation, it was violently struck by an unexpected, terrifying force. The golden bridge trembled violently, its journey across space forcibly interrupted, and it was violently sent back inside the absolute immortal formation. The Yin-Yang ancestor spat out a mouthful of essence. Blood disbelief etched across his face. This formation can actually draw upon the power of the Western Earth veins. Not only him, but the five elements ancestor within the extermination formation Hongjun and the Yangmei ancestor within the trapping immortal formation all changed their expressions drastically. How vast are the Western Earth veins? They are one of the primal foundations formed during the creation of the world, containing enough power to sustain the operation of the entire Western continent of the primordial world. Now that they were drawn upon by the extermination sword formation, the power of this killing formation underwent a monumental transformation. Haha. Hongjun Yangmei, today is your day of demise. Luo House maniacal laughter echoed through the four formations. The power of the Western Earth veins is limitless. Let's see how long you can endure. As the Earth vein energy surged, the murderous sword energy within the formation grew even more terrifying, each blade containing the weight of the Earth vein source and the sharpness of metal. The five elements ancestors' five elements diagram shattered completely, and the five elements mountain was pierced through by sword energy dozens of times, with cracks on his divine soul growing larger, resembling an extinguished flame. Though the Yin-Yang ancestors' Taiji diagram remained undamaged, it was ensnared by countless sword energies imbued with Earth vein power. Not to mention breaking the formation, even maintaining his own defense became extremely difficult. He could only barely protect himself. Within the extermination formation and the trapping immortal formation, the pressure on Hongjun and the Yangmei ancestor increased severalfold. The 12-petal golden lotus above Hongjun's head trembled incessantly, its merit golden light being sliced by sword energy, producing a sizzling sound. Although the Yangmei ancestor's scarlet cosmos golden tower could traverse space, it too was locked by the Earth vein power, nearly being struck by sword energy multiple times, but overall he still managed to navigate with some ease. The entire extermination sword formation had fully unleashed its true unparalleled might. Meanwhile, in the time-space rift outside the formation, Zhen Yuanzi witnessed all of this. He also noticed the changes in the extermination sword formation and its drawing upon the Earth vein power. However, Luo Ho merely drew upon the Earth vein power to enhance the extermination sword formation. As long as he did not choose to detonate the Western Earth veins, he would not intervene, nor would it greatly affect the Western Earth veins. After all, if he severed the connection between the Western Earth veins and the extermination sword formation early on, even if Luo Ho possessed the extermination sword formation, it would not be so easy to simultaneously deal with four top-tier innate beings. At that point, he might not even choose to fight to the death. Within the extermination sword formation, blood and slaughter surged. The power of the Earth veins flowed like a raging river into the four fierce swords. Luo Ho stood at the formation's center, surrounded by a mix of demonic energy and Earth vein power. A sinister smile appeared on his face, his eyes filled with malice. Hongjun Yangmei, Yin-Yang, five elements. Today is your day of death. Once I sever you, no one in the primordial world can stop me from achieving the Dao. He unleashed a series of Grand Seal techniques, summoning the endless blood and Earth vein power within the formation, transforming them into time-space spanning demonic swords, frantically slashing down at the figures within the four formations. The might of the entire extermination sword formation, bolstered by the Western Earth veins, had reached an unprecedented peak, continually strengthening the attacks in his hand. Within the trapping immortal formation, the situation of the five elements ancestor became increasingly perilous. His body was repeatedly pierced by Luo Hao's god-slaying spear cracks on his divine soul deepening, while his original Dao fruit was entwined by the blood and slaughter energy emanating a faint light on the brink of shattering. Afflicted by the endless fierce and blood energies, his consciousness gradually blurred, his eyes filled with a frenzied crimson. Luo Hao, do you want to kill me? I will self-detonate my Dao fruit to drag you down with me. Luo Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Self-detonate your Dao fruit. Does that even qualify? Before his words could finish, the five elements' ancestors' divine soul suddenly swelled. An aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth erupted from within him. He truly detonated his own original Dao fruit. Five elements returned to ruin, perish together. With a desperate roar, the five elements' ancestors' divine soul exploded, completely transforming into a torrent of five elements sweeping through the heavens. The five great laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth violently intertwined within the torrent, tearing apart countless dimensions of time and space. Even the spatial barriers of the trapping immortal formation were forcefully shredded by this power. Not good. Luo Hao's expression changed dramatically, instinctively summoning two top-grade, innate defensive spiritual treasures to shield himself, while urging the defenses of the Celestial Demon Tower and the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus to their utmost. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated as the five elements' torrent violently crashed against the defenses. The two top-grade innate spiritual treasures shattered instantly, transforming into a shower of radiant light. The Celestial Demon Tower and the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus trembled violently, their defensive light screens nearly collapsing. Luo Hao was rocked by this force, his vitality surging, black, demonic blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but ultimately managed to block the core power of the self-detonation. At the moment the formation tore apart, the three supreme innate spiritual treasures left by Patriarch Five Elements, the Five Elements Diagram, the Five Elements Mountain, and the Five Elements Sword, transformed into three beams of spiritual light propelled by the force of the self-destruction, breaking through the encirclement of the immortal slaying sword formation and fleeing outward. Trying to flee, Luo Hao roared in fury, poised to give chase, but then he saw that within the absolute immortal formation, Patriarch Yin Yang had already made another move, forcing him to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the treasures and turn to strike at the absolute immortal formation. Outside the formation, within a spatial rift, Zhen Yuanzi was quietly observing. Suddenly, he saw a fleeting fissure appear in the immortal slaying sword formation, from which three beams of spiritual light laden with dense five elements laws flew out. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The primordial ruler of heaven instantly shot forth, transforming into three chaotic ribbons that precisely entangled the beams of light. Collect! With a soft exclamation, the Five Elements Diagram, the Five Elements Mountain, and the Five Elements Sword were drawn into his earthbook space. Zhen Yuanzi weighed the gains in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. An unexpected delight. Meanwhile, within the absolute immortal formation, Luo Hao had already arrived. Patriarch Yin Yang, witnessing the self-destruction and fall of Patriarch Five Elements, was shaken to his core. Influenced by the blood-fiendish aura within the formation, his mind grew frantic. Luo Hao, he'll fight you to the death. He summoned the Taiji diagram, whose yin and yang qi transformed into a grinding mill, ceaselessly crushing the incoming demonic energy and sword aura. At the same time, he activated the might of the supreme innate treasure, attempting to breach the formation once more. Luo Hao let out a cold laugh. The god-slaying spear swept horizontally, its tip carrying the aura of the Great Dao of Annihilation, colliding with the Taiji diagram. Old Yin Yang Ghost, the five elements are dead. Do you think you can escape? The two supreme innate grand cultivators were instantly locked in battle. Although Luo Hao had sustained minor injuries from Patriarch Five Elements self-destruction, his demonic might remained undiminished. The god-slaying spear shattered laws, the annihilation millstone crushed the Dao, the demon subduing tower locked souls, and the 12-petal Black Lotus shielded his body. Each strike was ruthless and venomous, targeting the flesh and primordial spirit of Patriarch Yin Yang. Patriarch Yin Yang struggled to hold on with the Taiji diagram, but he was hard-pressed. Though the Taiji diagram was powerful, his own cultivation base was inferior to Luo Hao's, and suppressed by the immortal slaying sword formation, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. His body was corroded by demonic energy, his primordial spirit shaken by the spear light, and he soon approached the brink of doom. Ha ha ha! The demon is a foot high, the Dao is 10 feet high. Today I'll show you that the Dao can also be destroyed. A flicker of madness gleamed in Patriarch Yin Yang's eyes as he completely abandoned any hope of survival. Luo Hao, I curse you before the Heavenly Dao. May you never attain the Dao for all eternity. With that, he too detonated his fundamental Dao fruit. This time, without the buffer of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the full force of the self-destruction fell upon the demon subduing tower and the annihilation Black Lotus. Boom! A force more terrifying than Patriarch 5 Elements self-destruction erupted. The absolute immortal formation completely shattered, and even the entire immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. Cracks even appeared on the immortal slaying formation diagram at the formation's core. Luo House demon subduing tower was blasted away with a large depression in its body. The 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus also developed cracks, its defenses completely breached. He himself was flung back by the explosion's shockwave, his body shattering inch by inch, suffering severe injuries, while also enduring the backlash from the formation. Luo Ho reformed his body, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Having endured the self-destructions of 2 latest-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal Grand Cultivators in succession, even he was gravely wounded. Nevertheless, although he had sustained a fundamental Dao wound, given time, he could still recover. And exchanging this for the fall of 2 top-tier innate Grand Cultivators was entirely worthwhile. Subsequently, he was about to claim the Taiji diagram left behind by Patriarch Yin Yang, when he saw that supreme innate treasure transform into a stream of light and vanish from the formation into thin air, as if taken by someone using a great divine ability. Luo Ho roared, but he had no time to investigate. Within the trapping immortal formation, seizing the opportunity presented by the formation's turbulence, Patriarch Yang Mei activated the Crimson Cosmos Golden Tower atop his head, unleashing a brilliant spatial divine light. Spatial escape. Patriarch Yang Mei's figure merged into the void, exploiting the formation's flaw to instantly traverse endless time and space, disappearing beyond the immortal slaying sword formation. Within the immortal slaying formation, Hongjun, witnessing the fall of 2 fellow cultivators and the escape of another, could not help but let out a long sigh. Yet a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he ceased to conceal his strength. Luo Ho, it's time to end this. Above Hongjun's head, a mysterious jade disc wreathed in countless Dao principles slowly materialized. It was the damaged Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Jade Disc of Creation. The disc cascaded down boundless, creative, mysterious light, like a waterfall enveloping Hongjun's entire body, purifying all the surrounding blood-fiendish aura. Reveal. Hongjun's body shook, and 3 figures flew out from within him, each emanating the pressure of a latest-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. These were the 3 corpses he had severed. Almost simultaneously, a beam of white light flew in from the void, entering one of the avatar's bodies. It was the Taiji diagram left behind by Patriarch Yin Yang. It was Hongjun, relying on the Jade Disc of Creation, who had summoned it over and assigned it to his avatar for use. Although not yet refined, it was still a supreme treasure of the primordial chaos, capable of unleashing terrifying might. Another avatar wielded the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Head Staff, and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, its defenses as solid as gold. The final avatar held the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus and the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball. The Merit Golden Light and the smiting force of the ball complemented each other. Hongjun's main body, wielding the Pangu banner, and with the Jade Disc of Creation above his head, reached an unprecedented peak of power. Is this the method of attaining the Dao through the 3 corpses? Luo Ho arrived at the immortal slaying formation and witnessed this scene. His pupils constricted, and for the first time he saw the profound mystery within. So this was Hongjun's method of attaining the Dao. Die! Hongjun's main body let out a low shout. The Pangu banner swung, and an axe blade, as if splitting heaven and earth, tore through the void, carrying the essence of sharpness to cleave straight at Luo Ho. The 3 avatars also struck simultaneously. The avatar holding the Taiji diagram manifested a white jade golden bridge, sealing off Luo House escape route. The avatar wielding the Dragon Head Staff activated the apricot yellow flag, causing billions of yellow rays to cascade down, protecting itself, while simultaneously smashing the Dragon Head Staff directly at Luo Ho. The avatar holding the red embroidered ball hurled the ball, which transformed into a mountain that suppressed the heavens, crashing down upon Luo House's head. Luo Ho gritted his teeth, meeting the Pangu banner with the god-slaying spear, while the demon subduing tower and the annihilation Black Lotus shielded his body. The annihilation millstone spun to block the red embroidered ball and the Dragon Head Staff. Clang! The axe blade of the Pangu banner clashed with the god-slaying spear. Luo Ho felt a tremendous force surge through him. The spear shaft trembled violently, and his tiger's mouth split open. The sharpness essence of the Pangu banner was indestructible, almost completely shattering his defenses. Immediately after, the red embroidered ball and the Dragon Head Staff struck the annihilation millstone. The Jade Disc of Creation also exerted its power at the same time, sending the millstone flying backward. The golden bridge of the Taiji diagram closed, entrapping Luo Ho at its center. The creative, mysterious light of the jade disk of creation descended, causing Luo Ho's magical power circulation to stagnate. The axe blade of the Pangu banner seized the opportunity to strike the demon's subduing tower. The already damaged demonic tower was instantly split open, its defenses completely shattered. The residual force of the axe blade did not diminish, slashing into Luo Ho's shoulder and drawing a spray of black demonic blood. Hongjun. Luo Ho roared maniacally, channeling his magical power in an attempt to break out. But Hongjun and his three avatars coordinated seamlessly, the power of their treasures stacking, and managed to suppress him completely. More despairing was the fact that the god-slaying spear could not breach the creative, mysterious light protecting Hongjun's main body. Every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, the axe blade of the Pangu banner clung like a persistent ghost, continuously tearing his defenses, and his injuries grew increasingly severe. Bang! Luo Ho's body was once again blasted apart by the Pangu banner. After reforming, his aura had decayed to its lowest point. Both the demon subduing tower and the annihilation black lotus had developed cracks, and even the annihilation millstone had been sent flying. Rahu, you have lost. Hongjun's voice was calm and unwavering, carrying an indisputable authority. Then, together with his three avatars, he struck, ready to claim the four immortal slaying swords and bring the battle to a decisive end. Lost. Ha ha. Rahu suddenly burst into mad laughter, a glint of suicidal frenzy flashing in his eyes. Hongjun, you rejoiced too soon. Even if I fall, I will not let you have an easy time. He formed a sinister hand seal, channeling his demonic essence like a tidal wave into the immortal slaying sword formation, while frantically connecting to the western terrestrial veins. Since I cannot attain the Dao, let this western continent be buried with me. In an instant, an endless torrent of baleful energy surged into the terrestrial veins through Raha's demonic essence, plunging the western veins into a violent frenzy. Colossal terrestrial dragons spanning the heavens and earth roared and writhed, exuding an aura of utter annihilation as the entire western continent quaked violently. No, he intends to detonate the western terrestrial veins. Hongjun's countenance shifted dramatically. If the western veins were ignited, the western continent would be reduced to a desolate wasteland like the northern continent. More critically, detonating the western terrestrial veins would unleash a cataclysmic tide of karmic sin. And as the one who obstructed Raha's path, Hongjun would inevitably bear a share of that immense sin. He swiftly urged the jade disk of creation and the 12-product golden lotus of merit to radiate boundless creation light and golden merit light, attempting to suppress the raging terrestrial veins around Mount Sumeru. At that moment, outside the formation, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes glinted with sharpness. Finally, my turn. With a flicker of his divine sense, he activated the hidden measures he had long since planted within the western terrestrial veins. These were prohibitions set with the Chaos Dao compass and the Hongmeng measuring ruler, specifically designed to counter Raha's arrangements and sever his connection to the veins. Sever. At Zhen Yuanzi's command, countless chaos runes rose within the western terrestrial veins, completely cutting off the link between Raha's hidden machinations and the veins. Save for Mount Sumeru and its immediate vicinity, the rest of the raging veins calmed in an instant. What a... Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, sensing the severed connection, Raha's face twisted in disbelief. Who dares to thwart my plans? Furious and aghast, he was powerless to turn the tide. He could only detonate the veins around Mount Sumeru, vowing, even if it's just this small patch, I will taint you with boundless sin. Though he ultimately detonated only a fraction of the western terrestrial veins, a mere sliver compared to the vast western continent, it was still terrifyingly immense, inevitably summoning a deluge of karmic sin. Boom! The terrestrial veins around Mount Sumeru exploded, shattering countless peaks, splitting the earth into unfathomable chasms, and spewing magma and baleful energy, creating a hellscape of destruction. Though Hongjun's suppression preserved the core of Mount Sumeru, the surrounding vast expanse was utterly reduced to ruins. Ha ha ha! Hongjun, you brat! For blocking my path to the Dao, you cannot escape this flood of sin. Rahu cackled with venomous glee. He gazed at the heavens, raising his hands, and swore a great Dao oath. Hear me, great Dao. I, Rahu, shall henceforth transform into the primordial realm's outer demon. In this world, yin and yang are relative. Dao and demon arise together. From now on, Dao and demon shall be irreconcilable. Where the Dao rises a foot, I, the demon, shall rise a yard. When the Dao waxes, the demon wanes. When the Dao wanes, the demon waxes. Ha ha! With these words, Raha's form dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, carrying the demon tower, the world-destroying black lotus, and the world-destroying millstone, vanishing into the endless void. Only the god-slaying spear amidst the chaos turned into a streak of light, and fled the immortal slaying sword formation. Outside the formation, Zhen Yuanzi had been waiting. Seeing the spear escape, he reached out and seized the infamous killing treasure, stowing it into the space of the Chaos Dao compass. He glanced toward Mount Sumeru and smiled faintly. The struggle between Dao and Demon is settled. With that, his figure flickered and vanished, heading toward the 5 Villages Temple on Mount Longevity. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Hongjun stared at the spot where Rahu had disappeared, his expression grim. He and his 3 avatars retrieved the 4 swords and the formation diagram, and the array dissipated. Emerging outside, he was greeted by the desolate scene around Mount Sumeru. The earth cracked, lava flowed, and baleful energy permeated the air. What darkened his countenance further was the torrent of karmic sin descending upon him from the heavens. Damn you, Rahu! Hongjun cursed under his breath, forced to temporarily suppress the overwhelming sin deep within his primordial spirit. The more he sensed it, the more troubled he became. With this sin weighing on him, even though he had won the Great Tribulation, his cultivation and path to enlightenment would be severely slowed. To eliminate this flood of sin, Hongjun was not without means. He could simply expend his accumulated merit power. Yet he was reluctant to do so, deeming it a tremendous waste, especially since most of his merit was Great Dao merit, which he cherished even more. Nevertheless, Hongjun had a solution. After attaining the Dao, he could gather boundless fortune to resolve it. Until then, he would have to suppress the sin deep within his primordial spirit. Just then, Hongjun noticed the sky above the western continent, gathering a vast sea of golden merit clouds spanning hundreds of millions of acres. My! He paused, a thought stirring. Could this be heaven's reward for suppressing Rahu? At this thought, Hongjun's face broke into a slight smile. If he could obtain such a massive amount of heavenly merit, the earlier sin would be insignificant. Yet the next moment, the immense merit power did not descend upon him, but flew toward another part of the western continent, disappearing beyond the horizon. On a nameless peak, countless billions of miles away from Mount Sumeru, Zhen Yuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the golden merit clouds gather in the sky, a faint smile curling on his lips. He could clearly sense a vast, majestic wave of heavenly merits surging toward him. Evidently, the reward for preventing Rahu from detonating the western terrestrial veins and preserving the vast majority of them was finally arriving. Boom! Hundreds of millions of acres of golden merit clouds descended, transforming into a golden torrent that poured into Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit, coalescing into layer upon layer of radiant merit halos. According to the system panel, this heavenly merit power amounted to a staggering 1.8 billion acres. Such an overwhelming force of merit, if fully absorbed and refined, could enable one to attain the Dao through merit alone, even without the Hongmeng energy, and with plenty to spare. However, Zhen Yuanzi naturally would not choose this path. Attaining the Dao directly through merit was ultimately inferior to relying on one's own cultivation and immense power to break through. With the Chaos Dao millstone granted by the system, he could convert this merit power into Dao source energy and then refine it to enhance his strength. Zhen Yuanzi was about to activate the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, traversing time and space to return to Wuzhuang Temple when his mind stirred slightly, sensing a familiar and overwhelming aura breaking through endless time and space, rushing toward his position. Oh, it is Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi's lips curled slightly as he halted his steps, showing no urgency to leave nor any intention to evade Hongjun. With his current cultivation combined with treasures such as the Hongmeng Liantian ruler and the Earth Book, he no longer needed to fear any existence and naturally had no need to avoid Hongjun. After a moment, a figure in a plain Taoist robe appeared before him. Hongjun, holding a whisk, radiated Taoist charm, his gaze fixed on Zhen Yuanzi. He then cupped his hands and saluted, his voice calm, yet imbued with the rhythm of the Dao. I am the poor Taoist Hongjun, pleased to meet this Dao friend. I am the poor Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, honored to meet you, Dao friend Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi also returned the salute, his expression indifferent. I wonder what brings Dao friend Hongjun here today. Hongjun's gaze sharpened slightly as he asked straightforwardly. Earlier, the western heavens descended, overwhelming merit covering billions of miles of territory. I sense the source of this merit is nearby. Since you are here, could it be that you intervened to stop Luo Hao from detonating the western ley lines, thus receiving the Heavenly Dao's commendation? Hongjun had his own suspicions regarding the earlier overwhelming merit, so he purposely followed the sense direction and indeed discovered an unfathomable power here, which left him somewhat astonished. Zhen Yuanzi did not confirm or deny, but naturally would not reveal the true reason. Instead, he casually stated, previously I traveled to the western regions and inadvertently noticed someone secretly manipulating the ley lines, arranging numerous bizarre restrictions. Although I did not know their purpose, I remained vigilant and secretly set up some contingencies. It was only when Luohao attempted to detonate the ley lines that I realized the purpose of those restrictions, and thus I intervened, severing his connection with most of the ley lines. His words were spoken lightly, as if they were merely casual actions, yet they stirred up immense waves in Hongjun's heart. What kind of person was Hongjun? He could naturally see that Zhen Yuanzi was downplaying the matter, but he understood even more that if not for Zhen Yuanzi's intervention, the consequences of Luohao detonating the entire western ley lines would be unimaginable. The future western continent would likely be no better than the current wild northern continent. As one who fought against Luohao, he would undoubtedly be recorded by the Heavenly Dao with immense karma. Sigh. Upon hearing the definitive reply, Hongjun glanced deeply at Zhen Yuanzi, silently lamenting. Realizing he owed a great deal of karma, after all, had it not been for Zhen Yuanzi's intervention, Luohao would have completely detonated the entire western ley lines, and the overwhelming karma he would have incurred then would likely be far more terrifying than his current burden. Such immense karma, he did not know how it would be repaid in the future. Zhen Yuanzi also understood the thoughts in Hongjun's heart at this moment. After all, the intervention to stop Luohao from detonating the ley lines was not only to preserve the vitality of the western ley lines and gain vast merit, but also to ensure that Hongjun owed him a significant karma. Although Hongjun sighed inwardly, he still solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Regardless, this time it is greatly thanks to Dao friend for your assistance. Had it not been for you, the primordial chaos would have faced countless calamities, and I would bear unshakable karma. I have noted this karma, and from now on, if Dao friend requires my assistance, just come to Yujing Mountain and inform me. I will not decline." Zhen Yuanzi slightly nodded. "Dao friend Hongjun and you are too kind. As fellow cultivators of the primordial chaos, upholding the heavens and earth is also our duty." Hongjun said no more, cupping his hands in another salute, and then riding a stream of clear light transformed into a beam toward the eastern Yujing Mountain. He needed to quickly return to seclusion, digest the gains from this battle, handle the remnants of Lu Heo's demonic path, and more importantly, prepare well for the upcoming certification of the Dao. Watching Hongjun's departing figure, Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, then no longer hesitated, taking out the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. The chaos-colored ruler gently shook, tearing apart the space ahead, revealing a spatial passage leading to Wanshou Mountain. He stepped in, and the passage instantly closed as if it had never appeared. Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple's cave heaven. With a slight spatial fluctuation, Zhen Yuanzi's figure appeared within the cave heaven. Here the spiritual energy was abundant, in stark contrast to the ruin outside, with spiritual roots everywhere and celestial cranes chirping, embodying a celestial atmosphere. "Master." Two figures hurriedly approached, just the two disciples Qing Feng and Mingwei. They wore blue Taoist robes, their youthful faces exuding spirituality, and upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, their faces were filled with joy. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, his gaze sweeping through the temple, seeing that the spiritual roots and herbs were thriving. Well, he nodded in satisfaction. "I will enter seclusion for a period, and the affairs of the temple will be left to you. The ginseng fruit and other innate spiritual roots in the backyard need to be well taken care of and harvested in a timely manner." Disciples obey. Qing Feng and Mingwei replied in unison. Zhen Yuanzi said no more, turning to walk into the secluded chamber deep within the temple, the stone door slowly closing, isolating everything from the outside world. At this time, the Primordial Chaos World, with the conclusion of the battle between the Dao and the demon, the great calamity that had lasted countless epochs, finally came to a complete calm. However, after enduring the Longhan Great Calamity and the Dao magic war, the Primordial Chaos had already been ravaged beyond recognition by the endless battles. Many innate beings who had survived since the beginning of the world or during the calamity of the ferocious beasts could clearly feel that the once dense innate spiritual energy in the primordial chaos was gradually weakening. After all, the previous calamity of ferocious beasts damaged the northern ley lines, and the Longhan Great Calamity similarly caused countless ley lines and sources of heaven and earth in the eastern continent and south to be harmed. The final Dao magic war ultimately destroyed portions of the western ley lines. All of this naturally caused tremendous harm to the primordial chaos. Not only was the innate spiritual energy greatly consumed, but the recovery speed was also significantly weakened, leading to a substantial decrease in the density of the innate spiritual energy, making the nurturing of many innate spiritual materials increasingly difficult. At the same time, the endless destruction by human beings had prompted the Heavenly Dao to contemplate restraining human beings. This would also lay the groundwork for Hongjun's future collaboration with the Heavenly Dao to preach the Dao and regulate the order of the primordial chaos. However, this was the original trajectory of the primordial chaos fate. Whether it would still unfold this way now depended on whether Hongjun could be the first to certify the Dao. But regardless, the primordial chaos had ultimately welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Those innate deities who had disguised themselves in cave heavens during the calamity finally dared to step out, curiously surveying this world that was both strange and familiar. In the east, Kunlun, the Taching Taoist, was still comprehending the Dao in the Qingshu cave heaven, and two streams of pure energy had also taken form beside him. On the Sun Star, Emperor Jun and Tai held the Hichu and Luoshu and the Chaos Bell, stepping out of the Sun Star, faintly revealing the air of a sovereign. On the Moon Star, Shiha and Changshi also began to traverse the starry skies. At Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestor witches emerged from the Pangu divine hall, their vital blood soaring to the heavens, intimidating all directions. At Fengqi Mountain, the siblings Niuhua and Fuxi often traveled together, with Niuhua comprehending the creation of heaven and earth, while Fuxi deduced the 8 trigrams, perceiving the heavenly secrets. However, upon emerging from their caves, these innate divinities soon discovered a disheartening truth: the primeval wilderness was entirely unlike their expectations, where innate spiritual objects and even treasures were supposed to be abundant. Now that the Great Tribulation had just ended, all that remained for them was a somewhat desolate primeval world. Moreover, the primeval heavens and earth, having been scoured by the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the demon race, and a host of ancient mighty beings, had long since ceased to be the era when innate spiritual objects and treasures were everywhere. Without a long period of gestation, it would be difficult for any new innate treasures to be born into the world. This explains why the 3,000 guests of the Purple Firmament Palace were mostly impoverished. It wasn't that they all lacked fortune, but that the innate resources had long been divided up by their predecessors. Only a few innate divinities such as Tai Ching and Mingyi were born with accompanying innate treasures, making them immensely wealthy. As for other innate divinities, although they also lacked spiritual treasures or roots at birth, they could always find some useful innate spiritual objects in the cave's blessed lands or mountain ranges where they were born. But there was one innate divinity who was an exception. Outside the Red Cloud Cave in the Red Cloud Mountains, a figure in red stood bewildered amidst the peaks. It was the Red Cloud Taoist. He had taken form at the end of the Dragon Han tribulation, but with the heavens and earth in turmoil, and still in the midst of the calamity, and at its most perilous, he naturally dared not set foot outside his cave. At his transformation, he had no accompanying spiritual root, nor any accompanying spiritual treasure. Even the spiritual objects within his cave were mostly of ordinary quality. Back then, Red Cloud could only console himself thinking that he must have used up all the fortune of the Fire Cloud Cave, which was why he lacked decent spiritual roots and treasures at birth, and that he would surely encounter great opportunities once he left. Now that the tribulation had passed and the world was at peace, he eagerly stepped out of his cave and searched the Red Cloud Mountains for thousands of years. But the result left him utterly disheartened. This vast and boundless Red Cloud Mountains was even more barren than his own cave. Let alone innate spiritual treasures or roots, he could not even find a few decent innate spiritual herbs. There wasn't a single decent innate spiritual object, only some ordinary spiritual materials of insufficient age. How is this possible? Red Cloud scratched his head, his face full of disbelief. Floating in midair, he swept his divine sense over every corner of the mountains, but the result was the same. He even began to suspect that some mighty being had set up a formation here to obscure the heavenly secrets and hide all the treasures. But after exhausting his mind in deduction, he found no trace of any formation. A sense of absurdity rose in his heart, as if some unseen malevolence was looming over him. But it was merely a fleeting thought with no real sensation to back it up. The thought vanished in an instant. His nature was open-minded, and he soon shook his head. Never mind. Perhaps everything was destroyed in the Great Tribulation. If it's not here, it will be elsewhere. The primeval wilderness is vast. Can it possibly yield a few decent treasures? He lingered no longer in the Red Cloud Mountains, transforming into a streak of red cloud and flying off into the distance, beginning his travels through the primeval world. Red Cloud journeyed eastward, his crimson cloud light cutting through the primeval sky. Everywhere he passed bore the aftermath of the Great Tribulation. He traversed shattered mountain ranges, saw dried-up spiritual rivers, and encountered all manner of innate beings. Some were newly born innate beings, while others were ancient cultivators who had survived the Dragon Han tribulation. Their auras faded, but their eyes filled with the weariness of ages. Wherever he went, Red Cloud would stop and converse with the local beings. From their words, he gradually heard a name: 10,000 Longevity Mountain. And within it, there was said to be a peerless mighty being. Did you say 10,000 Longevity Mountain? An elder from the Azure Bird clan, perched on an ancient tree, groomed his tattered wings, a flicker of reverence in his eyes. That is one of the rare, blessed lands of the primeval world. The mighty being in that mountain long before the Dragon Han tribulation once preached the Dao at the 10,000 longevity Immortal Mountain. They say every word and phrase contained the true meaning of the Great Dao, enlightening countless beings. Oh, is that so? Red Cloud's heart stirred. He pressed on, "May I ask for the honored title of this mighty being? What is his cultivation level?" His title is Zhen Yuanzi, known as the Venerable Zhen Yuan of the Dao. The Azure Bird Elder sighed. As for his cultivation level, among those who listened to his Dao back, then there were no lack of Tai Golden Immortals, even Duo Golden Immortals, yet not one could see through his true foundation or power. Now after so many tribulations he is likely unfathomable. Another survivor of the Great Tribulation, a celestial azure-horned ox, added, "I once saw the outline of 10,000 longevity mountain from afar. The spiritual energy there was terrifyingly dense, utterly unlike the desolation elsewhere. It must be due to the Venerable's protection. Moreover, the mountain is surrounded by a great formation preventing any malevolent beings from even approaching." Red Cloud listened, his heart surging with excitement. Since his transformation, he had never heard the true meaning of the Great Dao, cultivating entirely by groping in the dark. Now hearing of such a mighty being, how could he not be moved? How could he not pay a visit? In that case, I must make a trip to 10,000 Longevity Mountain. Having made up his mind, Red Cloud turned his cloud and flew straight toward the direction of 10,000 Longevity Mountain. 100 years later, a lush, verdant mountain range shrouded in dense spiritual energy appeared before him. Unlike the desolation elsewhere in the primeval world, here ancient trees towered to the heavens, spiritual springs surged, and immortal cranes sang in harmony. Everywhere exuded an aura of vitality, clearly a blessed land untouched by the Great Tribulation. This must be 10,000 Longevity Mountain. Red Cloud rejoiced inwardly and sped into the mountains. However, upon entering the range, he found things were not as simple as he had imagined. 10,000 Longevity Mountain was vast beyond measure, with peaks stacked upon each other, shrouded in mist and clouds, as if forming a world of its own. Red Cloud extended his divine sense, but found the spiritual energy within the mountain to be so dense and an intangible formation present that it interfered with his spiritual perception, allowing him to cover only a range of 10,000 li. He searched peak after peak, visiting the spiritual apes, immortal cranes, and ancient trees that had become innate beings, but none knew the specific dwelling place of the Venerable Zhen Yuan. The Venerable's dwelling. We only know that a mighty being protects the mountain, but we have never seen his trace. A spiritual deer shook its antlers, its eyes full of confusion. The places with the densest spiritual energy are all blocked by invisible barriers. They are likely the Venerable's secluded cultivation grounds. Red Cloud refused to give up. He flew toward the direction of the most concentrated spiritual energy, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier before a main peak. He tried to probe it with his magical power, but the barrier remained unmoved. Instead, it rebounded, a gentle yet irresistible force, gently pushing him away. Such a powerful formation. Red Cloud was shocked. Could this be the formation prohibition set by the Venerable Zhen Yuan? With his own cultivation, he could not even force his way in. Helpless, he could only wander within 10,000 Longevity Mountain, day after day, year after year. As spring gives way to autumn, flowers bloom and wither, and in the blink of an eye 10,000 years have passed. During these 10,000 years, Hongjun has nearly traversed every corner of Wanshou Mountain, from the streams at the foot of the mountain to the sea of clouds at the summit, from the deep canyons to the dense forests, yet he has never been able to find the residence of Zhen Yuan Daozuan. A trace of doubt gradually arose in his heart. Could it be that the rumors about Zhen Yuan Daozuan are false? But that seems unlikely. Or perhaps he has perished in the Great Tribulation long ago. Just as Hongjun felt disheartened and was about to give up within the cave of Wuzhuang Temple, Qingfeng and Mingyue stood at the entrance, gazing at the lingering figure in red robes in the mountains outside. "Mingyue, do you see that Taoist who calls himself Hongjun? He has been wandering in the mountains for over 10,000 years, his divine sense sweeping around, clearly searching for our Wuzhuang Temple." Qingfeng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Although he and Mingyue were both young disciples, they had already cultivated to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal and had long sensed Hongyun's presence. However, seeing that he bore no malice, and considering that their master was in seclusion, they chose to ignore him. Mingyue nodded, her voice crisp. Though his cultivation is only at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, to remain in Wanshou Mountain for 10,000 years without leaving shows a certain level of perseverance. However, since the master is currently in closed-door meditation, striving to comprehend the Dao, he must not be disturbed. I will send him away. Having said that, King Feng's figure flickered and vanished from the temple. At this moment, Hongyun was seated on a piece of green stone, gazing at the main peak shrouded in clouds and mist, filled with disappointment. Suddenly, a green figure appeared before him. The newcomer wore a green robe, his features youthful, appearing no more than a boy, yet exuding the aura of a great Luo golden immortal comparable to his own. His gaze was clear and calm, as if containing the sedimentation of time. Startled Hongjun quickly rose and clasped his hands. I am Hongjun Daoist from Huyan Cave. It is an honor to meet this fellow Daoist. The boy in the green robe slightly nodded, his voice peaceful, yet tinged with a hint of distance. I am Qingfeng, a disciple under Zhen Yuan Daozuan. I have met with fellow Daoist Hongjun. A disciple under Zhen Yuan Daozuan. Hongjun's pupils contracted sharply, a storm of emotions surging within him. He never expected that the Zhen Yuan Daozuan he had been searching for would have a disciple who was already a great Luo golden immortal. It is known that in the current primordial world, a great Luo golden immortal is a formidable being. At least in his years of wandering, he had not encountered another great Luo golden immortal. The most he had seen were Tai golden immortals. And such an existence is merely a disciple of Zhen Yuan Daozuan. How terrifying must Zhen Yuan Daozuan's power be? Hongjun instantly dismissed all doubts in his heart, his face revealing an excited expression as he eagerly said, so it is fellow Daoist Qingfeng. I have long admired the name of Zhen Yuan Daozuan and fellow Daoist Qingfeng. I have come specifically to pay my respects to the Daozuan, hoping to hear the true meaning of the Dao. May I ask if you could kindly introduce me? Qingfeng, observing his excited demeanor, shook his head, his tone flat, yet resolute. My master is currently in closed-door meditation, comprehending the Dao, and will not meet guests for the time being. I am sure my master is already aware of fellow Daoist Hongjun's intentions, but matters of closed-door meditation are of great importance and cannot be disturbed. There is no need for you to waste time here. It is better if you leave first. Hongjun's excitement instantly froze on his face, replaced by deep disappointment. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but looking into Qingfeng's calm and unruffled eyes, he swallowed his words. He was well aware that with Zhen Yuan Daozuan's status, it was customary not to meet outsiders during closed-door meditation. As an unknown individual, to have received a response from a disciple was already a tremendous honor. If he pressed further, it would be seen as ungrateful. If that is the case, then I shall not disturb the Daozuan's cultivation any longer. Hongjun took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Please convey to the Daozuan that Hongjun from Huyan Cave will surely come again to pay respects on another day. Fellow Daoist is being too polite. Qingfeng nodded slightly, saying no more. Hongjun sighed, taking one last look at the main peak obscured in clouds and mist, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he reluctantly left Wanshou Mountain. It was only after Hongjun's figure completely vanished into the horizon that Qingfeng turned and returned to Wuzhuang Temple. At the temple entrance, Mingyue approached. He has left. Yes, he has left, Qingfeng nodded. Although his cultivation is mediocre, he possesses a degree of resilience and understands etiquette. He is not a person who causes trouble. The master is in closed-door meditation, so if there are any visitors in the future, just send them away directly, Mingyue said. Qingfeng agreed, and the two exchanged a glance before turning to enter the temple, the stone door slowly closing, completely isolating the noise of Wanshou Mountain from the outside. At this time, in the secret room of closed-door meditation, Zhen Yuanzi had his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a halo of chaotic color. Within the depths of his primordial spirit, golden wheels of merit slowly rotated, intertwining with the aura of the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the Earth Book. Though he had not witnessed everything in the outside world, he was already well aware of it. However, now that he was focused on breaking through, he naturally had no time to pay attention to Hongjun. In this closed-door meditation, he planned to break through to the great Luo golden immortal all at once and precede Hongjun in attaining the Dao. Without the existence of the system, without the Chaos Dao compass, the Chaos Dao mill, and other treasures, and without a massive amount of spirit treasures and spirit materials, such thoughts would naturally be very difficult for Zhen Yuanzi to achieve. After all, the current Hongjun Laozu has already won the battle of Dao and Demon and has walked his own path to enlightenment, being only a final step away from completing the three corpses. However, with so many extraordinary conditions, Zhen Yuanzi, with his current level of strength, was fully capable of catching up and achieving a surpassing leap. Especially the two chaotic treasures, the Chaos Dao Compass and the Chaos Dao Mill, which provided immense assistance for his cultivation and enlightenment. The Chaos Dao Compass combined with the Enlightenment Tea Leaves would allow him to rapidly enhance his understanding of the Dao. And the Chaos Dao Mill could transform numerous innate spiritual materials, innate spiritual fruits, and even innate spiritual treasures and merit power or other forces into the most precise source power of the Chaos Dao. This source power of the Chaos Dao, once refined, could easily raise his cultivation level, not only rapidly increasing his magical power accumulation, but also tempering his physical body and primordial spirit, ultimately using strength to attain the Dao. At this time, the vast resources Zhen Yuanzi had collected during his travels in the Primordial World, along with the endless resources obtained from the treasures of the three major innate clans and the demon clan, could now be perfectly utilized. There was no need for Zhen Yuanzi to convert the merit of the heavens Dao he possessed. He could merely use a portion of the renewable innate spiritual materials, continuously transforming them into a massive amount of source power of the Dao, satisfying his cultivation and allowing for rapid advancement. And all of this was enough to give him the opportunity to attain the Dao before Hongjun. Moreover, whether for himself or for the primordial world, he had every reason to do so. After all, based on the original historical trajectory of the primordial era, that he had come to understand what was the state of the world after Hongjun attained the Dao and took charge of the primordial. He became the master of all beings and the teacher of all saints. However, the world of the primordial was further shattered due to the calamity of the Wu and Yao. During the battle of the gods, the saints took the fallen Saint Pil, and Tontian was imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace. In the era of the journey to the west, the saints no longer made appearances. Subsequently, the grand primordial world entered the era of decline. Though these seemed to be the factors dictated by the heavens, being impartial naturally would not allow the primordial to fall into decline. It was merely Hongjun who presided over the heavens while acting in its stead to administer punishment. Thus, the heavens would be swayed by Hongjun's intentions, losing its purity, which led to the evolution of the original historical trajectory of the primordial. Zhen Yuanzi regarding Hongjun Laozu, a primordial being who survived from the time of the chaotic calamity and reincarnated into the primordial, never underestimated him and always considered him with the utmost suspicion. Even though Hongjun was the first to attain the Dao, he still had confidence that he could prove his Dao through strength, yet Zhen Yuanzi still did not intend to let Hongjun seize this opportunity. Time flowed swiftly, and the cycles of stars changed. The years of dozens of Yuan meetings vanished in an instant. The primordial world, after years of nurturing and recovery, had undergone significant changes from the scenes devastated by war and slaughter. The earth veins that were once torn apart by war gradually healed. The dried-up spirit river surged anew, and tender green sprouts emerged from the charred soil. Though the innate spiritual energy had not fully recovered to its peak concentration, it was gradually becoming denser, nourishing all living beings. At this moment, the primordial was devoid of the previous aura of slaughter, replaced by a scene of tranquility and harmony. Between the mountains and rivers, celestial cranes often soared. Amidst the forest seas, spiritual apes offered fruits. In rivers, lakes, and seas, water creatures frolicked, full of vitality. Whether in the quantity of innate beings or postnatal beings, both were rapidly increasing, making the primordial increasingly lively. With the clarity of heaven and earth, more and more innate deities emerged from their caves, leaving their footprints on the primordial land. In the eastern Kunlun, the Pangu, three pure ones of the Qingshu cave, heaven walked through the primordial, establishing a remarkable reputation. Additionally, in the western Kunlun, Shihua Taijin, who would later become the West Queen Mother, along with the siblings Fuxi and Nuhua of Fengqi Mountain Junti and Jane of Mount Summer, Emperor Jun and Tai of the solar star Shiha, and Changxi of the lunar star Donghua Daoran of the Purple Mansion continent, and the Mingyi Daoran of the Endless Blood Sea. In the primordial land, various deities began to shine, some interacting with one another, some living in peace, and some engaging in conflicts. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Buzhou mountain, the Pangu temple stood silently. This temple, transformed from the heart of the Pangu great god, housed a massive blood pool deep within, glowing with a dark red light, its waters flowing with viscous essence, blood emanating pure blood energy. Surrounding the blood pool stood 12 towering figures, the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan. The Emperor Zhang Ancestral, which had 6 feet and 4 wings, surrounded by spatial turbulence, with eyes as deep as the starry sky. The Zhu Mang Ancestral, which had a green face and bird's body, holding a green wooden staff, exuding a vibrant aura of grass and trees. The Ru Shou Ancestral, which had a tiger's claw and human face, draped in golden scales, radiating a sharp metallic aura. The Zhu Rong Ancestral, which had a human body and beast head, surrounded by the blazing southern Ming fire, his aura fierce like flames. The Gong Gong Ancestral, which had a snake body and human face, surrounded by towering waves, his gaze as cold as winter. The Xianming Ancestral, which had a human face and snake body, a fearsome beast covered in bone spikes, exuding a chilling aura, as if capable of freezing time. The Ho Tu Ancestral, which had a human body and snake tail, with a compassionate expression and a heavy aura of the earth. The Changliang Ancestral, which had a tiger's head and human body, wielding a giant axe, exuding a murderous aura. The Zhu Jiu-In Ancestral, which had a human face and snake body, 1,000 miles long, with the left eye as the sun and the right eye as the moon, able to perceive the past and future. The Tian Wu Ancestral, which had 8 heads and human faces, a tiger's body, with 10 tails surrounded by howling winds. The Shi Ancestral, which had a human face and bird body with wings vibrating. Electric snakes darting about. The Shi Ancestral, which had a human face with dog ears adorned with a green snake, and treading on a red snake surrounded by an eerie aura of death. The 12 ancestral witches had solemn expressions, their gazes fixed upon the blood pool. Let us begin. The Emperor Zhang Ancestral, which spoke, his voice echoing as if from a distant time and space, carrying an undeniable authority. As his words fell, the 12 ancestral witches raised their hands simultaneously, their fingertips slicing through their own wrists. A drop of essence blood containing their own origin slowly flew out. These 12 drops of essence blood were distinct, some red as blazing fire, some as blue as cold ice, some heavy as the earth, and some lively as the wind. Yet they all emanated the shared power of the Pangu bloodline. The 12 drops of essence blood gathered in midair, transforming into a blood-red rainbow that slowly descended into the blood pool. Buzz. The blood pool instantly boiled. The dark red water surged restlessly. The essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches intertwined with the Pangu bloodline power in the pool, radiating dazzling red light. In the pool, countless minute points of light converged, gradually forming vague human shapes. Time flowed slowly, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The figures in the blood pool became increasingly clear. Some of them had beast heads, some had wings, some were covered in scales. Though differing in form, they all exuded a formidable vitality. Although they were far inferior to the 12 ancestral witches, they exceeded ordinary innate beings. They are complete. The Zhu Rong Ancestral, which looked at the gradually forming figures in the blood pool, letting out an excited low roar, his flames growing more intense. The Zhu Mang Ancestral, which could not hide his excitement either. These children have inherited our bloodline power. Although not as pure as our original source, they are enough to become the foundation of our Wu clan. At this moment, Gong Gong was also quite excited. Pangu, our father god, opened the heavens, and the earth transformed into all things. As our Wu clan is formed from the essence blood of our father god, we must protect the primordial. With these clansmen, our Wu clan can finally shoulder this responsibility. Other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, their faces displaying excitement and anticipation. Each of them was immensely powerful, yet they had always struggled with only the 12 ancestral witches, finding it hard to grow. Now, with the power of the Pangu temple and the blood pool, they had finally succeeded in nurturing new clansmen, which meant hope for the future of the Wu clan. Even though these Wu clansmen were weaker than them in both size and aura, they remained exceedingly excited, for this represented that they had found a way to strengthen the Wu clan. As long as their Wu clan could continue to grow stronger with the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, they would surely be able to guard the primordial for Pangu, the father god. When they are born, we will personally teach them divine abilities and combat skills. Within 100,000 years, our Wu clan will undoubtedly become the greatest clan in the primordial. The Chong Liang Ancestral, which swung his giant axe full of bravado. The Zhu Jiu Yin Ancestral, witch's eyes flickered between Yin and Yang, as if he could see the glorious future of the Wu clan. By then we will lead our clansmen, guarding the 4 corners of the primordial, protecting this land for our father god. The figures of the Wu clan in the blood pool became increasingly solid. Faintly audible were the surging sounds of their vitality, within like thunder reverberating in the pool. The 12 ancestral witches quietly guarded, their eyes filled with anticipation, as the era belonging to the Wu clan seemed to be slowly unfurling. Meanwhile, above the 9 heavens of the primordial wilderness, the sun star still radiated boundless light and heat. Within the Sun Palace, 2 figures stood side by side, overlooking the vast lands below. The one on the left, clad in imperial robes and a crown, bore a dignified countenance surrounded by an aura of sovereign authority. He was Dijuan. His gaze was profound, as if he could command the rise and fall of all things, and every gesture exuded the bearing of one who rules the world. The one on the right, dressed in royal attire with a resolute expression, radiated an awe-inspiring imperial presence. He was Tai. His eyes were sharp as swords, exuding an inviolable majesty. Though slightly younger, he already possessed the spirit to control heaven and earth. These brothers were the solar golden crows, born from the primordial sunfire and destined for greatness since their transformation. The Fusang divine tree accompanying them was an ultimate innate spiritual root. Rooted in the sun star's core, it absorbed the power of the primordial sunfire, producing supreme mulberries, top-tier spiritual fruits in the primordial wilderness, greatly beneficial for cultivation. More importantly, Dijuan was born with 2 ultimate innate spiritual treasures, the Hichu and Luoshu, which could deduce heavenly secrets and control fortune. Tai was born with the Chaos Bell, a treasure of creation. Its chime could stabilize the elements and vanquish all foes. Such profound foundations made them the most supreme among all innate divinities. And all this destined that they were not content with mediocrity. Both brothers were immensely ambitious. Second brother, look at this primordial wilderness. Though it seems calm now, undercurrents stir. Zhen Yuan spoke, his voice calm, yet tinged with ambition. Many innate divinities have already begun to make their names known. If we do not act early, we may fall behind. Tai nodded, gripping the chaos bell tightly. On its surface, patterns of sun, moon, and stars swirled, exuding an aura that suppressed the universe. Elder brother speaks truly. As masters of the sun star, how could we bow to others? We should emulate ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, establish an everlasting legacy, and govern the order of the primordial wilderness. Excellent. A glint of sharp light flashed in Daijin's eyes. Then let us begin by forming the Sun Palace. Henceforth, all willing to submit to us brothers may join the Sun Palace, share the spiritual veins of the Sun Star, and receive our protection. Elder brother is wise. Tai thundered in agreement. Soon news of the Sun Palace recruiting talents spread across the primordial wilderness. Zhen Yuan and Tai personally ventured out, traversing the lands. When they encountered unruly beings causing chaos, Tai would strike them down with a single chime of the chaos bell. When they met intelligent, innate beings without backing, Zhen Yuan would use the Hichu and Luoshu to deduce their origins, offer generous rewards, and invite them to join the Sun Palace. With their formidable strength and deep foundations, countless beings of the primordial wilderness chose to submit. The power of the Sun Palace grew like a snowball, and its renown gradually spread across the primordial wilderness. Above the Sun Palace, Zhen Yuan and Tai watched the increasing number of powerful subordinates, their eyes filled with confidence. Soon the heavens of this primordial wilderness shall be governed by us brothers. Zhen Yuan and Tai exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Time flowed, and several eons passed. The primordial wilderness grew ever more vibrant under the nourishment of time. Though primordial spiritual energy had not fully recovered to its peak, it grew increasingly rich, nurturing all things to thrive. Where spiritual energy gathered, spiritual treasures often emerged, drawing the hearts of many divinities. One day atop Buzhou Mountain, a plain white light slowly wove through the clouds. Within the light was Shihua Taijin of the Yaoqi secret realm in western Kunlun, who would later become the Queen Mother of the West. She wore a plain cloud-patterned dress and a 7-star crown with the pure energy of the great Yin flowing around her. Previously, she had been wandering on Buzhou Mountain when she suddenly felt a call of destiny. Now, following the faint connection, she sped toward the summoning. Such a strong call of destiny. Shihua Taijin frowned slightly, extending her divine sense along the connection, crossing endless distances to finally lock onto a hidden mountain stream. The stream was shrouded by a faint array fluctuation with the source of the call behind it. Joyful, she accelerated her light and soon arrived outside the stream. As she dispersed her light before she could examine the array, 2 cyan lights broke through the sky from afar. When the light faded, a man and a woman appeared. The man, clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, had a gentle jade-like countenance with wisdom that saw through heavenly secrets, surrounded by the rhythm of innate 8 trigrams. The woman wore a 5-colored phoenix feather skirt, graceful and peerlessly beautiful, with the energy of creation flowing around her, her eyes lively and spirited. Both exuded profound auras, being great Luo golden immortals. They were the siblings Fushi and Nuwa from Fengqi Mountain. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Fushi cupped his hands, first his gaze falling on Shihua Taijin. Noticing her extraordinary bearing, he spoke politely. I am Fushi, and this is my sister Nuwa from Fengqi Mountain. May I ask your name? Shihua Taijin returned the gesture, her voice clear as jade striking stone. I am Shihua Taijin from the Yaoqi secret realm in western Kunlun. I sensed a call of destiny here and came to investigate. I did not expect to meet you 2 fellow cultivators. I see. Nuwa smiled slightly, nodding her head. I also sensed this destiny and came with my brother. It seems this mountain stream hides a great fortune. Shihua Taijin nodded. In that case, why don't we join forces to break the array and explore inside? As for the treasures, let each rely on their own abilities. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances and agreed. Just as they were about to discuss how to break the array, 2 vastly different powerful auras approached from afar. One surged like a raging sea, carrying the moisture of vast waves. The other blazed like a wildfire, radiating heat that could boil the seas and burn the sky. 2 lights, one cyan, one red, shattered the air, landing to reveal 2 towering figures. On the left, a snake-bodied, human-faced being surrounded by torrential waters with eyes cold as deep pools. This was Gonggong, the ancestral witch of the Wu clan. On the right, a beast-headed, human-bodied figure wreathed in flames exuded a fiery, explosive aura. This was Zhurong, the ancestral witch. Their physical forms were immensely powerful, their blood energy soaring to the heavens. Though they released no pressure, the air around the mountain stream grew heavy as iron. Who are you? Zhurong's gaze swept over Fuxi, and the other two tinged with caution. The Wu clan rarely interacted with innate divinities, and encountering three at once made them wary. Fuxi stepped forward, his expression calm. I am Fuxi, this is my sister Nuwa, and this is fellow cultivator Xihua Taijin from Western Kunlun. We all sense the destiny here. Are you two also drawn by it? Zhurong nodded gruffly indeed. Gonggong stood silently, his eyes fixed on the array in the stream, clearly intent on the fortune within. In that case, Fuxi declared, this array is too profound for any single person to break. Let us join forces to break it, and once inside, each may claim treasures according to their destiny. How does that sound? Hearing this, Gonggong and Zhurong looked at the three innate divinities. Even with his fiery temper, Zhurong said nothing more, and both nodded in agreement, agreed. The five innate divinities said no more and acted together. Fux's fingertips transformed the 8 trigrams, instantly perceiving the flow of the formation and marking out its weaknesses one by one. Nuwa summoned the power of creation, her fingers flowing with strands of life essence seeping into the gaps of the formation. Xihua Taijin deployed a plain-colored whisk, its threads transforming into thousands of silver strands, entwining the formation's core and disrupting its operation. Gonggong opened his mouth and exhaled, a vast heavenly river appearing out of thin air, morphing into a water dragon that violently struck the formation's barrier. Zhurong's body erupted in flames, turning into a fire phoenix that charged at the formation alongside the water dragon. In an instant, the water dragon roared, the fire phoenix shrieked, the 8 trigrams were set in order, creation flourished, and silver strands locked the formation. The combined might of 5 Deluo golden immortal level powers clashed, causing this innate formation to tray. The formation's patterns flickered erratically, sometimes shining like a blazing sun, sometimes dimming like a falling star, evidently on the verge of collapse. Even so, this formation remained remarkably resilient. The 5 joined forces to attack, consuming nearly 100 years before with a tremendous roar, shattering the formation completely. At the moment the formation dissipated, a rich, almost liquefied innate spiritual energy surged forth, mingled with strands of the aura of the 4 symbols of creation. The 5 innate divine spirits stirred, stepping into the secret realm together. What greeted their eyes first was the swirling 4-colored divine light filling the sky. The blue light was as gentle as water, the red light as fierce as fire, the white light as sharp as wind, and the black light as heavy as earth. The divine lights intertwined, celestial sounds wafted, auspicious mist rose, as if dragon and phoenix phantoms were spiraling within the light, the grandeur of the scene causing one's spirit to sway. At the center of the divine light stood a peculiar divine tree. This tree had no trunk, only 4 stout branches sprouting from its roots, displaying black, blue, red, and white colors, each branch evolving into the shape of a divine beast. The black branch transformed into a mysterious tortoise, its back covered in a massive shell, its 4 legs sturdy, embodying the heavy laws of the earth, its aura as steady as a prison. The blue branch morphed into a blue dragon, its body winding with clear scales and claws, surrounded by the overwhelming laws of water, as if it could summon the waters of the primitive world. The red branch became a vermilion bird, its wings spread wide, engulfed in flames, radiating the laws of fire that could scorch heavens and boil seas with temperatures high enough to melt gold and stone. The white branch transformed into a white tiger, its head held high, roaring with exposed fangs, unleashing the unyielding laws of wind and the essence of metal, its sharpness evident. This is the 4 symbols divine tree. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fux's eyes as he sensed the heavenly information, a top-grade innate spiritual root. It is imbued with the essence of the 4 symbols of creation, born from the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind, and has even produced 4 top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Naturally, Zhuangmu and the others sensed this celestial information, as well, their hearts shaken. In the current primordial world, innate spiritual treasures are already exceedingly rare. Even mid to low-grade innate spiritual treasures are extremely precious, while top-grade innate spiritual treasures are nearly impossible to encounter. Even the physically powerful ancestral witches like Zhurong and Gonggong found themselves momentarily breathless. Despite their robust physical forms, the Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, leading one to think they cannot wield innate spiritual treasures. However, this is not the case. They would not disdain treasures like innate spiritual treasures, nor would they face any inability to use them. Xihua Taijin and Nuwa also showed a glint of eagerness in their eyes, yet they remained restrained, refraining from rash actions. The 5 exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. An agreement had been made beforehand, and now each would rely on chance. Almost simultaneously, the 4 sensed their respective pulls. With a wave of her delicate hand, Xihua Taijin unleashed a beam of plain-colored light from her sleeve, which spiraled toward the white tiger branch. In a flash of white light, the branch instantly transformed into a palm-sized jade decree inscribed with the phantom of the white tiger radiating fierce laws of wind and metal essence. The White Tiger Decree can command all winds and regulate the climate of the four seasons. Xihua Taijin grasped the jade decree, a satisfied expression in her eyes. Nuwa gracefully stepped forward, her fingertip flicking a strand of creation's blue light onto the black tortoise branch. The branch morphed into a square that could command all earth, mastering the essence of the earth, its surface engraved with the patterns of the tortoise-bearing mountains, emanating profound laws of earth and life. The Xuanwu seal. Gongong's gaze sharpened. He inhaled deeply, and the blue dragon branch transformed into a blue long staff, its body carved with the patterns of a dragon, playing in water, swirling with the overwhelming laws of water and the essence of water. The blue dragon staff can command all waters, controlling the power of aquatic movement. Gongong held the staff, water vapor swirling around him, his aura even more imposing. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, reaching out to grasp the red vermilion bird branch, which transformed into a red banner, its surface embroidered with the scene of the vermilion bird spreading its wings, burning with blazing fire, radiating the laws of fire that regulate warmth and cold. The vermilion bird banner can command all fires, just what I desire. He slung the banner over his shoulder, his fiery aura growing more rampant. As each of the four top-grade innate spiritual treasures were claimed, the once resplendent four symbols divine tree instantly lost its radiance, its branches withered, its roots decayed, and in the blink of an eye turned to ash, leaving only strands of primordial aura merging into the secret realm. Fuxi had not made a move from start to finish. He had come merely to accompany Nuwa, not as the fated one, sensing the pull of the treasures. Seeing everyone attain their desires, Fuxi smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations to all fellow Taoists for acquiring the treasures." Zhu Rong and Gongong stored their treasures, nodding at Fuxi and the others, without further words, transforming into two streaks of light directly leaving the secret realm. Zhu Rong and Gongong had no intention of engaging in much conversation with Fuxi and the others. After gaining treasures, they naturally sought to return to the Pangu Divine Hall as quickly as possible. Once the two departed, Fuxi suddenly shifted his gaze toward the place where the four symbols divine tree had turned to ash. On that patch of land, a fist-sized clump of divine earth remained, displaying a blend of blue, red, white, and black colors, exuding a rich essence of earth. It was unmistakably a mid-grade innate divine earth. The four symbols divine earth. At the center of the divine earth, there was also a seed the size of a grain of rice, topped with a tender green sprout, subtly radiating the laws of the four symbols. "Oh, there is such a harvest." Fux's eyes flickered with surprise as he bent down to collect the divine earth and seed together. This divine earth contains the essence of the four symbols and can nurture spiritual roots. Though he did not know what this seed was, or whether it matched his suspicions, its ability to remain after the four symbols divine tree's demise surely indicated it was no ordinary item. Seeing this, Nuwa smiled and said, "Brother has indeed encountered good fortune." Fuxi laughed heartily and replied, "It's merely an unexpected delight." Xihua Taijin also stored the White Tiger Decree, cupping her hands and saying, "Since the opportunity has passed, this humble Taoist will return to Zaikanwan. If there is a chance another day, I shall discuss Dao with the two fellow Taoists again." "Taijin Taoist, please take care." Fuxi and Nuwa both returned the gesture. The three figures transformed into streams of light, vanishing into the clouds and mist of Buzhou Mountain. On Kunlun Yujing Mountain, primordial spiritual energy swirls, and the Dao rhythm is naturally formed. Atop the mountain, an invisible Dao platform hovers amidst the sea of clouds. In the center of the platform, a fragmented creation jade dish slowly rotates, surrounded by countless Dao principles cascading down, boundless creation, celestial light, enveloping the entire Yujing Mountain in a sacred and peaceful halo. On the Dao platform, the ancient ancestor Hongjun sits cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, as if merging with the heavens and the Great Dao. After an unknown passage of time, he suddenly opens his eyes, and a satisfied glint flashes as he scans the three figures before him. These three figures are the three corpses he has severed. To his left, one wears a Tai Chi Dao robe, holding the supreme treasure of creation, the Tai Chi diagram, radiating a steady and profound aura, having already reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. In the center, a figure dons a purple gold crown with a dragon head staff, and the central Wuji apricot flag hovering above. Judging by his aura, he is but a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. To his right, a figure sits upon a 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, holding a red embroidered ball, embodying both compassion and majesty. Although slightly inferior to the other two, he is equally terrifying. "Not bad." Hongjun slowly speaks, his voice plain yet imbued with the weight of the Dao. In just a few Yuan meetings, one corpse has reached the pinnacle, while the other will soon attain perfection. Once all three corpses achieve perfection and unite as one, it will be the time for this humble Taoist to attain the Dao. As he thinks of this, even Hongjun, a being of ancient heart and calm demeanor, cannot help but feel a ripple of emotion in his heart. After attaining the Dao, he would be able to control the primordial chaos, stabilize the universe, and become the foremost figure beneath the Heavenly Dao. This temptation is one that none can refuse. However, in the next moment, he senses a vast karmic force lurking deep within his primordial spirit, and his expression darkens, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. This immense karmic force is the consequence of the calamity brought forth by Luo, who when he detonated the Western Earth veins. This karmic force gnaws at his Dao foundation like a bone-deep affliction, suppressing his cultivation speed. Were it not for this karmic force entangling me, Hongjun sneers inwardly, with the backing of the great luck of the calamity, I would have long since perfected two corpses, or even united all three, making the Dao attainable. Now, however, I am hindered, not knowing how much more time I will waste. As he thinks of this, his hatred for Luo who intensifies. However, for the moment, he has no good way to eliminate this vast karmic force within his primordial spirit. Unless he were to exhaust the merit power he has previously accumulated, but the cost would be too great, and it would adversely affect him, making it not worth doing. Enough, Hongjun collects his thoughts, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. I can only wait until after attaining the Dao to gather the merit luck of all beings in the primordial chaos and gradually resolve this karmic force. He closes his eyes once more, continuing to deduce the great Dao, the light of the creation jade dish, becoming increasingly brilliant, clearly making a final push for the perfection of the three corpses. Meanwhile, on Tianzhou Mountain in the Yuanxi realm, the place is shrouded in mist with the laws of space interwoven, resembling a chaotic zone between the real and the unreal. At the center of the secret realm, a resplendent golden tower, the void golden tower, floats in the air, its body inscribed with countless spatial runes, sometimes solid, sometimes ethereal, emanating an overwhelming pressure of spatial Dao principles. This is the companion treasure of the ancient ancestor Yang Mei. Under the golden tower, Yang Mei sits cross-legged. He wears a simple Dao robe, his face aged yet spirited, and within the opening and closing of his eyes, it seems as if countless spaces are born and perish. His aura is vast as the sea, having already reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, and his understanding of the laws of space is at an extraordinary peak, just one step away from attaining the Dao. Yet he has been unable to take that step. Alas! Yang Mei sighs softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos is ultimately different from the chaos. He was originally a space chaos demon god within the chaos, possessing great powers at his peak, mastering the Dao of space. However, since Pangu opened the heavens and the chaos shattered, he managed to survive within the primordial chaos, but upon re-establishing the laws of space, he found this path to be far more difficult than he had imagined. The heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos has its own operational rules. It is incredibly challenging to rely solely on oneself to walk the path of Dao attainment. After all, that would mean becoming a master of a Dao, seeking to attain the Dao through the laws, and become the master of space, while remaining unbound by the heavenly Dao, which is almost an act of defiance against the heavens. How could the heavenly Dao easily allow such an unrestrained supreme being to exist? Even though his understanding of the laws of space has long reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, and he has even touched upon the essence of the laws, he has still been unable to break through that layer of barrier. Even though he once was a space chaos demon god, far surpassing his current self, he cannot rely on past experiences to re-attain the Dao. After all, he now resides in the primordial world, not in the chaos of the past. The laws of heaven and earth here differ from those of the chaos. If he were to rely on the experiences of the former chaos demon god to reclaim past Dao fruits, he would once again become the space chaos demon god he once was. And this is not the outcome Yang Mei desires. It remains true that this is the primordial world, not the chaos of the past. The chaos demon god is not tolerated by the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos. If he wishes to revert to the former chaos demon god, he must distance himself from the primordial chaos, otherwise he will face suppression by the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos. Yet if he chooses to distance himself from the primordial chaos, he will lose the possibility of mastering the heavenly realms. When Pangu opened the heavens, he transformed himself into the primordial chaos, merging the essence, spirit treasures, and Dao principles of the 3,000 chaos demon gods within. This realm gathers all the essence of the creation of heaven and earth, making it the best soil for cultivation and Dao attainment. Whoever can master the primordial chaos can inherit Pangu's legacy, and their future accomplishments are boundless. Therefore, no existence wishes to lose the temptation of mastering the primordial world as it pertains to whether they can continue to grow rapidly after attaining the Dao. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they will not distance themselves from the primordial chaos to return to the chaos and become chaos demon gods once more. Though the chaos is vast, it is not as suitable for cultivation as the primordial chaos. Yang Mei shakes his head, dispelling this thought. This place is the foundation of my humble Dao, and I must seize the opportunity. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes again, and the laws of space swirl around him as he begins to attempt to forge a completely new path of Dao attainment. This is undoubtedly arduous, requiring a complete shattering of the insights from the chaos period and then reassembling them with the laws of the primordial chaos. The difficulty and time required are unimaginable. However, Yang Mei does not waver in the slightest. Not just him, but also Hongjun, the hidden ancestor of reversal, the primordial ancestor of infinity, and many other top innate divine demons are all striving in the same manner. They are all tirelessly working towards being the first to attain the Dao. This is not merely a breakthrough in realm, but an ultimate competition concerning the orthodox of the primordial chaos and the authority of dominion. Whoever can be the first to attain the Dao will naturally inherit Pangu's legacy, control the luck of the primordial chaos, stabilize the order of the Heavenly Dao, and become the true master of this realm. The victor will gain everything with a clear path ahead in the future, experiencing rapid advancement in cultivation and having the hope of reaching the legendary end of the Great Dao. The defeated will either have to submit to others or be forced to retreat into the chaos, struggling to survive in harsh environments with no hope of rising again. The so-called contention of the Great Dao has never been merely a simple competition of cultivation. If it were just to attain the Dao, they could easily return to the chaos, reclaim their past Dao fruits, and effortlessly restore their peak. But what they truly care about is this vast primordial chaos left by Pangu, the supreme world forged by the 3,000 chaos demon gods, through flesh, primordial spirits, corporeal forms, spirit treasures, and the essence of Dao principles. Atop Yujing Mountain, Hongjun deduces the Great Dao, and the light of the creation jade dish shines with a brilliance of millions of zhang. In the secret realm of Tianzhou, Yang Mei integrates the laws, and the void golden tower sees the birth and death of space. Throughout the primordial chaos, the hidden innate divine demons are all engaged in arduous cultivation, their auras sometimes erupting, sometimes silent. An unspoken competition is quietly underway. Time flows by, and once again, more than 10 Yuan meetings have quietly passed. The primordial world oscillates between calm and turmoil, stirring up waves once more. An increasing number of innate divine beings are emerging, establishing their renown across the vast primordial land with their own divine abilities. The innate clans that survived the great calamities of the world, now rejuvenated by the recovery of the world's vitality, are gradually regaining a semblance of their former splendor. Yet amidst this tumultuous world, the most eye-catching and formidable is a newly emerged clan. That is the Witch Clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Since the birth of the Witch Clan, after several Yuan meetings of propagation, they are no longer the 12 ancestral witches they once were. Deep within the blood pool of the Pangu sanctuary, the first batch of witches beyond the 12 ancestral witches was birthed, and these witches have been proliferating amongst themselves. Although their reproduction rate is not particularly fast, they are still rapidly growing over this long span of time. Moreover, whether they possess human bodies with beast heads, have wings, or are covered in scales and armor, despite their varied forms, they all inherit part of the ancestral witches' divine abilities, with formidable physical bodies, overflowing vitality, and astonishing strength. Their cultivation speed is extraordinarily fast. The 12 ancestral witches lead their respective clans like 12 unstoppable torrents, expanding outward from Mount Buzhou to all corners of the primordial continent. The path of cultivation for the Witch Clan is radically different from that of other innate divine beings and creatures. The Witch Clan primarily cultivates the physical body, and aside from some innate spiritual items and spiritual fruits that can enhance their vitality, their greatest need is the flesh and blood of various innate creatures. Furthermore, as they do not cultivate the primordial spirit, the Witch Clan is unafraid of karmic retribution. Thus, by constantly devouring the flesh and blood of innate beings, they can rapidly grow stronger. It is precisely for this reason that under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, the Witch Clan feeds on all primordial beings. To them, the physical essence of innate divine beings, innate creatures, and even postnatal beings is merely nourishment for their own growth. Their actions can be described as utterly unrestrained, ferociously savage. Roar. In the western outskirts of the primordial realm, a mountain range that once housed millions of the Qi Xuan clan has now transformed into a scene of carnage. The Flame tribe, led by ancestor Zhu Rong, moved through the area, as if it were uninhabited, while the Witch Clan warriors exhaled flames from their mouths, their fists swinging as the bodies of the Qi Shui Niu exploded, their screams echoing. One after another, the Qi Shui Niu were hunted down, becoming blood food for the Witch Clan. The flesh and blood of these monstrous beasts can barely nourish our warriors. Zhu Rong stood atop the mountain, watching his kin slaughter with abandon, his eyes revealing no sign of emotion. Under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, the Witch Clan feasts upon all primordial beings. The weaker clans, or lesser innate beings living around the Witch Clan, have been almost entirely consumed. Even those innate clans that have endured great calamities and have now partially restored their foundations are wary of the Witch Clan. Moreover, the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, supported by the Sun Star, have taken the opportunity to widely recruit numerous primordial clans, providing protection to major races. Many innate clans, fearing the Witch Clan's aggression, have become prey for them, and thus have chosen to align themselves with the Sun Palace, which has gradually strengthened the influence of the Sun Palace, enhancing its reputation. Consequently, the myriad clans of the primordial realm, whether birds, scaled creatures, or land beasts, have gradually turned hostile towards the Witch Clan. However, in this era of innate divine beings, the Witch Clan, with its 12 ancestral witches, pays no mind to this at all. In their eyes, the countless clans of the primordial realm, regardless of whether they have fur and horns or are born from eggs, are merely food for them, and they collectively refer to these clans as monstrous beasts. Gradually, the concept of monsters began to spread in the primordial realm, marking the first appearance of such a concept. In this situation, the factions under the Sun Palace, led by Di Jun and Tai Yi, are becoming increasingly numerous, and the entire strength of the Sun Palace is rapidly expanding. In just a few Yuan meetings, the Sun Palace has gathered hundreds of clans, including many formidable experts at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal and De Luo Golden Immortal levels. Even the fortune bestowed upon Di Jun and Tai Yi is becoming increasingly potent. Although the two have expended considerable energy managing clan affairs and consolidating their influence, their cultivation has progressed rapidly under the nourishment of this fortune. This naturally fuels their ambitions, with Di Jun harboring a subtle thought. That is to unify all primordial clans under one banner, excluding the Witch Clan, which they would label as monsters. However, in the current primordial realm, the 12 ancestral witches possess overwhelming might. Even though Di Jun and Tai Yi are powerful and possess the Chaos Bell, a supreme treasure of creation, they still harbor considerable trepidation towards the 12 ancestral witches and can only temporarily suppress their aspirations, discreetly expanding their power and recruiting more formidable beings to resist the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan is certainly not oblivious to the rise of the Sun Palace, having taken note of their movements. In the Pangu Sanctuary, the 12 ancestral witches have gathered. Dezhong's 6 legs and 4 wings moved slightly, spatial fluctuations swirling around him. Those 2 golden crows of the Sun Star have some tricks up their sleeves, having gathered quite a number of monstrous beasts. Should we go and topple the Sun Star? Gong Gong's eyes narrowed, the water vapor around him swirling. I think it is unnecessary to pay them any mind. Tian Wu waved his hand. The primordial land is vast and boundless, with countless food available for my clan. We are currently busy occupying the primordial land. Why should we concern ourselves with those 2 clowns? Zhu Jiuyin added. Once my clan occupies the primordial continent, at that time not only the Sun Star, but the entire primordial realm will have no entity capable of hindering the steps of my witch clan. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. To them, the Sun Palace is merely a nest of gathered monstrous beasts, fundamentally no different from the clans upon the primordial land. As long as they wish, they can march into the skies at any moment to obliterate those 2 mixed feathered birds along with the monstrous beasts. Moreover, since there has yet to be any direct and intense conflict between the 2 sides, the Witch Clan is preoccupied with expansion and naturally has no time to pay attention. Mount Wanshou, the cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple. Within the Wuzhuang Hall, Zhen Yuanzi sits cross-legged on a cloud bed, his eyes slightly closed, surrounded by a halo of chaotic light. An ancient and profound chaotic compass and a chaotic grinding disc slowly rotate above his head, representing the chaotic Dao compass and the chaotic Dao grinding disc. Countless chaotic runes flow restlessly upon the grinding disc, emanating boundless chaotic primordial power, continuously pouring into his body. Through years of seclusion and arduous cultivation, his comprehension of the laws of the Dao has reached a critical point, and under the nourishment of the chaotic primordial power, his physical body, magical power, and primordial spirit have reached a perfect limit, akin to a taut bowstring needing just the final bit of strength to achieve this earth-shattering breakthrough. Buzz! At a certain moment, the chaotic Dao compass suddenly quivered, erupting with dazzling brilliance. A chaotic mark quietly manifested at Zhen Yuanzi's brow, resonating with the compass. His understanding of the chaotic Dao, like a river breaking through a dam, instantly shattered the invisible barrier. Boom! A terrifying pressure difficult to articulate erupted from Zhen Yuanzi's body, sweeping across the entire cave heaven of Wuzhuang Temple. This pressure was not intentionally released, but naturally emanated from the breakthrough of his realm, containing the unique chaotic Dao charm of a Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal, as if capable of stabilizing the universe and reversing time and space. Fortunately, the supreme array guarding the outer boundary of the Wuzhuang Temple firmly locked this pressure and aura within the secret realm, preventing it from leaking even a trace. Otherwise, it would surely cause turmoil in the primordial secrets, shaking the entire wilderness. Even so, the beings within the cave could feel the heart-stirring fluctuations. Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were cultivating in the palace, suddenly stiffened, their faces turning pale in an instant. Though they were at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, considered powerful figures in the wilderness, before this pressure, they felt like ants facing the vast sky, finding even breathing difficult. This is the Master's aura. Qingfeng's voice trembled, filled with shock and reverence. So strong. It's more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than before. Is the Master? Has he broken through? Mingyue had already prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Not just them, but the physically formidable iron-eating beast clan within the cave also lay prostrate on the ground, shivering towards the direction of the Wuzhuang Palace. Inside the Wuzhuang Palace, Zhen Yuanzi was undergoing a transformation akin to rebirth. His physical body, under the reshaping of the Chaos Origin, gleamed with a chaotic hue, as if forged from countless chaotic divine crystals, indestructible, and exuding a subtle power akin to creating the heavens and the earth. His magical power had long transformed into the primordial Great Luo magical power, thick as paste and vast as the sea, each drop containing the strength to collapse the heavens. His primordial spirit transformed into a chaotic Dao body identical to himself, seated in the center of the sea of consciousness, seemingly embodying the cycles of chaos and the reincarnation of the heavens with each blink. More importantly, the chaotic laws he comprehended had fully merged with him, allowing him to invoke the power of the Grand Dao laws with every gesture. This is the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, chaos swirling within them, as if containing the birth and destruction of countless universes. He could feel within himself an overwhelming power that was beyond control, and a sense of dominance over everything surged within his heart. He could clearly sense that aside from the factor of precious treasures, he could easily overpower his previous self, who had not yet broken through, with just a snap of his fingers, while his former self would have no power to resist. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, also known as the Primordial Sage, Zhen Yuanzi understood in his heart. Although I cannot draw upon the power of the Heavenly Dao as a saint of the Heavenly Dao does, I am also not bound by it, free and unfettered, truly achieving mastery over my fate. Now he had completely broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, also referred to as the Primordial Sage. However, unlike the saints of the Heavenly Dao, whose primordial spirits rely on the Heavenly Dao, he could not summon the Heavenly Dao power through the authority of the wilderness, yet he also would not be constrained by it. Moreover, he had broken through in all aspects, including physical body magical power and primordial spirit laws, rather than relying solely on great magical power or laws to prove his Dao, though his strength was truly formidable. As he felt the changes within himself, filled with emotions, a long-lost mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, triggering a random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Chaotic Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, One Path of Primordial Origin. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 100 million merits of the Grand Dao. Zhen Yuanzi's heart jolted, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect such generous rewards for breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although there were only 3 rewards triggered by the breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Zhen Yuanzi was profoundly shocked after receiving the information about these rewards. Although there were only 3 rewards, each one was exceedingly precious and extraordinarily against the heavens. The first reward, the Chaotic Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal, contains the essence and authority of the Heavenly Dao, allowing one to wield over 90% of the authority of the Heavenly Dao in the wilderness and mobilize its power. Though its function seems singular, it is incredibly against the heavens. Just based on this point alone, it truly deserves the identity of a chaotic supreme treasure. In the original trajectory of fate in the wilderness, why could ancestor Hongjun crush other saints? Was it merely because he was the first to attain the Dao and possessed the greatest strength? This was indeed one factor, but the fundamental reason was not so simplistic. Besides Ancestor Hongjun's own formidable strength, it was also because he possessed the broken Chaos Jade Plate, which allowed him to wield part of the authority of the wilderness, enabling him to command more of the Heavenly Dao's power and even restrain other saints of the Heavenly Dao. However, the Chaos Jade Plate possessed by Ancestor Hongjun was incomplete, thus limiting the authority he could wield in the wilderness. Therefore, he needed to gather the fortune of humanity and merge with the Dao. This was not merely to repair the Heavenly Dao, but also to occupy more of its authority to achieve the goal of mastering the wilderness. That was also a contest between Ancestor Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. The reason Ancestor Hongjun was able to gradually master the development and trends of the wilderness and influence the operation of the Heavenly Dao was due to the effects of the Heavenly Dao's authority. Even the saints of the Heavenly Dao could exert greater strength in the wilderness relying on the authority of the Heavenly Dao. However, this Heavenly Dao authority was gained through their primordial spirits relying on the Heavenly Dao, becoming saints of the Heavenly Dao and being constrained by it. And it was precisely because of the existence of the Heavenly Dao authority that Ancestor Hongjun later subtly suppressed the saints of the Heavenly Dao. The manifestation during the conferred God Calamity is a clear indication. Now with the system reward of the Chaotic Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Dao Divine Seal Zhen Yuanzi could wield over 90% of the Heavenly Dao authority without needing to scheme painstakingly or merge with the Dao, thus mastering the Heavenly Dao of the wilderness. In comparison to the function of this Heavenly Dao authority, Zhen Yuanzi did not place as much importance on the abilities of the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal itself, such as suppression of merit. With this seal, I can directly control the operation of the Heavenly Dao in the wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes sparkled. If in the future, I can set up the 6 paths of reincarnation with the 24-petal reincarnation, Purple Lotus master the Earth Dao, and then intervene in the human Dao to teach the beings and influence the development of the human race. At that time, the Heavenly Dao, Earth Dao, and Human Dao will all be in my hands, and the Great Dao can be anticipated. The first reward was so against the heavens, but the second reward was equally impressive. This second reward was a hazy purple aura emanating an ancient and primal essence even more profound than the Chaos Origin, which was the primordial source. This primordial source was a heaven-defying treasure capable of further elevating his innate foundation and talent, the second such treasure awarded by the system. Previously, it had directly elevated his talent from the level of a top-tier innate sacred being to that of a primordial chaos demon god. His ability to so swiftly and smoothly attain enlightenment through sheer power and break through to the primordial chaos golden immortal realm was greatly attributed to his foundation as a primordial chaos demon god. Yet this primordial source was even more transcendent, capable of elevating his current foundation as a primordial chaos demon god directly to the level of a primordial source demon god. Though it would not raise his cultivation realm, his training aptitude would undergo a complete transformation. Even having reached the primordial chaos golden immortal realm, his future cultivation speed would not diminish, but instead continuously increase. Moreover, in the future there would be no bottlenecks to his advancement, a truly heaven-defying feat. Simultaneously, after transforming into a primordial source demon god, his combat prowess at the same level would become even more extraordinary. Primordial source demon god. Zhen Yuanzi murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. At that time, even though I have already reached the primordial chaos golden immortal realm, my cultivation speed will not slow down, but will instead accelerate with no bottlenecks in the future, and my combat strength at the same level will become even more heaven-defying. In comparison, the third reward, 100 million merits of the Great Dao, though equally precious, seemed less conspicuous. But that was only relatively speaking. 100 million merits of the Great Dao were still extremely valuable, at least equivalent to 10 billion merits of the Heavenly Dao, enough even for a primordial chaos golden immortal to attain enlightenment through merits alone. Given his current realm fully absorbing, it could rapidly enhance his strength and cultivation, bringing about a significant boost. Yet he clearly would not do so. With his current foundation and realm, there was no need to rely on the power of merits for advancement. Although he could convert merit power into the power of the Great Dao's origin through the Chaos Dao mill, rapidly enhancing his strength, without side effects, his current foundation made such a step unnecessary for now. With a thought, Zhen Yuanzi retrieved the 3 rewards from the system space. A profound and immensely powerful divine seal appeared in his palm. Upon the seal were engraved countless Heavenly Dao runes emanating a boundless aura of the Heavenly Dao's origin, faintly connected to the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world. Merely holding the seal, he felt as if he could control the cycle of day and night, the change of seasons, and the birth and death of all things in the primordial world. Additionally, there were 2 orbs of light, one emitting a hazy purple radiance, the other a shimmer of primordial yellow, representing the primordial source and the Great Dao merits. He carefully put away the Heavenly Dao divine seal and then guided the vast mass of Great Dao merits into the depths of his primordial spirit. In an instant, 100 dazzling golden wheels of Great Dao merits slowly revolved within his primordial spirit, radiating pure merit power and illuminating his entire sea of consciousness. Finally, his gaze fell upon the primordial source. Drawing a deep breath, he hesitated no longer, opened his mouth, and inhaled it, swallowing the primordial source into his belly. Boom! The moment the primordial source entered his body, Zhen Yuanzi felt an indescribable force sweeping through him, triggering earth-shattering changes in his physical body, primordial spirit, magical power, and understanding of the laws. His innate foundation was visibly transforming from the level of a primordial chaos demon god to that of a primordial source demon god. After countless years, the chaotic light within the 5 villages hall gradually receded, and Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes. Chaos swirled in his pupils, yet they also held a clarity reminiscent of the dawn of creation, as if they could reflect the emptiness of all ages. He stretched his body slowly, and a faint cracking sound came from within, not from misaligned bones but the clear resonance of the Great Dao laws being reorganized after his foundation's transformation. Primordial Source Demon God. Zhen Yuanzi murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of profound Dao resonance. He could clearly sense that his foundation had undergone a complete and earth-shattering transformation. The previous foundation of a primordial chaos demon god, though formidable and endowed with great talent, still lay within the bounds of chaos. But now the primordial source seemed to transcend chaos itself, ancient, pure, and boundless. He tried circulating a trace of his magical power, finding that under the nourishment of the primordial source, his chaotic power had become even more condensed, each strand containing the might of creation. His perception of the heavenly and great Daos became unprecedentedly clear, as if the Dao itself flowed at his fingertips within reach. My realm remains unchanged, yet my strength has been utterly transformed. Zhen Yuanzi smiled, slightly, deeply satisfied with all these transformations. Not only had his cultivation undergone a sea change, but though his realm remained the same, his strength had also experienced a tremendous boost. Now, even without using any magical treasures, relying solely on his physical body and the power of his foundation, he could crush his former self at the same level. If he were to wield a Chaos Supreme Treasure, the result would be even more terrifying. At the same time, the moment he completed his transformation, a shocking tremor shook the depths of the endless Chaos Sea. The laws of Chaos Dao fluctuated violently, the source of chaos churned endlessly, and countless purple mists of chaos surged skyward, manifesting myriad visions of world creation, cosmic birth and death, and the swaying of myriad realms enveloping infinite territories of chaos. Some ancient beings hidden in chaotic danger zones, dormant for countless kalpas, were awakened by this disturbance. They extended their divine senses, gazing in doubt and alarm toward the direction of the chaos depths. The Chaos Dao trembles. The source of chaos manifests. A colossal chaos whale, its body blotting out the sky, emitted a low rumble, its eyes filled with confusion. Which existence has touched the foundation of chaos? Could it be Pangu reborn? Who is it? Who has stirred the resonance of the Chaos Dao? An ancient voice heavy with solemnity came from a chaos fortress forged from billions of stars. Within chaos, is there someone capable of triggering visions of the Chaos Dao? Could the great chaos calamity be about to recur? A faint Dao tone sounded from a mysterious place. However, between the primordial world and the depths of chaos lay infinite time and space, endless chaos, and the barrier left by Pangu's creation. Though these chaos visions were earth-shattering, they did not affect the primordial world in the slightest. Zhen Yuanzi, immersed in the joy of his transformation, remained completely unaware. He composed himself, sweeping his divine sense across the entire 5 villages, temple, cave, heaven, a satisfied expression on his face. With his attainment of the Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal Realm, the might of the 5 villages temple Dao field had also surged dramatically. Under the enhancement of the Dao field's functions, the innate spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so dense it nearly turned liquid, with strands of innate Dao resonance drifting in the air. A single breath could greatly boost the cultivation of an ordinary cultivator. Nourished by the dense spiritual energy and Dao resonance, the spiritual roots and herbs grew even more lush. The branches of the ginseng fruit tree were laden with infant-shaped fruits. The yellow plum radiated an enticing glow. The leaves of the enlightenment tea tree even bore faint Dao runes. What delighted him more was the transformation of the Dao field's formations. The original formation could only withstand a Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal, but not a Primordial Chaos Wuji Golden Immortal. Now, after his breakthrough, the formation had automatically upgraded. Its defensive power had soared enough to resist the attacks of a Primordial Chaos Wuji Golden Immortal, and it could even shield against the prying of a Primordial Chaos Wuliang Golden Immortal. This made things even more secure. This also means that even the primal Heavenly Dao cannot penetrate the formation to glimpse any situation within the cave. Thus, the breakthrough he was experiencing at this moment had not yet been sensed by the Heavenly Dao, which meant that there were no anomalies appearing in the primal world. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and smiled, saying, if there had been an anomaly reaching the heavens during the breakthrough, it would have surely alarmed Hongjun and Yang Mei during the previous transformation, and those hidden innate divine demons might have fled ahead of time. Then with a thought, the long-lost system panel appeared in his mind. Name Zhen Yuanzi. Cultivation early stage of Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Root qualification Primordial Source Demon God. Technique Chaos Dao Origin Scripture. Treasures Chaos Supreme Treasure Chaos Dao Compass Chaos Supreme Treasure Chaos Dao Grinding Disc Chaos Supreme Treasure Heavenly Dao Divine Seal Innate Supreme Treasure Earth Book Innate Supreme Treasure Tai Su Sword Top Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Sky Shattering Sword Low Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Xian Bing Mirror Lake of 3 Light Divine Water Medium Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Sky Shattering Spear Medium Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Water Controlling Banner Low Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Soul Locking Bell Top Grade Innate Spiritual Root Annihilating World Demon Elm Innate Spiritual Roots Supreme Innate Spiritual Root Ginseng Fruit Tree Supreme Innate Spiritual Root Huangzhong Li Supreme Innate Spiritual Root Enlightenment Tea Tree Medium Grade Innate Spiritual Root Fire Cloud Immortal P. Now, no matter his cultivation root qualification or foundation, he stood at the pinnacle of the primal world. He casually closed the panel and then took out the Chaos Dao Compass. The compass gently spun, emitting a chaotic glow which instantly concealed his heavenly secrets and aura. Even the Heavenly Dao could not detect any changes in him. Having completed all this, Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, and his figure appeared outside the cave of Wu Zhuangguan, standing at the peak of Mount Wanshou. The mountain wind blew against his Dao robe, causing his sleeves to flutter, yet there was not a hint of aura leaking out. Zhen Yuanzi then took out the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal. The seal felt warm in his hand, yet it contained the vast authority of the Heavenly Dao. The moment he grasped the seal, Zhen Yuanzi felt as if he had connected with the entire primal Heavenly Dao. He could distinctly sense the flow of the Heavenly Dao's essence touch every rule of the primal world, and even see the hazy consciousness formed by the intertwining of countless rules, which was the will of the Heavenly Dao. So this is the authority of the Heavenly Dao, Zhen Yuanzi mused. With this seal, he could easily mobilize over 90% of the Heavenly Dao's power, master the operation of the rules of the primal world, and determine the direction of the primal world's fate. Every word and action could become the laws of heaven and earth. It was even more defiant than just having the law follow one's words. It's time to make some arrangements. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. With a thought, he utilized the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal to mobilize the vast authority of the Heavenly Dao. In an instant, at the edge of the primal world, an invisible barrier quietly rose like a gigantic prison enveloping the entire primal world. This barrier was not a physical entity, but was woven from countless rules of the Heavenly Dao. It appeared fragile, yet was indestructible. Even a Hunyuan Wujidi Duo Golden Immortal would require immense power to forcefully break through. With this layer of confinement, Zhen Yuanzi said with a slight smile, those hidden innate divine demons will find it nearly impossible to escape the primal world. Having completed all this, he put away the Heavenly Dao Divine Seal, standing with his hands clasped behind him at the peak of Mount Wanshou, gazing in all directions of the primal earth. Hongjun of Yujing Mountain, Yang Mei of Tianzhou Mountain. However, just as Zhen Yuanzi stood at the peak of Mount Wanshou contemplating further arrangements, a cold and clear notification sound from the system echoed deep within his primordial spirit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the authority of the Heavenly Dao, ruling the primal Heavenly Dao, and triggering a random reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, opening the second Dao field function. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, opening the primordial heavenly prison function. Zhen Yuanzi was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not expected that mastering the authority of the Heavenly Dao could also trigger rewards. The triggering mechanism of this system often brought surprises. He focused on reviewing the information for the two new functions, and after a moment, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Among them, the second Dao field function allows one to choose any location in the primal world to bind another Dao field with functions identical to those of the Wu Zhuangguan Dao field, capable of gathering spiritual energy, enhancing cultivation, and Dao field formations. It is equivalent to having an additional defiant Dao field. Moreover, the profound Dao sounds resonated like the tolling of bells, the chime of jade, and the low chanting of countless gods and demons. In the midst of the unformed primordial chaos, a single ray of true yang shattered the void. The clear rose, and the turbid sank, dividing heaven and earth. Pangu split the cosmos, establishing the universe. The cycle of yin and yang gave birth to the four symbols. The interplay of the five elements transformed into the myriad spirits. The Great Dao is formless, concealing true mysteries. The moment a sage appears, the primordial chaos is settled. The celestial music lingered, imbued with the true essence of the Great Dao since the dawn of creation, causing all beings in the primordial world to gain sudden insights. Many cultivators who were stuck at bottlenecks broke through on the spot. Immediately after, upon the boundless firmament, a colossal Dharma image spanning billions of miles began to condense slowly. It was clad in a chaotic Taoist robe, its countenance identical to Zhen Yuanzi's. As its eyes opened and closed, they contained the birth and death of chaos, the cycles of the cosmos. It was surrounded by hazy purple energy and chaotic halos. In its left hand it held the Earth Book, in its right the Hongmeng ruler, beneath its feet was the 21st-grade purple lotus of reincarnation. This was unmistakably Zhen Yuanzi's primordial Dharma image. The Dharma image stood firm in the heavens, as if merging with the very fabric of the primordial world. A supreme, unparalleled majesty radiated outward, freezing heaven and earth into a state of absolute silence. Then a voice, majestic and grand, yet carrying a peaceful Dao resonance like the celestial decree of the Heavenly Dao, resounded through every inch of the primordial world, reaching the ears of every living being. In the dawn of Hongmeng, the true source existed. Deep within chaos, the pre-celestial was nurtured. I have proven the Dao at Wanshou Mountain through one Kulpa, one epoch, one era. The Earth Book can bear the veins of mountains and rivers. The ruler can fix the orbits of the sun and moon. Today I ascend to the saintly throne of primordial chaos to spread the Great Dao and ferry the mortal connections. The verses were profoundly mysterious, revealing the true essence of his Dao, shaking the very souls of all beings in the primordial world. Following this, Zhen Yuanzi's Dharma image spoke, its voice once again spreading across the primordial world. I am Zhen Yuanzi. Today I have attained the Dao of primordial chaos, achieving the status of a primordial chaos saint. This single sentence exploded like a thunderclap, causing countless beings to cry out in shock. A saint. This was the first being since the creation of the primordial world to explicitly declare their attainment of the Dao as a primordial chaos saint. This humble priest feels the difficulty of the myriad beings' cultivation. In 1,000,000 years, I will expound the Great Dao at the chaotic Dao field beyond the heavens. All those with affinity may come to listen. As his voice faded, the celestial phenomena in heaven and earth grew even more radiant. Boundless saintly blessings like sweet nectar poured down, nourishing all things in the primordial world. Withered spirit herbs and medicinal plants regained their vitality. Injured beings were instantly healed. Even cultivators tainted by karma felt a portion of their malevolent aura dissipate. The entire primordial world erupted in fervor. Around Mount Wanshou, countless beings prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing to the Dharma image in the sky, shouting, "Congratulations to Saint Zhen Yuan for attaining the Dao. Thank you for the saint's blessings." Within the pure void cave on eastern Kunlun, the Grand Pure One abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the saintly Dharma image in the sky, murmuring, "To think such a great power exists in the primordial world." At Mount Yujing, on a cloud bed wreathed in the aura of the Great Dao, the ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged. The jade disk of creation slowly revolved above his head, scattering billions of strands of Xianhuang pure qi, making his ancient and unfathomable countenance even more enigmatic. Yet at this moment, the eternal calm and impassive face rippled for the first time. His brows furrowed slightly, and the fingers resting on his knees trembled almost imperceptibly. A flicker of shock and solemnity passed through the ancestor Hongjun's eyes. Primordial chaos perfected. How is this possible? How could this Zhen Yuanzi have attained the Dao before even I did? Primordial chaos perfected. He murmured, his voice tinged with a dryness he himself hadn't noticed. The resonance of the Dao that had just pierced through countless dimensions of time and space was unmistakably the scene of someone achieving the primordial chaos golden immortal realm. And the saintly Dharma image that had appeared was exactly that of Zhen Yuanzi, whom he had only met once before. This left Hongjun incredulous, even finding it difficult to accept. He had cultivated for eons, born alongside heaven and earth since the creation of the world, wielding the jade disk of creation, fathoming the mysteries of the Heavenly Dao. He had believed himself to be the first being in the primordial world to attain the primordial chaos golden immortal realm. But now, he had been beaten to it by someone he had only seen once and never taken seriously. How could this be? The ancestor Hongjun's fingers halted abruptly as he was calculating the celestial mechanisms. Even the rotation of the jade disk of creation experienced a momentary stagnation. Countless thoughts surged within his consciousness, ultimately coalescing into intense regret. His own cultivation had long touched the threshold of the Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal. After winning the Great Tribulation blessed by the fortune of heaven and earth, his cultivation speed had become terrifyingly fast. It was only because of the destruction of those Western Earth veins which had tainted him with a vast amount of karma that his cultivation had been hindered. If he had used his own merit and fortune earlier to offset this karma, could he have further increased his cultivation speed? Would he have been the first to attain the Dao now? One step. Just one step away. He looked at the Heavenly Dao runes flowing on the jade disk of creation, his gaze complex and unreadable, filled with reluctance, solemnity, and deep regret. The first opportunity was lost. Since Zhen Yuanzi had attained the Dao first, it meant he had taken the lead in the Heavenly Dao's fortune. To catch up in the future would require 100 or 1,000 times the effort. The pre-celestial spiritual energy on Mount Yujing churned due to his emotional fluctuations. After a long while, the ancestor Hongjun slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his face had regained its composure, but the solemnity deep within his gaze lingered for a long time. At Mount Tianzhou, the ancestor Yangmei looked at the sky and sighed. In the end, it was one step too late. The pattern of the primordial world will change from now on. At Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestral witches gathered in the Pangu temple. Their expressions varied as they felt that supreme Dao resonance. Dijiang said in a deep voice, "Now that a saint has appeared, how should our Wu clan conduct ourselves in the future?" On the sun star, Dijuan and Tai looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Tai said, "The saint expounding the Great Dao is a tremendous opportunity. In 1,000,000 years we must go." Throughout the primordial world, whether it was pre-celestial sacred beings or ordinary pre-celestial creatures, all were discussing this event. Saint Zhen Yuan. It's the venerable Zhen Yuan from Mount Wanshou. No wonder the spiritual energy at Mount Wanshou is so rich. A future saint was living in seclusion there. A saint expounding the Great Dao is a first since the creation of the world. No matter what, we must find a way to go. With a saint present, perhaps the ferocity of the Wu clan can be suppressed. Countless beings were stirred with excitement, filled with anticipation for the Great Dao lecture 1,000,000 years hence. After an unknown period, the saintly Dharma image in the sky slowly dissipated. The purple haze, golden lotuses, and other celestial phenomena gradually subsided. However, the lingering resonance of the saint's attainment of the Dao remained in the primordial world for a long time. Zhen Yuanzi stood atop Mount Wanshou, sensing the emotional fluctuations of all beings in the primordial world, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Now that heaven and earth had responded and the phenomena of his attainment had spread across the primordial world, it was already a form of recognition that he was the first being to achieve the Dao since the creation of the primordial world. A vast intangible fortune of heaven and earth enveloped him. This was one of the benefits and advantages of seizing the initiative and being the first to attain the Dao. Now the first step was considered complete. Next, the ancient pre-celestial divine demons hidden in various grotto heavens throughout the primordial world should also begin to make their moves. Now that he had attained the Dao first and seized the initiative in the primordial world, the other pre-celestial divine demons had almost lost the possibility of governing the primordial world. Furthermore, they could not fathom the thoughts of this Dao attainder, this primordial chaos saint. They would inevitably make a move, perhaps even leave the primordial world. And at that time, there would be no need for him to search for them one by one. Meanwhile, as the sage's vision faded, countless innate powers began to discuss the matter of Zhen Yuanzi attaining sainthood. In the eastern Kunlun, within the Qingshu cave heaven, the three Dao platforms stood where the three pure ones, Taiji, Yujing, and Shangqing, gazed solemnly at the remnants of the violet aura lingering in the heavens. The Taiji Daoist, surrounded by swirling violet energy, stroked his beard and sighed. The phenomenon of Zhen Yuan's saint's enlightenment is so grand that even the Dao of heaven and earth resonates with it. We pride ourselves on being the true teachings of Pangu, yet we were unaware that there existed such a terrifying power in the primeval wilderness. The Yujing Daoist holding a jade rui had a complex expression. The Earth Book and the Hongming measuring ruler manifested by the saint's Dharma form are both supreme treasures. Their heavy aura far surpasses that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures. The preaching from the outer heavens 1,000,000 years later will undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity. The Shangqing Daoist's eyes flashed with determination as he said, "Such an opportunity cannot be missed. 1,000,000 years from now, the three of us must go together." The three pure ones exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had always regarded themselves as the true teachings of Pangu, and since their transformation, they had roamed the primeval wilderness with hardly any rivals. Little did they expect that today an unparalleled powerhouse would attain enlightenment, exhibiting an overwhelming might. If they could hear the teachings of such a mighty being, it would greatly benefit their breakthrough into higher realms. In the western Shumi Mountain, within the Ling Mountain Cave Heaven, Jane and Zhuanzi sat facing each other. Senior brother with Zhen Yuan saint attaining enlightenment, the heavens and earth celebrate together. This is an opportunity for the rise of the West. Zhuanzi Taoist, holding a seven treasures wonderful tree, had eyes filled with anticipation. We must attend the teaching a million years later. Jane Taoist clasped his hands together, his voice calm, yet undeniably firm. Well said. Listening to the saint's teachings may allow us to glimpse the path to the West's rise, not to waste this primeval transformation. On Fengxi Mountain, amidst the Wutong Forest, Fuxi and Nuwa stood side by side, gazing at the golden lotus dispersing in the sky, their expressions revealing deep astonishment. Brother with Zhen Yuan saint's enlightenment, his aura can even stir the resonance of the primeval heavenly path. Such cultivation, I fear, has far exceeded our imagination. Nuwa gently brushed her hair, her tone carrying a hint of lamentation. Fuxi paused his finger that was calculating the I Ching and nodded, saying, "The saint's path is unfathomable. The teaching a million years from now concerns our future cultivation. We must go witness it." In the solar star within the resplendent solar palace, Dijuan and Tai stood atop the star platform, their imperial aura interweaving, yet unable to hide the shock in their eyes. That Zhen Yuan saint possesses such great power. Tai clapped in admiration, tightening his grip on the chaos bell. If we could receive his guidance, our cultivation would surely advance further. At that time, how could we fear the witch tribe? Daijan's eyes flashed with ambition as he said in a deep voice, "Indeed. A million years later, we will bring the generals of the solar palace to attend. We can listen to the Dao and also demonstrate the might of our solar palace to the primeval wilderness." Additionally, the Zhuangmu from the Yaotai secret realm, the Donghua Taoist from Zifu continent, the Mingyi Taoist from the endless blood sea, and the Kuanping from the North Sea. The top innate deities from all corners of the primeval wilderness, while shocked, made the same decision. A million years later, they would surely go to the outer heavens to listen to the teachings. In contrast to the expectations of these innate deities, those who were reincarnated from the remnants of chaos demons were filled with turbulent waves of emotion and unwillingness. In the Tianzhaoshan in the Yuanshu realm, the ancestor Yang Mei looked at the primeval sky, the golden light emitted by the Qizhou golden tower dimming slightly. He sighed softly, his voice filled with complexity. Ultimately, we were one step too late. With Zhen Yuanzi attaining enlightenment, we no longer have the possibility of controlling the primeval wilderness. In the Wujizu, on a continent floating on the edge of chaos, the ancestor Wuji opened his eyes, chaos swirling in his gaze. He was originally a demon god who presided over the Wujideo in chaos, but after reincarnating in the primeval wilderness and cultivating for millions of years, he was just a hair's breadth away from the mysterious immortal, yet did not expect Zhen Yuanzi to take the lead. "Forget it, there is no place for us in the primeval wilderness." The ancestor Wuji murmured, "Rather than staying here and being constrained by that saint, it is better to return to chaos and reclaim the past Dao fruit." Deep in the thunder abyss, a figure surrounded by lightning soared into the sky, the reincarnated innate demon of the chaos thunder demon. He looked towards the direction of Wanshou Mountain, a flicker of resentment and helplessness in his eyes. "Zhen Yuanzi, you have seized my rightful place in the primeval wilderness. Oh, I shall remember this grudge for now. When I return to the peak of chaos, I will surely come back to seek revenge." On Yujing Mountain, Hongjun sat on the cloud bed, the rotation of the creation jade plate carrying a hint of disorder. Though he had regained his calm, turmoil surged within him. With Zhen Yuanzi attaining enlightenment, it meant his hope of contending for the rightful place in the primeval wilderness had become slim. Remaining in the primeval wilderness would only lead to constraints. "I must leave." A flash of determination crossed Hongjun's eyes. Taking the creation jade plate, Taiji diagram, and Pangu banner back to chaos, perhaps there is still a chance to surpass him. Many innate demons reincarnated from the remnants of chaos demons were all astonished by Zhen Yuanzi's swift achievement of mysterious immortal, becoming the first saint of the primeval wilderness. At the same time, they were frustrated by their inability to control the primeval wilderness and dominate all beings. Thus, they could only leave the primeval wilderness and venture deep into chaos, embarking on the path originally taken by the chaos demon. However, this was not the path these innate demons wished to take. After all, while chaos is vast and boundless, its vitality pales in comparison to the prosperity of the primeval wilderness, and the risks in chaos are immeasurable, with the difficulty of cultivation far exceeding that of the primeval wilderness, not to mention the terrifying foundation of the primeval wilderness. But now that someone has attained enlightenment in the primeval wilderness, this first enlightened being will likely not tolerate their presence. After all, those like them, the innate demons, are exceptionally talented individuals, and at any moment someone could walk out on their own path to enlightenment and achieve the mysterious immortal. Therefore, their existence poses the greatest threat to Zhen Yuanzi as the first enlightened being. If they were in Zhen Yuanzi's shoes, or were the first enlightened being, they would likewise not tolerate the existence of innate demons like themselves. Because of this line of thought, even though they were deeply reluctant, they had no choice but to leave the primeval wilderness. After all, none of them knew when Zhen Yuanzi might strike against them. Upon this realization, the innate demons from all corners of the primeval wilderness began to take action. Yang Mei from Tian's Hao Shenwuji from Wujizu, the Thunder Demon from Thunder Abyss, and even Hongjun from Yujing Mountain. Powerful figures broke through their respective cave heavens, transforming into streaks of light, flying towards the borders of the primeval wilderness. Indeed, moments later, the boundary between the primordial and the chaos erupted with a series of violent collision sounds. Those innate divine demons attempting to breach the barrier were all thwarted by an invisible shield. It was the Heavenly Dao seal set by Zhen Yuanzi using the authority of the Heavenly Dao. What is happening? Ancestor Hongjun looked at the barrier glowing with Heavenly Dao runes, his expression changing drastically. When did such a restriction appear at the boundary of the primordial? Ancestor Yang Mei attempted to traverse using spatial laws, only to find that space had become incredibly stagnant before the seal, making it impossible to break through. It must be the handiwork of that Jinyan saint. It is definitely his method. The innate divine demons were both astonished and furious, and they urged their divine abilities and treasures to bombard the seal. In an instant, chaotic divine light, thunder laws, and spatial forces. Various formidable powers collided against the seal, producing deafening booms, yet could only create ripples on the surface, unable to budge it in the slightest. Friends, it's difficult to break the seal alone. Why not join forces and give it a try? Ancestor Hongjun said in a deep voice. Although the divine demons were hesitant, they understood the urgency of the situation and nodded in agreement. Auras of Hunyuan golden immortals converged together, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, crashing fiercely into the Heavenly Dao seal. Boom! The seal trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, as an overwhelming force of Heavenly Dao enveloped the area, the seal once again became indestructible, causing the faces of the innate divine demons to change once more. At that moment, a detached voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Friends, are you in such a hurry to leave, as if you find it uncomfortable in the primordial? The figure of Zhen Yuanzi appeared out of thin air before the seal, surrounded by a swirling chaotic aura. His seemingly plain gaze swept over the divine demons, carrying an overwhelming pressure that left them breathless. I have seen the saint. Ancestor Hongjun suppressed his shock and clasped his hands, saying, We are aware of our dull talents, unable to comprehend the Dao, and wish to return to the chaos for hard training. We implore the saint to let us go. Likewise, Ancestor Yang Mei said solemnly, since the saint has attained the Dao and holds the orthodox teachings of the primordial, we will certainly avoid confrontation and dare not contend with the saint. The other divine demons echoed in agreement, their tones tinged with trepidation. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, but his gaze swept over the spiritual light of the divine treasures surrounding the divine demons, returned to the chaos. You may, but the fortunes you have plundered and the spiritual treasures you have collected in the primordial are all products of the heavens. How can you simply take them away? His gaze landed on Hongjun, carrying a hint of amusement, especially you, Dao friend Hongjun. Your creation jade plate is a chaotic treasure that nurtures the Heavenly Dao, while the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner are also treasures of the opening of the heavens, all closely related to the Heavenly Dao of the primordial and cannot be taken away. Hongjun's face darkened, secretly cursing Zhen Yuanzi for his greed and shamelessness, yet he also knew that what the other said was not false. The creation jade plate contains the authority of the Heavenly Dao, while the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner are two of the three great treasures of the opening of the heavens, indeed intricately linked to the primordial. Does the saint mean for us to leave all our treasures behind? Ancestor Yang Mei gritted his teeth. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi nodded. If you lay down all the treasures obtained from the primordial, I will naturally not harm you. The faces of the innate divine demons turned extremely ugly. These treasures included their companion treasures, and those they had painstakingly searched for in the primordial, fundamental to their existence. How could they easily hand them over? Yet looking at Zhen Yuanzi's calm demeanor, and feeling the unfathomable aura of Hunyuan de Luo on him, their thoughts of resistance extinguished in an instant. Only by reaching their current realm could they truly comprehend the terror and fearfulness of a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. With their current strength and cultivation, though some were just a step away from attaining the Hunyuan de Luo, how could they contend with a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal? That would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. All right, I will comply. Ancestor Hongjun took a deep breath, being the first to take out the creation jade plate, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. Within the treasure space of the creation jade plate were countless spiritual treasures and innate items he had gathered over countless epochs, his eyes filled with pain. Ancestor Yangmei followed, closely handing over the Chizhou Golden Tower, which also contained the accumulation he had gathered over countless eons. Seeing this, the other divine demons could only reluctantly surrender their own treasures. The Thunder Demons Thunder Hammer, the Wuji ancestors Wujizu. One by one, treasures imbued with endless Dao rhythms and innate laws were handed over. Saint, the treasures have been offered, and may we leave. Ancestor Hongjun said in a deep voice. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the many treasures and spiritual items before him, nodding in satisfaction, then collected them all into the Chaos Dao compass, a treasure of chaos. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry, my friends? In a million years, I will open a platform to expound the Dao. Why not follow me back to Wuzhuang Temple as guests and leave just before the sermon?" The divine demons felt a chill in their hearts, realizing the trouble, but before they could react, Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve. In an instant, an irresistible force of Hunyuan de Luo and terrifying spatial Dao rules enveloped all the innate divine demons. Hongju and Yangmei and the others saw a flash before their eyes, their powers instantly confined, and the next moment found themselves in a peculiar space surrounded by endless spatial turbulence. Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed as if coming from beyond the 9 heavens. "Please wait a moment, my understanding of hospitality is quite decent." At the boundary of the primordial, Zhen Yuanzi withdrew his sleeves, looking at the many treasures and spiritual items in the Chaos Dao compass. A smile appeared on his lips. These innate divine demons had birth early, roaming the primordial and collecting countless innate spiritual items, even innate treasures. Each of them was exceedingly wealthy. Now he could be said to have completely plundered the accumulations of these innate divine demons over countless eons, and his own foundation and possessions would undoubtedly surge as a result. After all, the items coveted by these innate divine demons were at least of the innate spiritual item level, and many were innate treasures or innate roots, each one extremely precious. Even if some treasures held no use for him, they still had other purposes. Moreover, his earlier reasoning was not fabricated. These treasures were all creations nurtured by the primordial heavens, which naturally could not be allowed to leave the primordial, as that would equate to harming the foundation of the primordial world. And now that he presides over the heavenly Dao of the primordial, it also equates to harming his own interests, which he would naturally not permit. As for these innate divine demons being suppressed after offering their treasures, it does not mean he was untrustworthy. He had only said that after offering their treasures he would not harm them. He had not harmed these innate divine demons, but only temporarily suppressed them. After all, the primordial creations plundered by these innate divine demons were not limited to just the innate treasures and spiritual items they had offered up. This cause and effect could not be easily repaid. And these innate divine demons were the top combat power of the primordial. If he could make use of them, they would undoubtedly become a significant support for him in governing the primordial. And the Hongming Celestial Prison could just come in handy. In fact, if the Hongming Celestial Prison had not appeared after these innate divine demons offered all their treasures and wealth, Zhen Yuanzi might have really let them leave the primordial, but then it might have been a different plan. But since these innate divine demons encountered the emergence of the Hongming Celestial Prison, they could only be invited back as guests. In the next moment, Zhen Yuanzi's figure moved slightly, taking a step forward, crossing the endless void and arriving at the eastern sea's edge from the primordial boundary. The vast eastern sea, with its emerald waves stretching for miles, crashed against the rocks, stirring up snow-like sprays. The surface of the sea was shrouded in steam, transforming into swirling clouds where numerous islands could be faintly seen, exuding a gentle aura of spiritual energy. Zhen Yuanzi stood on the clouds, scanning the boundless sea. With a slight thought, he extended his right hand and gently beckoned. Buzz! A faint tremor resonated through the void, and a magnificent immortal island shrouded in chaotic radiance slowly emerged. This island spanned unknown thousands of miles, adorned with jade palaces and crystal towers, lush with exquisite herbs and flowers, with spiritual springs and waterfalls cascading down. Immortal cranes and spiritual deer roamed among them. It was the Ingzhou Immortal Island he had controlled in his early years. On the Immortal Island, the innate spiritual energy was even more concentrated, and numerous innate spiritual herbs and medicines swayed gracefully, emitting an enticing glow. As Zhen Yuanzi gestured, the vast immortal island rapidly shrank, becoming the size of a palm, floating in his hand like a delicate jade-carved miniature island. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly and took out the Chaos Dao compass. With his current strength and authority over the Heavenly Dao, he could forcibly deduce the locations of the other 2 immortal islands. With the Yingzhou Immortal Island serving as the deduction medium, it became even simpler. This was also one of the main reasons he came to retrieve the Yingzhou Immortal Island. It was not just to reclaim this island he had already mastered, but also to locate the other two immortal islands more quickly. As the compass turned, chaotic runes flickered, leveraging the primal connection between the three immortal islands combined with his authority over the Heavenly Dao. He instantly locked onto the traces of the other two immortal islands. Plum Immortal Island is here. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished once more. In the next moment, he appeared above an even older and more mysterious sea area. A larger island than the Yingzhou Immortal Island quietly floated in the depths of the boundless void above the sea, enveloped in immortal energy, exuding the essence of Dao. It was indeed the Plum Immortal Island. Then the Hongming measuring ruler flashed slightly, penetrating the chaotic formation of the external world, entering the Plum Immortal Island. Upon stepping onto the Plum Immortal Island, Zhen Yuanzi immediately felt an overwhelming surge of innate spiritual energy, even more potent than that of the Yingzhou Immortal Island. The island was similarly filled with jade palaces, spiritual springs, and waterfalls, with countless innate spiritual materials flourishing abundantly, among which were many upper and middle-grade innate spiritual roots radiating a shimmering glow. Moreover, within the island he discovered several mid to upper-grade innate spiritual treasures, including unmatched sharp innate swords, astonishingly defensive innate armors, and innate jade pendants that could gather chi and concentrate the spirit. Every piece exuded a powerful aura of laws. At the center of the Immortal Island, an ancient array diagram quietly floated, inscribed with numerous mysterious runes, with faint shadows of billions of immortal deities rising and falling within the diagram, emanating an aura that suppressed the universe. The 10,000 Immortal Array Diagram. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. It actually records the holy level Great Array, the 10,000 Immortal Array. With this diagram as the eye of the array, a complete 10,000 immortal array can be set up, gathering the power of countless immortals with boundless might. The 10,000 here is undoubtedly just a virtual number. This is undoubtedly a transcendent Heavenly Dao treasure whose value far exceeds that of ordinary top-grade innate spiritual treasures. In the original trajectory of the primordial history, after the future Eastern King discovered and occupied the Plum Immortal Island, he found the 10,000 Immortal Array Diagram, using it to set up the 10,000 Immortal Array against the Sun Palace, or rather against the heavenly court established by Emperor Jun and his kind. Although in the end the immortal court established by the Eastern King was destroyed by the heavenly court of the demon race, this could only be attributed to the fact that the strength of the immortal court was far inferior to that of the heavenly court of the demon race, resulting in its defeat under the heavenly star array of the demon court, and not due to the insufficient might of the 10,000 Immortal Array. In that battle, the 10,000 Immortal Array undoubtedly exhibited terrifying effects, unleashing overwhelming danger that shook the primordial world. After the great battle ended, the damaged 10,000 Immortal Array Diagram was obtained by Shangqing Tongtian, who comprehended a rudimentary version of the 10,000 Immortal Array, using it during the divine calamity that occurred countless ages later. Now this 10,000 Immortal Array Diagram had fallen into Zhen Yuanzi's hands, which was quite fortunate. He contentedly put away the array diagram, then extended his divine sense to locate the core essence of the Plum Immortal Island, refining it with his Hongjun Deluo divine power. After refining the Plum Immortal Island, Zhen Yuanzi once again used the Chaos Dao compass to lock onto the location of the last Immortal Island. The Hongjun Immortal Island is indeed hidden quite well. With a flicker of his figure, he arrived in a misty sea area deep within the Eastern Sea. Parting the heavy mist, an immortal island shrouded in a curtain of water appeared before him, which was indeed the Hongjun Immortal Island. Stepping onto the Hongjun Immortal Island, a similarly overwhelming surge of innate spiritual energy greeted him. The island was filled with pavilions and platforms, with spiritual lakes everywhere and countless aquatic spiritual herbs, medicines, and plants swaying in the lakes, exuding a moist glow. At the heart of the island, a massive lake came into view. The water displayed a tricolor of red, white, and black, distinct, yet harmoniously blending, emanating a sacred aura that purified all things and nurtured life. This was one of the top innate divine waters of the primordial world, the three-light divine water. This water was formed from the absorption of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, possessing remarkably extraordinary effects, and was incredibly miraculous. Each of the three-light divine waters, when separated, was highly toxic. The sunlight divine water could corrode flesh and bones, causing devastating damage to the physical body. The moonlight divine water could erode the primordial spirit and soul, attacking the spirit and divine sense. The starlight divine water could annihilate the true spiritual consciousness, directly obliterating the essence of life. However, when the three-colored divine waters were combined, they could neutralize all poisons in the world, revive the dead, nourish spiritual roots, and heal the injuries of the Dao, making it a supreme treasure of the primordial world. And such top-tier innate divine water existed in a vast lake here, and at the core of the lake, there was a spring capable of continuously transforming the three-light divine water. The vast lake of three-light divine water before him had gradually transformed over the endless epochs since the last primordial meeting. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the lake and revealed a satisfied expression. The system had once rewarded him with an entire lake of three-light divine water far larger than what lay before him, but it was merely a one-time reward. However, this lake of three-light divine water had a spring at its core capable of continuously transforming the divine water, which he valued the most. Then his gaze fell upon the center of the lake. He saw a pure and flawless lotus flower quietly blossoming on the water's surface. The lotus had 12 grades with petals layered upon one another, exuding a holy and ethereal aura, as if it could purify all the filth of the world. On the petals, light flowed and colors shimmered with Dao runes faintly visible. It was the top-grade, innate spiritual root, the purifying white lotus. It is indeed the purifying white lotus. Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred. This purifying white lotus was a supreme spiritual treasure for cultivating the heart, defending against intrusions, and stabilizing one's fortune. Sitting upon it could calm the mind, isolate external demons, greatly benefiting one's enlightenment, while also possessing extraordinarily powerful defensive capabilities. More importantly, it had the ability to purify all impurities and negative energies in the world, as well as suppress the fortunes of major sects, stabilizing the foundation of the Dao. Moreover, this purifying white lotus was intact with its lotus platform, leaves, seed pods, heart stem roots, and fibers. It was a complete top-grade, innate spiritual root, each part containing rich, innate essence. If forcibly dismantled, even the lotus platform alone could become a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade purifying white lotus, while each of the other parts could also transform into innate treasures. However, such an approach would undoubtedly be excessively wasteful. Only the complete purifying white lotus could realize its maximum value. Dismantling it would be too extravagant. Around the pure world white lotus, 3 9-grade white lotuses, 9 6-grade white lotuses, 27 3-grade white lotuses, and 81 unopened flower buds were growing. Clearly, these were the lotus seeds of the pure world white lotus, nurtured over countless millennia, with those above the 3-grade already reaching the level of innate spiritual roots. The harvest is not small. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, waving his hand to draw some of the 3-light divine water, yet he did not choose to pluck these white lotuses, instead allowing them to remain. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi found the core origin of the Master Island, and similarly refined it with his own magical power. After refining 3 immortal islands, Zhen Yuanzi tucked them all into his sleeves, then took a step forward, and his figure had already arrived at the edge of the primordial world, stepping into the chaos. Here it was already beyond the primordial, surrounded by gray chaotic currents, occasionally swept by chaotic storms, filled with danger and the unknown. However, this place was still within the scope of the Heavenly Dao's divine, while allowing Zhen Yuanzi to still mobilize the authority and power of the primordial Heavenly Dao. Let it be here. With a thought, Zhen Yuanzi simultaneously tossed the 3 immortal islands from his hands and began to perform the ritual. The 3 islands of Ingzhou, Penglai, and Master Island slowly fused in the air, transforming into a more vast and mysterious chaotic immortal island. On the immortal island, chaotic currents intertwined with innate spiritual energy, and the gradual fusion of the 3 immortal islands emitted an aura that suppressed chaos and stabilized the universe. He flicked his fingers, fixing this chaotic immortal island in the chaos. Then, with another thought, he bound the second altar to this chaotic immortal island. In an instant, the Dao rhythm flowed on the immortal island. The chaotic currents grew denser, transforming into a true chaotic altar. Here would be the place where he would preach the Dao to the beings of the primordial in the future. Immediately after, Zhen Yuanzi took out countless innate materials: chaotic divine gold, innate gung gold shoshan, copper mother, chaotic divine stone. These were all exquisite innate items he had collected over the years, now all tossed into the air. He then took out the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, and threw all these materials into the ding, urging the innate divine fire within to start refining. Buzz. The Qian Kuan Ding trembled violently, emitting brilliant light as the innate materials inside continued to fuse and take shape under the scorching of the chaotic flames. Not knowing how long it passed, 2 grandiose palaces flew out from the ding. On the left, a palace was entirely cast from chaotic divine gold, its peak covered with primordial purple qi, the pillars inscribed with Dao runes exuding a vast aura of the Dao, and on the plaque, 3 divine writings of the Dao were inscribed. It was the palace of the Dao. On the right, a palace was built from pitch-black, innate divine iron with shadows of gods and demons carved on the eaves, exuding the majesty that suppressed all beings. Similarly inscribed with 3 divine writings of the Dao, it was the Hall of Gods and Demons. Both of these palaces had been refined to the level of supreme innate spiritual treasures by the Qiankuan Ding, reversing the acquired to innate. However, due to this, the Qiankuan Ding consumed a significant amount of its source, its luster dulled considerably, requiring a large number of treasures or a long time to recover. Zhen Yuanzi placed the Palace of the Dao and the Hall of Gods and Demons atop the chaotic altar, then chose to bind the primordial heavenly prison with the Hall of Gods and Demons. In an instant, an aura that imprisoned the primordial spirit and suppressed the physical body pervaded within the Hall of Gods and Demons, perfectly merging with the power of the primordial heavenly prison. Having completed all this, Zhen Yuanzi thought again and released the innate gods and demons he had suppressed in the space of his sleeves, sending them into the Hall of Gods and Demons. Inside the Hall of Gods and Demons, it was like a vast world with chaotic currents swirling. The laws of the Dao stable, though not as free as the outside world, it was still an excellent place for cultivation. Hongjun, may the Supreme Elder Wu Ji, the God of Thunder. Dozens of innate gods and demons at the level of the primordial golden immortal appeared within the hall, looking at their surroundings with somewhat complicated expressions. Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed within the hall, plain, yet containing undeniable authority. You all may rest assured and cultivate here for the time being. After 1,000,000 years, I will open the altar to preach. If you wish to leave, then I will not stop you. But before that, please remain obedient and do not act rashly otherwise. Do not blame this poor Taoist for being heartless. The gods and demons fell silent upon hearing this. They were well aware that they were now prisoners with no room for resistance, only able to temporarily agree. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi said no more, turning to leave the Hall of Gods and Demons, sitting cross-legged outside the hall, while operating the source scripture of the chaotic Dao to absorb and transform the chaotic Qi, quietly waiting for the preaching period 1,000,000 years later. Deep within the chaotic altar, Zhen Yuanzi sat on a cloud bed. With a slight movement of his divine sense, treasures began to fly out automatically, slowly rotating before him, emitting their unique glimmers of loss. Various innate spiritual objects, rare flowers and herbs, innate spiritual medicines, celestial gold, and divine minds. The quantity was enough to astonish innate gods and demons and innate saints. Among them there were at least several thousand innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, among them were many supreme innate spiritual treasures, such as the 12-grade merit golden lotus, the map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidery ball, and even the extermination sword array. All are good things. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, his divine sense sweeping over these spiritual treasures, ultimately resting on a few of the most powerful treasures. The Taiji diagram rotated slowly, the dual energies of yin and yang flowing endlessly, emitting the aura of stabilizing the universe and dividing the chaos. The Pangu banner floated beside, with chaotic currents rolling on its surface, faintly revealing the phenomenon of opening heaven and earth, its sharpness sufficient to tear through chaos. And at the center of these 2 innate supreme treasures, the broken creation jade plate floated quietly. Though incomplete, it emitted the pressure of the Dao, surpassing all treasures. It was the chaotic supreme treasure that Hongjun valued as his life. The creation jade plate indeed contained some authority of the Heavenly Dao. Zhen Yuanzi extended his divine sense and delved into the core of the jade plate, instantly sensing the connections to the primordial Heavenly Dao within, capable of grasping some authority of the Heavenly Dao at ordinary times. But to achieve this, the possessor must attain the Dao first. For Zhen Yuanzi, who currently possessed the chaotic supreme treasure of the Heavenly Dao divine seal, its function seemed limited and somewhat superfluous. Yet regardless, one could not deny the preciousness of the creation jade plate, nor could one deny its terrifying power and utility. At this moment, his divine sense touched the very core of the jade plate, and he suddenly felt an ancient aura of profound mystery. He then saw 9 strands of primordial purple qi, like slumbering divine dragons, quietly lying within the core of the jade plate, exuding the aura of the fusion of the origins of the Heavenly Dao and the laws. In an instant, he understood what this was: the primordial purple qi. There are actually 9 strands of primordial purple qi. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. Zhen Yuanzi was naturally aware of what the primordial purple qi was. It was known as the foundation for achieving sainthood, allowing one to rely on it to entrust their primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao and attain the Dao as a Heavenly Dao saint. However, within the original trajectory of the primordial's fate, after Hongjun's 3 lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace, only 7 strands of primordial qi were granted. It was said that under the Heavenly Dao 9 is the extreme number, thus the Heavenly Dao descended 8 strands of primordial purple chi capable of achieving 8 Heavenly Dao saints, yet he himself used 1 strand, leaving 7 saintly positions, but ultimately only 6 Heavenly Dao saints were accomplished. Now it seemed that this primordial purple chi was hidden within the core of the creation jade plate, only to be discovered after attaining the Dao. Therefore, regarding the point in the original fate trajectory where Hongjun used primordial purple chi to attain sainthood, he remained skeptical. Yet regardless, the historical fate had already changed. He has now acquired 9 strands of primordial purple chi, and according to his understanding of the Heavenly Dao's authority, the current primal world might not have suffered significant damage due to the preservation of most of its western ley lines, allowing for the accommodation of 9 Heavenly Dao saints without issue. After obtaining these 9 strands of primordial purple chi, Zhen Yuanzi gained a clearer understanding of its effects. It is not merely a simple means of entrusting one's primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao, nor is it a mere binding under the Heavenly Dao. On the contrary, this primordial purple chi is profoundly mysterious. It is formed from the fusion of the essence of the Heavenly Dao, the essence of the laws and parts of the Heavenly Dao's authority. If a cultivator can obtain it, they can entrust their primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao, ensuring that as long as the Heavenly Dao does not perish or their Dao fruit is not severed, they can achieve true immortality. Moreover, it can accelerate the comprehension of laws and even allow one to grasp a Heavenly Dao law along with some authority. With a vast amount of Heavenly Dao merits, one can swiftly attain enlightenment as a Heavenly Dao saint, hence, it is known as the foundation of sainthood. It can be said that the primordial purple chi has both advantages and disadvantages. Gaining it allows for rapid enlightenment and enjoyment of Heavenly Dao authority, yet one must also suffer the constraints of the Heavenly Dao and may even become a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. However, for Zhen Yuanzi, this drawback is rather a benefit. As he wields the authority of the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao saints bound by it are indirectly under his control. After pondering for a moment, he had made up his mind. Let it be, but will have its uses in the future. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, storing away the 9 strands of primordial purple chi along with the creation jade plate, and then with a wave of his hand, he collected the remaining treasures into the system space. Once he had dealt with the treasures, Zhen Yuanzi entered a period of quiet meditation in the Chaos Dao field. Time lost its meaning in the chaos, and in the blink of an eye several epochs had passed, drawing near to the million-year mark. One day Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards the direction of the Divine Demon Hall. Inside the hall, the auras of numerous innate divine demons underwent subtle changes. After hundreds of thousands of years, their initial restlessness and rebellion had long been worn away. After countless attempts to break free from the Divine Demon Hall's confinement, they could only choose to cultivate here. Little did they know the power of the primordial heavenly prison had long seeped in silently, like the finest spider's web, entwining deep within their primordial spirits, subtly influencing their wills. The weaker innate divine demons were the first to lose their autonomy, falling into a state of unconscious cultivation. They had been completely enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison, leaving only absolute obedience to Zhen Yuanzi in their hearts. As for Hongjun Yangmei and the like peak existences among the Hunyuan golden immortals, their powers were even greater, and it would take more time to thoroughly influence and enslave them. However, it was only a matter of time, as they too gradually fell into decline over these million years. Their Dao hearts were gradually eroded with past ambitions and resentments replaced by loyalty, until the last vestige of rebellious consciousness dissipated, rendering them mere puppets of Zhen Yuanzi. The time has come. Zhen Yuanzi moved and appeared at the center of the Divine Demon Hall. Upon seeing him, the divine demons awakened from their cultivation and all bowed before Zhen Yuanzi, exclaiming, "We greet the saint." Their voices were filled with deep respect, and their eyes shone with fervent loyalty, starkly contrasting their former arrogance. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept over the crowd as he calmly spoke, "The million-year mark is approaching. If any of you still wish to leave, I can still grant you passage." "Saint, your words are mistaken." Hongjun was the first to speak, his tone exceedingly sincere. "We were foolish before thinking of leaving this treasure land of the Hongwang. We truly regret it now. From now on, we wish to follow the saint, facing fire and water without hesitation." Yang Mei, Wu Ji, Laozu, and the others echoed, "We wish to follow the saint, vowing to obey the saint's commands unto death." Zhen Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Wu Ji, the 3 of you shall follow me to the Dao Palace to prepare for listening to the Dao. The rest of you will continue to meditate and listen to the Dao here. Without my orders, do not easily show yourselves. We obey the saint's commands." The divine demons replied in unison. Zhen Yuanzi said no more, turning to leave the Divine Demon Hall with Hongjun and the others heading towards the Dao Palace. At this time in the Hongjun, less than a few tens of thousands of years remained until the million-year mark. In Kunlun Mountain's Qingshu Cave Heaven, the three purities of Pangu arranged their robes, exchanged glances, and transformed into three streaks of flowing light shooting into the sky, flying towards the depths of the chaos. Elder brother, since the saint is teaching the Dao, we must gain something from it, said the Yuqing Daoist, holding a jade rui, his tone filled with expectation. The Taching Daoist stroked his beard and smiled. The Dao is formless. Listening to the Dao is up to oneself. Sincerity brings responsiveness. On Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi put away the Bagua plate, and together with Nuwa transformed into a streak of escaping light slicing through the sky. The saint's Dao encompasses all. Perhaps we can gain higher-level cultivation methods. I hope to receive the saint's guidance to perfect the path of creation. Nuwa nodded. In the secret realm of the West, Kunlun Yaotai, the Queen Mother of the West, held the White Tiger Order, and with a flash of pure white escaping light, she vanished into the horizon. On Mount Shumi, Jane and Zhuani stepped on auspicious clouds heading towards the chaos, their eyes filled with longing for the Dao. In the Blood Sea, the Mingi Daoist was enveloped in blood light rushing towards the chaos with endless killing intent. In the Northern Sea, Kunpeng soared high, reaching speeds beyond measure. The top innate divine beings across the Hongjun set off at this moment. They passed through the barriers of the Hongjun and entered the chaos, following the vague sense of guidance towards the chaotic Dao field that floated within the chaos. Within the chaos, the grayish air currents surged restlessly, obscuring the daylight, with only the occasional flash of chaotic lightning snakes breaking the darkness, illuminating the ferocity and danger of this space. Here there are no laws of heaven and earth to bind them. Only the violent, chaotic, killing energy pervades like invisible blades, constantly eroding the flesh, magic, power, and primordial spirits of living beings. Moreover, there are sudden chaotic turbulence akin to galloping wild horses. Wherever they pass, space tears apart, and all tangible entities are shredded. The chaotic gale is even more concealed, yet incredibly sharp, capable of penetrating magical treasure defenses and directly piercing the foundational Dao of cultivators. The most terrifying is the chaotic storm, with chaotic airflow gathering into a rotating vortex spanning an unimaginable distance. Its pull is immense, and even a great Luo golden immortal caught within cannot easily escape. It can be said that the innate divine beings not only face the endless chaotic killing energy constantly eroding their flesh and magical power, but must also be vigilant against the chaotic turbulence, chaotic gales, and chaotic storms. A slight misstep could result in being swept away by the chaotic turbulence. Even if they do not completely lose themselves in the chaos, their journey will be significantly delayed. If they encounter a terrifying chaotic storm, even a great Luo golden immortal, without powerful spiritual treasures to assist, will find themselves in a dire situation. Even if they do not perish, they will suffer considerable injuries and be left in a pitiful state. As for those cultivators below the great Luo golden immortal, namely the Tai golden immortals within the chaos, they are in constant peril, unable to withstand the myriad dangers. If they retreat back to the Hongjun in time, they might save their lives. Otherwise, they can only be buried in chaos, perishing without a trace. It can be said that to reach the Dao Palace and listen to the Dao is not merely a matter of fate. One must possess enough strength to traverse the chaos, to have the opportunity and fortune to find the Dao Palace and listen to the Dao. Thus, traversing this chaotic region to reach the chaotic Dao field is no easy task. Only those with sufficiently formidable strength, or those possessing powerful spiritual treasures for protection, have a slim chance of success. At this moment in the chaos, numerous innate beings and divine entities, in order to reduce the interference of chaotic energy and to reach the chaotic Dao field as soon as possible. One after another, they summoned their protective spiritual treasures. At this moment, streams of light were struggling to navigate through the chaos. Pangu and the three pure ones walked side by side with the Taiji Daoist's heaven and earth Zhen Yuan pagoda, slowly rotating above his head, its body flowing with thick Zhen Yuan energy, forming a tangible barrier that completely isolated the howling chaotic winds and turbulent chaotic currents. Beneath the pagoda, the three pure ones appeared calm, as if walking in their own Dao field, completely unaffected by the perilous chaos. Indeed, the heavenly Zhen Yuan pagoda of my elder brother is well-deserved. With this treasure for protection, the dangers of chaos are nothing to fear. Yuqing Yuanshi gazed at the chaotic, malevolent energy being extinguished by the Zhen Yuan aura, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Shangqing Tongtian nodded in agreement. However, Taiji Laojun remarked, "We must not be complacent. The variables within the chaos are numerous. We need to reach the Dao field quickly to avoid prolonged delays and secure the initiative." Not far away, Emperor Jun and Tai followed closely. Above Tai's head, the chaos bell hung in the air, its body inscribed with chaotic runes. With a gentle tremor, it emitted sound waves that suppressed the universe, shattering the approaching chaotic currents. Emperor Jun summoned the river map and Luo book, intertwining the two supreme, innate spiritual treasures into a profound formation in the air capable not only of defending against chaotic attacks, but also of deducing chaotic paths to guide their way. With the Chaos Bell and river map at hand, even if we encounter a chaotic storm, we can respond with composure. Emperor Jun said, his eyes flickering with urgency as he sensed the approaching clarity. Tai also expressed agreement with his elder brother's words, nodding proudly. Nuwa and Fushi, the brother and sister duo, were not lagging behind either. Nuwa donned a stunning celestial robe, her garments flowing gracefully. The creation runes inscribed on her robe emitted a soft glow, forming an invisible shield that isolated the chaotic, malevolent energy. Above Fux's head, an ancient Zhen Yuan zither floated. As its strings vibrated, slightly ethereal sounds of the Dao emerged, soothing the mind and repelling the approaching chaotic malevolence. Changxi and Shiha followed closely behind, with Changxi's lunar essence wheel emitting the cool glow of the moon, forming a circular shield. Shiha then unfolded the lunar cold moon chart, its cold moon phantom swirling, releasing chilling air that froze the chaotic energy, clearing a path for the two goddesses. The Lord of the Blood Sea Mingi Daoist was surrounded by swirling blood light, his feet resting on the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, which slowly bloomed. The flames upon the lotus leaves exuded an aura of impurity, repelling, incinerating any chaotic, malevolent energy that approached. He maintained a composed expression, moving swiftly, clearly unaffected by the chaotic environment. Even the figures arriving from the western Shumi Mountain, Jian and Juani, had their own spiritual treasures for protection. In front of Jian's 6 pure bamboo stalks floated their verdant bodies, emanating an aura of purification. When chaotic, malevolent energy approached, it would be dissolved by the pure light emitted by the bamboo. Zhuanti held the 7 treasures mysterious tree, with a gentle sway of its branches, rainbow light cascaded down, enveloping the two within it, allowing them to proceed smoothly. However, not all innate beings possessed such profound resources. The Kuanping Daoist of the North Sea transformed into a stream of light, moving swiftly, but appearing somewhat disheveled. The North Sea Palace he summoned was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure with limited defensive power. In the face of the raging chaotic winds, the shield trembled incessantly, emitting a straining hum. Kunpeng's expression grew grave as he was forced to expend considerable magic power to reinforce the shield, which slowed his speed significantly. The situation was even worse for the Hongjun Daoist. Having had little fortune to begin with, he now found himself without even a decent postnatal spiritual treasure. He could only channel all his magic power to form a faint red shield on his body, bracing against the chaos corrosive energy. With every step forward, his complexion paled further, the depletion of magic power tremendous. Well, for the sake of listening to the sage speak, what is this little hardship worth? Hongjun gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes as he exerted his magic power, continuing to fly forward. Fortunately, the magic power of a great Luo Jingxian was endless, otherwise he might not have been able to endure. In the chaos, the multitude of divine saints displayed their powers, trudging onward with but one goal: to reach the chaotic Dao field, where they sensed the presence of the sage as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the chaotic Dao field within the Grand Dao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. After millions of years of quiet cultivation, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. The root of the primordial origin demon god exhibited an unimaginably defiant aspect. Even though he was already a Hunyuan Great Luo Jinxian, his cultivation speed had not only not slowed, but had increased exponentially compared to before. In less than 1,000,000 years of cultivation, his realm had once again broken through. At this moment, a chaotic halo flowed around him, and within his sea of consciousness, the chaotic Great Dao compass spun rapidly, deducing the ultimate truths of the Dao. A more vast and profound aura than before emanated from his body, causing the entire Grand Dao Palace to tremble slightly. The surrounding chaotic energy became docile, slowly rotating around the palace. Boom! A faint rumble echoed within him, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. Zhen Yuanzi's aura surged abruptly, stepping firmly from the early to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian. He slowly opened his eyes, where chaos and primordial energy intertwined, as if containing the birth and death of countless universes. Just a glance caused the chaotic energy surrounding the Grand Dao Palace to momentarily stagnate. Mid-stage Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian. Zhen Yuanzi sensed the more magnificent power within him and his deeper control over the authority of the Heavenly Dao, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The qualifications of the primordial origin demon god are indeed extraordinary. He could clearly feel that he had now fully broken through to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Great Luo Jinxian. His strength having surged exponentially. With the authority of the Heavenly Dao he could command, and the supreme treasure in his hand, even when facing a Hunyuan Wujidian Great Luo Jinxian, he felt no fear and could even directly suppress them. With the million-year period approaching, those innate divine beings should be arriving soon, Zhen Yuanzi said, raising his head to gaze into the depths of chaos. His divine sense instantly traversed endless distances, capturing the figures that were laboriously traversing. He smiled slightly and pointed with his fingers. In an instant, a path formed from the chaotic Dao field woven from chaotic energy, an innate Dao rhythm resembling a brilliant star river stretching towards the direction of the primordial land, calming all the chaotic dangers along the way. Since you have arrived, do not let the opportunity slip away. Zhen Yuanzi's voice, like the sound of the Dao, quietly echoed in the chaos, reaching the ears of every innate divine being heading to the Dao field. The divine saints laboriously traversing the chaos were delighted upon hearing this, quickening their pace in the direction indicated by that path. Within the primordial chaos, the chaos path, carved by Zhen Yuanzi through the authority of the Heavenly Dao, grew ever clearer. The chaotic miasmas dissipated along its length, the violent gales and turbulent currents stilled, leaving only a rich flowing current of innate Dao resonance. A host of primordial deities surged forward along this path, their speed multiplied several-fold over before, especially those secretly empowered by Zhen Yuanzi moved like meteors chasing the moon, far outpacing the rest. Once again, the three pure ones of Pangu were the first to arrive at the Chaos Dao venue. From afar, they beheld a vast, boundless chaos immortal isle suspended in the void, its surface wreathed in swirling chaos chi and innate spiritual energy, adorned with ethereal pavilions and jade towers. Through drifting clouds, the silhouettes of the Great Dao Palace and the Divine Demon Hall emerged, faintly radiating an unsurpassable Dao resonance that subdued the very chaos itself. At last, we have arrived. A glimmer of joy flickered in Taiching Doran's eyes. The three quickened their pace, treading upon auspicious clouds, edging the isle, and gently descended onto the Chaos Dao venue. The moment their feet touched the island's soil, an exquisitely pure Great Dao aura washed over them, cleansing their primordial spirits and instantly dispelling all fatigue accumulated from their long journey. Guided by instinct, they advanced toward the center, and there loomed a magnificent palace, the Great Dao Palace. Forged entirely from chaos divine metal, its roof shimmered beneath a veil of hazy violet chi. Its eaves bore innate Dao bells whose chimes, clear and resonant as the wind stirred them, embodied profound truths of the Dao itself. At that moment, the palace's massive gates slowly swung open, revealing two acolyte youths clad in Daoist robes, standing solemnly on either side, Qingfeng and Mingwei. Though merely at the great Luo golden immortal realm, their expressions remained serene, their brows imbued with a Dao resonance far beyond their apparent age. Even the three pure ones dared not treat them lightly, not merely for their cultivation level, but because as attendants to a sage their very status commanded reverence. "We greet the two honored acolytes," said Taiching Doran, bowing first with humble courtesy. Qingfeng and Mingwei returned the gesture, then courteously ushered them inside. The three pure ones wasted no time. Following closely behind, they stepped into the Great Dao Palace. Beyond the gate lay not a mere chamber, but a boundless world. With a single step, they traversed countless billions of yojanas. A light and shadow streamed past, Dao sigils danced through the air, and only after piercing through unfathomable layers of space-time did they finally reach the palace's heart. Before them, the vista suddenly broadened. At the center rose a cloud platform, its surface roiling with primordial chaos and pulsing with the profound, ineffable energy of the Great Dao. Beneath it stood 8 orderly Dao platforms, each carved from innate divine jade, engraved with constellations, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, and flora and fauna, exuding both an awe-inspiring pressure and an inexplicable allure. Upon the 3 foremost platforms already sat 3 figures. On the left sat a Daoist-robed figure, his entire being suffused with serene Dao resonance, Hongjun Laozu. In the center sat another clad in simple robes, space laws weaving fluidly around him, Yangmei Laozu. To the right, shrouded in swirling chaos chi, sat Wuji Laozu. Though seated motionless in silent meditation, the 3 radiated a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the 3 pure ones, so deeply fused with the Chaos Dao venue that their mere presence weighed upon the 3 pure ones like an immovable mountain. Who are these 3? Yuqing Doran's heart trembled. He had never laid eyes upon them, yet sensed their cultivation was fathomless, exceeding even the outermost limits of his understanding. "Greetings, fellow Daoists," intoned Hongjun Laozu, opening his eyes slowly and nodding gently toward the 3 pure ones. His voice was calm, unhurried. "These Dao platforms are sentient. Each holds unique karmic opportunity. Choose one and take your seat, and do not miss the commencement of the Dao discourse." Yangmei and Wuji Laozu merely inclined their heads, slightly remaining in still meditation faces as placid as ancient wells. Without hesitation, the three pure ones, already sensing the immense karmic fortune embedded within the platforms, quickly selected their seats. Taiching chose the fourth platform, Yuqing the fifth, and Shanqing the sixth. 6 of the 8 platforms were now occupied, only 2 remained. Soon after, a streak of pure white light tore across the void. The Queen Mother of the West arrived on auspicious clouds, entering the Great Dao Palace immediately after the 3 pure ones. Her gaze swept the hall, seeing only 2 platforms left. She paused briefly in contemplation, then selected the 7th, settling into stillness, as pure Yin energy flowed serenely about her, awaiting the discourse. Moments later, Fuxi and Nuo, brother and sister, arrived together. As they entered the central sanctum, their eyes simultaneously fell upon the Dao platforms. Only 1 platform remained. But at that very instant, both Fuxi and Nuo sensed another presence hurtling swiftly toward them from behind. "Sister, take your seat now." Fuxi acted without delay, urging Nuo forward. And with a subtle assist, she alighted upon the 8th and final platform in the blink of an eye. Fuxi himself settled cross-legged just behind her, trigrams of the Bagua swirling about his form, his gaze watchful and alert toward the entrance. At that precise moment, a black silhouette pierced the air, a blur of ultimate velocity, Kunpeng Laozu. Seeing the last platform claimed by Nuo, Kunpeng's eyes flashed with frustration and resentment. He shot Fuxi a fierce glare, but knowing well the impropriety of anger here, he withdrew silently to a corner of the hall, his aura thick with chilling cold. Then came Di Jun, Tai Mingi, and many more primordial deities and sovereigns arriving one after another. Finding all 8 platforms occupied, each wore an expression of quiet regret, yet none protested. Instead, they found suitable places around the platforms and settled into still meditation, hearts stilled in anticipation. Within the Great Dao Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. Countless gazes converged upon the central cloud platform, awaiting the sage's emergence. Deep within the palace's innermost recesses, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze pierced through the chaos, turning toward the Hongjun world. At that moment, across the Hongjun world, most primordial deities and sovereigns at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level had already reached the venue. Yet cultivators below that threshold, daunted by the chaos's perils, largely hesitated at its borders. Since this Dao discourse is for all beings of Hongjun, it must not be confined solely to the highest-tier sovereigns, mused Zhen Yuanzi with a gentle smile. And with a subtle shift of intent, he invoked the authority of the Heavenly Dao to stir the primordial essence of Hongjun itself. Instantly, across Hongjun, upon the summit of Dong Kunlun, beside the Southern Ocean, across the Western continent, deep within the Northern Ocean, upon the Central Earth, along the shores of the Eastern Sea, countless beams of light erupted skyward, coalescing into radiant gateways. Forged from the laws of the Heavenly Dao, each gateway bore the 4 sacred characters, Chaos Dao Venue, inscribed upon its frame, emanating a gentle sacred radiance. Any sentient being who encountered such a gateway could pass through it directly into the Chaos Dao Venue. Indeed, both these gateways and the ability of primordial sovereigns to enter the venue stemmed from Zhen Yuanzi's temporary delegation of authority to the venue's formation array. Otherwise, all would have been barred by its impenetrable defenses. Then Zhen Yuanzi's voice, resonant as the utterance of the Dao itself, echoed across every corner of Hongjun, clear and unmistakable in the mind of every living being knowing the arduous journey to the Chaos Dao Venue. This Daoist has opened Heavenly Dao gateways throughout Hongjun. All who seek the Dao and possess the karmic affinity to discover and enter one shall arrive directly at the venue. At those words, Hongjun erupted in fervent excitement. Those who had previously despaired of attending due to insufficient cultivation now rejoiced, wildly racing toward the gateways they sensed in their hearts. Whether forest spirits or reclusive cultivators, all bowed toward the direction of the Chaos Dao Venue and cried aloud, "We thank the sage's boundless compassion." Soon the first being stepped forth, a blue phoenix who had cultivated for millions of years, entering the gateway with reverent caution, vanishing in an instant. Then more followed, Tai golden immortals, and even newly ascended Xian immortals, all pouring through the gateways. As the 100,000-year deadline approached, the Heavenly Dao gateways gradually closed. By then, the area outside the Chaos Dao Venue teemed with dense multitudes of beings. Tens of thousands of Tai golden immortals stood with steady, grounded auras. Millions of golden immortals held their divine light inward, and a handful of Xian immortals trembled slightly at the periphery. Though this number appeared vast, it represented only a fraction of Hongjun's total golden and Tai golden immortals. After all, these were all cultivators below the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, upon arrival at the Chaos Dao Venue, these Tai golden immortals, and Xian immortals could only listen to the discourse from outside the Great Dao Palace, within the broader Dao venue itself, but were not permitted entry into the palace proper, for they remained fundamentally distinct from the primordial sovereigns and deities. Yet none among these primordial beings felt slighted. Though barred from the palace, simply hearing the Dao discourse within the venue itself was a heaven-defying karmic boon. Each stood rapt hearts, pounding breaths, stilled eyes fixed reverently upon the Great Dao Palace. Deep within the Grand Dao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the array of primordial deities beneath the cloud platform before turning toward the millions of living beings outside the hall. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. At this moment within the Grand Dao Palace, a congregation of primordial deities and great beings had gathered. Yet the atmosphere within the hall gradually began to stir with vitality. After all, in times past, these primordial deities and great beings were scattered across the boundless wilderness or secluded within their own caves, never having encountered so many peers of equal stature. Now within the Grand Dao Palace, suddenly beholding such a multitude of great beings and deities whose cultivation levels matched their own, each could not help but feel a surge of competitive spirit. However, this being the sanctum of a sage, they naturally dared not engage in open combat or magical duels. Thus, one by one, the primordial great beings and deities subtly unleashed their protective spirit treasures, letting jeweled lights swirl above their heads to reveal the marvels of their artifacts, while others circulated their cultivation techniques, condensing the Dao resonance around them and covertly exerting pressure through their aura in a silent contest of strength. Above Dijun's head, the Hichu Luoshu slowly revolved, intertwining imperial qi with stellar force, faintly resonating with the chaos bell beside Tai, proclaiming the might of the brothers. Beneath Ming He's feet, the karmic fire red lotus bloomed, its blood-colored radiance exuding an aura of slaughter, standing in stark opposition to Kuan Peng's icy presence as they subtly vied for dominance. Even the seemingly serene Fu, she had the 8 trigrams runes swirling around him, linking with Nu was Dao resonance, to form an imposing field not to be underestimated. It could be said that every primordial great being or deity who came here was favored by the destiny of the primordial wilderness, possessing supreme origins. The least among them had lived through dozens of kalpas,